Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of I Am the Peerless War God right here on GMT Recap. Zhang Wuqing stood still, gazing at the dilapidated grave covered in red paint in front of him. On the tombstone was a photo of a young girl smiling. He reached out to touch the photo, shouting, "Mom, I'm back. I'm home, Mom." Zhang Wuqing gently caressed the image. His fist clenched tightly, his anger rising as he thought, back then, when father remarried, he heartlessly kicked out the two of us, me and my sister. Even Mom was thrown out of the house. The scene of that night came to Zhang Wuqing's mind, his mother, weak and frail, kneeling in the heavy rain and wind outside the door all night, begging his father to let him and his sister stay, saying that it didn't matter if she lived or died. The doors remained shut, as if mocking her naivety and helplessness. A vicious dog lunged toward Zhang Wuqing and his family. His mother could only helplessly plead, "Please, they're your children. Let them in." The three of them knelt all night until dawn. Finally, the iron gate opened. His mother was overjoyed, thinking that his father had relented, that his blood ties had swayed him, but instead, only a guard dog rushed out. To protect me and my younger sister, my mother was bitten by that dog, leaving wounds all over her body. Mother Zhang Wuqing, torn and bitten, still worried about us, screamed, "Quick, you two, run. If you don't, you won't make it in time." In the end, she led us away, blaming herself, "It's all my fault, I'm useless, I couldn't protect you. Your sister is still young, you must take care of her." I thought we would live peaceful days, but now, wave after wave of trouble keeps coming. Not long after, my mother was framed by someone, and in the end, she jumped off a building to commit suicide. That day, Mother Zhang Wuqing stood still on the rooftop, called Zhang, and accidentally said, "Son, I'm sorry, I can't bear to leave you. I love you both. You must take care of your sister. Leave Haidong, and never come back." Afterwards, she jumped from the rooftop. Only in the end did I realize that this was the last phone call my mother made to me. At that time, I was on my way home from school. When I returned home, what greeted me was my mother's blood-soaked corpse, along with the heartbreaking cries of my sister. She kneeled before our mother's lifeless body, holding Zhang Wuqing, crying uncontrollably. "Brother, I'm scared, I'm so scared, I want Mom." At that time, my younger sister was under 10 years old, and I had just turned 14. At that moment, Zhang Wuqing was still an immature child, using his small and weak body to shield the house from the rain and wind, bearing the cold treatment of others, and enduring countless unimaginable hardships. Even so, those who intended to harm us never showed mercy or compassion, never relenting in their pursuit of the two of us. I vividly remember the moment when those men, with knives soaked in blood, approached us without hesitation. The sound of my voice echoed as I recounted. Later, a mysterious figure appeared, killing all those who wanted to assassinate my sister and me, then took us away. In Zhang Wuqing's mind, he recalled the battlefield of that time and said, "Time passed swiftly, and 10 years later, the border of the Great Hua Kingdom was in a state of tension, with gunfire everywhere. The enemy cavalry was incredibly fierce. The enemy's cavalry squads had repeatedly destroyed several border checkpoints, and our 1,000-mile defense line had been shattered. The army suffered heavy casualties, and the leader was no exception. However, as our forces fell one after another, a person appeared in the crowd, alone, charging into the enemy camp. Zhang Wuqing, amidst the formidable enemy forces, effortlessly used his gun to bring down the leader, as if it were nothing. The enemy forces, like a headless tiger, lost without even fighting. That person was the war god Wu Shuang of the Great Hua Kingdom. Zhang Tiandi was a rising star in the Great Hua Kingdom's army, known as the Battle Wing Heavenly King, who reversed the situation and restored power. With just one battle, he achieved an unprecedented military feat that no one in the future may ever be able to surpass. Zhang Wuqing stood on the high platform, listening to the voices of the crowd below. "It is the war medicine Heavenly King." Zhang Wuqing tossed the gun aside. He heard the rumors around him, a person with the strength of heaven and earth, with the fury of thunder, and the power to restore. The real question is whether the enemies of the past can withstand the wrath of the Battle Wing Heavenly King. Back in reality, he placed his hand on the gravestone and shouted in anger, 10 years have passed. 10 years ago, I lived like a dog, oppressed by the world, with no dignity. 10 years later, I am regarded as the strength of heaven and earth. Even high dawn will tremble beneath my feet. Suddenly, Zhang Wuqing turned his head and saw a group of hooligans standing at the door. They quickly shouted, "Are you blind? Who let you in here? Can't you see the no entry sign on the door?" Du Fei, who was leading, immediately shouted angrily, "Damn it, Miss Shangguan Nalan asked us to dig up the graves of those old women, destroy the tombstones, and write that they belong to lowly people. We just finished and now someone's coming to admire our work." Hearing this, Zhang Wuqing clenched his fist, thinking to himself that it was indeed Shangguan Nalan. Previously, Shangguan Nalan was very close to his mother. However, a man appeared and completely destroyed the close relationship between the two women. He thought of the man Shangguan Nalan had in mind, the young master from the Chun family, a powerful family in Haidong. After all, back then, his mother was a famous beauty in Donghai, but her heart had died long ago. Coincidentally, Shangguan Nalan had also been pursuing Mr. Chun. His mother disagreed, but tragically, she was eventually pushed aside. Zhang Wuqing reminisced about the events from his childhood and said, "Shangguan Nalan successfully married into a wealthy family and began looking for opportunities to harm my mother. At that time, my mother had an old house in the Donghai neighborhood. Shangguan's family was involved in real estate. Later, Shangguan Nalan forged land sale documents, easily seizing that house. In just one night, they had flattened the house. Both my mother and my younger sister were kicked out of the house by those thugs. Wanting to eradicate the problem entirely, Shangguan Nalan threatened to commit suicide, using my and my sister's lives as leverage. To protect us, my mother, feeling powerless, could only hold her resentment and jump from the building to take her own life." He remembered Shangguan Nalan and cursed under his breath, that cruel Shangguan Nalan never intended to spare us. She wanted to kill us both, like wild beasts, completely wiping us out. Zhang Wuqing recalled in anger. After their mother's death, Shangguan Nalan, still not satisfied with her revenge, sent people to surround the grave with corpses, placing thugs to keep a constant watch, not allowing anyone to visit. They even put up a no-entry sign at the entrance. He looked at the grave that had been dug up in front of him and said, "Today marks the 10th anniversary of my mother's death." Shangguan Nalan deliberately chose this day to dig up her grave, not even leaving a single bone behind. Zhang Wuqing gritted his teeth in fury. It can be seen how sinister and vicious the woman's intentions are. He stood still, watching as a group of thugs rushed in from the outside. Du Fei, leading the charge, made his way toward Zhang Wuqing and shouted, "I'm not in a good mood today. If you don't want to get beaten, you better get the hell out of here." De Zhuang, standing next to him, lit a cigarette. "Hey, little brother, today is the second young master's birthday, and also the day of his engagement. We should be sitting in a hotel right now, eating delicacies, drinking fine wine, but instead, we're here at this damn graveyard." He stepped toward Zhang Wuqing and yelled, "Why don't you crawl through old man Du's legs? If I say get out, then get out, or we'll break your dog legs." Afterward, De Zhuang turned around and spat on Zhang Wuqing's mother's grave. Du Fei saw this and immediately burst into laughter, shouting, "De Zhuang, that spit of yours was perfectly aimed, wasn't it?" Then, the man spread his legs, looked at Zhang Wuqing, and laughed loudly, mocking him, "Hey, crawl through my legs and I'll spare your life. I'll even let you keep this golden lighter as a souvenir." Seeing Zhang Wuqing glance at him, De Zhuang became annoyed and shouted, "You dare glare at me? With him? Have you never seen anyone spit before?" He pointed at himself, coughing roughly as he said, "Never seen it? Then let me show you again." Suddenly, De Zhuang jerked his head around in shock when he saw Zhang Wuqing reaching out toward him. De Zhuang was stunned as Zhang Wuqing lifted him up, shouting loudly, "What the hell?" Zhang Wuqing slammed him back onto the ground with great force. Then, standing up, he pointed at the remaining hooligans and shouted, "Now, lick it clean." The remaining thugs were startled, their faces filled with fear as they screamed, "De Zhuang weighs 90 kg, and he lifted him like that? This is clearly a monster, Wu Shuang." De Zhuang, his mouth bleeding, struggled to get up, terrified as he cried out for help. "Brother, please save me." Zhang Wuqing casually waved his hand, sending a burst of energy toward De Zhuang's leg. De Zhuang immediately clutched his leg in pain, screaming, "My leg!" Zhang Wuqing pointed forward, his voice cold, "Lick it clean." He glanced at the thugs behind him and added, "Don't make me say it again." De Zhuang lay on the ground, clutching his leg and groaning, "It hurts so much." He immediately crawled over to the tombstone, using his tongue to lick the spit off of it, replying in quick succession, "Yes, yes, yes, I lick, I lick." Next, a helicopter appeared in the sky, towing a large cargo box. The gangsters shielded themselves from the wind and shouted loudly, "This is the helicopter." Zhang Wuqing glanced behind him and saw dozens of helicopters carrying cargo boxes flying toward them. He raised a finger and declared, "Start." Immediately after, a huge cargo box was dropped down. Following that, other cargo boxes were successively released. Then, a large number of people started jumping down from the helicopters. This group of people landed and simultaneously knelt in 2 rows in front of Zhang Wuqing. The blond man behind them saw this scene, startled and confused, and shouted, "What is going on here?" Then, the people who had jumped down from the helicopters cupped their hands and loudly proclaimed, "Greetings, Wang family." He turned his head, raised his hand, and gestured, "Proceed." The group of people responded in unison, "Wang family." They then stood up and opened a cargo box, revealing it was filled with gold bars. Dozens of boxes were opened, revealing the gold bars inside. A young man stood still and shouted, "Use this pile of gold to move the tomb." Du Fei looked at the gold bars inside and exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is all gold, there are a total of 20 boxes of gold." The group of people was startled, speaking with jealousy, "Using this much gold to build a tomb, this is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. If you exchange this pile for money, it'd be worth billions." Under the light, the brilliant gold bars shimmered brightly. Zhang Wuqing looked at the golden tomb in front of him and murmured, "Mother, back then you joked that 100 years later I must rebuild your tomb with gold, so you'd never run out of money in the afterlife." He cast his eyes on the gravestone stained with red paint nearby and said, "Now I've done it." Zhang Wuqing gritted his teeth and shouted, "1 month from now, I will make Shangguan Nalan kneel before my mother's grave and use death to atone for her sins." The group of thugs looked at him suspiciously, asking in confusion, "Who is this person, really? He's terrifying, using gold to rebuild a tomb." At that moment, Zhang Wuqing glanced at De Zhuang and asked, "What did you just say?" Du Fei, terrified, trembled as he replied, I forgot." Then the gang of thugs cried out in fear, "We were only acting under orders from the elder of the Chen family, to guard this place." Upon hearing this, he fell silent in thought. That year, after framing his mother, Shangguan Nalan had finally married into the Chen family, just as she had wished. This woman is extremely sinister, with a wicked heart. Zhang Wuxing unknowingly furrowed his brows in thought. After 5 years of hard work, Shangguan Nalan had long since taken control of the Chen family, and Moken had become nothing more than a dog under Shangguan Nalan's command. Du Fei, seeing that he wasn't speaking, smiled smugly and said, "This guy is indeed scared." The Chen family here in Haidong holds immense power, their reputation is well known, and no one dares to touch them, he continued, his voice growing louder. Mo Kan, the elder of the Chen family, is also a well-known figure in the outside world. Although this guy seems to have some influence, as we are working for the master, he wouldn't dare touch us. A powerful energy radiated from Zhang Wuxing as he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, what could Mo Kan, the elder, possibly do?" That surge of power immediately struck the lackeys behind Du Fei. The man froze and turned around, looking at his subordinates struggling and writhing in agony within the flames. Du Fei was horrified, repeatedly banging his head and shouting, "It's a misunderstanding, please don't kill me, let me explain." Zhang Wuxing glanced at him coldly and replied, "Explain? I've never listened to explanations." Du Fei immediately became terrified, screaming out, "I, once again, dare to call myself I. Could it be that you are the newly risen war god, Battle Wing Heavenly King Zhan Shangdi?" Then, he raised his hand and struck fiercely toward the man, causing fresh blood to spray out. Zhang Wuqing sat down and used a cloth to carefully wrap the old tombstone stained with red paint. Zhang Wuqing stood up, handing the wrapped tombstone to Th, saying, "Go ahead. Today is Mr. Chen's grand celebration, the official of Shangguan Nalan. Go there and stir things up a bit, then return the tombstone from back then to Shangguan Nalan." He then quickly descended the stairs. The other person followed closely behind. At one of the prominent buildings in Haidong, the Tiandu Hotel, a car stopped in front of the hotel gate. Zhang Wuqing pushed open the door and stepped out, silently thinking to himself. This used to be an old street, where his mother's old house once stood, precisely where the Tiandu Hotel now stands. Tan, carrying a white cloth wrapped around the tombstone, stepped out and shouted, "Wang family, these pests, my subordinate can handle them alone. There's no need for you, sir, to get involved." He grabbed the cloth-wrapped tombstone and ordered, "You should go back and keep watch. The tomb. We must handle these enemies from back then with our own hands." After that, Zhang Wuqing slung it over his shoulder and walked straight inside, completely ignoring the guests around him. The girls around him immediately started to chatter excitedly, "Who is this person? He looks so strong, such an attractive type. If I could date someone like him, it would be so exciting." He walked over, slammed the tombstone down on the table. Zhang Wuqing pulled out a chair and sat down, reaching for a glass of red wine. The female guests gasped in astonishment, "I've never seen such a handsome man in Donghai. He must be the most beautiful man in the world." At that moment, a security team walked in from outside. The head of the security team, Wang Xianyao, glanced over at Zhang Wuqing. He walked up to him and called out, "Hey, sir, please follow the hotel's rules. You need to register upon entry." Wang Xianyao, irritated, thought, the engagement ceremony of young Master Chen requires registration before entering, and then a report to young Master Chen for approval. Anyone who gives a small gift will be immediately kicked out. That's the rule. He furrowed his brows and looked at Zhang Wuqing, pondering the rules set by the madam. Why does this brat dare to come in here? Then, with a serious expression on his face, he demanded, "Please present your invitation card." Wang Xianyao pointed at the bag containing the tombstone in front of him and exclaimed, "And what is this? It needs to be checked." Zhang Wuqing took a chopstick, furrowed his brows, and looked at him, replying with contempt, "You're not worthy to inspect it, quickly call Shangguan Nalan to take a look." He then used the chopsticks to clamp down on Wang Xianyao's arm, which was about to grab him. Seeing this, Wang Xianyao struggled, shouting loudly, "How dare you, what kind of trick are you playing? Calling a lady's name like that? Let go of me." He furrowed his brows, groaning in pain, and shouted, "Brat, let go of me." Wang Xianyao gritted his teeth and thought, "What's going on? My fist could easily smash this tombstone, yet today, this chopstick is crushing me like silk, I can't move." Next, Zhang Wuqing relaxed his grip on the chopsticks, causing Wang Xianyao to fall backward. Unable to maintain his balance, he toppled backward. He gritted his teeth, and wine poured down his head from above. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuqing calmly released the chopsticks. Chen Xiateng, the second young master of the Chen family, stood upstairs, stroking his chin and asked with suspicion, "Mr. Mo, what's going on with that person?" Mo Kan, the elder of the Chen family, clasped his hands behind his back and arrogantly responded, "Under my command, one move is unnecessary." He pointed in that direction, letting out a cold snort, and said, "In these past few years, how many times have you come looking for your mother's revenge? But in the end, you've always been tossed into the sea for the fish to eat, not knowing whether you live or die." Below, Wang Xianyao, supported by two bodyguards, immediately shouted angrily, "Damn it, what are you two still standing there for? Go deal with this guy for me." Hearing this, the bodyguards, their faces full of menace, moved toward Zhang Wuqing. At that moment, Yuan Wei, the PR director of the Tiandu Hotel, stepped out, raised her hand, and shouted, "Wait." Wang Xianyao, with red wine on her face, immediately stood up, laughing as she called out, "Hello, Director Xianwei." She raised a glass of red wine, walked towards Zhang Wuqing, and casually said, "This is Xianwei, the PR director of Tiandu Hotel. You can call me Vi Vi. Come, let's have a drink and chat. Whatever it is, we can talk it out. Xianwei smiled, thinking to herself, in this situation, we need to avoid making a scene and disrupting young Master Chen's engagement ceremony. She put on a charming act, sitting on his lap and speaking. Let me see what treasure my younger brother has brought in, she silently analyzed. The task at hand was to verify what item this little brat had brought to the woman, which would make it easier to deal with the Chen young masters. Zhang Wucheng stood up, kicked Xianwei to the ground, and shouted loudly, "You have no right to look, call Shanghuan Nalan out here." She immediately turned around to look at him, furiously growling, "After trying to appease me with words like that, you still dare to hit me?" Behind them, a man walked over. How could they let a dog bully Xianwei when there were more than a dozen men here? Zhao Maokai, one of the shareholders of Tiandu Hotel, immediately shouted, "What are you all eating?" He then slapped Wang Xianyao hard across the face, shouting, "What do I still need you for?" The man raised his hand to cover his face, admitting his fault. "Zhao young master, you are absolutely right, it was my subordinate's negligence." Zhao Maokai approached, took her hand, and asked, Xian, are you alright?" Xianwei, her eyes filled with tears, raised her head and complained, "He bullied me." Seeing this, Zhao Maokai was startled and agitated, drooling in place. He then pointed at Zhang Wuqing and shouted, "You little brat, daring to lay your hands on Xian, are you looking for death, huh? If you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize to Xian. Then get the hell out of here." He looked up at the sky, reminiscing about the past with a deep sigh. Back then, this was his mother's old house. He and his younger sister had once lived here for a carefree period, filled with freedom and happiness. At that time, Zhang Wuqing's mother raised her hand and asked the two siblings, "Are you two still playing? Don't you want to eat?" The two of them, laughing and playing, shouted, "Caught you. Now it's your turn to catch me." Zhao Maokai pointed at him, but when he saw no reaction from him, he froze in place. He then grew furious, raising his fist and muttering curses under his breath. Zhao Maokai's face darkened as he turned to look at Wang Xianyao and shouted, "Captain Wang, what are you standing there for? Beat this guy to death for me." He frowned and led the security team, shouting, "Guys, let's go." The guests around them immediately yelled, "With so many people, this guy will definitely be torn apart. Hit him harder, the money we gave for this will be worth it." Zhang Wuqing calmly sat down in his chair. Forget about the bodyguards approaching. He gently raised the glass of red wine and took a sip. Wang Xianyao raised the cane in his hand, grinning fiercely as he shouted loudly, "You're about to die, and you're still putting on airs. Today, I'm going to beat you into pulp. I can handle 10 thugs by myself. The cane in my hand can easily snap a person's bones. With the Chen family backing me, killing a person is simpler than killing an ant." Zhao Maokai reached out and put his arm around Xianwei's shoulder, saying, Xian, let's go. A bloody scene is about to unfold. Don't be scared." Zhang Wuqing stood calmly and motionless, the cane now dangerously close to him. He glanced coldly in that direction before raising his hand to grasp the tombstone on the table. With a forceful motion, he slammed it onto the floor, and a red light instantly spread from it, radiating in all directions. The red light rapidly expanded, striking the approaching bodyguards. Wang Xianyao fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The other bodyguards also coughed up blood, and the chandelier hanging from the ceiling immediately crashed down. Zhang Wuqing stood still, observing the people around him. The female guests gasped in shock, covering their mouths and exclaiming, "What's going on? What happened just now? I'm not imagining things, am I?" Shen Xiaoting, who was on the upper floor, exclaimed in shock. "Is there something unusual about that Mr. Mo?" He frowned and asked, "What do you think?" Mo Ken replied, his face darkening. "He has the potential to withstand 3 of my moves." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoting immediately calmed down and sat in his chair. "That's good, then. There's no need to rush. Now, I'm really curious about what's wrapped up in there." At the back of the group, Zhao Maoteng, with his arms around Xianwei, laughed and said, "Such a loud noise. What's going on here?" He had already said it, this guy definitely. Then, he turned his head to look behind him and screamed in disbelief, "This." Over there, Zhang Wuqing stood still, watching the security guards sprawled on the ground. He closed his eyes, stood up, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He picked up a glass of red wine and, looking at Zhao Maokai from afar, said, "Come here." Seeing this, Zhao Maokai immediately became agitated and yelled, "The Tiandu Hotel is owned by the Chen family. Today is Mr. Chen's birthday, and also his engagement day." Zhao Maokai wiped the sweat streaming down his face and threatened, "Today, Madame Nala is also here. I hope you will assess your own strength and not be too reckless." The male guests around glanced at Zhang Wuqing and inadvertently offered some advice. After all, this is the territory of the Chen family. It's not shameful to avoid trouble. You should stop while you're ahead. Even if you're skilled, one person alone can't take down the Chen family. In this day and age, even if you don't understand, you have to at least pretend to. He raised his wine glass, letting out a cold snort in response. Zhao Maokai turned away, trembling as he pointed at Zhang Wuqing, shouting loudly, "If he doesn't want his name on the list, just let it go." He turned his head and yelled, "Stay here, Madam, and Mr. Chen will be here soon." In his mind, he told himself to calm the situation down first. Once Mr. Chen arrives, it will be easy to deal with him. Zhang Wuqing immediately turned and threw a tombstone towards Zhao Maokai, then froze when the tombstone landed right in front of him. Zhao Maokai was terrified, collapsing to the ground, but Xianwei quickly caught him. Zhang Wuqing stood up and walked toward him, his voice deep as he asked, "I remember you just said you wanted to kill me. If you have such murderous intentions, then today you must die." Zhao Maokai stood up, his entire body trembling with fear. He immediately fell to his knees and kowtowed to him. Then, Zhao Maokai gritted his teeth, tilted his head, and looked toward Zhang Wuqing, shouting loudly, "Bastard, do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you dare to kill me? This is the territory of the Chen family. Try killing me if you dare." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing calmly lifted his foot and stomped on Zhao Maokai's head. Zhao Maokai trembled all over, screaming in fear, "Don't save me." Next, Chen Xiating, with a cigarette in her mouth, came down the stairs and shouted, "Stop." Xianwei immediately ran over to complain, "Mr. Chen, you finally arrived. This guy doesn't understand the rules. He came in without registering his name. I tried to advise him, but he shoved me down to the ground." She was defiant as she rushed over to him, then turned to explain, "He even wanted to kill Mr. Zhao, this arrogant bastard who clearly doesn't respect Mr. Chen at all. You must stand up for this, Mr. Chen." Zhao Maokai, drenched in sweat, raised his head and shouted, "Bastard," still refusing to repent even when death is near. "Quickly help me up, I'll kneel and let me strike 100 blows with my sword." Immediately afterward, a large explosion erupted from his body, and the smoke and flames quickly dissipated. Zhao Maokai had turned into a lifeless corpse lying on the ground. Zhang Wuqing walked past Zhao Maokai's body and shouted, "Earlier, you raised your hand to adjust your sleeve and walked up to Chen Xiating, asking, 'Did you just give me an order?'" He immediately began trembling all over in fear. Mo Kan, standing beside him, rushed forward and supported Chen Xiating. He continuously shook his head, denying, "Master, it wasn't me." The surrounding guests, witnessing this, immediately began to murmur, "What happened to young Master Chen?" With just a glance, the opponent replied, "Scared now? Isn't this the notorious, arrogant young Master Chen Xiating of Donghai? Who exactly is that brat?" One glance, one sentence, and it was enough to force someone to kneel. Mo Kan helped Chen Xiating sit in a chair and said, "Second young master, please have a seat. I'll handle the rest." He turned to look at Zhang Wuqing, stroked his beard, and shouted, "Earlier, I thought you could only withstand 3 of my moves, but now it seems I was mistaken. You're qualified to take 10 of my moves." The passengers around them were startled and began whispering, 10 moves from Elder Mo Kan are a bit too much. That's right, looking across Donghai, there are probably fewer than a handful of people who can take 10 moves from Mr. Mo, and they're all old men. Emokan stroked his beard, looked at him, and smiled. How about this suggestion? I'll give you a chance. If you can take 10 moves from me without falling, I'll let you go. The people around them immediately shouted loudly, why aren't you kneeling down to thank him? You're no match for Mr. Mo. Just surrender and avoid the embarrassment. A person who knows when to yield is the true hero. Zhang Wuqing casually stuck his hand in his pocket and asked with a smile, are you Emokan? Were the people who went to the Wanfeng cemetery to dig up the tomb of Ta Shan sent by you? Emokan was shocked by the question. He immediately turned around, instructed his men to call Du Fei, and asked him what was going on with the Wanfeng cemetery. Emokan looked at him and thought to himself, the Wanfeng cemetery? Could this kid be connected to the person buried there? The one wrapped in black cloth that he brought here? Zhang Wuqing immediately raised his hand and said, no need to call anymore, I've already killed them all. Emokan heard this and was furious, pointing at him and shouting loudly, this brat, you're quite something, who the hell are you? Zhang Wuqing immediately raised his hand and said, you have no right to ask. His face turned dark with anger as he shouted, if you refuse a toast and insist on drinking a punishment, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Wuqing closed his eyes, smiled, and said, if you want to die, I'll give you the chance. If you can withstand one of my moves, I'll consider you the winner. Emokan, upon hearing this, roared angrily and recklessly. A golden light radiated from his body as he quickly charged towards him. The other bodyguards immediately shouted in unison, Mr. Mo, kill him, kill him. Zhang Wuqing stood still, calmly raising one hand. The gravestone embedded deeply into the ground in front of Zhao Mao Kai immediately cracked and flew up. It shot towards the oncoming Emokan. Emokan glanced toward it, startled, and shouted, this is bad. A loud explosion occurred immediately, knocking Emokan flying. He staggered backward, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack open, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Emokan looked towards Zhang Wuqing and yelled loudly. Who exactly are you? He turned his body slightly to the side. Seeing this, the man thought with suspicion, since when did Donghai have a mighty dragon crossing the river? Zhang Wuqing lightly tapped his fingers on the table and asked, is there still agate jasper here? A childhood memory flashed through his mind. He remembered there had been a pomegranate tree in the yard when he was little, the sweetest agate pomegranate tree. His mother would sit under the tree, washing clothes, while he happily chased around with his little sister near the pomegranate tree. Emokan, supported by a man in black, saw Zhang Wuqing lost in thought and shouted angrily, damn it, I'm asking you. Why are you bringing up agate pomegranates with me? He wiped the blood from his lips and said, though you're impressive, this is the Chen family's turf. The head of the Chen family, Chen Bodao, is the #1 master of Donghai. I advise you, I really do, to not be so reckless. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing's face darkened. He thought, Chen Bodao. He's the Mr. Chen who pursued my mother back then, now married to Shangguan Nalan, the top young master of Donghai at that time. Back then, I thought Chen Bodao truly cared for my mother, so I didn't pay much attention until one day, when I overheard a conversation between Chen Bodao and Shangguan Nalan by accident. At that moment, Chen Bodao shouted at Shangguan Nalan, I am the #1 handsome young man of Haidong, with a noble status. How could I possibly like someone of such a lowly caliber? Don't you even know your place? Thinking of this, Zhang Wuqing clenched his fists, silently thinking that the incident with his mother's suicide was all due to Chen Bodao's adding fuel to the fire. He would definitely make him pay for this. Emokan was helped up, pointing at him and shouting loudly, kneel at the door and knock your head 1,000 times. The master is benevolent, and maybe he will let you die in one piece. Seeing Zhang Wuqing remain seated, he immediately felt smug, thinking to himself, as expected, just mentioning the name of the master has made this brat terrified. Zhang Wuqing stood up coldly, raised his hand and said, I'm asking you, do you have grenades or not? If you do, say yes, if not, say no. Stop talking nonsense. Immediately after, Emokan was sent flying backwards for quite a distance. He slammed hard into the wall, causing it to collapse quickly. The crowd was stunned, and they immediately shut their eyes, fainting on the spot. Xianwei, seeing this, was taken aback, breaking out in a cold sweat, and shouted, "How could this be?" That was Elder Mo Kan. Zhang Wuqing looked at Chen Xiaoting, who was terrified beside him, and asked, "Mr. Chen, can you tell me if there are pomegranates here?" He immediately and nervously shook his hands, replying, "There are none here, but I can have someone go buy some for you." Zhang Wuqing immediately raised one hand coldly and demanded, "Please hurry up, and remember that I only want the juice." On the 5th floor of the hotel, the group of people sat together talking, when one of them stood up and laughed, "Mr. Wen, today is the engagement ceremony, the union of the Wen and Chen families. This is a very grand and joyful event here in Haidong. Your daughter Wen Shuiting and my grandson Chen Xiaoting are the perfect match made by heaven." Shangguan Susu, holding a cup of tea, smiled and said, "The only thing is that my sister Shangguan Nalan and my brother-in-law Chen Bodao have to go abroad for the family business expansion, so they won't be able to return immediately. I will be in charge of the engagement ceremony today, and I hope Clan Head Wen won't mind." Shangguan Nalan's younger sister, Wen Qingshan, the head of the Wen clan, sitting beside her, immediately responded, "Chairwoman Shangguan, you're too polite. Your status in Haidong is well known to everyone. It's already an honor to have you attend this engagement ceremony." He turned to look at his daughter and made the decision, "Remember to keep a close distance with Mr. Chen later when you go downstairs." Wen Qingshan silently pondered. The Wen clan was facing a tremendous problem and urgently needed the help of a powerful force. In Haidong, only the #1 expert, Chen Bodao, had the strength to offer such assistance. "Zhu Ding, I know you don't like Mr. Chen, but this time the Wen clan has offended a force that's too powerful. This time, I must apologize to you." Wen Qingshan's daughter, Wen Shuiting, glanced at him and said, "I understand, Dad." But in her heart, she thought, between my own love and the survival of the family, I really have no other choice. It's just that my life was saved by that person. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't even be sitting here right now. It's just unfortunate that we met by chance. It seems like we'll never have a chance to meet again in this lifetime, not even the opportunity to repay him." Suddenly, a security guard burst in from outside, shouting, "Chairman, there's a disturbance downstairs. Not only has Zhao Shangkai been killed, but Emok, an elder chief, has been seriously injured. Now they're threatening Mr. Chen." Shangguan Susu, upon hearing this, angrily slammed the table and growled, "How dare someone be so bold? To cause trouble here? They must be tired of living." Wen Qingshan, who was sitting beside her, raised his hand and said, "Chairman Shangguan, there's no need for you to step in for these kinds of pests. Once I finish writing a letter, it'll be enough to make him retreat." He then immediately took out a white scroll and unrolled it. He swiftly raised his hand, holding a brush to write a few words. The man in black standing beside them saw Wen Qingshan lift the scroll and smiled, saying, "In martial arts, there's Chen Bodao, in literature, there's Wen Qingshan. Who wouldn't show respect to Clan Head Wen? I, for one, am happy to offer my strength and service to Mr. Wen." He took the scroll and left, adding, "Clan Head Wen is a master in the field of calligraphy. No matter who it is, they will be defeated." Wen Shuiting, who was beside them, looked at Wen Qingshan and asked, "Dad, may I go down to check on the situation?" He looked at her and replied, "All right." She quickly stood up and left. Wen Shuiting descended the stairs, and when the male guests saw her, they immediately became excited and began discussing in hushed tones. "That's the eldest daughter of the Wen clan. She's so beautiful. Indeed, a couple of exceptional beauty and talent with young Master Chen. If I could marry a wife as beautiful as this, I would die content." Wen Shuiting looked at the ruined scene below, puzzled and thought, who could be bold enough to do something like this? Dare to make trouble here? She looked at Zhang Wuqing, who was sitting in the distance, holding a glass of wine, and shouted, "Who is that person over there?" Wen Shuiting gasped and cried out, "It's him, it's him." In her mind, the image of two black cars cornering her flashed. She thought, 2 years ago, my father and I went abroad for a business negotiation. The negotiation failed, and our partners decided to capture both of us. Wen Shuiting pondered silently. At that time, my father did everything he could to help me escape from those cars. Who would have known they would still chase us? I thought I was going to die. She recalled the situation back then, when suddenly, a huge figure appeared, like a knight from the ancient arched palace shooting great condor. He flipped over both cars. Not only did he save me, but he also saved my father. Although it was only a chance encounter, that figure was deeply imprinted in my heart. A few years later. In my heart, it is only filled with that image, nothing can replace it. Although I have met many talented people over the years, none can compare to him. A man reached out to support Chen Xiaoting, shouting, "Chen young master, your fiancé Miss Wen has come downstairs to see you, hurry up and stand up." He raised his head to look at her, thinking that he had been pursuing Wen Shuiting for a long time. Her attitude towards him had always been cold, and this was the first time she had reached out to him. It seemed that she had finally thought things through. Chen Xiaoting stretched out both arms, blushing and shouting, "Shuiting, you've made me worry." "I'm fine." When Shuiting brushed past him, rushed toward Jean, and accidentally embraced him, screaming, "I missed you so much these past few years." The male guests around them immediately burst into loud laughter at this scene. Damn, they aren't even married yet, and Shen young master is already wearing the green hat. No wonder this person holds such a deep grudge. Turns out he's here because of Wen Shuiting. No wonder she's the top beauty of Donghai, her fiancé is right here at the engagement party, yet she's sneaking around with someone else. How can Shen young master still show his face to others? Chen Xiaoting cried, hearing the mocking sounds echoing in her ears. Not only that, but the reputation of the Chen family had also been completely ruined. Zhang Wuqing looked at Wen Shuiting in front of him and exclaimed, "So it's you." He recalled 3 years ago, when he happened to pass by and unexpectedly saved his childhood friend. A scene from their childhood flashed in his mind. When they lived in Donghai, he and his sister were often driven away, and their true friends were few. Wen Shuiting was one of them. She had stepped forward more than once to protect him and his sister. Back then, the Wen family's reputation was widely known. When Shuiting rushed forward, blocking the two of them, and shouted at the group, "There are so many of you, yet you bully one person. Do you think that makes you heroes?" Remembering this, he silently thought to himself that without Wen Shuiting, the two of them wouldn't have been able to stay at school. He had always kept the gratitude from his childhood in his heart and had never dared to forget it. When Shuiting blushed, raised her hand to her lips, and smiled, saying, "If it weren't for you stepping in last time, my father and I would have died in a foreign land. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I thought I would never see you again. Back then, you left in such a hurry, and I never had the chance to thank you. She is Wen Shuiting, just call her Shuiting. May I ask what is the name of the benefactor?" Hearing this, Zhang Wuqing looked at her and introduced himself, "I am Zhang Fei." In his heart, he silently thought to himself. Zhang Fei was one of his names. His childhood name was Zhang Wuqing. After being taken away by that mysterious person, the other party felt that the name Wuqing was not bold enough, too cheesy, and lacked masculinity. She heard this and exclaimed, "You share the same surname as Zhang? What a coincidence! I have a friend, and he also shares the surname Zhang." Then when Shuiting became dejected and muttered, "It's a pity I haven't seen him in many years." He looked at her and gently said, "Destiny will surely bring you together again one day." Inside the room on the 5th floor, the two men in black looked at Wen Qingshan and began to praise him. Finally, everything below had quieted down, and everyone could relax and enjoy their drinks. This was all thanks to Clan Head One, whose few words had settled the situation. That kid must have been scared out of his wits and ran off. The bearded man laughed and added, "In Donghai, we have Chen Bo Dao in martial arts and Wen Qingshan in literature. This saying is indeed true." Mr. Wen smiled. The 3 words that drive away the enemy are indeed a story, one that may be passed down for generations. Shangguan Susu raised her glass of wine and said to Wen Qingshan, "It is truly an honor for me to be able to form a marital alliance with Mr. Wen." The bearded man, upon hearing this, laughed heartily and said, "To be able to marry Donghai's #1 beauty, the Chen family is certainly going to soar, its prosperity and influence growing even stronger." Someone next to them immediately chimed in, that's right. Young Master Xia Ting is still young, but I can already tell that he will have a virtuous wife in the future. The future is bright, and the path to the peak of life seemed within reach when suddenly, a man in black burst through the door, shouting, Mr. Wen, someone is here. Upon hearing this, Wen Qingshan raised his hand and called out loudly, no need to mention it, that's just a small matter. Go tell him, having those 3 words is his blessing for 3 lifetimes. The man in black pointed behind him, waving his hand in dismissal as he called out, no, Mr. Wen, it's Miss Wen and the other person. Wen Qingshan, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, huh? You mean young Master Chen and Shui Ting? They're just ordinary young people. Calling each other names is just a way to warm up their relationship. It's fine. Shangguan Su, who was beside him, also raised her hand and dramatically placed it on her face while calling out loudly. Before getting married, how happy would Xia Ting and her brother-in-law be if she were pregnant with a little boy? The man in black grabbed Wen Qingshan's hand and said, Mr. Wen, please come with me. Seeing this, Wen Qingshan immediately stood up and walked out of the room. Standing in the hallway, Wen Qingshan looked down at the chaotic scene below and immediately shouted in shock, what is going on? Shangguan Su, with a smiling face, came out to ask, what's happening? Has my grandson done something outrageous again? Inside, she couldn't help but curse loudly. What on earth is that grandson of mine up to now? I really don't know how to teach him properly anymore. Then she looked down and saw Wen Shuiting and Zhan Wuqing happily embracing each other and laughing. Shangguan Su immediately gasped and shouted, what's this about? She pointed down below and looked at Wen Qingshan, questioning, Mr. Wen, who is the person holding your daughter? Today is the engagement day between my grandson and your daughter, how could this happen? This is truly embarrassing. Wen Qingshan quickly raised his hand, furrowing his brows to explain, Chairman Shangguan, this matter hasn't been fully investigated yet, please don't jump to conclusions. How is my daughter's virtue? This one is very clear about it. He quickly went down the stairs and replied, let me go down and see what the matter is. When Qingshan looked ahead and shouted, Shuiting, what are you doing in front of everyone like this? When Shuiting turned her head to look at him and called out, Dad. Then she pushed Zhan Wuqing away with her hand. When Shuiting quickly ran over to Wen Qingshan and said, Dad, look, our great benefactor has appeared, isn't he the one you always talk about? He pointed towards him, exclaiming in surprise, here is my benefactor. When Qingshan hurried over, grasped Zhan Wuqing's hand tightly, and shouted, Benefactor, this one has searched for you with great effort. He frowned as he looked at him and hesitantly said, now that I look carefully, you do seem familiar. Hearing this, when Shuiting raised her hand to protest, Dad, I've already asked, he studied martial arts and his name is Zhan Fei, not Zhan Wuqing from back then. Zhan Wuqing, upon hearing this, raised his hand in response, there's no need to mention that anymore, while in his heart, he was reminiscing about when he was young, how Wen Shuiting often called him and his sister to play at the Wen clan's place. Wen Qingshan also took great care of the 2 siblings, always personally going to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal to welcome them. As the head of the Wen clan, it was truly admirable that he could do this. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoting quickly ran over and clung to Shangguan Su's arm, complaining. Aunt, you must stand up for me. This bastard is going too far. As soon as he brought that black object, he arrogantly came looking for my mother. Mr. Mo and many of the bodyguards were all beaten by him. She placed both hands on her cold body and walked toward the direction of Zhan, inadvertently calling out, Xiaoting, don't worry. Let me see who dares to cause trouble in the territory of the Chen family. Shangguan Su pointed a finger toward Wen Qingshan and shouted, Wen Qingshan, is this your explanation to me? You're indulging your daughter in an affair with this scum? Had I known your daughter was such a shameless slut, we wouldn't even bother, even if you knelt and begged us. Upon hearing this, he raised his hand and pointed at her, shouting, don't speak too recklessly. Shangguan Su, hearing this, retorted loudly, recklessly? It's a pity your Wen clan claims to be disciple of a scholarly family, well versed in literature and reason. Once again, there's a vixen like this. But fortunately, we're not married yet, so everything is still salvageable. I will now represent my sister and brother-in-law to annul the engagement between the two families, but the dowry you must return 10 times over. Then, this couple must kneel and apologize to my nephew, or else you won't be able to leave." When Shui Ting, hearing this, was stunned and screamed, "How can you say such a thing?" At that moment, Zhang Wuqing stepped forward and raised his hand to shield her, looking directly at the woman and coldly asking, "What? Do you want to make a move?" Seeing this, Shangguan Susu immediately frowned, cursing inwardly, so unreasonable. She raised her hand and shouted, "Mr. Shifeng." From upstairs, Shifeng Lai slowly descended, his steps calm and composed. He responded indifferently, "I have my subordinates." When Shui Ting, standing next to Zhang Wuqing, anxiously reminded him, "This man is Shifeng Lai, a notorious underling of Chen Bodao, known for assisting him in evil deeds. He has committed many heartless acts and is infamous for his brutality in Donghai. People often call him the fate-deciding judge because once he makes a move, even Elder Mo can't withstand 3 moves. You have to be careful." Chen Xiaoting turned her head and shouted towards Shifeng Lai, "Mr. Shifeng, don't just kill him directly, that would still be too merciful to this brat. I want the rest of his life to be worse than death." He furrowed his brows in discomfort, thinking to himself, "How dare he steal my fiancée? When did I, Mr. Chen, ever have to endure such humiliation? I will never let this go." Meanwhile, Mo struggled to stand up and ordered the 2 people next to him, "Help me up." He frowned and shouted, "Mr. Shifeng, if you make a move and take my life, I will have my revenge. Let's see how this brat dies." Zhang Wuqing turned his head and saw Shifeng Lai standing behind him. He looked back at him and reminded, "Young man, you were never my match. I'll give you 3 seconds to reconsider, withdraw or die." Shangguan Susu, hearing this, yelled, "What do you mean by sparing this dog?" Shifeng Lai was very special to the Chen family, and to some extent, she was dissatisfied, thinking that Shifeng Lai, representing the head of the family, was making it too easy for this brat to retreat. Chen Xiaoting, upon hearing this, felt displeased and pointed at Zhang Wuqing, shouting loudly, "Why spare this guy? But it's fine, later you can be the dog of the Chen family, and I'll have to obediently listen to this young master. If this young master tells you to kneel and lick, you better kneel down right away and lick for me." Then, he pointed at Wen Shuiting and yelled, "And you, woman, dare to seduce another man in front of so many people? Now, I'm going to teach you a lesson." She reached out and grabbed Zhang Wuqing's arm, saying, "Chen Xiaoting, I never liked you. Please, from now on, don't come bother me again." Hearing this, Chen Xiaoting angrily growled, "Are you trying to seduce this worthless dog, and you don't even know who you are anymore?" Zhang Wuqing stepped forward, placing his hand on Chen Xiaoting's cheek. He gently patted Chen Xiaoting's face and asked, "How's the pomegranate I asked you to buy?" He immediately swatted Zhang Wuqing's hand away, shouting loudly, "What are you talking about, pomegranates, Shifeng? Someone, kill this crazy dog." Shifeng Lai, observing from a distance, was stunned and asked in disbelief, "Young man, isn't it good to stay alive? Are you really heartless enough to say goodbye to this world?" Zhang Wuqing ignored him, his whole body radiating killing intent as he shouted, "I'm asking you, where is the grenade?" Chen Xiaoting was pushed back, startled, and screamed, "The killing intent is too strong." Then, he was blown away by a gust of wind. Chen Xiaoting fell to the ground and screamed in pain, "Shifeng, save me." Shifeng Lai saw this and quickly stomped the ground, charging forward. Wherever his feet landed, cracks immediately appeared on the floor. The security guards, seeing this, yelled excitedly, "Well done. Shifeng finally made his move, kill this bastard. He's so arrogant. If I had known, I would have killed him earlier, no need to bother with his grenade nonsense." Emokan furrowed his brows, raised his fist, and shouted, "Shifeng, this brat is definitely going to die." Shangguan Susu raised her fist and laughed, saying, "With Shifeng making his move, this is as good as over." Chen Xiaoting frowned, stood up, and shouted, "I've already thought of the punishments. Once this brat loses, I'll torture you." When Xingshan watched this scene, worried. Although he knew his benefactor was exceptionally skilled, this was the #1 expert under Chen Bodao's command. Shifeng Lai wouldn't be so easy. After all, a powerful dragon doesn't bow to a mere snake. A flame appeared in the palm of Chiffon Lai's hand, shooting toward Zhang Wuqing as he shouted, "It's too late to back out now, die." Zhang Wuqing casually put his hands in his pockets, revealing a black token. Chiffon Lai saw this and was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is the token of the strategic cavalry general." His mind wandered back to that war, and he thought to himself, that battle at Long Tua Terrace, with 100,000 cavalry sweeping across Mo Bay, destroying Ta Lu and reclaiming the lost lands. That was a legendary battle. Only the generals of the strategic cavalry had the right to wear such a token. Back then, the strategic cavalry was recruiting, and he had even applied, but unfortunately, he was eliminated in the first round. Chiffon Lai thought about those tokens and pondered, but as far as I know, the lowest rank of token worn by a strategic cavalry general is made of iron, followed by copper, silver, gold, and the highest rank is a token in the shape of a giant eagle. This black token of this brat's is probably a fake, something bought online. He raised his hand, made a grabbing motion, and shouted, "This era." The young punks, in their pursuit of showing off, were willing to do anything. However, Chiffon Lai was taken aback when he saw Zhang Wuqing appear in front of Chen Xiating. He frowned, glanced at him, and coldly asked, "Where's the pomegranate?" Chiffon Lai gathered a fireball in his hand and quickly shouted, "You're about to die, and yet you're still acting tough? Die!" Zhang Wuqing stood still, watching as he charged towards him with the fireball. Immediately, a burst of light emanated from his body. The black token, embossed with a red eagle, began to shake. Just as Chiffon Lai's attack landed, a radiant barrier appeared, blocking the strike. He was stunned, staring at the blue light. "What is this?" "This is the legendary protective energy, the eagle-shaped token. Is it the battle wing token?" Chiffon Lai, frightened, stepped back and shouted, "Only Zhan Tiandi is worthy of possessing the battle wing token." He then immediately dropped to his knees, banging his head forcefully on the ground before Zhang Wuqing. Zhang Wuqing stood still, watching Chiffon Lai bow his head before him. Shangguan Su, standing beside them, gasped in surprise, "Mr. Chiffon, what's going on? Are you out of your mind?" Chen Xiating, in a state of panic, shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call an ambulance, 120. Xian Wei pointed inside and yelled, "There are emergency medications in the hotel." Immediately, 2 medical staff grabbed the medical kit and rushed out, shouting, "Mr. Chiffon, please hold on, take the medicine and we'll head to the hospital right away." Chen Xiating stood still, facing the two of them, and explained. Mr. Chiffon seemed to have a brain condition. For this kind of illness, there's only a few minutes for emergency treatment. If time passes, his life will no longer be guaranteed. The immediate task was not to take the medicine, but to perform artificial respiration to help him regain consciousness, and then rush him to the hospital. Then, he pointed at a security guard and commanded, "You, hurry up, perform artificial respiration on Mr. Chiffon." Seeing this, Shangguan Su hugged her chest with both hands and thought happily, Xiating has grown up. After some time of practice, he's almost independent now. He's handling this very efficiently and skillfully. The security guard quickly ran over and said, "Mr. Chiffon, don't panic, I'll perform artificial respiration right now." Chiffon Lai's eyes were shrouded in a red light as he tilted his head back. Then, he swung his hand to knock the security guard away towards the 2 medical staff, shouting loudly, "Get out." Chen Xiating, her face full of worry, approached and asked with concern, "Mr. Chiffon, are you okay?" He was immediately rewarded with a slap from Chiffon Lai. He watched as Chen Xiating stumbled and fell into a nearby table, then yelled, "Do you think my old wife has a mental problem?" "Mental problem my ass." Chiffon Lai frowned, cursing inwardly, "Mr. Ming has changed, just like Qin Bo Dao, but how did someone like this second young master come into existence? Seems like being stupid is his only talent." Shangguan Su, standing beside them, saw this and shouted angrily, "Mr. Chiffon, have you lost your mind?" Chiffon Lai covered his mouth with his hand and shouted, "If you don't want to die, don't mess with me." He frowned and thought to himself, arrogance and wildness are nothing, but without brains. Combine these two and it's beyond hope. Shangguan Su is really the worst combination of both. I've already used actions to warn her, but she still doesn't understand the situation. She immediately shouted and cursed, "Damn it, you, a mere employee, dare to curse at me? Wait until my brother-in-law gets here." Chiffon Lai, hearing this, immediately rushed over and slapped Shangguan Su. She fell to the ground at once, causing the food on the table to scatter everywhere. Shangguan Su stood up, wiped her chin with her hand, and shouted, "Damn it, where the hell are the useless guards? Get in here now and deal with this treacherous old man for me." Then, he rushed over and slapped her again. Chiffon Lai followed up with a heavy stomp on Shangguan Su's shoulder. He furrowed his brows, analyzing silently. No matter how formidable Qin Bo Dao is, compared to Zhang Tiandi who never gave up his empire, he's nothing. Right now, all I can do is try my best to make up for this offense and hope Zhang Tiandi will spare this old life of mine. Shangguan Su turned to look at Chiffon Lai and cursed loudly. "Chiffon, you wretched old bastard, you're colluding with this damned bastard to attack someone from the Shangguan family. I'll cut you both into pieces and feed you to the dogs." Right after that, a figure burst in from outside, flames trailing behind. Holding a weapon, his entire body radiated a purple glow as he charged in. Shangguan Su was startled and screamed when he grabbed her ankle. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" TH used his strength to grab her leg, flipped her upside down, and shouted loudly, "The one who disrespects the Wang family must die." Then, he slammed Shangguan Su forcefully onto the ground, and Tan raised his large hammer high above his head. Next, he struck the ground with all his might, causing a flash of red light. The crowd around them stood silently, staring at Tan and Shangguan Su, who were lying in the deep pit. She was covered in blood, crying out in pain, "Spare me." Then, Tan raised his massive iron hammer again. He struck the ground with all his force, making bright red sparks fly everywhere. Tan stood still, watching as the dust gradually settled. He walked over to the battlefield and casually inquired, "The Wang family, the other brothers are guarding the tomb. I came over to see if you have any orders." He turned to TH and reminded him, "Tan, this is not the battlefield, you need to stop your habit of smashing things every time you see them." Then, he planted his hammer into the ground and shouted loudly at the crowd, "If you have the guts to stand there, then take this hammer from Tan." Chiffon Lai immediately kneeled to the ground and shouted, "Too terrifying, even a subordinate has such combat strength. Like this, if that hammer hits me, I wouldn't die, but I'd definitely be crippled." Imo Kan, kneeling on the ground next to him, panicked and thought to himself, "This strong man is already this powerful, then the young man behind him must be even stronger. I've misjudged the situation." Immediately after, the security staff also began to kneel. Chen Xiaoting quickly knelt down, shouting, "Please spare me, don't kill me." Zhang Wuqing approached him, slapped his cheek hard, and asked, "Where's the thing I wanted?" Chen Xiaoting, in a panic, immediately replied, "It will be here right away." He then turned to point at the security guard next to him, shouting loudly, "Where's the carnelian?" Chen Xiaoting took the small pomegranate plant, offering it with both hands, and said loudly, "I'm sorry, is this the carnelian you wanted, sir?" Zhang Wuqing took it from him and exclaimed, "Just in time, I'll give this pomegranate plant to my sister, surprise her with it." Chen Xiaoting, drenched in cold sweat, clasped his hands together and pleaded, "I've given it to you. My parents are both abroad, how about you come back another day to check on me?" Hearing that, Zhang Wuqing turned with the potted plant in hand and said, "Since your mother's not home, you'll have to accept this on her behalf." 1 month later, Zhang Wuqing used his hand to control the tombstone, sending it flying toward him. He said, "I will come to kill your entire family." The tombstone collided with Chen Xiaoting, causing a massive explosion. Dust and smoke immediately surrounded him. Chen Xiaoting trembled all over, unable to believe his eyes. His legs were crushed under the weight of the tombstone, shattered beyond recognition. Zhang Wuqing took steady steps towards Shangguan Su, who was lying on the ground. She looked up at him, gritting her teeth, and shouted, "Don't exaggerate. When my brother-in-law returns, he will definitely deal with you." Zhang Wuqing coldly looked at Shangguan Su and declared, "Anyone who dares to disrespect the heavenly king must die." He then stomped down hard on her head. Leaving her lifeless body behind, now carrying the stench of blood, he headed towards the door. Under the evening light, Tan sat in the car, asking Zhang Wuqing, Wang family, are we going to find Wu Shuang? He reached out to touch the pomegranate tree, thinking to himself that his sister's real name was Zhang Wuxuang. He had finally found her whereabouts, and now he was going to meet her. This moment was one he had been waiting for a long time. Then, he spoke, that's right, the car will stop in front of Haidongyi. Zhang Wuqing looked at the school with pride, thinking that Haidongyi Zhong was the key high school in Haidong. But the students here were all outstanding pupils from the middle schools across Haidong. His younger sister, Wu Shuang, was the top scorer of the entire city's entrance exams. He smiled faintly, thinking that the girl's name now was Long Yidan. At that time, she had already been taken away by second aunt. Later, to avoid being monitored by Shangguan Nalan and Chen Bodao, second aunt had no choice but to have her raised by a close family friend. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The image of Long Yidan appeared in Zhang Wuqing's mind, and upon reflection, when second aunt had taken her away, the girl had still been in elementary school, and now she had grown into a young woman. Inside the car, he flipped open a newspaper and sat waiting. In the distance, a group of people were approaching. A man in a blue robe looked toward his subordinate, Abu, and called out, "Boss, that girl is definitely going to be something special." Her skin was soft, fair, and youthful. The man wearing a hat beside him also smiled and said, as expected of the campus beauty of Haidongyi Zhong, she's definitely still a virgin. Tonight, boss will be in for a treat. Abu, his hands bracing against the cold, gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. That girl, the boss has already set his eyes on her. Our job is just to catch her. Don't get any funny ideas. You know Mr. Bo's temper by now. Don't say I didn't warn you when things go south. The people around immediately spoke up, pleading for mercy. Mr. Bo, we were just joking. Yeah, we were just kidding around. Remember this, after the girl finishes school, wait until she's in a secluded place before making a move. It's best if it's somewhere no one knows about. Don't worry, Mr. Bo, we'll make sure this goes smoothly. We've already gathered all the information. Her parents are simple folks, no skills or anything. After we're done, we'll have Mr. Bo give them some money and scare them a little, and this will be over. If Mr. Bo likes that girl, it's her blessing. Who cares about money? Don't worry, after Mr. Bo is done, it'll be our turn. Now, go move that car, it's in the way. Drive the car away, don't mess up our main business. Pour me a cup of tea. I could easily let these damn bastards off during the day, but they dare to do such despicable things. Of course, I can't ignore this. What did you just say, huh? He said you should leave immediately. And yet you still ask him to pour tea for you? Do you even know what your place is? You're nothing. Let me see which idiot dares not listen. Damn it, it's this little punk right here, and he even asks me to pour tea for him. Damn, weren't you asking for tea? I'll pour it for you. It's still hot, by the way. Mr. Boo is amazing, inviting him to drink self-brewed beer. This kid is really lucky. The news report said, where are the residents of the old alley in Shangnan being relocated now? The old alley in Shangnan, what kind of place was that for two people to live? They were relocated 2 years ago, and even now, no one knows where second aunt is. If it weren't for second aunt secretly taking her sister away back then, that girl might have already suffered the cruel tricks of Shangguan Nalan. Abu, seeing that his brother ignored him, angrily shouted, "Don't you dare ignore me? Trying to show off in front of me, you picked the wrong person to mess with." Seeing the figure of Long Yidan in the blue shirt, he immediately shouted, "Boss." He looked towards Abu and called out loudly, "Boss, class is over. That girl is out." The man furrowed his brows, glancing at the scene, and unintentionally shouted, "You're lucky, you little brat." Then, he sat still, watching Abu throw the cup of urine towards the car door. On the other side, a brown-haired girl walked out and said to Long Yidan, "Yidan, thank you for tutoring me today." She smiled and added, "The questions from last time, I'm really glad you explained them in detail, or I probably would have failed again." Suddenly, from behind, a female student called out anxiously, Dan, it's bad. Look over there, those thugs who harassed you 2 days ago are back again." The gangsters swaggered towards them, and the classmates urged Dan, "We should go find the teacher." Just then, a group of female students walked by. These people were really too arrogant. A purple-haired girl, seemingly a bully, stepped forward and mocked, "Look, those thugs are back." She sneered, "Serves them right, they look just like fox spirits. Just one look, and you can tell she's a flirt." That's right, why do they always bother her and not anyone else? After hearing this, the boss took the opportunity to move forward, grinning wickedly. Like attracts like. "Little lady, let's see where you'll run today." Suddenly, a group of male students appeared to protect Dan. "You guys are going too far. This is a school, you can't bully people like this." "Yeah, how can you do this in broad daylight?" But the boss grabbed one of the male students by the collar and threatened him. "You little punks, you dare lecture me? I am the law here." With that, he punched the male student in the face. Dan quickly intervened, worried. "Everyone, go. Don't worry about me." The boss, ever the scoundrel, continued to coax her. "Little girl, don't run away, come with us." He stretched out his filthy hand. "Come on, let me take you for a breeze." Suddenly, Xia Qinghe sped in on her motorcycle, blocking the way. She quickly urged Dan. Dan, get on the bike." The girl froze, staring at Miss He. Without a second thought, Dan climbed onto the bike, and they sped off. A younger subordinate angrily asked, "Mr. Bu, the girl has been taken away. Do we need to chase after her?" Upon hearing this, he immediately punched the subordinate in the head and angrily said, "Chase after her? She's riding a motorcycle, and you're running on 2 legs. How are you going to catch up?" Boss Bu confidently laughed and said, "You're all so clueless. Even being a thug for these years requires skill, do you understand?" The subordinates flattered him, "Since the boss says so, there must be a way." He then devised a plan and replied, "Just avoiding one danger only to run into another. The girl's father has a stall at the night market, he'll definitely go looking for her. And right now, I'm starving, so I'll take the opportunity to have a free meal." Hearing this, the 2 subordinates joyfully cheered, "Mr. Bu, Mr. Ming, following you means good food, nice clothes, and even girls to play with." At the same time, Zhang Fei was sitting in the car, observing everything. He folded the newspaper and firmly believed that they were just asking for death. He was driving Dan away. She took the girl to her father's stall. The girl's father was the adoptive father of Long Dan, Long Dongchang. Grilling meat. Dan got off the car and politely greeted. "Dad, I'm done with school." Dongchang immediately scolded, "Go do your homework, there's nothing for you here." Then, he turned to Qinghe and said, "Miss He is here too. This goat leg is almost done, you should sit down and try some." But she politely declined, "No, I still have things to do." Dongchang didn't give up and suggested, "Miss He, what could be more important than having a meal? I'm done grilling everything, don't be so polite." Dan whispered to her from behind, "Miss, about the earlier matter, please don't tell Dad. If you do, he'll be really worried." After that, the 3 of them sat down at the table. Dongchang took out a birthday cake. Dan, happy birthday." He spoke apologetically, "Sorry, Dan. Because Dad didn't manage to do anything right, I couldn't buy you a bigger, nicer cake or an expensive gift. Please don't blame me." Dan was touched, with tears in her eyes, and retorted, "Dad, didn't I already tell you? Don't spend money on unnecessary things. Look at Dad, what kind of cake did you buy? I'd be happy enough just to have goat leg grilled by Dad himself." Qinghe gently said, Dan, hurry up and make a wish." Dan quickly clasped his hands and prayed. His first wish was for his parents to stay healthy and safe. The second wish was for his biological mother, who was in heaven, to be free from hatred and to rest in peace forever. His third wish was for his siblings to be reunited soon. He didn't know how his older brother, who had been missing for 10 years, was doing now. It was getting cold. Had anyone reminded him to wear a warm coat? It was raining. Had he forgotten his umbrella, and was he sick? Was anyone taking care of him? Suddenly, a car stopped right in front of them. The gang of troublemakers from earlier reappeared. The boss got out first and said, "No wonder you were running so fast. I thought you were heading for reincarnation, but it turns out you were just going to a birthday party?" He immediately crushed the cake in front of Xia Qinghe, who was stunned. He took a handful of the cake, put it in his mouth, and spat it out with disdain. "What kind of cake is this? It tastes like sand." Not only that, he even flipped the dining table and cursed. "The old, poor man, can't even buy a decent cake? What kind of man are you? Living on like this is meaningless." Xia Qinghe stepped forward to protect Yi Dan and her father. "You are going too far. Long Yi Dan is my student, dare you touch her?" Without any shame, he turned to her and said, "I like your type, someone as captivating as you, and you're a teacher too. Tonight will be interesting." She immediately slapped him across the face. He, shameless as ever, grinned with a lewd look and said, all right. That was a good slap. Let's see how I'll torment you tonight." He then ordered his underlings, "Where are you? Hurry, get them into the car." Dong Chang stepped in to intervene. Wait. Jin, getting worked up isn't going to help. Whatever it is, we can talk it through. Let me treat you all to some drinks and grilled goat legs. Calm down first. We'll sort it out, okay? The boss, Bu, angrily agreed, fine. I'm hungry anyway. Bring the goat legs up. He crudely plopped down on the chair, loudly announcing, "You lot, I'll deal with you later. If you dare to run, you'll regret it." A little while later, they were eating delicious goat meat. Yi Dan felt guilty and apologized to his father. "Father, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. These people are targeting me." Dong Chang didn't scold him but said, "It's all right, with your father here, no one can bully you." He added, "I've already called DG brother. There's nothing to worry about." Then he thought about his life before, when he had money, and how no one dared treat him like this. Now, these lowlifes were taking advantage of the situation, trampling on him for just 10 minutes. Afterward, the goat meat was continuously grilled. A person appeared, surprising Dong Chang. It was DG. He quickly handed him money for a favor. "DG brother, I'm counting on you for this." DG took the money and demanded more. "Just when I haven't eaten anything, how can I deal with things on an empty stomach? Roast another goat leg and bring it here." He reluctantly agreed. Yes. DG sat down to eat and drink with the group of thugs. DG and the boss, Bu, were having a good time eating and drinking. "Drink up, DG, have this glass. Tonight, we're drinking until we drop." After a while, once they had finished eating, Boss Bu picked his teeth and said, "Here's the deal. Long Dong Chang, out of respect for DG, I'll give you a way out." Upon hearing this, Dong Chang secretly rejoiced. The 2,000 yuan for mediation didn't seem like a waste after all. Jin had finally spoken. Then, he made an offer. The protection fee would be halved, but his daughter had to go with them. He even pulled out a knife to threaten him. Young master here has his eye on her. Tonight, we're taking her to serve us. If you don't want her blood on your hands, hand her over now. Otherwise, don't blame me for staining this knife with her blood." Dong Chang remained silent and endured. Then he gently advised, "Mr. Bu is just joking, my daughter has just entered the 10th grade, she is still a child. If it's about other matters, everything can be negotiated." Immediately, he was slapped by the man. He continuously cursed at him without stopping. "A poor wretch like you dares to negotiate with me? Do you still think you're the boss you once were? DG also sided with the man and advised Dong Chang, Long Dong Chang, you need to know when to be sensible. You can't win with your bare hands. You won't be able to defeat young Master Bo. Just let them take your daughter, and nothing will happen to you. At this point, Dong Chang could no longer bear it and angrily trembled. Then, he fiercely retorted, saying, but my nature is hard to change. Anyone who dares to touch my daughter has to step over my dead body first. Seeing this, Ji shouted even louder, why are you yelling? I've already made concessions, and you still don't want to cooperate. If it weren't for that 2,000 yuan, I wouldn't even bother with this matter. Then, two of Boss Boo's lackeys held him firmly. The man cruelly ordered him to kneel down for Mr. Boo. Boss Boo even remembered to spit on his face, raising his finger to show his superiority. Young Master Bo looked at them, his daughter was the blessing of 3 lifetimes for that family, and here he was, an old man so poor he couldn't even buy a piece of bread. He was the kind of person who deserved to be cheated in business, a truly unlucky man. Anyone who followed him would be cursed with bad luck. Ching He stood in front, protecting Yi Dan. Little sister, be good. Come with us, we'll be gentle. Dong Chang struggled to resist, then suddenly jumped up, fighting back while shouting. Beasts, I'll fight you to the death. The 2 weakest henchmen immediately fell. Dong Chang grabbed a folding chair and swung it straight at Boss Boo's face. He was hit hard, bleeding from his mouth, furious. Without hesitation, he retaliated, striking back at Dong Chang's face. Damn it, a bunch of thugs ganging up on Dong Chang. Beat him up. Today, I'll step over your dead body. Yi Dan panicked and ran forward to stop them. Dad, don't hit my father. Passers-by showed sympathy, but no one stepped in to help. That father and son are really pitiful. There's nothing we can do, Mr. Boo was the boss of the Taidong night market. No one dared to cause trouble with him. They could only stand and watch, feeling pity, blaming their bad luck. Just then, Zhun Fei rushed over in his car, crashing straight into the Boss Boo's car. He then opened the door, stepped out calmly, and spoke, glaring, how can people like this bully someone? Don't they feel ashamed? The girls passing by gasped in admiration, oh my god, he's so handsome, so cool, definitely the most handsome guy I've ever seen. They excitedly whispered to each other, this isn't good, my little heart is racing, I just want to date him. Yi Dan was momentarily stunned. He was Zhun Fei. The girl quickly stood in front of him and asked again, is it really you? He stretched out his arms, warmly saying, it's me, it's your guy, I'm back. Yi Dan was so emotional that tears welled up in her eyes. This wasn't a dream. He really was him. She threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably, you're back, you really came back. She looked at him with eyes full of love. Do you know, brother? Just now, I was praying that I could meet you again, and I never expected this wish to come true so quickly. Brother, will you leave again in the future? Zhun Fei promises his little sister, I won't leave anymore. From now on, I'll always be by your side. Anyone who dares to bully my little sister will be my enemy. He then coldly looked to the side, thinking, as the war medicine heavenly king, I've conquered the land. When I was of legal age, I ascended the throne, and everyone knew of it. In this country, only I, Zhun Tiandi, have the honor to be like this. Therefore, my promises are gold, and no one can change them. Boss Boo looked at his damaged car, then angrily pointed at Zhun Fei and threatened, damn, your family turned out to be the one who drank piss at the school gate. Back then, I didn't teach you a lesson, so now you're asking for a beating, huh? No wonder you follow like a dog. So, you're the older brother of this little girl. If you know what's good for you, quickly hand over 1.2 million for the damages. He fiercely pressured him to pay for the car he crashed, threatening, if not, I'll make sure you can't leave this night market. Other thugs surrounded the two brothers. Zhun Fei ignored them and asked Yi Dan, Sonya and I, don't you remember today is not your birthday? Why are you celebrating it early? The little girl replied, last year, on this day, second aunt brought me here. Dad, wanting to commemorate this day, decided to treat it as my second birthday, but of course, he didn't abandon the first one. He immediately understood, so that was it. After speaking, he slowly approached his car, took out a pomegranate, and said, "Here's a gift for you, this is my birthday present to you." Dan, seeing it, smiled with delight. It was the carnelian pomegranate she loved to eat the most. The two continued to chat happily, unconcerned about those around them. Boss Boo was furious. Damn it, they didn't even care about anyone else. He shouted angrily, "You broke my car, and you act like nothing happened. This is the first time I've met someone so arrogant like you. Today, I'm going to kill you." G stepped forward to intervene, saying, "Mr. Boo, let me go over and see what's going on. If it doesn't work out, we can act later." He immediately agreed to follow along. "Alright, I'll do it for you." So G walked up to the two brothers and said, "Kid, it's wrong to crash into someone else's vehicle. This isn't how civilized and polite people behave." He arrogantly suggested, "How about this? Out of respect for Long Dong Chang, you give them $1 million, then kowtow and apologize, and don't stop until Mr. Boo is satisfied." Of course, Jean Fei wasn't interested in this and continued to ask Dan. "Song and I, after we finish the pomegranate jelly, take me to her house? It's been 10 years since I last saw her. I wonder how she's doing now." Upon hearing this, the little girl hesitated and lowered her head. "What? Yeah." Seeing this, he immediately became worried and asked, "Song and I, tell me, has something happened to Second Aunt?" The little girl explained, "Second Aunt really has encountered some trouble, but this can't be explained in just a few words. Jean Fei comforted his sister, when we get home, I'll tell you the details." Ji, feeling ignored, angrily shouted, "Nice, kid, you're so cocky. I hope later you still think you're above everyone else like this." Then he turned to Boss Boo. "Mr. Boo, this guy looks really strange, definitely not the second-generation heir of any wealthy family. He's just a guy who doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is." Upon receiving the information, he immediately ordered his underlings, "What are you standing there for? Go up and kill him for me." They armed themselves and approached Dan, who was standing behind Jean Fei, clearly scared. His brothers were frightened. He reassured them, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Jean Fei looked at the first underling wearing a headscarf and nonchalantly mocked, "Did I ask you to pour tea for me just now?" The man, furious, swung his knife at him, acting tough even when death was looming. But Jean Fei blocked the knife with his bare hands, then effortlessly sent the man flying with a wave of his hand. He quickly turned to face the second man. This one was knocked out by a punch. One man with a baseball bat attempted to attack from behind. Jean Fei noticed, turned around to block the blow, and then punched him square in the face. Another man appeared behind, swinging a bat. Jean Fei jumped to avoid the strike, then landed and stomped straight onto the man's body. From behind, yet another person with a baseball bat appeared. Jean Fei skillfully took out one side, then kicked him in the ribs. In just a moment, all of Ji's subordinates and Boss Boo's men fell to the ground without a sound. Boss Boo, at this point, could not believe it and said, "Damn it, is this for real?" Ji was also sweating, covering his eyes, then Jean Fei said, "So, Mr. Boo, right? Come here, I have something to ask you." Boss Boo swallowed, hesitating for a moment, then he regained his bravado and said, "Little brat, don't play the hero. Even a tangerine peel has sharp nails. If you're so tough, let me make a phone call." Jean Fei, feeling pity for him, agreed, "I'll give you this opportunity." He quickly made the phone call, whispering something. After finishing, he turned and threatened, "Just wait, my brother is about to bring people over, and when they arrive, even if everyone spits on you, they could still kill you." Ji loudly added, "You little bastard, I have a responsibility to tell you this. You've made a big mess. If you had listened to me from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. Mr. Boo's cousin is Yao brother, the boss around here. He has dozens of people under him. Even I consider him a role model. Both of them regained the confidence they once lost and now dare to challenge us. Now, you better obediently bring your sister here, then give us 1 million, and kneel down to apologize to Mr. Boo while there's still time. If not, once Xiao brother arrives, it'll be the end for you." They looked at the four of them with great satisfaction. Dong Chang suddenly stood up and asked, "Are you Yi Dan's older brother?" The kind man advised, "Listen to me, hurry up and run, this Xiao brother is extremely ruthless, someone we cannot touch at all." Dong Chang pointed to a nearby internet CAF and recounted the story. Originally, it was just an internet CAF, but because the owner refused to pay protection money, Yao brother found out. That night, the CAF owner had a car accident, was severely injured, and the CAF collapsed. It caused quite a stir, but in the end, no one could do anything about it. Jean Fei pretended not to hear and grabbed a folding chair, then smiled gratefully at the man. "Long uncle, thank you for taking care of my sister all these years." He helped him sit down to rest and said, "From now on, you won't have to work so hard anymore. I'll make sure you live a wealthy and prosperous life." The boss's face twisted with contempt as he heard that. "Damn it, you can barely keep your own life, and you're out here shouting about giving someone a rich and prosperous future? You're already grown, at least try to use your brain when you speak." Dong Chang, clearly worried, tried to stop him. "Good kid, I appreciate your intentions, but hurry up and take Yi Dan away. Leave this place to me." Yi Dan, also anxious and unconvinced, tried to dissuade her brother. "Even though you're strong, you're still just one person. A lone tiger can't fight off a pack of wolves. We should get out of here now." Jean Fei reached out to pat his sister's head and reassured her. "Who said I'm alone? Behind me are thousands of troops and mighty horses, full of blazing passion ready to charge through the entire realm." Boss Boo burst out laughing when he heard that. He pointed at the boy's face, full of scorn. "Bragging without blinking, huh? Thousands of troops and mighty horses, you say? Well, hurry up and call them out. Let me see them for myself." At that moment, a large displacement motorcycle appeared. Along with it came other white motorcycles. The riders, dressed in black uniforms, stepped down in unison. "Yao brother has arrived." The person called Yao brother lit a cigarette and ordered, "Quickly take this blind-eyed dog away." Boss Boo stepped forward, fawning, "That's right, bro." He then turned and cursed at Jean Fei, "Did your damn dog hear what Yao said? Hurry up and get over here." Immediately, Jean Fei slapped him across the face. Seeing this, Deji angrily threatened, "You bastard, still daring to act tough in front of Yao brother? I think you have a death wish." Deji also received a painful slap from Jean Fei and fell to the ground. Boss Boo quickly stood up and complained, "Yao brother, this kid dared to be so arrogant in front of you. He clearly doesn't take you seriously." Yao brother, chewing on goat meat, shouted threateningly, "This little brat dares to act wild in front of me. I'll count to 3. Kneel down and come here immediately." He shouted loudly. Xinghe and Dong Chang both froze. Then, Xinghe stepped forward to intercede, "Yao brother, I am Xia Chenghe of the Xia family. Please show some respect for my grandfather and let us go this time." She anxiously thought, "I originally thought Yi Dan's older brother could handle this situation, but who would have known it would turn out like this? I've brought Yao brother along as well. At this point, what has happened is irreversible, and it's really difficult to handle." However, he merely snorted disdainfully, "Xia family, even if your grandfather, Xia Shuhan, were here, he wouldn't have the right to say these words to me, let alone a little girl like you." Xinghe tried to persuade him, "Yao brother, Yi Dan is my student. No matter what, as her teacher, I cannot just stand by while you take her away." Seeing her courage, Jean Fei was somewhat impressed and thought, for a fragile girl to suppress her fear and say such words, her courage is truly commendable. He then turned to thank her, "Miss He, I thank you on behalf of my sister. If anything happens in the future, I will protect you." Xinghe angrily scolded him, "Can you stop talking for once? This mess is all because of you. You can't even protect yourself, and yet you want to protect others?" Yao brother raised his voice again. Jean Fei leisurely responded in return. He took a bite of his meat, then angrily turned to look at the audacious young man. Suddenly, his expression froze. He was the director of the Tiandu Security Department. Wang Xianyao, nicknamed Yao Brother, was stunned and trembling as he exclaimed, "What the hell, damn it, why is it him?" The boss, Bu, not understanding the situation, stood behind, smugly saying, "This brat must be crazy, look at how he's making my cousin shake with anger." He even mocked loudly, "You're damn dog, even in front of my cousin, you're still so arrogant. Little brat, come here and kneel down." Deji also joined in with contempt, "If you had listened to me and kowtowed earlier, it wouldn't have ended up like this." He acted all noble and said, "Those who are pitiful deserve to be hated." The underling wearing the headscarf earlier spat into a cup of water. He then mocked, bringing the cup close to Zhang Fei and said, "Hey, little punk, this is for your father." But immediately, Xianyao punched him hard in the face and shouted, "Drink tea, my ass. You blind dog, don't even think about pouring that water into his mouth. How dare you speak to Zhang brother like that? You must be looking for death." Boss Bu, seeing this, was confused and asked, "Cousin, what the hell is going on here?" He was immediately struck by Xianyao with another punch, and the man shouted loudly in a ruckus. "Still asking what's going on? It's me who should be asking you. You dare offend Zhang brother?" Then he continuously slapped him a few more times. "You've got a few lives to spare, but if you want to die, don't drag me into it." Deji, seeing this, was scared and thought, "What's going on with Yao brother? The way he looks, things aren't looking too good right now." He then cheerfully said, "Yao brother, I still have some things to do, so I won't bother everyone. I'll leave first." However, he couldn't escape Xiao Yao's punishment. Xiao Yao beat and cursed him, offending Zhang brother, "And now you still want to leave?" Deji, in pain, fell to the ground. He trembled and tried to explain, "Yao brother, I'm just the one who came to talk. This has nothing to do with me." But Xiao Yao didn't listen and kicked him again. "Still arguing with me?" After dealing with them, Xiao Yao ran over to apologize. "Zhang brother, I'm so sorry," he repeatedly bowed his head, pleading for forgiveness. "I really didn't know it was you. Please, have mercy and let me off this time." Passers-by were confused and wondered, the boss of the Taidong night market is kneeling before this guy? What is going on? Why don't I understand anything? Yao brother, why are you so noble? Dong Chang also froze, thinking to himself. He never expected Yi Dan's older brother to be such a rare and mysterious figure. It seems the girl managed to escape this time. However, the mastermind behind tonight's events was young Master Bo. The Bo family's power in Haidong was no less formidable than the #1 martial artist in Haidong, Chen Bo Dao. He was deeply concerned about the future of the young heir from the two great families. The influence of the Bo family in Haidong was immense. Even if this young man was very capable, he was still alone and could never hope to compete with such power. What would happen, would happen. Xia Chenghe also stood stunned, her heart in turmoil. She hadn't expected that her grandfather's reputation would be overshadowed by such a young person. He was just someone who knew how to fight. She shared Dong Chang's thoughts. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't fight against the forces in Haidong. Martial strength was not the solution. The Bo family was not someone a young person like him could provoke. At this moment, Zhang Fei finally spoke, questioning. Long Yi Dan is my own sister, but this person has the intention to harm her. If it were you, would you just let it go so easily? Then you got angry and sent him flying away, telling him to get lost. He landed on a platform next to a subordinate wearing a headscarf. Seeing this, you quickly controlled your hand to move towards him. He immediately flew back. Zhang Fei grabbed his throat and glared at him, asking, "Did I ask you to pour the tea?" He was struggling to breathe from the chokehold and said, I was wrong, I'll go pour it now." You casually tossed him aside and turned your head. At that moment, Boss Bu, frightened, repeatedly crawled backward while explaining, "Brother Zhan, I was just following young Master Bo's orders. It was young Master Bo who took an interest in your sister, I'm just a servant." John Fei knew this and told the man with the surname Bo, "Of course, I'll go find him. But right now, we need to settle the score between us." John Fei grabbed Boss Boo's head and pulled him closer to his car, then forced him to look at the puddle of urine he had splashed earlier, saying, "Now, this is your previous work, clean it up for me." He froze for a moment upon seeing this, then tried to shift the blame. "Brother Jean, there has to be some principle in how we treat people, don't go too far. Isn't this a bit excessive? Aren't you humiliating me too much?" Hearing that, Jean Fei became even angrier. "What's wrong? Can't win, so now you want to lecture me? What about when you pissed on my car earlier? Where was your sense of reason then?" He immediately shoved his head into the puddle of urine. Without mercy, he kept slamming his head against the car window. "If you still want to lecture me, fine. Keep shoving his head into the door." Then, with a cold expression, he threatened, "Would you mind licking it all up for me?" At that point, Boss Boo had blood streaming from his nose, trembling as he agreed. "Of course, I'll do it." He quickly complied, licking the urine off the door. Jean Fei turned to Deji and called out, "You two, come over here." His face remained calm, but his words were as sharp as steel. "Didn't you say earlier that you wanted me to kneel and lick?" Deji hurried over and then knelt down to confess. "Jean brother, I was wrong. The one who should be kneeling and licking here is me." He even took the initiative to reach for Jean Fei's foot, but Jean Fei immediately slapped him, sending him flying 10 meters. He crashed into the side of a building, wincing in pain. Jean Fei walked up to him, leaned down, and scornfully said, "You think you can kneel and lick me just because of you?" Then you grabbed Deji's neck, and after that, you slapped him hard on the face about 10 times. Afterward, you threw him down, right? Now, tell me, where did you go wrong? Deji trembled, struggling to sit up and answer, I have done many bad things in this protection business, it's my fault, everything is my fault." You slapped him again and asked, "If you know you've done wrong, how should you fix it?" Deji suddenly realized, he turned to Dong Chang and quickly ran to beg for forgiveness. "Sorry, Long brother, it was my mistake earlier. I was blind and offended you." He even knelt down and clung to Dong Chang's leg, pleading, "Please forgive my ignorance, I beg you, show mercy and spare me." Boss Boo stood next to the car, and seeing this, he quickly ran over. Long brother, Long brother." He clung to the other leg of Dong Chang and begged, "You're my older brother, please go easy on me, forgive me this time." He put on a repentant expression. "The protection money I owe you, I'll pay it back double. No, I'll pay back 10 times as much. The rest is considered as compensation for you." The young thug with the scarf also ran over. "Long brother, we were wrong." All of them knelt before Dong Chang, bowing their heads and pleading, "Please forgive us this time." Jean Fei likely glanced at Xiao Yao, who was sitting up nearby. He spoke with deep remorse, "Jean brother, please spare us, it's really not my fault." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao gave a meaningful smile and replied, "I never said I blamed you." Xiao Yao was stunned, thinking, "You didn't blame me but still beat me so badly. My face still stings now. Where's the logic in that?" He then ordered, "Chop off 1 finger each, then get out." Hearing this, Xiao Yao desperately pleaded, "Not this, Jean brother, we." Xiao Yao simply raised 2 fingers. The thugs on the other side also shouted loudly, "Jean brother, we know we were wrong." He didn't care at all and continued, 3 fingers. Boss Boo still tried to beg for mercy. "Jean brother, I." Finally, Jean Fei lost his patience and ordered, "If you dare speak any more after cutting off your hand, I'll chop off your head." They all froze in fear, but Xiao Yao decisively looked at the nearby bottle of wine and said, "Damn it, what are you still standing there for?" He firmly grabbed the bottle and smashed it hard against his own arm. The others were stunned upon seeing this, as he had just severed his own arm. Then, one by one, they picked up their weapons. Their faces were filled with anguish, but they still did not hesitate and shattered their own arms. Jean Fei looked at the people sprawled on the ground and coldly commanded, "Get out." Long Yidan, with pride in his voice, said, "You're amazing, it's all over now, let's go home. Xiaoqing, he unexpectedly interjected, wait a moment, I have something to say to your brother. Zhang Fei was pulled to a corner where she scolded him fiercely, you are Yi Dan's older brother, so I'll be blunt. Maybe during the years you were missing abroad, you gained some fame, but I still need to remind you this is Haidong, the situation here is much more complicated and dangerous than you think. The Chen family and Bo family will never let you off. When that time comes, you'll be alone. What do you have to face the two biggest forces in Haidong? How will Yi Dan be able to go to school in peace after this? Just because of a momentary impulse, you pushed Yi Dan and his father into the abyss. I really doubt whether your presence in Yi Dan's life is ultimately a good thing or a bad thing. Zhang Fei responded, thank you for your concern about Yi Dan. However, I'm much stronger than you imagine. Then, decisively, he turned and left, causing Xiaoqing he to feel furious. A barbaric man is truly just a barbaric man. As he walked, Zhang Fei looked at the surrounding scenery, silently lamenting, for these past few years, my sister has had to live in such a shabby place, a life of poverty and deprivation, and Yi Dan has been the one to suffer. Entering the humble room, he blamed himself even more. A small room like this, without a heater or air conditioner. Having power across the entire land, I am the war medicine heavenly king, whose authority dominates everything, yet my sister has to live in such a corner like this. Long Dongchang expressed his guilt, Wu Qing, I am sorry. I failed to take care of Wu Shuang, causing her to suffer. Zhang Fei tightly gripped his hand in gratitude, Long uncle, you are a great benefactor of the warrior family. I can never thank you enough, who would dare to blame you? Long Yi Dan brought over a tray of tea, urging. Alright, stop saying these things. We're all family here. Please drink this cup of hot water to warm yourself up. I don't have tea to offer you, so please don't laugh at me. Long Dongchang said, you two brothers haven't seen each other in 10 years. I'm sure there's a lot to talk about, so take your time. I'll go wash the clothes first. Zhang Fei held his hand and presented an orange-colored item. Long uncle, you were injured earlier too. This is a medicinal ointment for wounds. Take it and apply it to your injuries. It will heal quickly. He paused, this was the miraculous medicine that the mysterious person had helped him make all those years ago. After many years of fighting on the battlefield, the countless wounds, both large and small, that he had sustained, including some near-fatal ones, were all healed thanks to this ointment. Zhang Fei took the cup of tea and sat down with his sister to chat. Oh, by the way, Wu Shuang, where is Long uncle's wife? I haven't seen her. Long Yi Dan spoke sadly, 8 years ago, my mother passed away from a severe illness. Over the years, it's been my father raising me. To me, he's my real father. He placed both hands on his knees, and unconsciously clenched them, when a large hand gently rested on top to comfort him. Zhang Fei looked at his younger sister with deep affection and said, from now on, you'll have me. Anyone who dares to bully you, I'll kill their entire family. He secretly calculated in his mind, the young master of the Bo family dares to touch the sister of the war medicine heavenly king, I wonder if the Bo family will be able to withstand my wrath. As for the man who abandoned his wife and child, one day, I will finally have the chance to use his blood as a sacrifice before my mother's soul. The next day, the weak sunlight filtered down onto the narrow alley. Long Yi Dan and Zhang Fei were preparing to leave. Dad, what are you and brother going to see the second uncle for? You be careful at home by yourself. Long Dongchang also kindly reminded. Don't worry, kids. Send my regards to the second uncle. An hour later, a group of people with green and red hair entered the alley. They kicked the apartment door open, looking fierce. The leader, Xiong Mao, grabbed the landlord's collar and cursed, damn it, Long Dongchang, you owe our Heavenly Eagle Loan Company 500,000, when are you going to pay it back? Long Dongchang appeared to negotiate. Is Deji brother aware of this? Can you call Mr. Liu of your group here? Let me talk to him. Inside, I was anxious. Back then, I had invested all my capital into real estate, even borrowing 100,000 yuan from them. As a result, in less than 3 years, the accumulated interest had grown to 5 million. Xiang Mao slapped him hard. Damn it, what do you think you're doing? You still want to meet Mr. Liu? You should take a good look at your own character first. The phone in his pocket rang. The caller was Mr. Liu. His tone immediately became respectful. Hello, Mr. Liu. Yes, I'm at Long Dong Chang's house. What? Okay, I'll wait for you here. He hung up the phone and turned back to his cocky tone, pointing at him and shouting, Damn it, didn't you want to meet Mr. Liu? He's on his way, and he's going to skin you alive. Long Dong Chang frowned, clearly irritated. You, red-haired guy, I advise you to speak more politely, or when your Mr. Liu gets here, you'll regret it. He was slapped again. Damn it, Long Dong Chang, did you take the wrong medicine today? How dare you talk to me like that? Before Mr. Liu arrives, I won't say much more to you, just so you won't talk nonsense later. Xiang Mao received a knife from one of his underlings and was about to make his move. A notification came from outside the door. Mr. Liu arrived, and he quickly shoved a knife into the hand of the subordinate beside him, shouting loudly, Get out of the way! De Ji, along with two of his subordinates who had their arms in plaster, walked in. Xiang Mao fawned over him, Mr. Liu, you're here. That bastard Long Dong Chang has run off again, and he even called your name, saying he wanted to meet you. What do you think, should I deal with him? Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped so hard his teeth were mixed with his gums. How dare you be disrespectful to Long brother? You deserve to die. De Ji's face remained pale. Luckily, I asked Brother Yao yesterday, otherwise, I wouldn't have known how terrifying that person is. Do you know? Mo Ken from the Chun family was also crippled by him, and Chen Bo Dao's subordinates were mutilated like minced meat, barely human anymore. De Ji kicked Xiang Mao, swearing, this damn dog still hasn't kneeled down to apologize to Long brother. The urgent thing now is to apologize to that person, or else, when your head hits the ground, it'll be too late. Xiang Mao, clutching his burning cheek, was confused. Damn it, what's going on? Why is the old Taoist acting like he took the wrong medicine? De Ji, with a flattering smile, turned to Long Dong Chang and said, Long brother, this is the contract you signed with our company all those years ago. I'm truly sorry, I was so busy back then that I didn't pay attention properly. What I meant was to lend you the money, without interest, I just wanted to help you. After all, our relationship is very close. He pointed accusingly, but I didn't expect this bastard Xiang Mao to stab me in the back and go change the contract, daring to demand 500,000 from me. This is truly heartless. De Jin has always placed morality as the top priority, and people like this are the ones he hates the most. Xiang Mao, aren't you going to come over here? Sorry, Long brother. Xiang Mao stood frozen, wondering if he was dreaming. When has the boss ever been this shameless? De Jin impatiently kicked him in the face again and shouted, What are you standing there for? Apologize. Xiang Mao crawled over on all fours, pleading, Sorry, Long brother. I was blind and offended you. Please be magnanimous and don't stoop to my level. Long Dong Chang didn't show any mercy and slapped him twice. He was grabbed by the collar and Xiang Mao trembled, having to leave with the shame. Long Dong Chang clenched his fist, panting. Over the years, this bastard had bullied him many times, and now, he could finally vent his anger. After a while, De Ji obediently presented a suitcase full of money as flattery. Long brother, this is the money for the roasted goat leg from yesterday. I hope you'll accept it. Inside, she cried bitterly. Damn it, spending 200,000 for a goat leg, it hurts so much. Long Dong Chang slammed the suitcase shut and bluntly refused. I know you're targeting Wu Qing, so I can't accept this money unless Wu Qing agrees. De Ji then asked, Then where is Mr. Zhan? Long Dong Chang replied, He went somewhere, I'll give you the address. De Ji didn't dare to linger. She took out a stack of money and placed it back on the table, thanking Long brother. But you have to accept this 200,000. It's for the meal yesterday, as well as for the damages to the tables and chairs. A white car stopped outside in the narrow space. The two brothers, Jean-Fei, got out, and in front of them, a group of children was bullying a little girl. "Idiot, go pick up the ball for me. She's a bastard, don't play with her, I'll beat you to death." Long Yi-dan shouted loudly, "What are you kids doing?" The children bullying the girl immediately ran off. "Let's go, we're not playing with this idiot." The poor Xiao Guang finally stood up at that moment. Big sister, I want to eat lollipops," the child said. Long Yi-dan introduced, "This is the child of second aunt, named Xiao Guang." She waved her hand and called out, "Come here, Xiao Guang, call him brother." Xiao Guang stepped forward hesitantly, hiding behind her. Jean-Fei frowned and thought, why is Xiao Guang turned out like this? Where is second aunt's husband? Long Yi-dan glanced at the little boy and then began to explain, years ago, after second aunt gave birth to Xiao Guang, not long after, they discovered that the child was underdeveloped. When second aunt's husband found out, he cruelly abandoned the mother and child. Not long after, he went to live with a wealthy family. It's been nearly 10 years, and he has never visited the child once, not even sending any money for Xiao Guang's upbringing. Poor second aunt had used up all her savings to take Xiao Guang to all the major hospitals in the country, but there was no improvement. She did everything she could so that Xiao Guang wouldn't suffer. Over the years, second aunt has raised him alone. Jean-Fei continued walking with his younger sister, a deep anger growing within him. When he was young, he had no good impressions of second aunt's husband, dishonest, greedy, and disdainful of poverty. Back then, when his mother brought him and his sister to Haidong to live. In fact, wherever they sought refuge, the two outcomes were strongly opposed by him. What was unexpected was how heartless this bastard was, the kind of scum who abandoned his wife and children. After a while, Long Yi-dan opened the door to a room, her voice cheerful, second aunt, look who's here." Inside the room, a frail woman was sitting on the bed. Jean-Fei observed the room, feeling a pang of sympathy. It seemed that second aunt's living conditions were probably no better than Wu Shuang's. A woman raising a mentally disabled child, her life must be unimaginably hard. Second aunt smiled gently, "Long Yi-dan, you're here." Seeing her cough repeatedly while covering her mouth, Long Yi-dan walked over worriedly, "Second aunt, are you sick?" "I'm fine, just a common cold. A few days of rest and I'll be fine." She looked toward the person beside her with curiosity, "This is Jean-Fei." Jean-Fei held her thin, frail hand with both of his, replying, "Second aunt, I am Wu Shuang." Second aunt froze, then got off the bed. She gently stroked his face, deeply moved, "You've come back. It's been 10 years. I thought you had left." "No need to say more, it's good that you're back." It was a relief to see the child return safely. Second aunt was truly happy. The three of them sat down to chat. Long Yi-dan asked, "I remember before, Auntie lived in a small 2-story house of 500 square meters. Even if it was relocated, it would have been exchanged for 5 or 6 houses. Why is it so small now?" As soon as it was mentioned, Aunt Hao became enraged, trembling with anger. "It's all because of that bastard. Originally, the relocation should have been compensated with 5 or 6 new houses, but that bastard played tricks and seized most of the property, even swallowed the 200,000 compensation. In the end, I had no choice but to live here in this small house with Xiao Guang, struggling to make ends meet. All the money in the house was used to treat Xiao Guang's illness." Jean-Fei wondered, "I remember the property was under someone else's name. How could he have had the chance to pull such tricks? I calculated, that house was passed down from our ancestors, its value couldn't be lower than a quadrangle courtyard house in Longdu. At the very least, it should be worth 100 million. Second aunt covered her mouth, coughed, and scolded fiercely, "That ungrateful bastard was living off his in-laws, and it was him who arranged the housing after the relocation. They're heartless, and easily managed to seize my property. Pitiful, that's what your grandmother left behind, and it's just being seized by that heartless man." Jean-Fei's face darkened. His grandmother had passed away many years ago. He remembered that, back then, she had been a prestigious figure in the area. Although their family's fortunes had declined later, even a thin camel was still bigger than a horse. she had left a house for his mother and aunt each. His mother's house, however, had been taken over by the Chen family. He remained calm, patting the apple, offering it to his second aunt, and taking the opportunity to comfort her. "Aunt, don't be angry, it's bad for your health. Let me handle this. I won't let that man off, and his mistress too." There was a knock at the door. A young man, neatly dressed with slicked back hair, opened the door and walked in, his face radiating joy. "Jiadong, you've arrived," the woman introduced. "This is Jiang Jiadong, my nephew. And this is Zhang Wuqing's grandson, Wu Shuang's brother." Jiang Jiadong was surprised. Wu Shuang's brother just graduated? Where did he study? But Zhang Fei ignored him, turning away. He then asked, "Aunt, are the apples good?" Second aunt nodded. "Jiadong takes good care of me." Shang Jiadong, feeling bitter, couldn't help but sneer. The elders have a saying, the face is higher than the sky, but fate is thinner than paper. Last time, your group had 2 interns just like you. Tomorrow, come to my office. The receptionist is still short-staffed, you can give it a try. But you have to start with the most basic service tasks. You must know that Tiandu is a famous 5-star hotel in Haidong, and every day there are countless people coming for interviews. Second aunt advised Wu Qing, "You've just returned, you probably don't have a job yet, right? How about you go and try tomorrow?" Zhang Fei wiped his nose. "No need, I went a few days ago." Cheng Jiadong rolled his eyes in disdain. "With this little skill, you want to make it on your own?" Zhang Fei continued to ignore him. "What? Want some water?" Cheng Jiadong was furious, arrogantly out of touch. "You really can't change. When I graduated, I started from the very bottom and worked my way up to achieve what I have today. You're done? Then there's no need to ask, you must have failed the interview and been rejected, right? A small receptionist position, and over 100 people are competing for it. Don't be so ignorant." Seeing him babble so much, Zhang Fei replied compassionately, "No need." Cheng Jiadong, still oblivious, continued to lecture. All day long, all he did was act like a know-it-all, unable to do anything. Even a simple task was beyond him. Then, after being kicked out by the older brother, he forgot to tell you, "I am the HR director of Tiandu Hotel. Here's the deal, out of respect for your aunt, I'll give you a chance. These fresh graduates have no skills, but their tempers are no less than anyone else's." Just then, a sound came from outside the door. It was Jiang Jiadong's cousin. Jiang Jiaqi walked in, puffing on a cigarette. "A lot of people here, huh?" Seeing his face, Long Yidan shouted him straight out, "Jiang Jiaqi, who let you in here? Get out." Long Yidan was serious. He said, "This guy is Jiang Jiadong's cousin, always up to no good. The house from second aunt isn't just a trivial matter, and it's not like he has a reason to come here and cause trouble. He bullies widows and orphans and we can't do anything about him." Jiang Jiaqi opened his mouth and said, "Aunt, today I must have the house deed transferred under my name." This infuriated her, and she pointed to the door. "Not a chance, get lost. You ungrateful brat. I've already been generous enough, and you're still so unreasonable." Looking at her frail appearance, she probably doesn't have many days left. When that time comes, her foolish son definitely won't be able to keep this house. It would be better to take this opportunity and have Ma hand over the house to me. It would also be considered accumulating some good karma for myself. Xiao Guang came back from playing and, upon seeing him, immediately shouted, "Bad guy, go away, you're a bad guy, don't come to my house anymore." Zhang Jiaqi ruthlessly slapped the boy, causing him to fall face down onto the floor. Xiao Guang cried out in pain, not understanding why, despite the group of people standing around, no one stopped that dog from hitting the child. Long Yidan quickly ran over to comfort the boy. "Come on, little one, don't cry, Xiao Guang, don't cry, your sister is here." Second aunt was so furious that she stammered, why, and then coughed continuously. Zhang Fei stood silently there. Jiang Jiadong mocked, "Little coward, now you can't even say a word anymore." He pushed up his glasses and turned to scold the other, "Jiang Jiaqi, what kind of mental illness do you have? Get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Jiaqi slapped him. He cursed, "Damn it, who do you think you are? Don't act all high and mighty in front of me. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that you're my cousin, today, I will make you bleed." Do you believe it? Jiang Jiadong fell to the ground, fearfully crawling backward. Jiang Jiadong, worthless trash. As he turned around, he was immediately confronted with the oppressive aura of Zhang Fei. He was used to bullying others. "Damn it, good dogs don't block the way, get out of my way." Zhang Fei's voice was cold as ice. "Who's that dog barking at?" Jiang Jiaqi foolishly muttered to himself. "You're the one being called a dog, idiot." He realized his slip of the tongue and spat a few times. "You set me up." Then, he angrily kicked his foot, but ended up kicking the side of the bed instead. He didn't even know how it happened, but his foot slammed painfully into the bed, making him cry out in pain, wailing loudly. Zhang Fei opened his mouth, "Go buy some medicine for the cold, then kneel at the door, bang your head, and apologize. I'll give you a chance. You, foolish idiot, don't know what's good for you. Hand over the knife, or I'll kill you." Second aunt shouted in panic, while Wu Qing remained cautious. Jiang Jiadong shook his head silently. This kid is going too far. He doesn't realize that, even though he's being bullied, it won't cost him his life in the end. Hey, I'm telling you, as a person, you have to know when to advance and when to retreat. Before I even finished my sentence, Brother Zhang Fei had already gently nudged me with his elbow. Jiang Jiaqi flew through the air like a balloon, tumbling headfirst outside. He hadn't had enough of the beating, so he remained defiant. "How dare you hit me, you damn woman! I'm going to take your house and show you just how much I care about you." Zhang Fei didn't waste words. He waved his hand and delivered a few more slaps. Jiang Jiaqi was enveloped by an invisible force, his body bouncing up and down like a basketball, slamming into the ground with a loud thud. His face was bruised, yet his mouth remained rebellious. "Damn it! Just wait, I'll call someone to deal with you." Jiang Jiaqi secretly felt fear in his heart. Am I seeing things? How can this old piece of wood be so strong? The house finally settled into silence. Second aunt was still worried about Wu Qing. "If not, maybe you and your sister should leave now." Jiang Jiaqi, with his narrow-mindedness, swore to bring people back for revenge. "If you delay even a little, we'll be too late." Zhang Fei calmly continued peeling his apple, reassuring her. "Don't worry. People like this lowlife, ants on the ground, no matter how many come, they'll all be wiped out." His words made Jiang Jiaqi widen his eyes, spitting out the water in his mouth. "You little brat, you dare to fight one man alone. Do you think you can take on a whole group? Even a fierce tiger wouldn't dare challenge a pack of wolves. I originally wanted to introduce you to the Tiandio Hotel, but seeing how easily moved you are, it's clear you'd end up causing a disaster. Out of respect for her, I'll warn you once. Jiang Jiaqi knows quite a few people in the industry. There were a few guys like you who offended him in the past, and the result? He had their hands and feet cut off and tossed them off a bridge." Zhang Fei had finished peeling the apple and spoke with confidence, nothing small about it. "Within 3 days, I will demand that Xianglong Real Estate Group return her assets that were demolished, along with the capital and profits." Jiang Jiaqi laughed loudly, spitting all over the place as he sneered, "Kid, do you even know what you're talking about? Do you know who's backing the Xianglong Group? That's the Bo family's business empire. In Donghai, they stand on par with the Chun family and the Shangguan family, a monstrous beast of power. A tiny thing like you, even if you had 10 million of yourself, wouldn't even be enough for them to crush under a single finger. You can talk big all you want, but be careful you don't hurt your tongue." At this moment, no one noticed Xiao Guang standing by the glass window. Suddenly, a brick flew from outside, shattered the glass, and struck him right in the forehead. The whole family froze in shock and looked over. Long Yidan rushed to him, pressing his hand against the bleeding wound on Xiao Guang's forehead, calling out in panic. Xiao Guang. Zhang Fei clenched his fists tightly, walked over to the shattered glass, and looked down. Jiang Jiaqi, leading a group of thugs, shouted a challenge, "Mutant, your grandfather is back, hurry up and crawl down here to meet me, or don't blame me for not being polite." Second ant advised Wu Qing, "You must never go down there." Long Yidan furrowed his brows, furious, and encouraged, "You should go down and show them what respect is. They're going too far." Zhang Fei smiled, "I'll listen to you." With that, he smashed the window, leaped straight down, landing with a powerful presence. Zhang Fei put his hands in his pockets and looked at them. Jiang Jiaqi accused, "Boss, it's this piece of trash. Please, boss, help me and kill this bastard. Little brat, don't just stand there, come over and greet Bao brother. Damn it, let Bao brother see if you have 3 heads and 6 arms or something, daring to make trouble on Bao brother's turf." Bao brother spoke coldly, "Let him kneel by the trash can. Don't interrupt my business. People like him don't even know how many times they've been taught a lesson. Consider himself lucky. Get down on your knees. I came here today for an important matter. I need to greet a major figure. Get yourself together and make sure you greet that person properly. The boss is on his way here, and he holds this person in high regard. We absolutely can't let some petty issues ruin this." Jiang Jiaqi, taking advantage of being close to the boss, pointed and shouted, "Damn it, are you deaf? Can't you hear brother Bao telling you to kneel by the trash can? You really have no awareness." Zhang Fei darkened his face and asked, "Who threw that brick earlier?" The blonde guy aggressively swung his stick. "Damn it, didn't you hear brother Bao? This is not a place for you to talk, I think you're asking for trouble." Zhang Fei kicked the guy, sending him crashing to the ground, and the rest of the group laughed in amusement. "Seems like you have some skills. Brothers, let's take him down together." Zhang Fei coldly eyed them, kicked the stick on the ground into the air, and spun it in his hand before launching it, knocking down 3 of them instantly. Jiang Jiaqi stared in shock at his fallen companions. Zhang Fei asked again, "Who threw that stone?" Jiang Jiaqi, terrified, pulled on the leader's shirt. "Bao brother, this guy is too arrogant now, he doesn't even bother to put me in his eyes anymore." Bao brother turned around, his brows furrowed. "This kid is something else, he's got some guts." Roy waved his hand, signaling for more than a dozen of his underlings to go up. Second ant is restless inside the house. "With so many people, do you think Wu Qing will be okay?" Zhang Jiadong sighed. "If you had listened to me earlier, it wouldn't have come to this. Hu and Tai Dong dares to mess with Bao Zi. Unless they're courting death." Below, the sound of fists and blows echoed. Zhang Fei leaned sideways to avoid a sword strike, taking the chance to punch one of them to the ground, then kicking another with a powerful blow before flipping to dodge 2 more sword strikes. His foot came down with such force that the ground exploded. His fist tightened and he slammed it into the face of the guy wielding a stick, knocking him out cold. Another dim-witted one, not afraid of death, charged at him with a knife. Zhang Fei dodged to the side, grabbing the guy's wrist. The dust was thick, and the confused underling was thrown away, his face scraping along the road. Bao brother ground his teeth. "What the hell, this guy can actually fight back. No way." Zhang Fei straightened his coat. "I'll ask again, who threw it?" The atmosphere was still and silent. Bao brother pointed at the person next to him with a timely gesture. It was him. He threw it, it has nothing to do with me." Jiang Jiaqi waved his hand to cover up. I just wanted to greet you, that's all." Immediately, he was slapped by Zhang Fei, falling to the ground, his nose and mouth bleeding profusely. Zhang Fei swung his hand, unleashing a burst of energy that severed one of his hands. Jiang Jiaqi looked at his severed arm and screamed in agony. Zhang Fei turned his gaze to the other person. "Where do you want me to kneel?" "Say those words you just said again." Fei brother's face turned pale as he waved his hand in desperation. This is all a misunderstanding." At that moment, his phone in his pocket vibrated. The caller asked, "Hello, Bao Zi, how's the reception going? The big shot is probably coming soon." Bao brother hurriedly reported. Boss, you need to come here quickly, the situation has changed. Someone's causing trouble. The person on the other end shouted angrily. What? Damn it, where did that dog come from? How dare he ruin my plans? Wait there, I'll kill him in a few minutes. With someone backing him up, Bao brother regained his arrogance. The brat, our boss, who is also the big boss of Taidong, is coming here soon to welcome an important figure. Here's the deal, I think you're decent enough. I'll give you a chance. If you follow me from now on, you'll get to eat well and wear nice clothes. Let today's incident slide, what do you say? No sooner had he finished speaking than he was hit with a punch to the face, crashing to the ground. Zhang Fei grabbed his hair and said, I don't think you're worth much. After your boss arrives, tell him to kneel here and apologize. Then he decisively turned and left. Bao brother, with his swollen face, still managed to talk tough. Damn it, really trying to act tough. Just wait until the boss arrives, I'll show you some manners. Damn it. A while later, in the apartment, the coward Zhang Jiadong kept barking, oh my god, the boss of Taidong, the Jin brother, everyone in Haidong knows him. He's the cousin of Wang Xianyao, the director of our Tiandu Hotel. Tiandu Hotel is the property of the Chen family, and the head of the Chen family is Chen Bodao, the #1 expert in Haidong. No one dares to anger him. So, that means the Jin brother is essentially part of the Chen family. You've just messed with one of his subordinates. This time, even if the heavens themselves come down, they won't be able to save you, second aunt said anxiously. What should we do now? Jiadong, you work at Tiandu, can't you help talk to them? Whatever you do, don't let this blow up. Zhang Jiadong took out his phone and dialed, alright, for aunt's sake, I'll try. His tone was humble, brother, it's Jiadong here, uncle, it's Jiadong, I have something to discuss. Sir, I'm sorry to bother you. After making calls to one person after another, Zhang Jiadong finally sighed in relief, putting on an air of confidence, kid, my superior has reluctantly agreed to help. He called out to him, quick, kneel down and apologize to Bao Zi and the Jin brother. After that, he'll make a call to smooth things over, and maybe this can still be salvaged. This is the only way. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow me downstairs, or the Jin brother and Bao brother will come knocking at our door. Zhang Fei, peeling an apple for second aunt, replied, I already told Bao Zi, wait for the Jin to come and have him kneel downstairs to apologize. Zhang Jiadong broke into a cold sweat, what? Arrogant, he's nothing but an arrogant fool with no cure. You've seen it all, auntie, don't blame me for not helping. It's because this brat doesn't respect anyone and has no idea of the consequences. Having a grandson like this really is unlucky. From outside the door, cursing and yelling could be heard. Damn it, you dare make me kneel outside to apologize. Deji, with his hand injured, arrogantly kicked the door open and stormed in. Let me see who the hell dares speak so arrogantly. A group of people followed behind with a powerful aura, who was the bastard that said he wanted me to kneel downstairs to apologize. Come out here now. Zhang Jiadong quickly shook his head. It wasn't me, he's inside. Zhang Fei stepped forward, didn't I already say? He spoke coldly, chewing on an apple peel. Who allowed you to come up here after I told you to kneel downstairs and apologize? Dejin and Deji were trembling, and the clueless Bao Zi stepped up, pointing with 5 fingers. Damn it, this arrogant kid thinks I won't teach him a lesson, huh? Deji brother, this is the bastard. He's way too arrogant. We should chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Deji was terrified and punched the idiot. Bao brother fell to the ground, looking bewildered. Is this for real, bro? Why are you hitting me? It's that damn bastard. Before he could finish his sentence, another kick landed straight to his face. Deji cursed angrily, what the hell are you rambling about, huh? This right here is the big shot we're supposed to be welcoming. You still haven't finished bowing down enough, and you dare to cause trouble and piss off Jean, brother? I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Bao brother and Zhang Jiaqi were stunned. Turns out, this person was the one who had severed Deji brother's arm. How could they have possibly angered someone even the bosses wouldn't dare cross? Bao brother, horrified, stood up, and the two big brothers grabbed Zhang Jiaqi by the hair, throwing him back to the ground. Their anger was all directed at this damn fool, Zhang Jiaqi. It was his fault for offending Zhang brother. All of this mess was because of him. They immediately dropped to their knees and begged, Zhang brother, we're sorry. We were blind and didn't recognize who you were. Please, Zhang brother, a gentleman like you wouldn't stoop to our level. Please forgive me this time. Dejin and Deji also knelt down. Zhang brother, here's the 1 million that we two brothers have gathered. Please, accept it. This is compensation for what happened in the past. Brother Zhang, you are generous and broad-minded, please forgive the two of us. Zhang Jiadong felt a pang of jealousy. It's all settled, just like that? How could this be? 10 million? My monthly salary is barely 10,000, even if I neither ate nor drank, I'd still have to save for 100 years to earn that much. Zhang Fei peeled an apple, his expression indifferent. Didn't I already say? You two need to kneel downstairs and apologize. Deji placed the envelope of money on the table. Yes, we're heading down now. As the sunset bathed the room in warm light, the 5 members of the household gathered around for dinner. Zhang Fei pushed a piece of paper forward. This is a 10 million yuan check. I plan to split it in two, 5 million each. One part for second aunt, the other for long uncle. Receiving such a large sum, second aunt looked flustered. This is. Long Dan gently reassured her. Second aunt, this is from my brother's heart. You mustn't refuse. Please use this money to treat Xiao Guan's illness. Long uncle spoke up, I'll accept the money, but not because of Wu Shuang. Though raising Wu Xuan was incredibly difficult, he's always been a thoughtful child. He's endured a lot, but he's also brought me a great deal of joy. Family bonds cannot be measured with money. Long Dongchang revealed his intention, I am holding this 5 million to restore Dongshan. Back then, I went into business because I trusted others too much and ended up losing everything, but I have never given up. I don't need 3 years, I will return this 5 million to you, principal and interest. Zhang Fei encouraged, Long uncle, you will definitely succeed. The phone in his jacket pocket vibrated. As Zhang Fei answered, a voice on the other end began to curse, you son of a bitch, how dare you ruin my plans? Zhang Fei asked, are you young Master Bo? The other side is leisurely relaxing by a pool, knowing who I am yet still daring to confront me? Young Master Bo Tang Fei was lying on a lounge chair, surrounded by several tall women, and ordered, you better obediently bring Long Dan here, or I will kill your whole family. Zhang Fei fumed, give me some time. Bo Tang Fei arrogantly responded, already tucking your tail between your legs so soon? 12:00 p.m. tomorrow, at the Manxing Dai Hotel. If you don't show up, the consequences will be severe. A man in a suit standing behind him chimed in, young Master Bo, a bug like this isn't worth your personal call. Let me bring a few of my men to deal with him. Then bring that girl back. Bo Tang Fei smirked wickedly, it's been a long time since I've met someone as interesting as you. Let me see if that brat really has 3 heads and 6 hands. Then he crushed the cup in his hand. While everyone was having dinner, they heard a loud voice from outside, the wages are ready, come down and collect your pay. Second aunt happily stood up, the wages are ready, let me go down and collect it. She opened the door and walked downstairs, where an old fat man and a girl in a dress were waiting. The fat man, puffing on a cigarette, handed her an envelope with money. Take it. Second aunt took the envelope and, after checking it, asked in confusion, this can't be right? Why is 200 yuan missing? It should be 150 yuan, right? The beer belly man replied, didn't you take 3 days off? Of course, your salary is deducted. Do you expect to take time off and still get paid? Nothing in this world is that easy. He then exchanged a silent glance with the girl next to him. She spoke up, always sickly, "It's already generous that we haven't fired you. You still dare to complain? You won't need to come in next month." Second aunt questioned, "But according to company policy, employees on sick leave are not supposed to have their wages deducted. And why are you deducting double from me?" She angrily shouted back. "Damn it, are you implying that I took it upon myself to deduct your wages? You're asking for trouble, aren't you? If you have any complaints, report me. I have connections within the company, don't you dare think I won't report you. Don't come to work tomorrow," second aunt scolded. "You people are really taking advantage of me," she retorted. The fat man threatened, "Just accept your wages quietly. Keep working hard, and those who deserve it will be rewarded." Jean Fei's cold voice rang out from behind. "That damn dog is deducting employees' wages for personal gain. I have nothing but contempt for people like him." He turned around. "Damn it, which dog dares to talk trash behind my back? Come out now." They saw three people standing there, two men and a woman looking directly at the older man, with the fat man sneering at him. "Thought you were someone important, turns out it's just Long Dong Chang. Is this brat your relative? I could tell from the moment I saw him. You're all just a bunch of poor fools who love meddling in others' business. Get lost, or else." A man jumped over the fence, and Deji slapped him across the face. "Damn it, you speak so rudely. I absolutely hate dogs like you." The fat man fell to the ground, his face blank with confusion. Deji turned to flatter. "Jean brother, we're still kneeling over there. We heard this dog barking, and couldn't help but come out to teach him a lesson." The girl with green hair, lacking awareness, spoke up. "Damn it, who the hell is he? He even dares to slap Huang, the supervisor?" She was immediately silenced with a slap from Deji. The fat man, Supervisor Huang, holding his cheek. "Mr. Zhao, why are you here?" The green-haired girl panicked. What did you say?" "This is Mr. Zhao, the major shareholder of the company?" Deji coldly questioned. "If I weren't here, you probably wouldn't even know that you're pocketing employees' wages for personal gain. The company pays $2,500 every month, but you guys take half of it. Do you even have a conscience? Jean brother, what do you think we should do with these two dogs?" Supervisor Huang stood up, pleading. "Jean brother, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Please, have mercy on Mr. Zhao." His body was sent flying backward. After taking the full blow, Jean Fei fell heavily to the ground. Jean Fei didn't spare a glance at anyone, speaking up, "Deji, what face do I have to show respect? If I show respect to him, do you think he'd accept it?" Deji waved his hand. No, I'm just a dog in front of Jean brother, how could I dare to ask Jean brother to show respect to me?" Jean Fei turned and asked, "Second aunt, what should we do about this?" "Those two dog-like people crawled over begging for mercy, it was all my momentary stupidity, considering us colleagues. Please, give us a chance." Second aunt spoke, "According to the company's rules, we should just handle it according to procedure." Deji assured, "Don't worry, if they dare to deduct wages over this embezzlement, committing a criminal offense, I'll definitely take them to the police station." The two dog-like individuals were horrified and knelt down immediately. In another luxurious apartment, when Qing Shan was practicing calligraphy while asking, "Shui Ting, how's the investigation going? What's the background of that young man, and where is he now?" Ever since the chaos he caused at the engagement ceremony at Tiandu Hotel, the relationship between the Wen clan and the Chen family had completely fractured. Since Shangguan Nalan returned from abroad, Chen Bo Dao is also about to return to the country. By then, they will certainly not spare our Wen clan, and with the addition of old enemies, it will only add fuel to the fire. Right now, the only person who can help our Wen clan through this crisis is that young man. When Shuiting took out her phone, searched for a moment, and then handed it to her father. "Dad, look at this photo." When Qing Shan was stunned when he saw it. The grave of Xia Chunyu, he is indeed Zhang Wuqing, the son of Xia Chunyu. When Shui Ting replied, no wonder, when he came in that day, he immediately recognized Shangguan Nalan and called him by name. It turns out he came to Baozi's door. Picking up the teacup from the table, Wen Qingshan tilted his head back and drank it all in one go, then laughed loudly. Good, so that's how it is, looks like we're in the same boat now. Wen Shuiting was puzzled. But what I don't understand is, Wu Qing must have recognized me, so why didn't he make it clear when he saved us 3 years ago? Even at the banquet the other day, he didn't address this point. When Qingshan explained, look at Wu Qing's skills, he easily subdued Mo Kan and Shifeng Lai. It has been more than 10 years since he disappeared, and surely he must have gone through a lot of things that outsiders do not know. The reason for not contacting us must have its own sorrow, perhaps because he was thinking about us. After all, at his level, the more people he knows, the more enemies he makes. Close friends around him might attract attention from some forces, and get dragged into trouble. Seeing his daughter silently lost in thought, when Qingshan asked, are you that concerned about him? Could it be that you like him? Now that you're the class president of Zhanwu Shuang, asking him might be helpful. When Shui Ting blushed in embarrassment. Dad, what are you saying? Then she ran off. I don't care about that. But what her father said was true, Zhanwu Shuang must certainly know about Wu Qing's situation. At the Chen family villa, Chen Xiaoting, who had lost both of his legs, lay on the bed. He whispered in accusation, asking his mother to avenge him. Shangguan Nalan, looking at her son in pain, gritted her teeth in anger and smashed a vase in frustration. Xia Chunyu, you damn bastard, even in death you cause trouble. If only we had eradicated the root of the problem back then, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. You thought you could suppress Mo Kan and Shifeng Lai? Then they can only take revenge, but they've really underestimated Shangguan Nalan this time, and even the Wen clan didn't expect they'd be acquainted with that trash. I won't let you all off the hook. A frail voice rang out from outside the door. The head of the Lan family, Chen, who was older, walked in, supported by a cane. Shangguan Nalan asked, Uncle, is there something you need? She felt a pang of resentment. Chen De Wang, relying on the slight influence his Chen family had, always felt the need to meddle with her decisions, adding unnecessary layers of complexity that made her look bad in front of others. Truly infuriating. Chen De Wang scolded, and Lan, what happened back then was a bit much. Xia Chan, you died an unjust death. I heard that day Shifeng Lai didn't even have the courage to fight him and knelt right there on the spot. I've known Shifeng Lai for so many years, I've never seen him afraid like that. Clearly, he knew the background of his opponent was far too significant. Our Chen family can't touch that. I've advised you many times, one must be humble, cautious. But look at you, arrogant everywhere, causing trouble all over the city. If you didn't provoke Xia Ting, would there have been such consequences today? Shangguan Nalan couldn't stand a single word he said, and slapped him across the face. She pointed at him and scolded, you old bastard, always rambling on and on. What else can you do besides talking nonsense? If it weren't for the respect I have for the founding elder family, do you think I wouldn't shoot you dead right here? Chen De Wang was furious, you dare hit me. How dare you? Shangguan Nalan, you're courting death. Where are my men? Drag this crazy woman out. The two bodyguards stood still, unmoving. Chen De Wang grew anxious, are you all deaf? Didn't you hear me? Shangguan Nalan laughed coldly, Chen De Wang, who do you think you are? I call you uncle because I'm showing you respect. If I didn't respect you, you'd be nothing but a dog to me. In front of me, where do you have the nerve to show off? Now, these people only follow my orders. Where are my men? Drag this dog out. Your old fool of a husband keeps putting on airs in front of me. I've had enough of him. Chen De Wang struggled as his subordinates held him down, cursing and swearing. Shangguan Nalan angrily slapped him again, my son and my sister were harmed like this by someone. He didn't think about revenge, then started blaming me, claiming I wasn't worthy to be part of the Chen family. Chen De Wang was beaten so badly that blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. You. I'm still the former head of the family, and your uncle, how could you teach me a lesson like this? As soon as I finished speaking, the black barrel of the gun was pointed straight at his face. Shangguan Nalan lost her patience. Old man, you keep complaining, just pull the trigger and send him to hell. Her face was expressionless, now it's all clean. Has the elder not come out of seclusion yet? Next week. You bastard, then let you live for another week. Zhang Wuqing, I don't care what you've been doing for the past decade, but if you want to come after me for revenge, there's only one way for you: death. Zhang Fei took his younger sister to school, reminding her as he did. If anyone bullies you at school, you must tell me. Long Yidan replied, with you protecting me, who would dare to bully me? That's right, bro, you're grown up now. When are you going to find a sister-in-law for me? Zhang Fei's face turned red. Kids, why do you always think about such nonsense? Then he reached out and pinched her nose. Long Yidan pouted and turned away. Older brother, when a wise man gets married and a grown-up girl is given away, you shouldn't let yourself end up in regret. A jeep suddenly braked sharply beside the two siblings, and a hand from the driver's seat reached in. What little sister said is absolutely right, I fully agree. Zhang Fei questioned, didn't I tell you to stay by the tomb on the mountain? Why did you leave your post without permission? Tan, flustered, immediately responded, boss, with so many brothers around at the West Mountain Cemetery, who would dare to cause trouble? Surely I can manage. My duty is to protect you day and night, that's what I'm here for. This is Long Yidan. I'm Tan uncle, an old subordinate of your uncle. It's our first meeting, so I brought you a small gift, you must accept it. Hearing the way he addressed him, Zhang Fei became furious and threw a punch. This is my sister, if you're going to have her call you uncle, where does that leave me? Tan immediately covered his face and obediently corrected himself. Sorry, I was too careless. She can call me Tan brother, don't mind my age. Actually, I'm only 2 years older. Right, Long Yidan, do you have a boyfriend yet? Before he could finish asking, Zhang Fei punched him again on the other side of his cheek. Dare to speak nonsense? Do you want me to hang you by the neck? Once again, Long Yidan landed a devastating critical strike. Tan brother, I didn't know you were over 40 years old. Tan, holding his swollen face like a pig's head, pouted at both of them. After a while, sitting in the car, Tan said, boss, I've done some digging, searched everywhere, and I've bought you a villa. You just got back, you can't even have a place to rest. Zhang Fei was satisfied. During this time, you should stay with me until there's any other move. Tan smiled broadly, got it, boss, and sped off. At school, a classmate passed on a message, Yidan, the homeroom teacher wants you in her office. Yidan walked to the teacher's office and cautiously stepped inside. Miss Wan, you called for me? When Xueding, dressed in black office attire, stared at the girl, thinking that after graduation, perhaps influenced by her father, she came to Haidong to teach Chinese. On the first day of school, she had already realized her mission was complete, and she even became the head teacher of this girl. Long Yidan was puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on me? When Yidan gently asked, Wu Xuan, where is your brother? Seeing the teacher moving closer, Long Yidan suddenly leaned back. How did you know he's back? When Xueting shyly said, I want to meet your brother. Long Yidan crossed his arms, playfully, oh, I see. Teacher, are you liking my brother? Well, it's true. You two were childhood sweethearts. Over the years, Miss Wan has taken care of me, kept my secrets. I've always seen her as a sister. If she really becomes my sister-in-law, that'd be great, Long Yidan continued. Caught off guard by the truth, when Xueting flushed and retorted, you little brat, daring to tease me? Whether you answer or not is up to you. Long Yidan laughed, of course, I'll help the two of you get together. When Xueting was about to say something when suddenly, Wu Shuang's PE teacher, Sun Jinrui, walked in. Miss Wan, you're here? Sun Jinrui asked. Long Yidan quickly excused himself, excuse me, I'll go ahead. Sun Jinrui called him back, Wait a moment. Long Dan, I overheard you saying your brother is pursuing Miss One? What's going on? When Ting spoke up, Sun Jinrui, you must have misheard. Dan, go back to your class. Yes, teacher. Long Dan hurried out of the teacher's office. Sun Jinrui flirted with Ju Ding. I heard that the Hollywood blockbuster Free Fire will be released this weekend. It took me a lot of effort to get 2 tickets for this movie. I'll drive to pick you up that evening. When Ting immediately declined, sorry, I'm busy that day. Sun Jinrui turned hostile. Ting, why do you keep rejecting my invitations? I'm sincere with you. Why are you so determined to turn me down? Is it because of Long Dan? When Ting frowned, this is my personal matter, and it has nothing to do with you. Please leave and don't delay my work. Sun Jinrui, rejected, angrily slammed the door as he left. He glared at the person in front and muttered through gritted teeth, damn it, Long Dan, you little bastard, setting up your brother like this, daring to compete for my woman. Let's see how I'll deal with you. In the classroom, Xiaoli timidly reminded, Dan, I heard that Zhao Ziqi is going to cause trouble with you after school today. He's the king of this school, and he has his cousin to back him up, so you should be careful. Long Dan sat down at his desk and responded, really? Let him come. Xiaoli continued gossiping, now that I think about it, Zhao Ziqi really is a bad guy. He's jealous because you're good looking and smart, and he's tried to pick fights with you several times. You always tolerate him. I don't know when this will ever end. Long folded his arms smugly, today will be the end. I've already put up with him for a long time, I can't bear it any longer. With an older brother to protect me, I'm not afraid of anything, even if the sky falls down. Xiaoli covered her mouth in surprise, huh? No, no more putting up with it. Dejin and Deji were sitting on the chair, enjoying the service from the others. In the security room, one person was holding fruit and hurriedly walked in. Deji, it seems like school is over. Dejin, don't worry, I've already issued the order. No one will dare to touch her, unless they have a death wish. The 2 of us being here is also just to do a little something to let Jean brother know. To prove that we're working hard, doing things for him. Deji flicked away the cigarette, but, even so, it's better to be cautious. I don't want to lose my hand again. Sun Jinrui stepped in, fawning, both bosses, you've worked hard. I'm physical education teacher Sun Jinrui. I heard you 2 are here to act as security for the school, it's truly an honor for our school. How about I invite you both to dinner tonight to help you unwind? While respectfully offering a cigarette, he thought, I don't know why these 2 bosses from the South Island are here, but such a good opportunity can't be missed. Deji waved her hand to decline, I'm not in the mood to eat, someone has already arranged for us to be here for surveillance. Sun Jinrui suggested, then let's call others to join, it's a good chance for everyone to get to know each other, and there's someone who can send these 2 here. She must be from a powerful faction. If I have the lucky chance to connect with her, when Ting will definitely see me in a different light. Deji waved her hand. What are you even? Do you think you have the right to share a meal with someone like her? Go take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Go, don't stop me from doing my work. At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside the school gate. Let's see where you can run to. Long Dan was surrounded, with the leader being the female tyrant from Haidong No. 1 Middle School. Zhao Ziqi was puffing away on a cigarette. Xiaoli spoke up indignantly, Zhao Ziqi, you guys have so many people, and you're bullying Dan? Don't you think that's too much? Zhao Ziqi pointed a threatening finger. Enough, keep barking, and I'll tear your mouth open. Long Dan tried to negotiate. Zhao Ziqi, let Xiaoli go. If you have the guts, take it out on me. She curled her lips. When did Long Dan start acting all high and mighty? If I didn't know better, I'd think you had some strong backing. Let me tell you, it's not me who came to find you this time, it's my cousin. Suddenly, a thug carrying a burlap sack appeared from behind. Dan. Xiaoli was pulled away, feeling anxious. He quickly ran to the security office to report, "This is bad, Sun teacher is in big trouble." Sun Jinrui frowned, panicked. "What kind of situation is this? I've caused trouble for you two bosses. I can't handle this. Whatever it is, we'll talk about it later." Xiaoli continued, "Sun teacher, Long Yidan has been kidnapped." Sun Jinrui furrowed his brows. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're turning a fight into a kidnapping, spreading rumors. You don't need to come to school tomorrow." Xiaoli assured him, "Sun teacher, I'm telling the truth, I saw it with my own eyes." Sun Jinrui scolded, Go, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Xiaoli pleaded, "Sun teacher, please hurry and save Long Yidan. She's really been kidnapped by bad people." Deji quickly punched Sun Jinrui, asking, "What did you just say? Who was kidnapped?" Xiaoli replied in panic, "It's Long Yidan from my class. Long Yidan from grade 10, brick 3. Deji and Dejin were alarmed. Sun Jinrui covered his face, "Don't listen to this little girl. Who would dare kidnap someone in broad daylight, right in front of the school gate? I wonder if you two will still respect me after this evening's dinner." Deji slapped him again in anger, "Respect your face? Stop stalling and causing trouble. How can a school allow a trash teacher like you? Hurry up. Please, lead the way." "Yes." Xiaoli led them to the school gate and pointed at Zhao Ziqi, "She's the one who had people kidnap Long Yidan." Deji angrily demanded, "Where is she?" Zhao Ziqi was intimidated by the forceful tone but still tried to act tough. "Damn it, you dare to shout in my face? Do you believe that before I even finish speaking, you'll get slapped hard? Years of enduring suffering on the ground. Damn it, you dare hit me. Today, I'll show you what a real festival is." Pointing and ordering, "What are you standing there for? Come here." But no one among the subordinates dared to move. One of them stepped forward and whispered into her ear. After hearing it, Zhao Ziqi panicked. "What did you say?" Her attitude flipped 180 degrees as she knelt down. Sorry, boss, I didn't know it was you." Deji squinted. "Stop talking. Where did you take them?" Cold sweat poured down, she was anxious. If anything happened to Long Yidan, she and Dejin would definitely lose their heads. Zhao Ziqi confessed honestly. He's my cousin, Yu Li Jia. He took them, and I don't know where. This is all I know. Please forgive me." Dejin realized. "So it was that fool Yu Li Jia, huh? I can't let him live." Dejin took out his phone to call, but the other side didn't pick up, he couldn't get through. Deji frowned. "This is strange. You guys have already sent word, Yu Li Jia must know how important that girl is. If he knew, why would he dare kidnap her?" Dejin speculated. "He dares to go against us, there must be someone behind him." He suggested. "I know a few places where that guy hides. Let's split up and search." "I don't believe it. Can't find that turtle hiding its head anywhere." At another villa, TH reported, "Boss, everything has been settled. The best villa on top of this mountain is now yours, so you've got a place to rest in Haidong. Of course, it's nothing compared to the royal mansion in Longdu." Zhanfei tilted his head and asked, "You have clothes from the Black Robe Society in your hands?" Tan, holding a box, responded, "The Black Robe people said they needed to send some clothes here, so I took 2 sets. They're quite nice, especially the one for you, boss, it looks pretty cool." Zhanfei picked up one of the outfits and took a look. Let's go. It's time to meet young Master Bo." The sun was setting, and the golden sunset cast a warm glow over a square full of handsome men and beautiful women. From afar, a car sped toward them, driving straight through the crowd without stopping. Who dares to drive so recklessly? Are they out of their mind? This is the Man Xing Dai, the property of the Bo family. Zhang Fei ordered, "Call out your Bo family." A person ran out from inside and shouted, "Are you blind? Don't you know where this is? Hurry up and drive away." But they were stopped by a hand. "Let me handle this." Boss Wang spoke up, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? Never been to a place as fancy as this, right? Hurry up and leave, don't make a fool of yourself here." Zhang Fei, still calm in the car, ate a banana. After finishing, he smiled and waved. "Please throw this into the trash for me." "Thank you." Boss Wan was furious. "Damn it! Has this bastard lost his mind? Does he even know what he's saying? Get out of the car and kneel down to apologize to me right now. Or else, I'll make sure you don't leave here today." His anger immediately deflated when he saw the triangle symbol on the cuff of the man's shirt. This was the symbol of the Black Robe Society. The Black Robe Society is one of the largest secret organizations in the Great Hua Nation, possessing an extremely formidable power. No one dares to mess with them. However, the places where members of the Black Robe Society appear can quickly turn into bloodbaths. According to rumors, members of the Black Robe Society operate solely in Longdu. The things they get involved with are all matters related to national interests. Could someone from the Black Robe Society really be here? The man wearing a shirt next to them, oblivious to the situation, kept shouting, "You bastard, do you know what you're doing? Why don't you hurry up and get out to kneel and apologize to Boss Wang?" He was immediately met with a punch. Boss Wang scolded him, "You little brat, what do you understand? Hurry up and kneel to apologize." Boss Wang then knelt down before the confused onlookers. He begged, "I am blind and ignorant, I deserve to die, please spare me, my lord." Zhang Fei replied, "There's no need to do that, I just need you to help me." He opened the door and stepped out of the car. Zhang Fei asked, "Right, there's no problem with my car being parked in front of this door, is there?" Boss Wang smiled, though his smile was more miserable than crying, and replied, "Of course, there's no problem at all. You can park wherever you want." Zhang Fei ordered, "Take me to find young Master Bo." 5 minutes later, on the top floor of the hotel, Zhang Fei stood face to face with Bo Tong Fei and his men. One of the subordinates asked, "Young master, the man is here. Should we take action?" Bo Tang Fei leisurely sipped his tea. "No need to rush, let's drink a cup of tea first." The others around him continued to flatter him. Young Master Bo's tea ceremony is getting more and more exquisite. But that ungrateful person dares to challenge you, he deserves to be beaten to death. Young Master Bo's skills can easily clear out the young punks in Haidong. Someone like me will only be a mule or a horse for young Master Bo in the future. One of the subordinates behind them chimed in, "Chop this guy up and feed him to the dogs, let's see if anyone dares to confront young Master Bo again." "Young Master Bo, let me take care of these trash for you." Bo Tong Fei waved his hand, signaling for silence. A guest is still a guest. It's been a while since I've met someone as interesting as this. "Who is Long Yi Dan's brother?" Zhang Fei answered, "It's me." Bo Tang Fei raised an eyebrow. "The kid who just got involved in society? I don't know how many people like you I've crippled already." He pointed to Boss Wang's lifeless body on the floor. "This guy is an example. I think you're even worse than him. However, this young master has always valued loyalty and righteousness. How about this, get on your knees and act like a dog for me to ride, and I'll spare your life. What do you say?" Zhang Fei spoke, suddenly feeling a bit thirsty. Tan, standing beside him, shouted, "Didn't you hear that? Bring tea for the boss right now." The boss likes pu'er tea the most, preferably one that's been aged for 10 years. Bo Tong Fei and his men looked dumbfounded, the others stood frozen in shock. Du Bang Fei curled his lips into a sinister smile and gestured with his hand. "Looks like we'll have to teach you what a real festival is. Let me show you what I'm made of." The beer and tea on the table were picked up as one of the thugs launched an aggressive attack. "You want to drink pu'er tea? Here, have a bottle of beer instead. Tan waved his hand and delivered a slap that sent the guy crashing headfirst to the ground. Trash like you doesn't even deserve a second move. Bo Tong-fei remained composed. Interesting. Didn't expect to run into someone this skilled. He waved his hand. Get him. The group of underlings immediately closed in. Brimming with confidence, Bo Tong-fei declared, "This fight will be over in 30 seconds. Standing within their encirclement, Tan said, "Boss, leave it to me." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed one of them by the throat, following the young master's order to finish it quickly. Receiving the command, Tan unleashed a flurry of punches. Zhang Fei walked over to the table. The uninvolved quickly took the hint and cleared out. He picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and sneered. This is Longjing tea picked before Shuishang Ming, but it is not the type of tea harvested from the 18th tree, which was officially recognized by Emperor Qianlong. It can be said that this is definitely not Longjing tea, it is probably Wu Zao. Bo Tang-fei didn't believe his opponent. This is the authentic Longjing tea, picked from the Shizihu conservation area. My friend has been in the tea business for more than 10 years, and this batch is worth over 100,000 for half a kilogram. How could he possibly deceive me? You clearly don't understand anything about the way of tea. Zhang Fei shook his head. Authentic Longjing tea has a greenish-yellow color on the outside, but once you pour in hot water, it turns light yellow. The taste is rich and full, sweet to the last drop, and eventually leaves a natural fragrance reminiscent of flowering beans. The underlings were fighting for their lives, while the two bosses continued discussing tea. Zhang Fei continued his explanation. Wu Zao has a pure green color, and when you drink it, it tastes like fresh grass, almost like Longjing tea but a bit lighter. Wu Zao is usually sold a month earlier than Longjing, so unscrupulous merchants often use it to deceive people, inflating the price to trick those who try to pretend they understand tea, people who have never even tasted authentic Longjing like you. In reality, it costs no more than a few hundred yuan for half a kilogram. And yet, they dare to present it as something related to the way of tea? Bo Tong-fei slapped his thigh, cursing, "Damn it, that guy dared to play me like that. If this gets out, I don't know where to put my face." Zhang Fei added, "But this isn't even the proper tea master. The steeping time isn't enough, the color is just passable, but the aroma is lacking, it's not fragrant or sweet enough, and the foretastes are insufficient, it's not fragrant at all." Bo Tang-fei was completely clueless, rendered speechless. Zhang Fei sneered, "And this is what you call tea culture?" Bo Tang-fei gritted his teeth in anger, "Damn, can you shut up? So what if you understand tea culture? Today, I'll kill you, and no one will ever talk about this again." At that moment, one of his subordinates was slammed into the pillar behind them. Bo Tong-fei finally realized that all his subordinates had been taken down, not a single one left standing. Tan wiped his hands and reported, "Boss, these guys are too weak, I only needed to use 3 parts of my strength and they were already down." Bo Tong-fei was stunned, how could this be? Zhang Fei took it as a matter of course, continuing to criticize, "The tea here at Jiadong is all fake. Originally, I was hoping to drink a good cup of tea here, maybe it would make you feel a little better, but you've completely disappointed me." As he spoke, he slapped the opponent's face, doubling the scorn. Bo Tong-fei, feeling deeply embarrassed, angrily swatted his hand away, "You brat, don't get too cocky too soon. After all, this is my territory. How could I let you cause chaos here?" He clapped his hands, signaling, and one of his subordinates kicked open the door. A group of his men, armed with sticks and swords, rushed in, and one hurriedly ran in from somewhere. "Wait, move those idiots out of the way, get out." Bo Tang-fei, tall and in a hurry, shouted, "What? Can't you see this young master has something important to deal with?" The man tried to advise, "No, young master Bo, we can't afford to mess with these two. They are." Bo Tong-fei, enraged, slapped him without listening further, "What the hell? Is there anyone in Haidong that this young master can't touch? These two useless fools, I could kill them in seconds." The subordinate tried again, "No, they are." But Bo Tang Fei was already hot-headed and didn't listen to a word. I don't care who they are, even if they're gods, I'll still kill them. He then kicked the subordinate hard. How dare you suck up to outsiders? What are you standing there like an idiot for? Go kill these two dogs right now, then I'll treat everyone to some tea. Zhun Fei frowned, too noisy. Take it outside. Tan laughed with delight, okay. Grab each of them by the neck and throw them out the door. Bo Tang Fei crossed his legs, rested his hand on the armrest, and spoke, Kid, don't try to act tough. Have you thought about how you're going to die later? Zhang Fei continued, shifting back to the topic of tea, how you act is how you'll be treated. The quality of the tea you get is the same. You won't have many chances to drink it. You should learn to appreciate it. The sounds of fighting continued to echo outside. Zhang Fei leisurely poured tea, and 2 minutes later, Tan opened the door and entered. Bo Tang Fei stood frozen, his mouth agape, staring at the dead subordinates lying like lifeless bodies outside, while Tan remained untouched, not even a hair out of place. He trembled in fear. What was going on? Facing the two people in the room, his previously arrogant demeanor had completely disappeared. Bo Tang Fei couldn't believe it and asked, more than 100 people, and they were wiped out in just a few minutes? Is this for real? Zhang Fei calmly replied, if you still have anything left, you might want to call them all out now. Otherwise, there won't be another chance. Tan was less patient, kicking him viciously and cursing at him, calling him scum. Boss, why waste words with him? Just kill this bastard already. Bo Tang Fei fell to the ground, fearfully crawling backward. Wait, the girl is still in my hands. Don't get too cocky too soon. Zhang Fei furrowed his brow. What did you just say? His killing intent surged, even two useless people like Dijin and Diji couldn't protect a single student. Bo Tang Fei, feeling a surge of triumph, took out his phone and dialed. Don't believe me? I'll call you and let you hear it yourself. Yu Li Jia, this is young Master Bo. Come out and let the girl hear a few words from you. The smile on his face froze when he heard the voice on the other end. Young Master Bo, this is Dijin. I'm sorry, but Ajia was hit by a car and died on the road. He'll never hear your voice again in this life. Bo Tang Fei stood up abruptly. Dijin, you stupid bastard, you dare to ruin my plans? Damn you, do you even want to live anymore? Do you believe me, young master? Zhang Fei struck him with a slap, grabbed the phone, and with a tense expression, ordered into it, Ayo, Dijin, let me talk to the girl. When he heard his sister's voice confirming she was safe, his face relaxed. Hello, don't worry, I'm fine. It's Dijin brother and Diji who saved me. Bo Dijin was shocked, struggling to stay upright. Zhang Fei shot him a cold glare. Young Master Bo, do you still have anything else to bark about? Bo Tang Fei knelt down. Who are you guys? Upon receiving his look, the underling who had reported earlier spoke up. Young master, they are from the Black Robe Society. Bo Tang Fei was stunned. What? Damn it, why didn't you say this earlier? Isn't this going to get me killed? Zhang Fei gave an order, take this dog and bring him to a cliff, overlooking the sunset over the sea. The three of them, one kneeling, one standing, one sitting. Bo Tang Fei's face turned ashen. Zhang Fei spoke again, take a good look, young Master Bo. Your time is running out. Bo Tang Fei, devastated, cowed out and pleaded, Big boss, I really didn't know Long Yi Dan was your sister. I thought she was just an ordinary girl. If I had known, not even for money would I have dared to touch her. His words only served to fuel Zhang Fei's anger. So, ordinary girls can be trampled on at will, right? As soon as the words left her mouth, she threw the stone in her hand at his head. His voice was low and deep. More than 100,000 of us have fallen, with unwavering loyalty, and not even their bodies remain. To protect the safety of the Great Hua Kingdom, without caring for our own lives, it's precisely so that scum like you can live, even at the cost of our own lives. Zhang Fei furrowed his brow and threw all the stones in his hand. Bo Tang Fei tried to dodge, but every stone hit him, swelling his face.
I'm the only son of the Bo family. You can't kill me. The Bo family will stop at nothing to take your life. Zhang Fei's face darkened. I can take your life. Go ahead and call your father.
Under the sunset at the Bo family estate, Bo family head Bu Jindong elegantly sipped his glass of golden wine.
It was an outdoor banquet with many guests.
Huang Fa Kai, with his shiny bald head, walked over. May the Bo family head live as long as the southern mountain and have blessings as deep as the eastern sea. The others also joined in, wishing in unison, may the Bo family head live as long as the southern mountain and have blessings as deep as the eastern sea.
Bu Jindong replied, this Bo thanks all of you.
Just as the celebration was in full swing, someone rushed in, shouting loudly. The old master saw the butler whispering something to him, and Bu Jindong, growing impatient, ordered, whatever it is, just say it. The butler had no choice but to speak up, the young master has been kidnapped.
All the guests froze in shock. Who dares to kidnap? Kidnapping the young master of the Bo family, huh? Is this person tired of living? What's worse, it happens to be during the celebration of Bu Jindong's 60th birthday. Doesn't this seem like a deliberate attempt to embarrass him?
Once Bu Jindong gets angry, everyone in Haidong will tremble under his power.
Bu Jindong frowned, which idiot did this?
The butler raised the phone. I'm not sure about the opponent's exact identity, he said, but you can speak to him directly.
Bu Jindong wasn't in a hurry. He pulled out a black card and handed it to the butler.
Today is my 60th birthday, I don't want to cause bloodshed. Give him my business card, this will be resolved. Huang Fa Kai gave a thumbs up and flattered him. Bo family's head is truly awe-inspiring. I, Huang Fa Kai, am truly impressed. The people around them chimed in with compliments, lifting him up to the heavens.
That fool was indeed lucky. Getting a business card from the Bo family's head so easily. Who didn't know that the business card of the Bo family's head was a passport to all departments in Haidong? As long as you presented that card, there was no issue that couldn't be solved.
Indeed, even powerful families like the Chun family or Shangguan family would have to show respect when they saw the Bo family's head's business card.
If you want a business card, why resort to such filthy tricks? I really detest people like that.
In the sky, flocks of seagulls spread their wings, some even perched near the three of them.
The person seemed like they were eavesdropping, their face.
Bo Tangfei was in despair when he heard the butler reassuring him. Young master, don't worry. The old master will step in, and no one will dare to disrespect us.
He screamed.
Butler, tell my father that we've messed with someone we shouldn't have, quickly take him to deliver gifts to atone for our actions, give them most of the family assets. There might be a chance for us to turn this around, those people are. The old butler interrupted. Young master, rest assured, no matter who these kidnappers are, even if they are gods in Haidong, they will have to behave. Even if they are tigers, they will have to kneel at our feet. Don't worry, the old master will step in to save you. Bo Tangfei tried to salvage the situation. No, butler, we've messed with someone we absolutely cannot mess with. They are. Before he could finish, the phone was snatched away.
Zhang Fei announced briefly. I'll wait for your family head to come.
Kid, tell me your location, and the family head will show mercy, giving you a business card and letting you go.
Take this business card and leave. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow. A business card? What's the use of Bu Jindong's business card?
But if he wants to play, I'll play alone. Zhang Fei lifted his blade and aimed directly at Bo Tangfei. His arm was swiftly severed. Bo Tangfei screamed in pain, causing the group of European men to panic and scatter.
Zhang Fei ordered. Take it and give it to Bu Jindong. He took out a white towel.
Yes, boss. Quickly, he wrapped his hand and left. At this moment, Bu Jindong was still immersed in praise.
Bo family head, you're being too kind to that person.
If today weren't your birthday, I would have gone there and killed those rebellious people. I think those kidnappers, after receiving the business card from the Bo family head, would be so happy they wouldn't even remember their own name.
Bu Jindong spoke. Alright, it's just a small matter. This Bo has always been merciful. If there's no need for force, I'll try to resolve things peacefully. Huang Fa Kai chimed in. The Bo family head is indeed extraordinary. This is the kind of person who doesn't need bloodshed to make people admire him.
A single business card can defeat the opponent, putting Haidong firmly in our grasp. Only the Bo family head can accomplish such a feat. Truly a magnanimous and generous person, yet with an imposing presence. Bu Jindong smiled leisurely and took a sip of wine.
Old butler ran in holding a box. Grandfather, something's wrong.
Bu Jindong furrowed his brow.
What's happened now? The butler hinted. Master, the kidnappers have responded. Perhaps we should make a concession and go there to talk?
Bu Jindong remained proud.
No need, just tell them here. Huang Fa Kai added. Is there any doubt? They've definitely been suppressed by the Bo family head. They must be coming to apologize in person, right? Now you only realize the power of the Bo family head? Too late, you want to take the punishment and confess now. No chance, people like this should have died long ago.
Bu Jindong waved his hand, giving an order, call that person here, I will question him myself. The butler, terrified, reported, Master, that person never came here, he only sent someone with this.
Bu Jindong ordered, open it and see.
The butler hesitated but opened the box. Inside was a severed arm, and the entire room fell into complete silence. Bu Jindong widened his eyes, his whole demeanor turning cold, this is Tong Fei. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. He gritted his teeth as he listened to the voice on the other end, Bu Jindong, at 12:00 noon tomorrow, wait for me at the conference room of the corporation. I will personally come to visit and kill your son in front of you. The phone was crushed in his hand. Bu Jindong furiously shouted, fine, tomorrow I, Bo, will entertain you. Let's see who's bold enough to kill my son in front of me. Huang Fa Kai raised his fist, showing his loyalty, this person is too outrageous, he's been shown mercy yet refuses to accept it. I am willing to offer my strength to the Bo family head. Tomorrow, I will kill him on the way here to avenge the Bo family. Bu Jindong shouted, stay there, I will catch the mastermind. At the hotel, Tan was munching on a large chicken leg. Long Dong Chang said, this time Edan is safe and sound, I was really worried. Wu Qing, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to save the person from the Bo family, this task was even harder than reaching the sky. Let's raise a glass. Zhang Fei replied. Long uncle, don't worry. From now on, with me around, no one will be able to bully you too. Then he tilted his head back and finished the drink in one go. The two girls passing by whispered, look at that guy, he really eats like a horse. One person eats as much as 5 people, unbelievable. Long Dong Chang Wu Qing, your friend sure eats a lot. Tian Fei looked at his teammate devouring food like a hungry wolf and thought back to when they were guarding the border. Tan was the biggest eater among them. But even so, there was one time when Tan led a suicide squad of 1,000 men, each of them only carrying enough food for 3 days. Unexpectedly, they were surrounded by the enemy. Tan and his troops were eventually forced to retreat into an earthen fort. In order to conserve food for the injured, they went hungry, not eating anything for 6 days. During that time, he continued to lead the troops, defending against the enemy's attacks. When reinforcements arrived, including Tan, only fewer than 20 people were left, the others had perished on the battlefield. The Golden Earth had buried those who were wholeheartedly loyal to their country. At that time, Tan was so hungry that he had become nothing but skin and bones. On the way, his legs could no longer hold up, but he still gritted his teeth and endured. At that moment, Tan, in his emaciated form, was deeply blaming himself. Boss, I'm sorry. Out of the 1,000 brothers we had, only this many are left. I apologize. A man over 2 meters tall, standing his ground against the brutal attacks of the enemy, had not retreated in the slightest. He hadn't eaten a single thing for 6 days. Yet, at that very moment, he couldn't help but shed tears. For the soldiers who had fallen on the battlefield, the smiles from before still lingered here, yet the people were no longer around. Tan, while chewing food, spoke between bites. "Boss, I'm sorry, I eat too well. I've embarrassed you." The brotherhood that had been so moving turned into a cold, uncomfortable atmosphere. Zhang Fei threw a punch. "What's wrong with you? Back at the border, you ate more than 20 portions. Why are you eating less than half now? You've been slacking off on your training, haven't you?" Tan puffed up one side of his cheek, shaking his head. "Boss, I haven't." Zhang Fei raised his claw-like hand in a threatening gesture. "If you haven't, then hurry up and eat. If you don't finish at least 20 portions, I'll see how I peel your skin off." Tan stood straight and replied, "Yes, Heavenly King." The heroic look on his face seemed to want to say something, "Heavenly." But his waist was pinched hard by Zhang Fei, and he quickly corrected himself. "What I meant was, even if the heavens themselves come down, I will still finish these 20 portions of dumplings." Long Dong Chang laughed. "When you mentioned Heavenly King, I almost thought Wu Qing had just been crowned the War Medicine Heavenly King." The next day, a group of people dressed in black spread out, standing on the street. The scar-faced man, leading the group, gave an order, "Get my spirits up right now. Not even a fly should be allowed to slip through." He then turned to report, "Boss, with such a grand show of force, don't you think we're overestimating those kidnappers? Even if the guy has 3 heads and 6 hands, he should still be terrified." Huang Fa Kai took a drag from his cigarette. "What do you know? If I can handle this issue smoothly for the Bo family, the Huang family will definitely be listed among the wealthy families. Our power will rise to a whole new level." The scar-faced man checked his watch. It was almost time for the meeting. Only 5 minutes left, and the other party still hadn't shown up. Could it be that they didn't dare to come? Huang Fa Kai spoke again, "No way. That guy is so arrogant that no one dares to associate with him. If not, he wouldn't have kidnapped young Master Bo. Don't worry, he'll definitely show up." The henchman clapped, "The boss's analysis makes sense." Huang Fa Kai stood up. "Time's running out. Everyone, get ready. As soon as that guy shows up, no matter what, we have to deal with him on the spot. But one thing to keep in mind, under no circumstances should young Master Bo be harmed." A convoy of cars stretched out along the main road, while Tan's thoughts were in turmoil. After a moment, he gritted his teeth in anger. "Boss, these scum are being too dramatic. Just a petty tyrant and his son, and they have the audacity to block the road?" Zhang Fei said, "Bu Zhendong is doing this intentionally to show me his power. If that's the case, then I have to show him what a real festival looks like. Quickly, turn your phone to airplane mode." Then, he sent out the message that the War Medicine Heavenly King was about to arrive in Haidong for a patrol. Tan smiled faintly. "Got it, I'll make arrangements right away." The atmosphere in the office became tense. Bu Zhendong asked, "No news from Huang Fa Kai yet?" The butler had called earlier, saying that the kidnappers hadn't shown up. The man standing beside them chimed in, "Isn't it because they're too scared to come?" "What? Yesterday they were so arrogant, I thought they were from some big place. Turns out, they're just a bunch of headless turtles." Xia Changhe, stuck in traffic, stood by the side of the road and cursed, "This is too much. Finally, it's the weekend, and I was looking forward to going out, but they blocked all 4 main roads. I really don't know what's going on." When Shueting suggested, "We can only walk and see what's happening." As they turned back, someone called out to Shueting from behind. Sun Jinrui grinned as he walked over. "Miss He, you're here too?" When Shueting stared at his head wrapped like a rice cake, bewildered. "Sun teacher, what happened to you? What's going on?" Sun Jinrui scratched his head and bragged, here's the thing. Last night, I was out and saw an old lady dancing in the square when two punks tried to rob her. I was so angry, I rushed up and gave those punks a beating, so I got a little injured. Not worth worrying about, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, yesterday in the security room, did G brother beat me up without saying a word, and even now, thinking back on it still pisses me off. Xia Qing he didn't believe it. The old lady went out to dance alone at night? Does she really enjoy dancing that much? Sun teacher, did someone beat you up? But you're making up this story to win Xueting's favor, right? Sun Jinrui awkwardly avoided the topic. Miss He, listen to yourself. Do you think I'm the type to lie? Xia Qing he retorted, to be honest, you really do seem like the type. This left Sun Jinrui speechless. When Xueting tugged at her hand. Alright, Qinghe, we still need to head to the square, let's go. Sun Jinrui stopped them. Ladies, wait. The square has been temporarily closed off, you won't be able to get in. When Xueting wondered, blockade, why is there a blockade? Sun Jinrui has a chance to show off, something big happened today, but it's no big deal, I can solve it with just one phone call. The sunlight shone directly down on the high-rise buildings as she turned off her phone. Sun Jinrui is boasting, what's going on? I told you it's not a problem. To be honest, today it's because Huang Fai blocked the road, which means, luckily, I know someone under President Huang, otherwise, you two would have to walk there, and it would take at least half an hour. Sun Jinrui suggested, how about this, get in the car. I'll drive you two over there. I just greeted you a moment ago, it only takes a few minutes to get through. Xia Qing he rested his chin in thought, while when Xueting's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhan Fei Wu Qing. Zhan Fei hadn't quite grasped what was happening yet when Xueting, without any sense of shame, rushed over and embraced him tightly. Finally, I've found you, Wu Qing. Why didn't you tell me before? If it weren't for your sister, I wouldn't even have known who you were. I can't believe I'd run into you here. Xia Qing he glanced over, recognizing him, and realized that Xueting knew him. Zhan Fei responded, it's me, I'm back now. When Xueting asked, by the way, what have you been doing all these years? Zhan Fei replied, I've been working as a soldier on a covert mission at the border, so I couldn't keep in touch with everyone. When Xueting awkwardly explained, oh, right, Wu Qing. The wedding between me and Shen Xiating has been called off. I never had any feelings for him. If it weren't for the problems at home, my father would never have resorted to such a measure. But now, I've offended the Chen family as well. Zhan Fei comforted her, don't worry, I'm here. You protected me when we were little, and now that I'm back, I'll protect you. Sun Jinrui, filled with jealousy, shouted, stop boasting. You're getting carried away. Are you really Long Yidan's older brother? Zhan Fei completely ignored him and asked, are you ladies planning to head to the square? When Xueting sweetly replied, that's right, it's so hard to find time to go out and relax after a whole week of work, and I didn't expect to get stuck in traffic. I also heard the square is closed off now. Sun Jinrui was furious, kid, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or something? Zhan Fei said, the plane will come to pick me up later. Since it's on the way, I can give you both a lift, so you don't have to worry about the traffic anymore. Sun Jinrui trembled with anger. Xia frowned and repeated, you're flying? What you mean is, because of the traffic jam, you arranged for a plane to pick you up? Oh, is that so? Zhan Fei asked back. What's wrong with that? Xia he arrogantly responded, I see you're like this again. If it weren't for the fact that you're Long Yidan's brother, with how much you brag like this, I wouldn't even bother to pay attention to you. If you're stuck in traffic, just take a plane, and he's still talking big. When Xueting, let's go. If that's the case, it would be more reliable to just take Sun Jingjing's car. Sun Jinrui cheerfully opened the car door, it's an honor to serve you, beautiful ladies. I'm nothing like that big talker you're referring to. Stuck in traffic and flying? You're exaggerating way beyond reason. When Shui Ting, with a sullen face, followed the other two, then ran up to grab his hand.
Wu Qing was just joking with us. Walking there isn't so bad. We can walk and talk while we're at it.
Sun Jinrui, taken aback by her blunt questioning, still felt angry, but Shui Ting was defending this brat.
What does he have that's better than Sun Jinrui? Zhang Fei's gaze darkened, and he smiled.
The plane is arriving. 5 or 6 planes have appeared in the sky. Xia Qing, he still didn't believe it.
Enough. Planes fly over here every day. What does this have to do with you?
A plane flew low, its propellers spinning rapidly, kicking up a cloud of dust on the road. Zhang Fei slightly curled his lips. Sun Jinrui stood in shock, his mouth agape as he watched the plane land on the street. The people on the plane stepped down and stood at attention. Boss, please get on the plane. When Shui Ting covered her mouth and exclaimed, the plane really has arrived. Sun Jinrui struggled to say a few words.
It's real. Zhang Fei extended his hand towards Shui Ting. Get on.
When Shui Ting turned around and called out to Xia Qinghe.
Qinghe, what are you standing there for? Hurry up.
Xia Qinghe looked up, swept a lock of hair behind her ear, and shyly said,
"Hey." Sun Jinrui cursed under his breath. This helicopter must have been rented.
Someone like him, looking so ordinary, would have died just by buying a model.
And he thinks he can buy a helicopter? Dream on, in Huang Fa Kai's place.
He said, the War Medicine Heavenly King was just recently appointed by the Imperial Court. His power has shaken the entire nation.
Big figures like him will be operating in Longdu. How could they possibly come to Haidong?
The underling standing beside him tried to reassure him, it's probably just someone spreading rumors. Fa Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied, it makes sense, whatever, it must be just some nonsense rumor.
Let's continue waiting for those kidnappers.
The two of them looked up at the sky, sighing in unison.
Huang Fa Kai cursed, unbelieving, damn it, whose helicopter is that?
The helicopter lowered a black flag, with a red bird in the center.
The boss was shocked, isn't that the battle flag of the War Medicine Heavenly King, who was just appointed? He immediately knelt, bowing his head forcefully to the ground in front of his subordinates. One of the subordinates, worried, asked, "Boss, what's going on?"
Huang Fa Kai quickly grabbed the corner of the subordinate's shirt, speaking urgently, The War Medicine Heavenly King is really here.
What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kneel. All the other subordinates immediately followed suit, kneeling and bowing their heads.
The two helicopters headed straight for the Longchang group. One of the subordinates, helping Huang Fa Kai up, asked, "Boss, the helicopter has already reached the Longxiang group.
What should we do now?" He frowned and replied, "What else is there to do? Quickly go clear the traffic on the road for me."
The Imperial Court had just appointed the Battle Wing Heavenly King. Rising up, looking at his phone, Fa Kai reminded, power can shake this whole country.
If he finds out, we won't be able to handle it. Hurry up and notify Bo Jindong.
The War Medicine Heavenly King is already on his way to the Longxiang group.
Footsteps echoed. Bo Jindong and his subordinates entered, chatting loudly.
Whenever a high-ranking figure comes down to inspect, they always enter Donghai from here. That's right, it's here where one might encounter the War God Heavenly King. The two men continued talking and laughing, truly honored to have the chance to wait and meet the War God Heavenly King. At this moment, Huang Fa Kai rushed to Bo Jindong's side, panting heavily, and said, "Head of the Bo family." He wiped his sweat and pleaded, "I have important news to report."
Bo Jindong raised his hand to stop him and said, "Have you caught the fanatic who kidnapped my son?" "We'll deal with that later."
Bo Jindong thought to himself, War Medicine Heavenly King is extremely powerful, and if the Bo family can attach itself to this great figure, will certainly rise in status, maybe even becoming a prestigious family in Longdu.
My son's matter can wait for now.
Huang Fa Kai leaned closer to Bo Jindong, covering his mouth to whisper, "It's about the Battle Wing Heavenly King. He's come to the Longxiang Corporation."
He suddenly exclaimed loudly, what? Bo Jindong quickly turned and commanded, this must not be told to anyone. Move quickly. He thought, to welcome War Medicine Heavenly King, all the strong and talented people are gathered here. Who would have thought that the Bo family would arrive first? To be valued by the Battle Wing Heavenly King is such a huge opportunity. Zhang Fei's helicopter arrived, dropped off the people, and flew away. Shui Ting asked Zhang Fei Wu Qing, aren't you coming with us? He replied, I still have things to handle. The sunlight shining on the glass buildings was blinding. Tan was carrying a person, and Zhang Fei walked into a building. Two henchmen stood in front of them, raising their hands to stop them, shouting loudly, who is it? Zhang Fei spoke calmly, please call Bo Jindong and tell him I have his son with me, waiting in the office. One of the henchmen shouted, do you have a business card? Zhang Fei replied, if you don't have a business card, then get lost. The head of the Bo family is not someone you can meet casually. Tan threw Bo Jindong's son towards them, rubbed his wrist, and said with a faint smile, boss, this is much simpler. Zhang Fei didn't even glance at them, and naturally said, let's go upstairs. Tan followed behind Zhang Fei, dragging Bo Jindong's son as they entered the building with great authority. Meanwhile, at the Xianglong Corporation, Bo Jindong and his henchmen rushed to the music plaza in a hurry. He was panting heavily, turned around, and asked Huang Yifei, what happened? Where is the Battle Wing Heavenly King? Huang Yifei scratched his head and said, it shouldn't be like this. My subordinate clearly saw the helicopter land at the music plaza. How could you say it wasn't there when it was? The two henchmen from earlier ran over, and Bo Jindong became panicked. Bo, there's something I need to report. He grabbed one of them by the collar and angrily asked, did you see the War God Heavenly King or not? Tell me quickly, where is he? The henchman, trembling, answered, it was the kidnappers, the extortionists, who stormed into the Xianglong Corporation, Huang Yifei. He shouted in panic, what? If we let the kidnappers come face to face with the Heavenly King, we're all dead. He kicked one of the guards in the rear, cursing, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Quickly, go and catch them. After scolding, he turned to Bo Jindong and said, head of the Bo family, you wait outside to welcome the Heavenly King. I'll go ahead and settle things inside. Bo Jindong smiled in gratitude. All right, I'll remember this favor from the head of the Huang family. Huang Yifei thought to himself, with these words from Bo Jindong, our Huang family's influence in Haidong is steadily rising. A luxury car approached, and a foot clad in shiny black shoes stepped down. Bo Jindong, feeling puzzled, thought, Lu Yindun's car, why is he here? Lu Yindun stepped out, looking pleased, and laughed, the Bo family really lives up to its reputation as the top tycoon in Haidong, your news travels fast. Bo Jindong crossed his arms and replied, the Lu family's news speed is pretty fast too. At this moment, at Tan's location, he slapped a man hard and cursed at him. Everyone had said that Xianglong Corporation was the top tycoon in Haidong, but how come their security was so much worse than mine? The man fell, slamming his back into the wall, while the guard's Tan had hit groaned in pain. Please, forgive me. Oh, please, it hurts so much. Zhang Fei reminded, this is still within our country, don't compare it to the battlefield. Tan, embarrassed, scratched his head. The fallen guards moaned in pain, oh, it hurts so much. Spare me. Huang Yifei arrived just in time, saw the scene, and hurriedly knelt down, his voice trembling as he begged, please spare my life. Zhang Fei turned around, indifferent, and said, let's go. Huang Yifei continued to shake uncontrollably, scaring himself to death. Tan and Zhang Fei walked to the front of a room. Tan kicked open the door, laughing lewdly, boss, why spare that coward? Zhang Fei turned around and looked at him, a faint smile playing on his lips as he asked, he pissed his pants, and you're not afraid of dirtying your hands? Besides, isn't beating people your thing? Tan laughed and replied, I'm just afraid I'll get tired of beating them. Zhang Fei put his hands in his pockets and snorted lightly, saying, this place isn't bad, let's choose this one. Call Bo Jindong and get 10 people. Tan laid the person on the table and replied, got it. Tan picked up the phone, his face tense.
At that moment, over at Bo Zhendong's place, he answered the call.
What's the matter?
On the other end of the line was Huang Fa Kai, who responded, head of the Bo family, there's some confusion with the situation, I want to ask if we can use. Bo Zhendong instructed, remember to set the suppressor to clean up thoroughly. Lu Yindun urged, his face showing signs of displeasure, if there's something, hurry up and do it.
I'm enough to handle things here. Bo Zhendong replied, humph, does it matter if it bothers family head Lu? Is there anything more important than the Heavenly King's visit? Xianglong is Bo family's turf.
Of course, this Bo will be in charge of welcoming the Heavenly King. Lu Yindun gave a cold smile, thinking to himself, we're already resorting to guns, how can anyone have a good expression? Th shrugged and shook his head, Wang family, no way to reach them. Zhang Fei sat down calmly, arms crossed, his voice steady, if he doesn't come to meet me, then I'll go to meet him. However, he looked off into the distance and smiled, saying, but in that case, the price will be a bit high. Suddenly, something was thrown outside, shattering the window. It was the person Tan had been carrying earlier, falling freely from the building. He hit the ground with a thud, startling everyone. A man turned and asked, what happened? Another person responded, he's dead, he's dead. A crowd gathered, forming a large circle around the body. The man said to Tan, let's go. Tan replied, yes. The two of them took a hoverboard, their feet pushing off as they slid down the slope of the building. Tan said cheerfully, oh, it's been a long time since I've had a chance to skate like this after returning from the battlefield. At this moment, on the side of Bo Zhendong, he squeezed through the crowd and made his way to the body. Bo Zhendong shakily lifted a cloth, his face pale as he stared at the bloodied body on the ground, stammering, how? How could this be? Then he screamed in anguish, my son. Zhendong clutched the young man's body, his voice gritting through his teeth, for the Bo family, I can only endure this. He turned his head, glaring angrily around him. Who threw this dead sheep down here? If this disturbs the Heavenly King, my Bo family will settle the score with him. Zhendong's face darkened. Quick, remove this dead body, clean up this place thoroughly, and don't delay. We need to welcome the Heavenly King shortly. Upon hearing this, the two guards wrapped the corpse in a blanket and began to carry it away. From the upper floor, Tan Wuqing leapt over the railing. Without saying a word, he kicked one of the men carrying the body. He quickly elbowed the other one in the chin and grabbed the bald man's neck, making him writhe in pain and beg for mercy. Spare me! With a powerful slam, he threw the bald man onto the road. The man, badly injured, spat out a mouthful of blood. Wuqing stepped onto the corpse, then calmly asked, are you Bo Zhendong? Around them, the two guards lay motionless on the ground. Wuqing faced Zhendong and remarked, it's really difficult to meet you. Zhendong looked at him with suspicion, deep in thought. Something doesn't seem right about this. The crowd around them murmured. Who is this person? Am I seeing things? Did I just see two people fall from the sky? Zhang Wuqing folded his arms, unperturbed. When you were intact, you didn't need him. Now that you're crippled, you still don't need him. And now, all that's left is a dead body. Well, if you still don't need it, I'll be in a bit of a dilemma. Zhendong glared at him, gritting his teeth. You think you're ruthless, huh? This is an injustice to Bo Zhendong. But let me tell you. No matter what, don't mess up the ceremony to welcome the Heavenly King, he grumbled, questioning. I just hope that the Heavenly King's inspection trip to Dawn High goes smoothly. Tell me, how much money do you want? He secretly thought to himself that there should be no mistakes in the rare encounter with the Heavenly King. Wuqing laughed mockingly. Ha, funny, really funny. For your own future, you wouldn't even take your son's money. He raised a finger to set the price. If that's the case, add another billion. Zhendong was taken aback by the price, stammering. You. A thick-skinned man lunged forward, pointing at Wuqing and yelling in anger. You're crazy. 1 billion. Let me tell you, I am the highest-ranking official in Donghai. Now, if you kneel down and apologize, pay the money immediately, I might handle this leniently. They glanced at him, and Wu Qing spoke. It seems like your opinions aren't exactly aligned. Jindong panicked and stopped him. Wait, I'll give it. He angrily slapped the judge of the underworld across the face, growling, when did it become your turn to talk here? Get lost. He then handed a black card toward Wu Qing. This is the VIP card of Tongbao Bank. Wu Qing took the card, and he continued, there's 1 billion inside. Wu Qing had gotten what he wanted, gripping the card tightly before leaving. No capital was needed to do business, he was truly free. He waved the card, hoping that Mr. Bai would look out for him more in the future. Jindong watched him leave, furious. Wait until I finish welcoming the Heavenly King. I have to find you and settle the score, make sure you're crushed to pieces. Tan angrily walked away, his words dripping with sarcasm. Wanting to rely on someone powerful, yet not even caring for your own flesh and blood, Wu Qing sneered. Ha, sounds just like my father. He walked far away, silently thinking to himself, hoping that he was still healthy, so he could break his knees when he arrived and make him kneel in front of my mother's grave to repent. Tan looked at Wu Qing with pity. The murderous aura was still as terrifying as before. Cheng He and Shui Ting stood at a distance, waving at him. Wu Qing glanced at them before speaking, aren't you two supposed to be at the music square? Shui Ting cheerfully grabbed her hand. Cheng He, I heard Heavenly King is going to Longtung Corporation. I just want to go and see the excitement. Cheng He was surprised. Ha! There's a crowd standing in front of Longtung Corporation, waiting to get in. Cheng He looked at the scene with regret. When Heavenly King inspects Donghai, it's a golden age. Unfortunately, Longteng Corporation only allows those whose personal value exceeds 1 billion to enter. She skeptically pointed at him and asked, then how did you get in? I saw him walking out from inside. He calmly answered, I just went in to take care of some business. Cheng He sighed in frustration. If you want to sneak through the back door, then fine, but why boast about it? Sun Jinrui doesn't even know. Where did this person come from, suddenly intruding and catching them off guard? That's right, just to make a little money, he even rented a helicopter all for the sake of his face. Shui Ting looked at him with displeasure. You're too arrogant and boastful now. Wu Qing, calm down. I'm just saying what I want to say. Whether you believe it or not, that's someone else's problem. He handed them a black card. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. If Shui Ting wants to go inside, she can swipe this card. Jinrui kept on mocking him. Who's going to be tricked by that torn-up card? Wasn't it you who embarrassed yourself back then? Shui Ting had once trusted him. Jinrui proudly raised his phone. Look at me. I'm friends with Boss Huang. Tan was so angry he wanted to punch him. You damn bastard, are you tired of living? Who do you think you're messing with? Wu Qing raised his hand to stop him. Why get angry over someone like that? Let's go. He still tried to save face, calling, hello, Boss Huang? This is Xiao's son. I need a favor. The voice of Boss Huang on the other end was harsh, making him panic. Get lost. If you call again, I'll have someone beat you to death. He stared in shock ahead, cursing. What the hell, is this something a human can do? Who the hell did I offend? Huang Fa Kai gripped his phone tightly as the office window shattered into tiny pieces, sunlight pouring in. He looked in horror at his phone. What happened? Shui Ting snorted coldly, then glanced at him. If Mr. Tian keeps doing these flattery and ingratiating things, sooner or later his boat will flip. She immediately handed the black card to Cheng He as a signal. Cheng He, you go ahead. Then Shui Ting ran off, not forgetting to wave goodbye to her. I'm going to find Wu Qing. She smiled and linked her arm with his, suggesting, Wu Qing, I know a restaurant called Zi Chonggu.
Qinghe looked at the black card inside. How has this girl Shueting been so enchanted by that person to the point of losing her mind? She suddenly got angry. And how am I supposed to use this torn-up card? Qinghe dropped Imogen Rue and hurriedly ran after them. Pretty girls care more about looks than friendship. Wait for me, I'm coming too. Sun Jinrui was left behind, gnashing his teeth in anger. Zhan Wuqing, Heavenly King's bodyguard team. The cars continued to drive across the road. The bodyguards inside the car were checking the time when one of them reminded, the position of Heavenly King has changed, he's on his way to Ziqionggu. He immediately picked up the radio and said, redirect to Ziqionggu. At the luxurious Ziqionggu restaurant, the four of them gathered at one table, chatting happily while eating. Qinghe suddenly exclaimed, wow, this is the biggest restaurant in Donghai. How come Shueting is spending so extravagantly? Zhu Ding cheerfully replied, of course, it's to celebrate that Wu Qing and I are officially acquainted today. Tan gripped the chicken leg tightly in his hand, chewing as he said, eat quickly. Talking too much at the dining table is disrespectful to the food. Shueting looked at him teasingly, you useless good for nothing. Qinghe exclaimed, Wu Qing's comrade in arms is really bold, isn't he? She suddenly asked, has the war medicine Heavenly King arrived in Donghai? You two don't seem even the slightest bit excited. He's an idol for all soldiers, you know. Wu Qing replied in a flustered manner, well, that's because the Battle Wing Heavenly King hasn't come to Donghai yet. Qinghe looked puzzled, what? The Heavenly King hasn't arrived in Donghai yet? Wu Qing casually rested his chin on his hand and answered, if the Heavenly King truly came to Donghai, the guards there would have to line up to welcome him 30 kilometers outside the city. I guess this time, only the Heavenly King's subordinates have come to Donghai. Shueting was surprised, so that's how it is. I was wondering why the Heavenly King would suddenly come to Donghai. Wu Qing is really impressive. Qinghe bit her hand in regret, I thought the Battle Wing Heavenly King had already arrived in Donghai, what a pity. Then she suddenly remembered something and asked, so what is the Long Tongue Corporation waiting for? At the Long Tongue Corporation, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Why hasn't the Heavenly King arrived yet? Is head of the Bo family playing with us? One person stepped forward and whispered into Jindong's ear. Master, we've suddenly lost track of the Heavenly King's guard team. He shouted angrily, no, we need to find out exactly what happened. The servant immediately bowed and replied, yes, sir. Jindong clenched his fist, if not, I'll become the laughingstock of all of Donghai. The servant seemed to remember something, sweating and stammering. Investigate the whereabouts of the Heavenly King. Jindong, infuriated, kicked him hard. Are you tired of living? You think you can track down the Wang family? Investigate those kidnappers for me. Dig up every inch of dirt if you have to, but find him. I want to tear him into 1,000 pieces. He pointed to the person standing next to him, Fat Kai. And you too. Without saying another word, he punched him. It's all your fault, you useless piece of trash. You couldn't even handle one kidnapper. Jindong kept kicking him, cursing him for being useless. The man, with a swollen face, cried out. Please, please stop hitting me. This guy was really too strong. When I caught up, he had already jumped off the building to escape. It was the 26th floor. Jindong immediately pointed a gun at his head, his face darkening. You're so useless, why should I even keep you around? Fat Kai, terrified, begged for mercy. Head of the Bo family, spare me. I have a lead, I have a lead. Elsewhere, Jinrui sat in his house, empty bottles of alcohol scattered across the table, sighing. Sigh, he drank another heap of liquor, rudely wiping his mouth. All because of that damn pale-faced guy, I made a fool of myself in front of Shueting. Jinrui's phone rang incessantly, and he quickly answered, his tone respectful. Mr. Huang, why are you calling me? No, I'm both happy and scared to hear from you. Fat Kai, with a swollen face on the other end of the line, chuckled. Today, my older brother is just messing with you. Ha, my brother wants to inquire about someone. He immediately sent the image over, and upon seeing the person in the photo, Jinrui was surprised. Isn't this Long Yi Dan, his older brother? Offend Boss Huang, and your life ends here. Shui Ting was mine at the restaurant. Shui Ting happily raised her glass. I'm really happy we could meet here today. She looked at him with expectation. Wu Qing. You've retired from the military, right? Do you need to go back to the army? He closed his eyes calmly. Let's put it this way, the situation at the border has stabilized, and for now, they don't need me. Xing He looked at him with doubt. So, what are your plans now? You can't just wait around forever. Seeing this, Shui Ting suggested. Wu Qing has been at the border for so many years, let him rest for a couple of days. Wu Qing smiled. These days are indeed meant for rest, and I'm also taking the opportunity to take care of some personal matters. Xing He looked at him with regret. It's not easy to find a job these days. I was thinking of introducing something for you. A waiter walked up to their table and spoke. Hello, beautiful lady. He handed Shui Ting a business card and continued. Your bill has been paid, and he asked me to give you this card and invite you to a private room on the second floor. Xing He was surprised. Zhu Ding, is he another one of your admirers? She turned to Wu Qing, making a teasing face at him. He seems more refined than someone else. Wu Qing acted as though he didn't see it, remaining calm as ever. The food was put into the mouth. Shui Ting immediately stood up, confused. She approached, served, placed the money on the tray, and began to speak. Please give the money and business card back to him, and tell him not to try to act mysterious. He sneered mockingly. The person who invited you is the eldest son of the Sun family, Mr. Sun Kailuan. I hope you don't let down the kindness of others. Tan said nothing, but punched him straight in the arrogant face. He tightly clutched his bleeding nose and cried out. Ow, ow. The server, angry, pointed at them. You've got eyes and yet you still want to die. Xing He crossed his arms, scolding them. You're too impulsive. The Sun family is a prominent family of military officials. Wu Qing remained calm, cutting his meat and responding. Dealing with scum like them requires action. If we don't, they'll just keep pestering us. Shui Ting put her hands on her hips, visibly irritated. Truly relentless spirits. This Sun Kailuan isn't the first time he's bothered me. Wu Qing, let's go somewhere else. A group of people suddenly pushed the door open and entered, surrounding Shui Ting's table. Kailuan stepped forward arrogantly. Who was the one who attacked just now? The server immediately pointed at Tan, shouting. It was him, it was him. Tan, indifferent to his face, spoke challengingly. Was it me who hit him? Shui Ting also joined in, irritated. Sun Kailuan, the Sun family may be a prestigious family with achievements, but how can they nurture such a degenerate like you? Kailuan shrugged. Decision. Don't target me just because we happen to know each other. He immediately pointed to the person approaching. Tonight, the one you'll be speaking with is young Master Chen Si. Si Hai gave her a suspicious once-over. Are you my second brother's fiancée? Stay and have a drink with me, and I'll let your friend go. Shui Ting was displeased. The Wen family and the Chun family have already annulled the engagement. I hope you'll show some respect. Kailuan stepped closer to her, speaking decisively. The Chen family rules over Donghai. Having a drink won't do you any harm. Before he could finish his sentence, a shoe came crashing into his face. Ah! He crashed to the ground as Wu Qing looked down at them in disdain. You think Shui Ting is someone you can lay a finger on? Kailuan lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Si Hai was taken aback. So fast. He quickly regained his arrogant composure and looked at him. A bit of skill, huh? Who the hell are you? Wu Qing sneered. Who am I? I'm someone you can't touch. The man laughed loudly, provocatively eyeing him. Ha, can't touch you? Is there anyone in Donghai the Chen family can't touch? He made a direct declaration. Kid, for what you just said, I'll make sure you don't walk out of Zichonggu tonight. They immediately lunged forward, intending to cause trouble for Wu Qing. Qing, he quickly spoke up. Fighting and brawling in public is against the law. Don't cause a scene. Inside, she was secretly alarmed. This is bad. We're in real danger now. Si-Hai grinned coldly. She said we're breaking the law. He spoke in a low, threatening tone, then I'll have to show her what real lawbreaking looks like. Wu Qing sighed with a hint of pity. Sai, you're in charge. Tan, take these two girls outside first. Tan was slightly puzzled but still replied, yes. He raised his finger and smiled, got it. He then moved toward Shui Ting, signaling, ladies, my apologies. Tan grabbed their hands and quickly escorted them out. One of the men shouted in panic, hurry, chase them. Seeing them running, Si-Hai stopped them. Fine, chase them down. He looked at the man, his words full of provocation. So, you're the kind of guy who's actually willing to stand here and wait to die, all to protect these two girls, huh? Wu Qing sneered at him in disdain. Wait to die? You've misunderstood. You provoke him, and I'm just afraid your blood will end up splattered on them. Si-Hai's anger boiled over, his voice roaring, you're about to die, and you're still talking tough. Get him, beat him to death. One of the bodyguards threw a punch at him. Go die. Wu Qing effortlessly blocked the punch with a single finger. Is that all you've got? The bodyguard panicked. What's going on? This punch feels harder than steel. One man pulled a dagger from his jacket and snarled, this guy's a martial artist. He gripped the knife tightly, charging forward with two others. I want to see which is tougher, your body or my knife. Wu Qing struck him with a palm, sending him flying. He casually dusted off his hands, as if the person he'd just dealt with was weaker than a piece of paper. He swiftly charged toward the rest of them, knocking each one down. They lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. It hurts so much, please spare me. Wu Qing walked up to Si-Hai, calmly watching his terrified face. You're the last one. Si-Hai quickly stepped back, threatening, my family is the ruler of Donghai. If you dare harm me, you'll be facing all of Donghai. The Chen family won't let you get away with it. His face turned pale. Your husband might be skilled, but he still can't take me down. Let me go, and I'll pretend today never happened. Wu Qing looked him straight in the eye, mocking, Shangguan women can bear children, but too bad, what's the quality of the child they bear? Si-Hai, in a panic, stammered, Senior, you know my mother. She's the most powerful woman in Donghai. Whatever you want, she can give it to you. Wu Qing raised his foot and kicked him hard. Go! Si-Hai collapsed to the ground in fear. Wu Qing, furious, stepped forward and kicked him again. Good people always end up losing everything, while the evil ones get many children and blessings. Why is life so unfair? Si-Hai's face was bruised and swollen from the beating, terrified, spare me, please spare me. Wu Qing seemed to notice something, and gently sidestepped. At the door, a figure stood, raising a gun and aiming at him, cursing, damn it, I missed the shot. Si-Hai, like someone grabbing a life-saving straw, stretched out his hand. Mr. Huang, save me, I am Chen Si-Hai. The man raised his gun in a threatening manner, if you spare Chen Si, I will let you live. He then secretly smirked, thinking it was convenient to save the fourth young master of the Chen family, and by chance, pick up a favor from the Chen family. Chen Si-Hai snorted in anger. Humph. The pressure on his leg increased, and he let out a painful cry. Ugh. Si-Hai lay motionless on the ground, his body drenched in blood. Wu Qing kicked his body towards the man with contempt. Here you go. Fat Kai looked down in panic, stammering, he's killed Chen Si. Huang Fa Kai waved his hand inside. Forget it, he's dead anyway.
A group of bodyguards, each armed with a gun, rushed in. They surrounded Wu Qing.
Fat Kai raised an eyebrow and sneered.
Ha, you're dead for sure.
Wu Qing clicked his tongue in admiration.
TSK, impressive, in this country, there are so many guns like this. He raised his hand, signaling.
Well, go ahead, shoot.
Fat Kai, in a panic, angrily warned.
If you're so eager to die, don't blame me. He immediately ordered the shooting.
They raised their guns, aiming directly at him. Suddenly, a group of people rushed forward. They quickly subdued the bodyguards, then turned to face Wu Qing.
They cried out in pain, "Ah! Ugh!"
The whole group knelt down in unison. The Heavenly King's security team arrived late, and we ask for the Wang family's forgiveness. Wu Qing sighed deeply, then the training content tonight should be increased tenfold.
They respectfully accepted. The Wang family looked at them with suspicion. Wang family, what? What are you talking about? You are the Wang family.
He suddenly spoke up.
Are you messing with us? Do you think everyone here is an idiot?
A figure of a young girl rushed toward him. She grabbed his neck with one hand, grunted, and then slammed him to the floor. She looked down at him, rolling on the ground with disdain.
Good thing it's noisy. She then turned to Wu Qing, sweetly asking, Wang family, why did you suddenly come to Donghai? Didn't take me with you?
He glanced at her and replied, it's a long story.
He then gave the order, you take care of the mess, handle the aftermath.
I'll leave first.
The girl immediately knelt down respectfully.
At Wen Shuiting's home,
Tan continued to eat despite the intense tension in the house. Shuiting nervously held her phone. I can't. I have to call my father.
Qing he followed suit.
I'll call my grandfather. He stared at them, reassuring, it's okay. Suddenly, Shuiting's phone rang.
She was startled, and it was Wu Qing calling.
She quickly answered the call. Hello. Oh, Wu Qing, are you okay?
Wu Qing, on the other end, reassured her, yeah, I'm fine. After dealing with Chen Si-hai, Zheng Wu Qing called Wen Shuiting. She gently wiped the tears off her face, her tone full of reproach, why couldn't you stay for me?
It's a good thing you're okay, otherwise, what would I have done? She asked curiously, what exactly happened?
He answered tenderly, don't worry, it's just a few material matters. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the grassy field ahead, let me go.
Ho-hoo!
Zhang Wu Qing's expression grew serious.
He didn't say anything else, just added, I'll find you in a bit.
After hanging up, he quietly moved forward to investigate. A scoundrel was pinning a girl to the ground, one hand covering her mouth, the other undoing her clothes.
Little darling, don't make a fuss.
Just wait, I'll make you swoon with pleasure. Zhang Wu Qing coldly remarked, in broad daylight, I thought situations like this only happened in cartoons. The scoundrel, startled, held his breath, quickly turned around, and yelled, who's there? Seeing someone approach, the girl hurriedly tried to cry out but could only mumble a few meaningless words due to her mouth being covered. Zhang Wu Qing looked at the scoundrel with disdain. The old man was already in too much of a hurry. No matter what the situation, he should find a place with no one around. The man blushed with embarrassment and then, in anger, shouted, damn it, what the hell do you want to say? Zhang Wu Qing let out a cold laugh, his words unapologetically direct, what I want to say is that if you find a place with no one, you might still be able to save your life. The womanizer was completely enraged by his taunt. Fine, kid, you want to kill me? You probably don't know the skills of my Lei Bao. He raised his fist and lunged forward to attack. Zhang Wu Qing easily grabbed his attacking hand, looking surprised. Interesting. You're the first inner force martial artist I've encountered since coming to Donghai, Zhang Wu Qing said. Lei Bao immediately realized he had met something tough, his face turning pale, stuttering, you. Zhang Wuqing sighed, but if this is your strongest move, his eyes flashing with disdain, then it's hard not to disappoint others. With that, Zhang Wuqing showed him what real strength was. He swung his arm a few times, and immediately Lei Bao's wrists and ankles were cut, blood spurting out. He collapsed backward in pain. The boring battle made Zhang Wuqing sigh in frustration. However, Lei Bao suddenly took a deep breath. Then, when Zhang Wuqing wasn't paying attention, he exhaled forcefully toward him, using the recoil to propel himself backward. Zhang Wuqing, though caught off guard. However, this blow naturally couldn't deal any damage to him. Zhang Wuqing was at a loss for words as he watched Lei Bao fly straight into the small lake in front. The guy tried to surface, not forgetting to send him a message, "Kid, my Lei family's martial arts school won't let this slide." After that, he quickly ran off. Zhang Wuqing mumbled, "Lei family's martial arts school." He chuckled softly, then said, "Interesting, well, I'll leave one life for you." Indeed, Zhang Wuqing didn't bother chasing after him. He hoped the Lei family's martial arts school would bring him a little surprise. He then stepped forward, smiling brightly at the girl on the ground, and asked her kindly, "Are you okay?" The girl, her eyes slightly teary, looked at Zhang Wuqing and replied, "Thank you for saving me, otherwise, I fear I'd have to comfort you." Zhang Wuqing responded, "It's nothing, you're safe now. Do you need me to contact your family?" After calming down, the girl spoke with a tone that carried a slight command, "No need, just take me to Xianglong Corporation." Zhang Wuqing looked at her, silently sighing. This beautiful girl gave orders so smoothly, but what puzzled him more was, why would Xianglong Corporation be the destination? On the way home, Zhang Wuqing had accidentally saved a girl. The two of them later arrived in front of Xianglong Corporation. He took her to the entrance, then, feeling a bit awkward, said, "Miss Lu, I'm just dropping you off here." The girl was extremely enthusiastic. The girl grabbed Zhang Wuqing's hand, wanting to pull him inside. "No, you follow me. My father is the second largest shareholder of Xianglong Group. You saved me, and I must repay you." Zhang Wuqing looked at her in confusion. The second largest shareholder. But I only know the first largest shareholder of Longtang Group, who is Bo Zhendong. She generously shared, "My father is Lu Yundun." Elsewhere, a hand slammed down on the table, accompanied by an angry voice. "Are you all useless?" The irritated man pointed at the faces of those in front of him. "The young lady has been missing the entire afternoon, and you're telling me you couldn't find her?" Bu Zhendong sat calmly in his chair and spoke. "Family head Lu, please calm down. The young lady has a celestial protector, she must be in a very safe place. How could these useless people possibly find her?" Lu Yundun immediately turned and confronted him. "It was you, wasn't it?" Bu Zhendong sneered, adopting a posture of indifference. "A good citizen of the five virtues. What is the Lu family even talking about? I am a law-abiding civilian, and even if I wanted to kidnap someone, I wouldn't do it myself." Lu Yundun furiously pointed at his face. "Bo Zhendong, I have only one daughter. If anything happens to Qing Qing, I will fight you to the death." Bu Zhendong paid no attention to Lu Yundun's threat. He leisurely pointed behind him. "Family head Lu, don't be so agitated. Let me introduce you to Lei Hu from the Lei Family Martial Arts School, an expert in martial arts," Bu Zhendong sneered. "As long as family head Lu hands over the shares of the Xianglong Group under your name, I'll let him investigate this matter. I'm sure there will be results." Lu Yundun clenched his chest in anger. "You, Bu Zhendong, are truly a long-standing enemy." He smiled triumphantly as he watched Lu Yundun struggle. "Weren't you enjoying mocking me so much earlier?" Lu Yundun sat down in his chair, conceding defeat. "Alright, based on what you just said, I want to hear Qing Qing's voice." Bu Zhendong confidently replied, "Of course," then gestured for Lei Hu to make the call. However, all they received was a beeping sound, followed by a female voice saying, "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable," which made Lei Hu fume. What is this guy doing? Seeing something was wrong,
Bu Zhendong furrowed his brows and asked, "What's going on?" Lei Hu hurriedly explained, "Head of the Bo family, rest assured about the credibility of the Lei family martial arts school." Before he could finish, the door suddenly flew open. Lu Chengqing joyfully ran in, shouting, "Father!" Seeing she was fine, Lei Hu was taken aback. Impossible. Clearly, Bu Zhendong was also flustered. "How did you get here?" Lu Yundan was stunned. Qingqing, Lu Qingcheng, rushed forward and embraced her father tightly. Lu Yundan happily patted her head. "Qingqing, it's good that you're okay, it's really good." Lu Qingqing sniffled a bit. "Dad, this time, it's all thanks to Wu Qing, or else I might not have been able to see you again." At that moment, Zhan Wuqing calmly walked in and greeted, "Nice to meet the head of the Bo family, it seems we're quite fated." He looked at the man with composure. "It just so happens we're negotiating a deal." Bu Zhendong was not happy to see him. "You're still alive?" Huang Fa Kai is useless. After saving her, Zhan Wuqing had returned Lu Qingqing to her father. Lu Yundan happily approached him. "Thank you, brother, for your help." This Lu is extremely grateful. He saw Zhan Wuqing's polite exchange with Bu Zhendong and felt secretly relieved. So he's the enemy of Bo Zhendong. Lu Yundan was now filled with confidence, turning to mock. "It seems someone's plan has fallen apart. Aren't you leaving yet, or do you want to stay for a meal?" Although his plan had been foiled, Bu Zhendong still acted arrogantly. "There's no need for family head Lu to be so eager to turn hostile, you might have to kneel and beg me later." He gestured to Lei Hu, who understood and nodded. "Yes." Suddenly, Lei Hu lunged forward, as Bu Zhendong's plan was to have him capture Lu Qingqing again. Since they'd already turned against each other, he trusted Lei Hu's abilities completely. "Lu Yundan, this is the end when you go up against me." Lei Hu hadn't even had the chance to touch Lu Qingqing before Zhan Wuqing quickly pulled her back. He then swung his arm to intercept the incoming one of Lei Hu. With ease, Lei Hu was knocked back by a light blow. Zhan Wuqing calmly assessed the situation, his voice like thunder. "Impressive, your internal strength is not bad." Lei Hu stared at him, slightly impressed. "Looks like my unruly younger brother is really finished at your hands." Bu Zhendong, still unsure of the situation, confidently stepped up behind Lei Hu. "Lei teacher, why bother with so many words? With you here, there's no way he can escape, right? Catch him, then interrogate him slowly." Lei Hu didn't disappoint his expectations. That was, of course, true. "I only used 4 levels of my strength earlier," Zhan Wuqing sneered. There are always people who have no accurate judgment of their own abilities. His cool and unbothered attitude made Lu Qingqing infatuated. Lei Hu had never been looked down upon like this, and he was furious. "What? Zhan Wuqing, you arrogant fool, your internal strength is your greatest asset, but it won't save you." He charged at him. "Looks like today I'm going to teach you a lesson." Naturally, Lei Hu couldn't just stand there and take it. He quickly charged forward. "Kid, don't be too arrogant." The two fists collided quickly, and Zhan Wuqing easily knocked Lei Hu back. He flew straight to the cabinet in the corner. The aftershock even caused the cabinet to crack. Lei Hu spat blood, incredulously staring at Zhan Wuqing. "Internal Jings, peak level." He spoke with a bored tone, making a mocking comment, "In your eyes, I guess it's only internal Jings, right?" At this point, Bu Zhendong had also realized his situation. Zhan Wuqing turned to face him, and even taking a step closer made Bu Zhendong tremble with fear. He stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face, then shouted, "Why do you only want me to make a move before you'll speak reasonably with me?" Bu Zhendong was knocked to the ground. Clutching his face in grievance, he muttered, "I only have one son. You killed him, what more do you want?" Zhan Wuqing didn't care, he stepped firmly on him, and transferred all of his shares under Bu Zhendong's name. "I'm giving you a chance to continue having a son in the future." Bu Zhendong was terrified as Zhan Wuqing forcefully stomped on his face. "You You want to kill me? Zhang Wuqing coldly looked down at him. So, will you give them to me or not?
In the end, Bu Zhendong had no choice but to concede. I'll give them. After intimidating Bu Zhendong, Zhang Wuqing successfully reclaimed the shares under his name. Lu Yindun looked on, fear in his eyes. Where did this god of death come from? Zhang Wuxian ignored him, excitedly holding the transfer contract in his hand as he looked back, saying, "It's been such a long time.
It's also time to give a gift to her." Bu Zhendong was still holding the pen in his hand, hesitating as he asked him, "Can I leave now?"
Zhang Wuqing remained completely indifferent. "I can let you go, but whatever family head Lu plans to do has nothing to do with me."
Bu Zhendong grew angrier. "Damn you!"
Lu Yindun, with a friendly smile, placed his arm around his shoulder. "Head of the Bo family, don't worry.
This Lu is an upright businessman, I won't touch anything." This attitude made Bu Zhendong even more fearful.
Family head Lu was magnanimous, and Lu Yindun always did what he promised.
He raised his hand and signaled to someone. "Where are the people?"
"Hand over to the police the evidence I've gathered over the years."
Bu Zhendong panicked. Lu Yindun had finally avenged the earlier humiliation. Tu Longs watched as he collapsed to the ground. This is retribution. The sky slowly turned orange.
The two troublemakers had been escorted into the police car.
A young police officer stood at attention, saluting Zhang Wuqing.
"Comrade, thank you for your help in solving this case." Zhang Wuqing, holding the medal, was slightly surprised.
A good citizen medal.
Lu Qingqing happily hooked her arm around his.
"Great. Wuqing.
I was planning to find a job for you, but it turns out you've become the boss instead." Lu Yindun clasped his hands together.
"Brother, you've been rewarded for your good deeds.
If you ever need help in the future, feel free to come to the Xianglong Corporation to find me."
Zhang Wuqing was not polite either. "I'll remember what you said." He turned around and walked away. "I'm heading off first."
A while later, at Long Dong Chang's house, Tan held a bowl of rice as he ate and reassured, "Don't worry, boss, I've already taken both those beautiful girls home safely."
Seeing his demeanor, Zhang Wuqing couldn't help but laugh. "They didn't invite you to stay for a meal?" Tan proudly raised 2 fingers.
"Of course they did, I stayed for 2 meals before I came back." Zhang Wuqing immediately changed his expression and knocked on his head. "Damn it, you freeloaded 2 meals and still had the appetite to eat again afterward."
Long Dong Chang laughed heartily with confidence. "Wuqing, it's all right. Uncle Long's only real skill is cooking anything you want to eat, I can make it."
Zhang Wuqing turned to look at him.
"Uncle Long's cooking skills are truly second to none. How's the Tianxiang restaurant coming along?"
Long Dong Chang replied seriously, "We've already chosen the location, just waiting for the grand opening now."
However, he was a little worried about Yidan.
He turned to look at the girl beside him, bringing her up so suddenly that Long Yidan was startled. Long Dong Chang explained that after the restaurant opened, he was afraid he wouldn't have enough time to take care of Yidan. Zhang Wuqing looked at him, his voice firm. "Uncle Long, don't worry about starting your business. Yidan can stay with me, let me take on the responsibility as her big brother." Hearing that, Long Yidan burst into laughter. A moment later, outside the house, Zhang Wuqing opened the door and stepped out. He looked at the people in front of him, all of whom had helped save Yidan, so they were to be rewarded. Dejin, with your arms wrapped in bandages, you're smiling at me, but honestly, it was our mistake, how could we possibly want a reward?" Zhang Wuqing's face turned serious.
"Reward and punishment must be clear, that's my principle.
If you agree, I can take you both to Shijian for training."
Dejin was excited.
With a background from Shijiang, switching jobs in Haidong would at least land us the rank of deputy captain. Zhang Wuqing wanted to reward the efforts of Deji and Dejin, but he was troubled. Shijian was the military zone of the Battle Wing Heavenly King, and no one had ever dared to interfere in its matters. At first, Dejin was delighted,
but after hearing him, he became dejected. What? How could that be?
Zhang Wuqing declared loudly, "My word is the imperial decree of Xizang." The two were immediately stunned.
What? Could it be?
Then, they simultaneously knelt before him, their voices firm, "Long live the Heavenly King!
May the Heavenly King show mercy. We are willing to live and die for the Heavenly King on the battlefield."
Zhang Wuqing turned around and waved them off.
Rise. This matter must not be spread. The two responded in unison, "We take our leave, Your Excellency."
Deji, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately became very happy and said to Dejin, "Before we head to Xizang, let's help the Wang family wrap up the remaining matters."
He quickly agreed. All right, time passes quickly.
The next day, at school, inside the teacher's office, when Xueting handed the invitation card to Long Yidan.
"Yidan, I'm hosting a birthday party tonight, you and Wuqing must come, okay?" She happily accepted the card.
"Miss Wen, don't worry, my brother and I will arrive on time." Sun Jinrui, hiding behind the wall, watched Long Yidan leave, fuming and thinking to himself.
What the hell is Huang Fa Kai doing?
He disappears before finishing the job, truly unbelievable. "I'll have to rely on myself,"
he muttered. "Zhang Wuqing, if I can't have Xueting, then I'll just have to take it from your sister."
Then, he turned to Zhao Ziqi behind him.
"Do you know what to do later?"
She held her phone in her hand, ready to record everything.
"Of course I know." Suddenly, Deji and Dejin appeared behind them, glaring at the two villains. How could they scare those two? Sun Jinrui quickly raised both hands to the sky, stammering an explanation. "Boss Jean, Deji, wait, it's a misunderstanding, those two obviously don't need."
Before he could finish his explanation.
Humph.
Dejin, despite having a hand injured, easily pinned him down and punched him. Deji went easier on Zhao Ziqi, since she was a girl, but still gave her a good beating. The two evil conspirators were thoroughly beaten by Dejin, experiencing a life or death moment.
They left satisfied. Humph, daring to bully the young lady, do they want to die?
At the Wen clan, the woman cried as she looked at the person lying on the bed.
Who beat my child like this?
I will make sure that person pays with their life. The man with a scar over his eyebrow looked at her irritably.
Stop crying. I've received news.
The Heavenly King's guard unit clashed with terrorist elements, and Kai Luan got caught in the crossfire. The woman remained upset.
The guards should prioritize ensuring the safety of the people, shouldn't they? I want to report this to the military court.
The man immediately slapped her.
Who are the new terrorists? They're all members of the Bo family. Bo Zhendong was thrown into prison last night, he's angry at me. The question you should be asking right now is whether your precious son was involved.
The woman collapsed to the ground, clutching her face and crying.
You're heartless. Kai Luan is your own son. If you're not going to stand up for him, then forget it. Ha! The man was extremely irritated.
Humph, a bad child is always the fault of the mother.
Someone from outside called in. Master, someone outside wants to meet you.
They say they're the young master's creditor. Before he could respond, the woman had already stepped up to the servant.
Without warning, she slapped the messenger. Who dares to bully my son? Cut off their limbs and throw them in the sewer. Do I need to teach you how to do this?
The man bowed his head in submission.
Yes. Outside the house at that moment,
a group of people surrounded a single individual.
Zhang Wuqing looked around and sneered coldly, "It seems the Wen clan doesn't want to let me in."
He said coldly to himself, "The only option left is to fight my way in."
Zhang Wuqing recalled that among the people from back then, some weren't even from the Shangguan family.
He remembered the old, dilapidated house, where 3 children were trembling, tightly hugging each other in a corner. A figure shattered the window and jumped in, followed by another unfamiliar face who broke through the door.
Their faces were indistinct, and they grinned sinisterly as they looked at the three children.
The oldest girl, hold your younger siblings tightly. Zhang Wuqing returned to the present, his face darkening with rage. Every time he thought of that night, he couldn't suppress his murderous intent. The head of the Wen clan stood inside the house, suddenly feeling something was off.
He looked outside and sighed, the murderous intent is so strong, what has happened?
The gate to the house immediately swung open, and a person was kicked inside. On the ground, people were sprawled out in disarray. Zhang Wuqing stood boldly at the entrance. The head of the Wen clan looked down from above and hurriedly called for reinforcements. Lieutenant Chu, a master has come chasing me all the way to my mansion. The person on the other end of the line responded, I know, I'm on my way.
Zhang Wuqing calmly stepped inside, sneering, is this all you've got? Has every expert of the Wen clan been killed already?
As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen more people appeared in front of him. They moved aside, making way for two others.
Move aside, move aside.
The elderly man with a full beard spoke first.
Presumptuous. The Tian clan is a family of martial generals, how dare you slander us so freely?
The burly man beside him clenched his fists, looking at Zhang Wuqing with disdain. This year, even trash dares to come knocking at our door.
Do you even know how to write the word death?
He glanced at the two boasting in front of him and, with a casual step, stomped on the man lying on the ground, mocking him.
Just you two? Go get your clan leader.
The burly man rushed forward in fury.
Arrogant. Who do you think you are to meet our clan leader?
Remember this, the one who will kill you is the captain of the guards, Lu Songlong. Zhang Wuqing easily dodged the punch aimed at him.
He casually gave the man a blow. Arrogant.
Lu Songlong was hit and his face swelled. Flustered, he stammered, wait.
Wait a minute.
Zhang Wuqing didn't stop. He landed another strike on him.
Captain.
The old man behind him immediately rushed up, this brat is too arrogant. Zhang Wuqing effortlessly gave the old man a slap, sending him flying.
Arrogant.
The old man held his face, threatening, I am the steward of the Sun Mansion. Zhang Wuqing landed another slap to balance things out. The steward and the two arrogant men, each with swollen faces from the slaps, hurriedly knelt down, begging him.
Please stop, please stop. If you keep hitting, you'll just look like a fool.
Zhang Wuqing looked at the remaining henchmen, who were still stunned, and said, why aren't you getting the hell out of here? Hearing him, they snapped out of their daze in a panic, quickly scattering and fleeing. After defeating the two self-proclaimed experts from the Wen clan, Zhang Wuqing immediately asked, if you want to live, you better answer my question. The few of them responded.
The two battered ones obediently answered, yes, yes. He asked seriously, who are the experts from the Wen clan still around?
After thinking for a while, Zhang Wuqing asked more clearly, in the past few years, have you had any contact with a martial artist who uses a knife or one who specializes in lightness skills? Lu Songlong hesitantly replied, aside from the clan leader, the only experts in the family are us. Old Butler also agrees. The Wen clan is small, and we've never encountered any martial artists like the ones you describe. Once Zhang Wuqing finished asking, he fell silent and thought for a moment.
They weren't lying.
He rubbed his chin, it seems the Wen clan wasn't involved in that incident from years ago. Zhang Wuqing didn't like to make things difficult for others. He remained calm, and since that was the case, he decided this matter was over. Suddenly, a knife was thrust at him. Zhang Wuqing scoffed inwardly, then his expression turned serious as he effortlessly blocked the knife with just 2 fingers. Zhang Wuqing frowned as he looked at the woman in front of him. Her intentions were vicious. This woman had learned the art of ambush. He barely moved his 2 fingers, and the knife was immediately rendered useless. The woman staggered and, once she regained her balance, pointed her finger directly at Zhang Wuqing's face, questioning, "Tell me, is Kailuan's injury caused by you?" He calmly replied, "Serve yourself what you sow." The woman went into a frenzy, cursing him, "Sure enough, it's you. Let me tell you, no matter how powerful your martial arts are, so what? In Donghai, I have 10,000 ways to make your life worse than death. I'll start with your family. Zhang Wuxian shot her a cold glance, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Songlong suddenly rushed forward, slapped her hard, and shouted, "Shut up, you mad dog who doesn't understand the situation." Furious, he cursed, "You want to die, but I still want to live." The woman, struck, was seething with rage and shouted, "Useless dog, how dare you hit me? I'll have Xia Xian peel your skin off, and your entire family." The butler also rushed forward, punching and kicking madly, "Get out of here." Sun Xia Xian, still unsure of whether to live or die, and she dared to threaten him. Lu Songlong showed no mercy, saying, "I've wanted to hit you for a long time." Zhang Wuqing didn't need to fan the flames. He closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "Marry a virtuous woman, and the Wen clan no longer needs to exist." No one could threaten the family of the Heavenly King. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine was heard, and Zhang Wuqing immediately took notice. A car quickly left the Wen clan. He stood high above, observing. Sighing quietly, the head of the Wen clan, who hadn't even shown his face, had already fled with his entire household. Truly a talented person. Indeed, the person in the car was the head of the Wen clan, still wearing his pajamas. He thought to himself, this person was able to easily defeat Lu Songlong, so his strength in the military must at least be that of a second lieutenant. Why then target the Wen clan? Suddenly, Zhang Wuqing jumped down from above, landing squarely on the hood of the car the man was driving. Zhang Wuqing waved amiably through the front windshield and asked, "Where are you heading, Wen clan head? Why the hurry?" The head of the Wen clan, quite astute, opened the car door and stepped out, raising his hands in surrender, as if to say, "I admit defeat. If you have any demands, just state them quickly." In his mind, he thought, who the hell is this kid? The Green Mountains are still here, and there's no fear of running out of firewood. Just then, a large military vehicle appeared in front of them. The Wen clan head was overjoyed, his savior had arrived. He immediately ran to block the vehicle, shouting for help, "Lieutenant Yu, save me." After creating chaos for the Wen clan, Zhang Wuqing quickly blocked the front of the vehicle that the Wen clan head had been using to flee. With an elegant gesture, he slipped his hands into his pockets, jumped down from the front of the car, and then grabbed the collar of the Wen clan head, who had eagerly rushed toward the supposed rescue. "No one's coming to save you." Suddenly, the sound of a ringing phone echoed. Zhang Wuqing immediately picked up the phone. "Hello, what's wrong again, little sister?" Okay, I'll be there." A few people in heavy-looking outfits appeared in the vehicle, with a muscular man leading them. He spoke up, "What's going on?" "I answered your call and came right over." The head of the Wen clan immediately grabbed the man's hand. "Lieutenant Yu, you're just in time. This person is extremely vicious. If you had come a little later, I'm afraid my life wouldn't have been spared." Yu Zhitong frowned. "Let me see who has the guts to attack the martial official of Haidong in broad daylight." The head of the Wen clan quickly pointed behind him. "This is the thief. He's been bullying me, randomly killing my subordinates, and even wants to hunt me down to the end." Yu Zhitong furrowed his brows and looked at him. "Who? Are you joking with me?" The head of the Wen clan hurriedly turned around, only to find no one there. He was startled. "Where are they?" Elsewhere, on the pedestrian street, the crowd was bustling with people walking around. Long Yidan linked arms with Zhang Wuqing, her voice slightly sulking. "Where have you been? Why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for so long." He smiled and appeased her. "I had something to take care of, I'll be quicker next time." Long Yidan didn't ask further. Suddenly, she pointed to a shop. "This is the one." She then pulled Zhang Wuqing closer. The two stood in front of the shop, and she spoke to him contentedly. "Tonight is Teacher On's birthday, we must definitely buy a beautiful dress to wear." They entered and started picking out clothes with great effort. "How about this one? Oh, not pretty." Behind them, there was someone lurking sneakily. Zhang Wuqing immediately noticed.
Someone's following us.
However, he didn't make any moves, and the person hadn't realized yet that he had been spotted.
At the door of the CEO's office, the person who had been following earlier rushed in and called out loudly, "Boss!"
The chubby man immediately turned around and looked at him, whispering into his ear, "I used to work at the big restaurant in Tiandong.
The troublemaker from the Chen family has appeared." The chubby man glanced at him. "Are you sure?" The man nodded seriously, completely certain. "Should we call the Chen family?"
The chubby man lightly stroked his chin, smirking, "Idiot, if we're going to send a favor to the Chen family, we need to handle things first and then notify them." After picking for a while, Long Yidan was satisfied, carrying bags in both hands, feeling a great sense of accomplishment.
Shopping was just too much fun.
The person who had been following them earlier seemed to be the store manager, and he respectfully invited the guests to the payment counter.
The two followed him. Long Yidan wondered, isn't the cash register supposed to be near the door? The store manager smirked slyly. This one is the cash register specially for VIP customers.
When they reached a secluded area, he immediately turned hostile, a total of 10 million.
May I ask how you wish to pay? Long Yidan was furious. 10 million? It's clearly not even 10,000, and you're bringing us here. What exactly is your intention?
Zhang Wuqing, who had been silent all this time, frowned and thought to himself, why is this guy so sly, like he's trying to trick me? Zhang Wuxin and Long Yidan, while out shopping, had also been deceived, and the store manager looked at them with a sharp tone.
What do I mean? Isn't it obvious? I'm afraid you'll run off.
Pay up quickly. Long Yidan saw that he wasn't being reasonable, so she grabbed Zhang Wuxin's hand.
We're not buying clothes anymore. Let's go. Behind them, the fat man led a group to block their way. Hee, the clothes have been packed up. Now you're saying you're not buying? You think you can play me? Long Yidan angrily shouted, are you trying to force us into buying?
The fat shopkeeper gave her a sinister look, complaining, hee, lovely girl, you're so naive.
Every industry has its rules. If you dare not pay, do you believe me? Before he could finish, he was slapped. Zhang Wuxing coldly looked at him, do you want to die? The fat shopkeeper, panicking, hugged his face, stammering, and pointing at Zhang Wuxing, you dare hit me? You owe me 10 million, and you still dare to hit me?
Zhang Wuqing stepped forward, sneering, what?
What can you do?
The fat boss pulled out his phone and threatened him.
I know you can fight, but can you go up against the government? I have people up there.
That brat owes me 10 million.
Just one phone call from me, and the rest of your life will be spent behind bars.
It seemed like he regained his confidence, his voice now filled with arrogance. However, seeing how poor you guys are, I won't make it hard for you. If you come with me to the Chen family, I'll forgive the 10 million debt. Long Yidan anxiously pulled Zhang Wuqing's hand. He suddenly burst into laughter, then swiftly charged forward. Zhang Wuqing, completely at ease, took down all the men in front of him. The fat boss slammed his round body into the wall. Zhang Wuqing casually threw another man aside, his voice full of disdain, with this little strength, you're trying to play in the underworld? Seeing his men lie motionless on the ground, the fat boss was horrified. Trembling, he held his phone and pointed it at Zhang Wuqing, stammering, you're done for.
Murdering someone will make your crime even worse. I've already called the police. Just wait to be sentenced to death.
Zhang Wuqing was completely confident, no one in this world is qualified to judge me.
The fat boss remained stubborn, you won't be arrogant for much longer. Once you're in the cell, the girl in the mother's womb.
Zhang Wuxing calmly looked at him. Oh, you're quite confident. Well, I'll wait and see what happens. The door suddenly swung open, and a beautiful female police officer walked in.
The fat shop owner was overjoyed.
She's here, he said. The female officer, accompanied by her subordinate, entered and looked around.
Who reported to the police? The fat shop owner immediately pressed charges first.
Oh, It's a friend of Deputy Director Liu from your police station. These two came in here to kill someone and steal 10 million from me. He blatantly twisted the truth, pointing at Zhang Wuqing.
Quick, arrest them for me. The female police officer ignored his nonsense.
You give orders to your subordinate, take them away, I'll make my own judgment.
The person next to her responded, yes.
The fat shop owner hastily tried to stop them.
Wait, let me make a call.
He cursed under his breath, damn it, don't blame me. I clearly hinted to her that I was from Deputy Director Liu's side.
This stupid woman is such a fool.
The fat shop owner opened his phone, speaking in a fawning tone.
Deputy Director Liu, it's me, I'm dealing with a small issue.
Yes, I'll hand the phone to her. He handed the phone to the female police officer, who then answered the call from Deputy Director Liu.
I trust you'll know how to handle the investigation from here.
After his threats failed and he even got punched, the fat shop owner called the police, hoping to use his connections to crush Zhang Wuqing. He turned his head to look at him, a sinister smile spreading across his face. To fight with me, you should kneel and beg me first. Perhaps I will show some mercy and make things easier for you in prison.
Zhang Wuqing calmly smiled.
Ha. The female police officer took the phone from the fat shop owner, and there was already an incoming call. She directly called the person the fat shop owner had been flattering.
What's going on? Did Lu Ziliang give any instructions?
There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment, followed by a forced loud laugh.
Oh, isn't this the voice of the director? I wouldn't dare give any instructions. I just wanted to hear your guidance, that's all.
The female officer sneered and looked at the fat shop owner.
Guidance? Forget about it. Do you know the owner of Liren Fashion?
He froze.
What's going on? On the phone, the voice echoed. Oh, this is really unfair. I don't know him at all.
Earlier this year, some nameless person claimed to know me, but don't believe them.
Everyone in the shop could hear what was said clearly. The fat shop owner stuttered, trying to grab the phone. Deputy Director Liu, I. The female officer threw the phone back to him. Director Liu has already hung up. Maybe you should call back. The fat shop owner quickly caught the phone, trembling as he knelt down, stuttering. Why you? You are the director? The female director looked at him with a stern expression, arms crossed. Who I am doesn't matter. The truth is what matters. It's best if you are honest now.
The fat boss hurriedly tossed his phone aside, panic evident on his face. I lied, I called the police, and now I'm withdrawing the report. Zhang Wuqing, who had been silent up until then, seized the perfect moment to speak. Withdraw.
You forced someone into a transaction. You've been extorting and harassing people. Now, I want to report you.
The man waved his hand dismissively, denying it. No. You clearly haven't paid, and you have no evidence. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the phone, 10 million transferred to your account. He stared at the phone in disbelief, then looked at Zhang Wuqing. What is this? Zhang Wuqing cheerfully shook the phone in his hand. My hands just trembled, and once you're in prison, make sure to pay me back. From now on, live your life properly, and don't follow others into the underworld. The female police chief also played along, jingling the silver handcuffs, with ample physical and witness evidence. Sir, you are suspected of involvement in a kidnapping and extortion of 10 million.
Please come with us. Then, the two extortionists who had targeted Zhang Wuqing were taken away by the police.
The female police chief cleared her throat and looked at Zhang Wuqing. Sir, now I have a few questions I'd like to privately ask you.
Would you be serious about this? Long Yidan watched angrily as the two left. The two of them entered a room.
The female police chief, who had been serious earlier, was now much more friendly. Linking arms with Zhang Wuqing, he said, Wang family, did I arrive just in time?
How do you plan to reward me for this?
He was slightly surprised, smiling. Something as small as this doesn't deserve too much credit, but given her position as the female bureau chief, I should explain. For the convenience of investigating the task you assigned to me, I've enlisted the Black Robe Society to carry out operations. The Black Robe Society designated a senior official from Haidong named Yu Tong, a lieutenant. Zhang Wuqing thought for a moment. I don't think I've met Lieutenant Yu Tong, but why does that name sound so familiar?
The female bureau chief eagerly handed Zhang Wuxin a box.
I've heard that the Wang family is based in Haidong, and he's just been waiting for an opportunity to prove himself.
This ceremonial outfit is also something he asked me to bring along.
He glanced at the box and nodded slightly.
Thoughtful. The female bureau chief then revealed something. I've found some leads regarding the matter you asked me to investigate. But why didn't you mobilize the imperial forces for this investigation?
Zhang Wuqing immediately took it. Zhang Wuqing tightly gripped the small device in his hand, his gaze showing clear seriousness and authority. I issued the decree in my capacity as Heavenly King. The Shangguan family is the mastermind, and of course, they deserve to be executed 100 times over.
However, the small fry floating on the surface, once startled, will just hide even deeper.
He furrowed his brow, clenched his fist, and turned with an aura of imposing killing intent, loudly declaring, back then, those who participated in dividing the assets of my family.
You killed my mother, I won't forgive even one of you.
Yi Shuke knelt on one knee at Zhang Wuqing's feet, full of respect. I am willing to charge into the flames without hesitation, hoping the Wang family's wishes will soon be fulfilled. Then, both of them stepped outside, only to meet Long Yidan. Upon seeing them, she rested her hand on her chin, her face twisted into a displeased frown as she looked at the two of them.
What have you two been doing in there? Why did it take so long?
Yi Shuke, noticing this, shifted his gaze away, covering his mouth with a teasing smile.
Doing exactly what you're imagining.
Long Yidan felt a bit embarrassed by her own thoughts, her face turning red from the shame. She crossed her arms and walked away with a smug smile, leaving Long Yidan stomping her feet in frustration.
But Yi Shuke didn't forget to smile brightly and wave them off.
Bye-bye, wish you smooth sailing. The two of them then linked arms, with one hand holding a bag as they walked out of the store. However, Long Yidan still couldn't resist turning back to tease her.
After leaving the store, they made their way toward a grand, brightly lit building, the Tiandu Hotel.
It was bustling with people coming and going, the noise and commotion filling the air. He stood at the center of the banquet hall, laughing heartily. Ha, ha, thank you all for taking the time to attend my daughter's birthday party.
Please, come right in.
In the waiting hall, there were already many distinguished guests. They were chatting loudly with each other.
Ha, it's been a long time since we last met.
Long Yidan, with her arm linked with Zhang Wuqing's, walked in and couldn't help but be astonished by the scene of the party. Her eyes sparkled as she looked around, praising the event.
It's so beautiful, this is the first time I've attended a party like this.
Meanwhile, he raised his glass of wine and smiled at Wen Shuiting.
Shuiting, happy birthday. She politely smiled back and responded. Thank you for your wishes. Wuqing, I'm really happy that you could come.
However, the other girls from afar couldn't help but gossip and evaluate them.
Who is that person? Seeing how excited Shuiting is to see him, could he be her boyfriend?
One of them suddenly realized, noticing he looked effeminate, and wondered if he came from a very wealthy family. But the person next to her seemed more composed as she recognized his identity. His name is Zhang Wuqing, Shuiting's older brother. He just got out of the military. Now Shuiting is completely enchanted by him, she's totally lost her mind. Despite hearing this, the girl's attitude remained unchanged. She still looked down on him. So he's just a poor guy.
Shuiting's taste is terrible. If she continues like this, things won't end well. Another girl joined in, expressing her disapproval.
A soldier who's just been discharged is definitely not worthy. Any of Shuiting's suitors could easily crush him. The other girl could only sigh in frustration. At that moment, a car stopped in front of the Tiandu Hotel. A manager hurriedly ran out to greet him warmly. "Long brother, I didn't expect that you, with your many duties in the military, would be able to come." Wu Tianlong stepped out of the car with a mighty presence. "Today is Shui Ting's birthday. How could I not come?" The manager pointed towards the entrance, eagerly leading the way. "Long brother, please come this way." The party is divided into 2 levels. The second floor is for the big shots, while the first floor is for the younger crowd. With your status, you are qualified to go to the second floor. But Wu Tianlong coldly and decisively continued walking forward. "No need, Shui Ting is on the first floor. I'll go find her." As soon as he entered, Wu Tianlong was stunned by the scene before him. He ground his teeth, his face clearly showing his fury, and growled, "Damn it, that little brat dares to get close to Shui Ting." Zhang Wuqing, seemingly unaware of anything amiss, continued happily chatting with Wen Shuiting. With a cold, sharp gaze, Wu Tianlong stormed over, shoving the 2 guards aside. The girls around them pointed and shouted, "Look, it's Wu Tianlong, the younger brother of Captain Yu Zhitong, the loyal pursuer of Shuiting. Looks like a show is about to start." Another girl gently swirled the wine in her glass, frowning. "I heard that Wu Tianlong once severely injured someone who was pursuing Shuiting." The person beside turned away, a look of deep regret on their face. After Shuiting and the Chen family got engaged, he had stopped, but now that the engagement had been called off, he would not let this opportunity slip by. Wu Tianlong walked over to Wen Shuiting and spoke in a commanding tone, "Shuiting, come with me, I have something to say." She frowned upon seeing him, clearly displeased. "Is there something you can't say here?" Wu Tianlong then turned towards Zhang Wuqing, facing him directly, "Fine, you all leave here. I have a few words to say privately to Shuiting." When Shuiting placed her hand on her hip and spoke, clearly irritated, "Wu Tianlong, what do you mean by that?" "Let me tell you, Wu Qing is not leaving here." With a cold, sharp gaze and a provocative tone, Wu Tianlong gritted his teeth and said, "You're Zhang Wuqing." Zhang Wuqing calmly replied, his expression cold with a hint of disdain, "Am I?" Wu Tianlong furrowed his brows and spoke in an irritated voice, "I've heard of you. They all say you're good at fighting, that even the Chen family was defeated by you. But you should know, you mean nothing to me." Despite that, Zhang Wuqing's attitude remained unchanged, very composed. "Oh, so what?" He gave a half smile, arrogant and mocking, his cold eyes filled with contempt as he spoke in a chilling tone, "You'd better know one thing, losing face in front of a woman is worse than losing your life. I don't want to make a move tonight." Wu Tianlong extended his hand towards Wen Shuiting, intending to pull her away. "Shuiting, come with me for a moment. I really have something to say to you." Immediately, Zhang Wuqing stepped forward to block his way. "She has already rejected you, please leave." Angered by the humiliation, Wu Tianlong gritted his teeth and growled. "What? You dare tell me to leave?" Then, Wu Tianlong swung his fist towards him, shouting, "Get lost." Zhang Wuqing, undeterred, raised his hand in response. The 2 punches collided with a great force, and Wu Tianlong was pushed back several steps. Clenching his fist, he raised it with a darkened expression. "So, you're not as useless as you look. Kid, do you really want to go head-to-head with me?" Zhang Wuqing calmly responded. "And then what?" Wu Tianlong pointed at himself, arrogantly raising his voice, "Do you know who I am? I joined the Special Forces at the age of 10, enlisted at 15, and became a lieutenant at 18. I've fired more rounds than you've ever seen, and I've fought in some of the harshest real combat environments." He frowned, stepping forward with a menacing air. "Now, do you still want to challenge me?" But Zhang Wuqing simply responded with a big laugh. "Ha ha ha." He slid one hand into his pocket, the other raised confidently, exuding charisma and assurance. "Sorry, this is the first time I've seen someone give their resume before throwing a punch." When Shuiting, standing beside, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh quietly. Wu Tianlong, furious beyond measure, had veins popping out of his face as he gritted each word through clenched teeth. "You want to die." The girl standing outside,
witnessing the intense confrontation, couldn't help but be surprised. This kid must be seeking death. Does he really want to challenge Wu Tianlong head-on?
Her friend next to her raised a hand to wipe away a tear.
This guy is something else, isn't he?
Just look at Wu Tianlong's face, he's about to kill him, and yet the person next to him is helplessly slapping his face in frustration.
That's just how his temper is.
As for Wu Tianlong, he charged forward again, throwing a punch.
You're going to regret this when you're in the hospital bed.
Meanwhile, Zhang Wuqing remained calm, his hands clasped behind his back, sneering.
Don't know, don't fear.
Just as the fist was about to land, Zhang Wuqing was stopped by a voice.
Stop.
When Qing Shan and other guests stepped forward.
Tonight is my daughter's birthday party. Is there something you two can't discuss while seated?
Wu Tianlong immediately clasped his hands together and bowed his head respectfully.
Of course, I must listen to one uncle. Let's just consider this matter settled. He then flashed a satisfied smile. Tianlong is truly becoming more and more capable. Please send my regards to Lieutenant Yu.
Zhang Wuqing, standing to the side, couldn't help but think to himself. The speed at which he changes sides is impressive. If I could even achieve half of what he does, I'd appoint him to lead an entire army.
When Qing Shan quickly noticed him, he was Wu Qing, who, after many years, still looked the same, but had changed in other ways. Enraged, he pointed at Zhang Wuqing. It's you, you're here again?
But he simply crossed his arms and calmly addressed him.
Oh, isn't this the great talent who abandoned his wife and children? What a coincidence!
Ashamed but furious, he clenched his fist and shouted, his anger boiling over, spitting insults.
Nation H is a place governed by law. Do you think just because you've got a little martial skill, you can soar to the sky? The people around them were shocked. What's going on here? Is your friend really picking a fight with the Sun family? They quickly realized something.
Not long ago, Sun Kailuan had caused trouble for them, so was it possible that this man was still making a scene, pointing fingers at Zhang Wuqing, making up all sorts of lies? This man is extremely vicious. When I wasn't home, he came to my house and destroyed it.
Long Xian, such a person should never be forgiven.
Wu Tianlong raised a finger and lightly shook his head.
I promised Long Uncle I wouldn't intervene anymore.
He pointed down to the ground and flashed a sly smile. If you kneel and apologize to Mr. Sun, I'll take care of it on his behalf and let it go.
How about that?
When Xueting saw Wu Tianlong pushing things too far and shouted loudly.
Wu Tianlong, don't bully people too much. But he still did not stop exuding an air of intimidation.
Xueting, you should know that the Sun Yu family has connections with each other.
Even if it's my older brother, he would do the same.
He smiled with evident satisfaction upon seeing this.
That's right. If it weren't for him running fast, your older brother would be the one dealing with him today. Wu Tianlong growled loudly, get down on your knees now.
Under such pressure, Zhang Wuqing remained calm, pouring the glass of wine down, flashing a smile while secretly exuding a killing intent and defiance.
What if I say no?
The dark red wine spilled out, running down to his shoes.
Wu Tianlong seemed to have lost his patience, rolling up his sleeves, ready to make a move. I've already been kind enough, and now you're provoking me?
When Qing Shan immediately stepped forward, warning, Tianlong, today is my daughter's birthday, don't cause trouble.
But he pointed to himself and responded, when uncle, just pretend you didn't see anything.
This year's Wen clan quota is handled by the Yu family. Those words made him freeze for a moment. Over here, Zhang Wuqing had already taken off his jacket and tossed it aside.
No need for more words, let's end this quickly.
There's no need to stop him.
The girl outside was excited and gave a thumbs up. Well done, what other chaos are you going to cause now?
Another man gently pushed up his glasses, secretly mocking, flaunting the fleeting strength that had left him half disabled.
Even a fool would know how to choose like that.
The girl beside him saw this and politely asked, which prominent family are you from? But he simply raised his hand to adjust his tie and confidently replied, "I'm not. I rely on my own efforts and have finally become the HR manager of the largest hotel in Tiandu." She angrily kicked him a few times, cursing him as scum. Not even a second-generation rich kid, and yet he dared to come to her place, making him grovel on the ground, crying for mercy. The girl beside her helplessly forced a bitter smile.
"Ah, you really have some strength."
Over here, Long Yidan gently shook Zhang Wuqing's hand to remind him.
He turned to leave,
when Xue Ting beside him also followed, holding onto his arm.
"Wuqing, don't pay attention to people like him."
But Zhang Wuqing smiled confidently.
"Don't worry, he won't bother you again." Then he pointed ahead, speaking with absolute certainty.
"He will treat me like a god." The people around them laughed derisively.
"TCH, he must be out of his mind. Daring to provoke Wu Tianlong."
I don't even know what to say, only that those who don't know are not afraid. When Xing Shan leaned over and quietly reminded the manager, "Quickly call Lieutenant Yu.
Quickly inform him to come here."
Wu Tianlong lowered his body, adopting a stance ready for battle. "I really admire your courage. Being broken under the ancient form of the Yu family is truly an honor for you."
Everyone was surprised by his actions. "Ancient form, this is the first time I've seen the ancient form." He stood to the side, smiling smugly with a hint of slyness, secretly thinking to himself.
Although Zhang Wuqing is skilled in combat, he is only at the completion of the internal qi. Wu Tianlong, on the other hand, has mastered the ancient form of the internal qi at its peak. Anyone without internal strength can't possibly match up. Zhang Wuqing smirked, waving his hand provocatively at him.
"Interesting. Show me your move."
Immediately, Wu Tianlong threw a punch at him with lightning speed. He seemed unaware of the heavens or the earth, but Zhang Wuqing easily sidestepped the attack.
"You family's ancient form, isn't this the 8 trigrams immortal heaven technique I threw at the Black Robe Guild leader?"
Then, Wu Tianlong spun around, lifting his leg and kicking towards Zhang Wuqing. "You can still dodge the attack without a scratch. The 8 trigrams immortal heaven is not meant to be used like this," but despite that, he didn't stop, continuing his assault towards Zhang Wuqing. "You know your place, if you have the skills, don't dodge." He casually slipped his hands into his pockets and gently jumped up.
"I've already dodged."
Zhang Wuqing stood above, looking down at Wu Tianlong, smiling.
"The move Taoist 8 trigrams, rising dragon from the depths of water, what the hell have you turned it into?"
He growled out, frustrated.
"Damn it, all you know how to do is run away?"
He waved his hand a few times, provoking Wu Tianlong once again.
Not again. He saw the scene and was left in utter confusion. How could this happen? Wu Tianlong was far inferior to him. He was no match at all. He had to escape first. Outside the building, a tall figure was already approaching.
At this moment, Yu Zhitong, full of rage, stormed in, his anger clearly visible on his face. That bastard Wu Tianlong had caused trouble outside, and he had hurriedly rushed out from inside the building. Afterward, he quickly ran to inform him.
"Lieutenant Yu, you came at the perfect time.
That guy who caused chaos at my place earlier is inside."
Hearing the familiar name, Yu Zhitong became excited and followed him inside.
"It's really him. What a narrow path for enemies."
"Let's go."
Wu Qing effortlessly dodged Tianlong's punch with a slight tilt of his body. Zhitong, watching from outside, thought to himself that this person felt strangely familiar.
Dan, standing outside, reminded him.
"Be careful," then kicked him in the groin. Zhitong was lost in thought, his mind racing with strange ideas.
Isn't that the Silka Lande uniform I had someone give to the higher-ups as a favor?
He suddenly became anxious and thought, this is bad. Tianlong, burning with fury, shouted loudly, "Damn it, take my strongest move."
Wu Qing calmly laughed and said, "Let's settle this with one move."
I'm also getting quite fed up. He suddenly turned around and asked.
"Ha?"
Zhitong is aiming directly at Tianlong's face, kicking and shouting, "I'll beat you to death, ungrateful fool." Right after that, and kicked him squarely in the face.
Tianlong was sent flying, screaming non-stop. Ji Tong landed lightly on the ground and stood proudly, watching him.
The guests murmured in discussion. Yes, it's Lieutenant Chu, always so composed, truly a prominent figure from the Donghai military. In situations like today's when clan gathering, he usually wouldn't attend.
One of them pointed at Tianlong and said, "Hey, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand, but didn't he mistake someone?"
Wu Qing stood, observing Ji Tong with some surprise. He suddenly kneeled and said, "My subordinate failed in discipline, a crime worthy of 1,000 deaths."
The two guests stared, amazed, and said, "Lieutenant Chu, why such formalities? Am I still dreaming? This is formal? He's kneeling. My worldview is collapsing." Shui Ting, shocked, covered her mouth and whispered, "Wait, could it be that Wu Qing was a lieutenant colonel before retiring from the military?"
Wu Qing looked at Ji Tong, still kneeling with a smile, thinking to himself that he knew his identity, but dared not reveal it. He only referred to himself as a clever subordinate. He casually took a chair and sat down, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner and complimented, "You understand things well." Ji Tong quickly bowed his head and begged, "My lord, the Yu family has always been loyal to you. Please, I beg you, show mercy and don't be too harsh."
Tianlong, his face swollen, asked in surprise, "Brother, what are you doing?"
Ji Tong angrily turned around and scolded, "Shut up, you're such an unambitious fool." He answered briefly, "Yes," then continued to plead, "My lord, please spare my younger brother's life. If not, I am willing to trade my life for his." Wu Qing waved his hand disinterestedly, saying, "Stop with these tricks. I'll let it go this time, but there won't be a next time. Clean up this place and get out." Xing Shan warmly invited him. The incident happened suddenly, and we were a bit slow in our reception. "Please, let's go upstairs."
Wu Qing happily responded, "If that's the case, then thank you for your hospitality."
He, along with Yi Dan and Shui Ting, followed him upstairs. Ji Tong, still furious, yelled, "It was you who incited my brother to take action."
The man fearfully stepped back and asked, "Lieutenant Chu, what are you doing?" Yu Tong, still seething with anger, shouted, "What am I doing? Didn't you hear that person tell me to clean this mess up? Damn you!"
The Yu family nearly collapsed because of him. The man desperately tried to negotiate. "No, Brother Wu, I give you all the assets of the Wen clan, just spare me." Ji Tong ignored him, kicking him away with a powerful blow that sent him tumbling. He stepped on the man, cursing in disdain. "Your courage is like that of a mouse, yet you still deserve to be a military officer," he continued to beg. "You brother, spare my life, spare my life." Ji Tong then kicked him harder. He collapsed immediately, fainting on the spot.
Tianlong watched, unable to suppress his nervousness as he swallowed and asked, "Brother, who exactly is that person?"
Ji Tong sighed, then leaned in close to Tianlong's ear and whispered. Tianlong instinctively knelt down, exclaiming, "The Wang family trembles in fear at the mere mention of that person."
Ji Tong turned away and said, "It seems we must find a way to make amends with that distinguished person."
Meanwhile, in the living room, Wu Qing sat on a chair and spoke. "After I returned, Hai Dong still hadn't had the chance to greet one uncle." Xing Shan looked at his daughter and said politely, "I'm just an old man, nothing worth watching. It's the young ones who should engage with each other more." Shui Ting, moved, called out to her father. He laughed heartily and said, Let the two of us talk, you two young ladies go out and play."
She pretended to be upset and said, "I don't want to listen to your gossip." The door closed, and Wu Qing, drinking some water, asked, "One uncle, is there something you want to discuss with me?"
Xing Shan, without any hesitation, knelt down and clasped his hands, pleading, "The quota competition is tied to the fate of the Wen clan. Please, help us." He hurriedly went over to help the old man up and said, "One uncle, there's no need for that.
Could you explain what the quota competition is? If I can help, I will try my best."
Xing Shan sat down on the chair and, halfway through, said, "You're making fun of me now, Wu Qing.
I really have no other choice.
As for the quota competition," he continued, "there are countless merchants in Haidong, and the market is so large. some take less, others take more, and it's usually a fight to the death. He went on, explaining that in the end, the major families had joined forces to establish a rule, which was the quota competition. It was held every 3 years, with martial arts battles determining the market share. Wu Qing laughed and said, "Interesting rule. But if one clan loses, it's fine to take a smaller quota, right?" Xing Shan furrowed his brows and replied, "It's not that simple. I've already tried to narrow down the market share, but there are still those who won't let one clan off." He explained the current situation, saying that if we shrink further, one clan would be doomed. "I originally planned to ally with the Chun family, but the Chen family has wolfish ambitions." Wu Qing was a little surprised and asked, "If this competition is that important, shouldn't all the top fighters from Haidong be involved?" Xing Shan nodded, confirming his guess. Martial artists spent a lot on training, and few trained on their own. He secretly smiled, thinking to himself, this was a rare opportunity to gather information. Master, Xue Ting outside the door leaned closer, listening intently and asked, "What are they talking about inside?" "I can't hear clearly." Yi Dan guessed, perhaps they were discussing the marriage between the two of them? Sheng He walked over, suddenly thinking, marriage, wedding. She felt confused and sad, not understanding her own feelings. Xue Ting and Wu Qing wanted to get married, so why did she feel this way? At this moment, at the Chun family estate, the thunder rumbled loudly. Old Butler brought a pile of documents to report, "Master, all the materials on Zhang Wu Qing are here." Shangguan Nalan scornfully cursed, "This bastard has been missing for so many years, and now he's back as a soldier. Does he think that just because he has a military rank, he can oppose me?" She tossed the pile of documents aside, shouting loudly, "Ignorant fool! The Chen family is the overlord of Haidong. Eradicating a Zhang Wu Qing is no different from killing a shrimp." Shangguan Nalan was furious, clenching her fists until they bled, saying, "Back then, I should have completely eradicated that bitch. The weeds should have been pulled out from the roots." Old Butler bowed his head and said, "I have relayed your message to Elder Jiang." Elder Jiang said he must finish the quota competition before he can handle your matters. She was enraged, slapped the old man across the face, and shouted loudly, "But I don't want that bastard to live another day." Shangguan Nalan waved her hand and asked, "Forget it, let him jump around for a few more days." "How far have the investigations gone?" The old butler, terrified, knelt down, trembling as he said, "I haven't finished the investigation yet, but it's almost done, I will do it immediately." She coldly pulled the trigger, scolding, "I assigned you 3 tasks, and you couldn't even complete 2 of them. Worthless trash, you don't deserve to live." The old butler then collapsed in a pool of blood, his signs of life disappearing. Meanwhile, at someone's house, Wu Qing and the others were sitting around the dining table. Edan handed a gift box to Xiao Guang, happily saying, "Xiao Guang, be good, this is a birthday present I got for you. Do you like it?" The little boy joyfully smiled and replied, "I like it." Xiao Guang's mother, with tears in her eyes, said, "If in this lifetime I could cure Xiao Guang's illness, I would be willing to die." Wu Qing stroked his chin and, recalling something, said, "I heard that Alande has a top-tier brain expert, maybe they could cure Xiao Guang's illness there." She sighed softly and added, "That expert charges millions just to lift a finger. A small family like ours doesn't dare to think so luxuriously. If Xiao Guang can grow up safely, I will be content." He took out a piece of paper and said, "What? Actually, I hold shares in the Xianglong Corporation." Suddenly, someone kicked the door open and laughed loudly, what a coincidence, big news." Upon seeing Wu Qing sitting there, the person unexpectedly stopped, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, "Oh, Mr. Zhan is here too?" He was feeling anxious inside, wondering why Sun Shashan was here. Could it be that the uncle asked me to do something? Xiao Guang's mother immediately asked, "Jia Dong, what good news were you talking about?" Jia Dong hesitated and said, "Oh, it's nothing really." He handed over a piece of paper and smiled, saying, "It's just that my uncle asked me to deliver something for him." She frowned and said, "Don't call him uncle. I have nothing to do with him anymore." Xiao Guang's mother covered her mouth and angrily cursed, that bastard abandoned his wife and child, and if I become a ghost, I won't spare him. Jia Dong hurriedly tried to comfort her. Yes, I don't want to pay any attention to him either, but the condition he's offering. It's better to take a look yourself. She reviewed the divorce settlement document. Jia Dong cheerfully said, as long as you accept the settlement and sign it, my uncle promised to pay a compensation of 500,000. He continued, my uncle's offer is quite sincere. Even though he can't cure Xiaoguang, at least this way, you won't have to worry about food and clothing. Xiaoguang's mother immediately grabbed the paper from him, tore it up, and said loudly, his fake attitude just makes me even more disgusted. I'd rather die than take his money. Jia Dong tried to defend, my uncle just wants to make up for the two of you. He then asked, aren't you in need? It's funny, how many years have passed and now you just think of wanting to make up for it? Jia Dong returned to his cheerful attitude. Actually, this is from my uncle, who heard that Mr. Zhang caused a huge ruckus with the Tiandu Hotel's reputation, and wants me to mediate. He waved the paper from earlier, laughing loudly. Haha, wants to mediate, huh? Wu Qing tossed the paper onto the table and continued, if he can make up for the money with half of this stock, then I might accept. Jia Dong was surprised as he read the contents of the stock ownership for Xianglong Group. Xianglong was a key high-level business of Haidong, and he had shares in Xianglong. He encouraged himself, maybe it was just a small amount of shares in it. Right, it must be that way, he could take advantage of it. Jia Dong continued to justify himself. Actually, all these years, his uncle still had feelings for her. That man, Wu Qing, suddenly seized his neck. He pushed the pile of papers to the edge of the window, irritably saying, noisy. He panicked, saying, Mr. Zhan, please, I'm just conveying my uncle's words. He's quite influential in the family. Wu Qing, with a serious face, warned, go back and tell that scum, if he dares to bother me again, I'll chop his dog's head off. Without hesitation, he threw the pile of papers onto the street. Still at Aunt Xiaoguang's house, he said worriedly, Wu Qing, Aunt is afraid that bastard might take action against you. Wu Qing confidently said, don't worry, Auntie. Even if that scumbag doesn't come looking for me, I'll go find him myself. How could I possibly let him off so easily? Jia Dong walked away, clutching his shoulder, angrily cursing, that damn Zhan Wu Qing, how dare he treat me like this, without giving me a shred of dignity. Just then, Jia Dong saw a girl walking toward him and exclaimed, wow, Shuku is calmly walking over. He greeted her excitedly, beautiful lady, I'm staying at the Tiandu Hotel. Shuka suddenly kicked him straight in the groin. She scornfully snapped, what kind of pathetic shrimp dares to mess with me? The worthless Jia Dong collapsed in pain, crying. He returned to Auntie's house, and Wu Qing handed over a piece of paper, saying, take it, Auntie, these are the equity rights. Expert Alanda, I've already arranged everything for you. Xiaoguang's mother was moved and said, Wu Qing, this favor is too great. I honestly don't know how I can ever repay you. Dan cheerfully said, Auntie, we're family. All these years you've taken care of me without ever asking for anything in return. Wu Qing stroked her chin, thinking. What's next is a bloody showdown in Haidong. It's good that Auntie is taking Xiaoguang abroad for treatment. Suddenly, there was the sound of a cat meowing outside the window, meow meow, and Wu Qing turned to look. The space outside had fallen silent again. Wu Qing looked up at the tree and asked, what are you doing here? Shuko, pretending to be a cat, replied, a lonely stray cat, passionate like fire, delivering a gift to your door, satisfaction guaranteed. He kicked the tree and said, Humph, have you finished talking? She immediately fell from the tree. Shuko, while rubbing his head, said, I've investigated the expert with the knife you mentioned. It's been found, he's the owner of the Lei Family Martial Arts Hall, Lei Tiandao. Wu Qing repeated the name Lei Tiandao, then happily said, the slaughter is about to begin. Right now in Haidong No. 3 prison, a prisoner stood up to give a speech. I'll tell you guys, I'm a man of Deputy Director Liu, from now on I'm the boss here. Two other prisoners immediately cheered, yes, boss, whatever you want us to do, we'll do it.
He pointed at the man in the corner and cursed, "Are you deaf? Dare to disregard my words." Jindong sneered and cursed back, "Who the hell are you, trash?" The man, scared, asked, "What?" He stood up and grabbed a chair nearby. Jindong slammed the chair into the prisoner, spat, and continued cursing, "TCH, scum like you dares to ride on my head." A prison guard opened the door and shouted, "Noise, what's going on?" He called out, "Bo Jindong, come out here." Jindong calmly walked out, and the guard, happy, said, "Congratulations, Bo Jindong, your guarantor has arrived." Tian Dao stood there waiting for him to speak. "Bo Jindong, it wasn't easy for me to fish you out of there." He was surprised and said, "Lei Tian Dao, you've emerged from seclusion? I thought the person who came was Lei Bao." Tian Dao, frustrated, shouted, "Humph, the third brother has been crippled, the second brother died from untreated severe injuries in the prison hospital. Who else but me could come?" Jindong was shocked, "What? Lei who is dead?" Tian Dao raised his blade and drew it out. Laughing with hatred, he said, "This time, after achieving a breakthrough in my seclusion and mastering the Zhan Wuqing technique, you killed my brothers, so I will have to kill you." Jindong arrogantly responded, "You and I, with both martial arts and strategies, will first kill Zhan Wuqing, and then we'll join forces to take over Haidong." Tian Dao laughed loudly and threw his arm around him. "Ha, good brother, let's go back and join the celebration feast for my emergence." A car sped down the road, and now at the Grand Hotel in Tiandu, Shuka pointed and reported, "That's Lei Tiandao's car. He will host his emergence banquet here this afternoon." Wu Qing, irritated, said, "Again, this Tiandu hotel. I'm so tired of the Chen family's businesses, I don't want to see it again tomorrow." Shuka knelt and obeyed, "Yes, sir, I will handle it." Wu Qing smiled and said, "Let's go, let's head inside." Tan also smiled excitedly. "Hee, finally, we can have a big fight." A luxury car was parked outside. Wu Qing raised his hand to stop, saying, "Wait, isn't this the scumbag who abandoned me and made me live as a son-in-law?" Jia Dong was laughing and leading the way, "Uncle, please come in." Wu Qing was also feeling excited, saying, "Interesting. We don't mind waiting a little longer to see if any more bugs crawl into the jar." Inside, everyone was mingling at the party. Tian Dao raised his glass, saying, "Although all of you are busy, you've still come to congratulate me on my retirement. It truly surprises and pleases me." An old man walked over, clasped his hands, and said, "Master Lei, no need to be polite. I can see that your internal power has surged. From now on, we will rely on you." He then finished his drink and laughed heartily, "Ha, my fellow brothers, no need to be modest. Let's all work together to build Haidong." Yin Dun, sitting in a corner, thought angrily, "Humph, Lei Bao kidnapped my daughter, and Lei Tian Dao still has the face to invite me to this banquet." Tian Dao walked over and said, "Lu brother, I have an intention to join the Xiang Long group. How about we make peace during this grand feast today?" The guests outside added, "This is a rare opportunity, Lu brother, you're going to prosper." Yin Dun stood up and replied, "The past can be forgiven, but the Lei family takes martial arts as its foundation, and this Lu is. It's still better to walk my own path." He clasped his hands and said his farewell. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Yun Dun walked away. Jindong unexpectedly greeted him. "Long time no see. Lu brother's temper is still the same." Yin Dun suddenly looked up at him in surprise and asked, "Bo Jindong, weren't you in prison? How come you're here?" Jindong calmly smiled and replied, "Now that all of Haidong is mine, do you think there's anything Lei brother can't do?" "Ha ha." Tian Dao unexpectedly spoke up, "Give up your shares in Xiang Long." He immediately struck Yin Dun and shouted loudly, "Submit or die." Yin Dun fell backward onto the ground, and Cheng Cheng hurriedly ran over, calling out, "Father." She helped Yin Dun up and yelled, "I want to see who dares to touch my father." He sat up and said, "The largest shares of Xiang Long aren't in my hands." "I'm afraid you've got the wrong person." Tian Dao continued, "It doesn't matter where they are, it's all the same. It's like you're just holding them for me."
On the other hand, your daughter isn't bad looking. If she spends a few nights with me, I'll let the Lu family off."
Cheng Ching angrily shouted, "Dream on." Tian Dao suddenly appeared in front of Cheng Ching and said, "You're ignorant.
It seems you don't understand the terror of a master with internal strength."
He then sent the bodyguards flying. Yun Dan and his daughter looked at Tian Dao with fear. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Dao demonstrated his power, unleashing his internal force.
This was the true strength of a master with internal strength.
Yun Dan looked at him and said, "Is this the kind of power that even Haidong admires?" Xing Qing, also surprised, said, "Is this really the power of a human?" Suddenly, someone approached and praised, "Impressive, outstanding."
Xiaoshan walked over and said, "The martial arts of the shop owner Lei, when compared to my father, is not something that could be easily surpassed or given up." He spoke up, "The third young master of the Chun family has brought 2-century-old ginseng roots to congratulate Mr. Lei on his martial arts mastery." Tian Dao clasped his hands and replied with a smile, "Huh, so it's the third young master of the Chun family who has arrived. I am truly ashamed, I dare not compare myself to your esteemed father, Bo Dao." Xiaoshan walked over, looking at Qing Qing and asking, "I arrived a bit late, it seems I've missed a scene.
Who is this lovely girl?" Tian Dao immediately asked.
"This well-behaved child has brought a great gift, but I have nothing to offer in return."
"How about I give this girl to you instead?" Xiaoshan responded.
"What Headmaster Lei said is true, my grandson does not want to take someone else's good stuff."
Yindan stood in front of Cheng Qing and shouted loudly, "Even if I die, I won't let Qing Cheng be given to you." He angrily threw a punch, not knowing its strength, then die.
But one of Wu Qing's fingers stopped it.
Xiaoshan was suddenly taken aback. "What?"
Qing Qing was also startled and looked up, hugging Wu Qing's arm, seeking help. "Brother Wu Qing is here, hurry and save my father."
She angrily turned to them, "Why are you treating a life like it's worthless, tossing it around like this?" Xiaoshan calmly replied, "There are two kinds of lives. As for me, Chen Xiaoshan, I was born noble. As for other cheap lives, what does it matter if I take them?"
Wu Qing sneered, boasting about being born noble.
He smiled and said, "Interesting, seems like you really don't know who I am." Xiaoshan contemptuously pointed at Wu Qing and said, "I don't need to know who you are. Listen carefully.
I am the child of the ruler of Haidong Shangguan Nalan.
The entire Tiandu Hotel here is a birthday gift from my mother.
And now you come in front of me, preaching justice."
The bodyguards following him couldn't help but laugh.
Jindong spoke up from behind, "Zhan Wu Qing, there's a road in heaven, but you refuse to walk it. Today, with Headmaster Lei here, let's see what you can do."
Xiaoshan gasped in shock, "What? You're Zhan Wu Qing?"
Tian Dao grabbed his shoulder to reassure him, "Grandson, don't panic.
With me here, do you think he can lay a hand on you?" Xiaoshan clasped his hands together and said, "Then thank you, Headmaster Lei." He then reverted to his arrogant ways, declaring, "Zhan Wu Qing, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? Maybe I'll even help you plead for your miserable life."
Wu Qing calmly replied, "If I kneel, the whole building will probably collapse.
This place used to be in ruins before." Xiaoshan didn't believe it, laughing loudly, "You're joking.
My Qin family's Tiandu Hotel has stood tall in Haidong for over a decade.
Even if you die, the Chen family building won't fall." Wu Qing picked up his phone and said, "Let's see."
Wu Qing dialed a number.
The person on the other end reported, "Boss, all the necessary procedures are completed." The surrounding staff began dispersing. Xiaoshan asked in surprise, "What? Dispersing? You still dare to call someone?"
Tian Dao continued to reassure him, "Be good, don't rush. When his reinforcements arrive and kneel before us, he'll understand who we really are."
He arrogantly said, "That's right." By then, a panic-stricken face appeared. The appearance of begging for forgiveness, isn't that even more thrilling? Xiaoshan laughed again, pointed at Wu Qing, and said, Headmaster Lei really knows how to play. I'm giving a mutt like you a chance. He reached out and grabbed his hand. Wu Qing held his hand tightly and said, "Only me." He turned to Xia Shan and asked, "It seems you've misunderstood something. Did you really think someone could protect you?" Wu Qing immediately flung him away and continued, "Whether it's Lei Tiandao or this entire building, none of them can." Xia Shan was hurled out of the building. Zhendong rushed after him, shouting loudly, "Shen!" Third young master Tiandao struck at Wu Qing with a palm attack. The servant dreaming of harming others Tan suddenly appeared in front of Tiandao and shouted, "How bold!" A palm and a fist clashed. Tiandao was blasted away, yelling, "Such great strength!" He landed with difficulty. Panic rose in Tiandao's heart as he thought, "Unbelievable. Zhang Wu Qing has a subordinate skilled in internal force like this, one who's on par with me." Tan laughed scornfully and said, "Hee, don't get it wrong. The only reason you're still breathing is because the boss has something to ask you." Tiandao forced a smile and tried to persuade Tan, "Why would someone of your caliber serve under Zhang Wushan? What could that lowborn give you? If you join forces with me, even Chen Tianba would be nothing. All of Haidong would be in our hands." Tan spat in contempt. "Fought." Tiandao was infuriated to the point of madness. "You," he said, still accepting defeat, "I'll concede." "Fine, if you are also a grand master at controlling internal energy, I admit defeat. Let's move on from this. How about that?" Wu Qing immediately replied, "You people, born thinking you are noble, only know how to suppress others with violence. When you find yourselves at a disadvantage, you'll show faces even uglier than vile scoundrels." Outside, Xia Shan shouted, "Headmaster Lei, why should you compromise with this lowly person? He dared to hit me, you must avenge me." Tiandao raised his sword in front, and Wu Qing said, "Do you really think you've won? All my skills are in my sword, who wins and who loses is yet to be seen." Ying Dan, from behind, reminded, "Wu Qing, don't get too emotional." Though injured, he still forced himself to speak, cough, cough, "Wu Qing, be careful. My life doesn't matter much, but Qing is still young." Wu Qing confidently turned his head and replied, "Uncle Lu, don't worry, they're just a bunch of people about to die, they can't turn the tide. You and Tan are already surrounded." One person outside said, "Is this kid stupid? Can a battle between Grand Masters be started so easily?" Another person thought, "Headmaster Lei's reputation is legendary, but Zhang Wu Qing, relying on his subordinates, is acting so arrogantly he's sure to bring disaster upon himself." Tiandao, feeling smug, thought, "Just wait, once I get past that strong man, I'll capture Zhang Wu Qing. Then everything is under my control." Wu Qing spoke up, asking, "Say it, how do you want to die?" "Don't worry about the rest, Tan won't make a move." Tiandao, furious, drew his blade and demanded, "What?" He shouted loudly, his voice booming. "You dare to insult me? I want you to kneel and die before me." Wu Qing, also enraged, glared back and replied, "Humph, Lei Tiandao, it seems you don't know who you're facing." He then unleashed a terrifying power. A series of spikes appeared beneath his feet, shooting up. Tiandao laughed triumphantly, saying, "Ha, die." Suddenly, he stopped and said, "Just relying on internal strength to break the marble. Are you a grandmaster?" Tiandao confidently declared. "But you won't be able to defeat me." Ha ha. The moment the sword touched the spikes, it shattered. The spikes relentlessly pierced Tiandao, causing him to scream in pain. Wu Qing repeated Tiandao's words, "Earlier, you said you wanted me to kneel before you." Tiandao, trembling, begged, "How can this be? Spare me, I agree." "All right." Several spikes directly withdrew from Tiandao's body, causing him excruciating pain. Tiandao collapsed to the ground. Wu Qing turned to Zhendong and said, "Now it's your turn." Terrified, he fled, thinking, "A god of death, this is a god of death. I shouldn't have been released from prison, should I? I was wrong to think I wanted out." With a swift punch, Wu Qing knocked him unconscious, muttering, "I've always disliked you. Do you still want to run?" Xia Shan exclaimed in horror, trembling as he spoke.
I was wrong, it's my fault. Wu Qing suddenly appeared in front of him, saying, "Kneel down, it's not yet time for despair." He was overwhelmed by an immense pressure, and hesitantly asked, "What? What do you mean?" Several locals pointed to the sky and asked, "Look, where's the helicopter?" 3 people descended from the helicopter on ropes. One of the locals, bewildered, asked, "What are they doing? It seems like they're not here to rescue anyone." The sound of a bulldozer suddenly roared to life, as a bulldozer approached from a distance, followed by several other bulldozers getting closer to the building. Xiaoshan gasped in disbelief, "Could it be that you're daring to? Do you know what consequences this will have?" Wu Qing answered calmly, "There are no residents around the Tiandao Hotel, and since everyone has already scattered, what consequences could there possibly be?" He leaned in closer to him and continued, "I never wanted to use such a rough method. After all, this will definitely cause quite a commotion." Wu Qing then sat back down and continued, "But your words reminded me, maybe smashing the thing you're most proud of right in front of you will bring me even more satisfaction." Xiaoshan, clutching his legs, begged in vain, "Please, this is the very thing I need to rely on in the future to fight for the position of family head. You can't do this." Shuka touched the bulldozer and reported, "The boss has arranged everything properly." Wu Qing snapped his fingers and ordered, "Are you still thinking about your future wealth and glory?" The bulldozers immediately started operating, and the Tiandu Hotel was destroyed, leaving only a pile of rubble. Wu Qing looked at it and said, "A heap of decay, yet as beautiful as peach blossoms. Some people live their whole lives quietly, only to be harmed by these vile people, where even peace becomes a luxury." He then kicked Xiaoshan, who was kneeling, and said, "Eliminating evil should be done quickly." He threatened with force, "You want to kill me? My mother is Shangguan Nalan, you'd be in serious trouble. This is trouble you can't handle." Wu Qing pretended to be surprised, handed the phone to Xiaoshan, and said, "Oh, then I'll give you the opportunity to make a call." He asked if he wanted to call her to save him. Shindong, watching from the outside, commented, "Why does this scene feel so familiar?" Meanwhile, at the auspicious residence of the Chun family, the phone on the table was ringing. Shangguan Nalan picked it up. "Hello?" Xiaoshan, in fear, pleaded, "Mom, someone is tearing down my hotel and wants to kill me. You must save me." She reassured him, "I know, don't be afraid. Give the phone to him." Wu Qing took back the phone, then asked, "Shangguan, has anything bad happened since we parted ways?" Shangguan Nalan calmly replied, "I'm not asking who you are, nor where my son is. Just spare him, and you can ask for anything in return." Wu Qing immediately responded, "Fine, then you jump off the building and commit suicide. Use your life to exchange for his. Isn't that fair?" She fell silent for a moment, then Shangguan Nalan suddenly remembered him, crushing the cup in her hand and cursing, "You're Zhan Wu Qing, the bastard child of that slut who jumped off the building to commit suicide." Wu Qing replied indifferently, "It seems you've made your choice. Then, prepare for the funeral." She panicked and tried to appease him, "Wait, Zhan Wu Qing, it's not worth it for someone who's already dead. You're still young. I'll give you money, just let my son go." Wu Qing angrily said, "Money? Do you really think money can solve the problem? It seems it won't work. Shangguan Nalan, your future will be one of endless suffering." Shangguan Nalan went mad, threw her phone to the ground, and screamed in fury, "Zhan Wu Qing, I will not forgive you." Wu Qing shook his head and said to Xiaoshan, "It's such a pity, it seems like your support is no longer reliable." He stopped him, saying, No, I still want to call my father. He's a martial arts grandmaster." He didn't care and threw him aside, saying, "Your life is full of wrongdoing, what more do you have to be dissatisfied with? Be a good person in your next life." Xiaoshan was immediately thrown far away. Tiandao stood there, stunned, and said, "Why? Why has it turned out like this?" He couldn't believe the truth in front of him. He had clearly been about to become the highest of the powerful in Haidong. Tiandao knelt down, looking helplessly at Wu Qing, and said, "Before I die, can you let me die with clarity?" Wu Qing asked coldly, "Do you still remember the woman who jumped off the building 10 years ago?" Lei Tiandao was stunned. You made him recall it.
That night 10 years ago, I was on a mission. Thinking back to that day.
He continued, you were that child, curled up like a little beast in your mother's arms. He laughed while speaking loudly. Xia Chunyu's child could actually grow up like this.
Back then, they were all wrong.
Zhang Wuqing said bluntly, since you've acknowledged it, then rest in peace.
Lei Tiandao continued, I want to know what is your identity now.
He immediately said through gritted teeth, Battle Wing Heavenly King, Zhan Tiandi.
He frowned and replied, truly an honor.
As soon as he finished speaking, fresh blood suddenly gushed from Tiandao's mouth. Then, he collapsed onto the ground. Lu Qingqing praised, you're so powerful, yet in front of brother Wu Qing, he couldn't even withstand a single move like a figure made of mud.
TH shouted, damn it, the boss was really angry.
If I hadn't dragged you all out earlier, we would have almost gotten caught in the crossfire. Lu Yindun praised, that Zhan fellow brother Wu Qing is truly formidable. I still don't know what he said to Lei Tiandao in the end that made him willingly accept death.
Tan said cheerfully, one of you calls him brother, the other calls him comrade. What's the seniority here supposed to be?
Yun Dun replied, haha. Each person has their own way, Wu Qing murmured, I hope the next target will appear in the quota competition.
Suddenly, Shuka linked her arm with his and asked loudly, boss, any new developments?
Wu Qing coldly replied, no. Upon hearing that, Shuka angrily said, we should chop him into 1,000 pieces. Dying like this is too easy for him. Wu Qing responded to her, whatever I want to know, I'll find out, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. Ha was frustrated, needing him to speak up. Hearing that, Shuku excitedly said, wherever the boss goes, I'll go with you. As he ruffled her hair, Wu Qing said, that's not possible. I'll be going to participate in the quota competition of Haidong next. You need to stay behind and take care of things.
Upon hearing this, Tan asked him, boss, aren't you being a bit biased? Why haven't you ever entrusted me with tasks that require brains?
Wu Qing teased, don't start.
When have you ever had a brain? Shuka joined in, you fool, how can we entrust you with work in the future? Witnessing the scene in front of her, Qingqing wondered, who is this woman?
Why is she so close to Wu Qing? Meanwhile, Mr. Yindun thought to himself, the silly girl, how could she possibly compete with him? He silently concluded that he was still needed to offer his help. Then, Yindun spoke aloud, I just heard that the Battle Brothers will be participating in the quota competition 3 days from now.
Wu Qing responded, that's right, they're coming to represent the Wing clan and see what happens.
Hearing this, Mr. Yindun continued, when Qingshan really is fortunate. This time, I also sent martial artists to participate.
Was it because Qing Cheng led the team, or was it that they were all traveling together, so they had company on the road? He asked him again. Oh, it seems like the quota competition venue is far away?
Yun Dun replied, that's right.
To ensure fairness, each quota competition will be held outside of Haidong.
Yun Dun continued, this time, the competition is held on a cruise ship in Donghai. Upon hearing this, Shuku immediately spoke to Wu Qing, a ring on a cruise ship, boss, bring me along, I want to go fight in the ring.
Qingqing immediately asked her, do you know the way? I can handle it on my own.
I'll make sure to get Mr. Wu Qing to safety.
Shuku retorted, who knows where you'll take him?
To which Cheng Qing responded, you don't need to worry. Finally, both of them turned to ask Wu Qing.
Boss, Mr. Wu Qing, who exactly is going?
Caught in an awkward situation, Wu Qing stood still for a moment, then quickly changed the subject.
I just remembered something.
I need to take Xiao Guang to Alonda for treatment, I think it's scheduled for today.
He called out, boss, wait for me, I'll go see him off too.
Shuka angrily said, boss is too sly, don't run away, while Chongqing shouted, Mr. Wu Qing, wait for me. At a construction site still under construction, as the work was nearing completion, a thunderstorm struck. After the lightning strike, all that was left at the construction site was rubble.
2 people stood in the rain, looking at the ruins.
They are the eldest sons of Shangguan Nalan Chen Tianwei and the #1 expert of Haidong, Chen Bo Dao. Suddenly, a luxury car stopped behind them. A woman slowly stepped out of the car.
Na Lan spoke loudly, Chen Bo Dao, do you still remember this?
Mr. Chen immediately explained, Hai Dong is about to face a major change, so I naturally had to come back. She responded angrily, ever since that beast Zhang Wuqing appeared, he's continuously toppled several great families, stirring up Hai Dong, leaving everyone in turmoil.
Bo Dao replied, that's exactly what I mean.
The quota competition is coming soon, and I should thank him for creating the perfect opportunity for me to unify Hai Dong. Na Lan immediately asked Chen Bo Dao, your son, one is dead, the other is crippled, and in your eyes, all that matters is your career? After hearing her words, he suddenly fell silent. Then he spoke again, do you really think I killed Xia Chunyu?
Hearing this, Na Lan's voice tightened, you.
Tian Wei calmed her down, Mom, don't get worked up. The revenge for my younger siblings will be taken, or they'll deal with it.
Chen Bo Dao suddenly turned around and looked behind him, then shouted, who's there? A stranger immediately spoke, Shin bro, don't act rashly, it's me, I'm Jin Dong. Upon seeing him, Bo Dao immediately asked, isn't this the chairman of the Xianlong group? Why are you here?
Jin Dong replied, Shin bro, you have to stand up for me. Zhang Wuqing, that person, he tortured me, leaving me here. He sent a message saying he will wait for someone from the Chun family at the quota competition. Bo Dao placed his hand on Jin Dong's shoulder and said, don't worry, I'll come to compete, but how much of what I just said did you hear? Hearing this, he immediately replied, Shin bro, don't worry, I won't talk nonsense.
From now on, I'll follow you, willing to let you unify Hai Dong.
Bo Dao responded cheerfully, all right, good brother.
With that, Mr. Chen raised his arm above Jin Dong's head. Then, Chen Bo Dao pressed his head down forcefully into the ground.
Mr. Chen continued, his voice laced with sarcasm, you're not worthy to be my brother.
Tian Wei explained, father wants to become the king of all of Hai Dong, no one is worthy of being his brother. At the golden coastline, admiring the breathtaking scenery, they couldn't help but exclaim, wow, is this the most famous golden beach in all of Hai Dong? The view is endless, and where is the beautiful Lu Qingcheng? Why hasn't she arrived yet?
Zhang Wuqing then shouted, having the heart but not the courage, don't use Lu Qingcheng as an excuse to sneak around.
When he saw him arrive, TH immediately teased, boss, what are you wearing? If you're going to the beach, you should wear swimwear, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qing punched Tan right in the middle of his forehead, angrily shouting, the outfit schedule was arranged by you.
Shuka suddenly spoke up, boss, when it comes to taking care of others, should I do it or should I be the one to stay close and take care of you from now on?
A young man complimented, that girl is so beautiful.
The brown-haired guy responded.
Hee, or should I tease a bit?
His friend immediately intervened, recently, there have been some activities in Donghai. Big names have been coming and going along the Golden Coast, be careful with your dog's life. The brown-haired man replied instantly, don't worry, we've got people behind us, plus I have experience.
I won't act unless I'm sure of the situation.
He continued, sounding smug, just look at me.
Then, the brown-haired man walked over to Shuku. Hey, are you alone, beautiful?
Shuku immediately draped her arm around Wu Qing and replied, what's wrong with your eyes? Clearly, we're a couple. He continued, so the flower already has an owner, my bad.
My buddy over there has a nice spot, would you like to join us?
The brown-haired man secretly mocked Wu Qing, where did this country bumpkin come from, wearing a suit at the Golden Coast? Wu Qing responded, we still have business to attend to.
Contrary to him, Shuku replied, sure, why not?
Upon hearing this, Wu Qing pinched her waist. He cleared his throat and said, no, we have to wait for someone here. Wu Qing thought to himself, this beautiful woman is trying to stir things up again. The brown-haired man chuckled, sounding pleased with himself, a show is about to start. But her boyfriend seems a little too cautious.
Looks like I need to spice things up a bit more. He asked the two of them, have you heard? There's a party on the sea lately.
Wu Qing replied, oh, we've heard of it, but we don't know how to get there.
Hee hee, I know a boss with the right connections up there. If you two are interested, I can keep you both under his wing. Shuko asked again, really? The brown-haired guy replied arrogantly, because this boss of mine is no ordinary person. If you can catch his eye. As soon as he finished speaking, the luxurious spaceship immediately docked. From aboard the ship, Xing Cheng waved her hand and called out, "Brother Wu Qing, over here." The brown-haired guy, feeling irritated, thought to himself, so he's just a softie. After that, Wu Qing and Shuko walked toward the yacht. Xiaolu's purple-haired friend teased, "Ha, so you failed? They went off on a yacht while you're here, not even having a little bit of fun like him." He spat in disdain, then sneered, "That kid's as skinny as a ghost, he's probably all looks, nothing compared to our Long brother." Just then, Wu Tianlong, visibly annoyed, approached and asked, "What are you two talking about behind my back?" Xiaolu, seeing this, smiled and said, "Long brother, you're here? You missed out on a pretty girl earlier." Tianlong turned his attention to the yacht on the sea. "Oh?" Zhang Fei, looking down from above, seemed intrigued. This quota competition this time, with the Yu family sending Wu Tianlong, it's going to be interesting. Tianlong stared back at him, puzzled. That guy looks familiar, but I can't quite place him. Forget it. He then turned to his subordinates and said, "You two clean up and get ready to follow me to the East Xia." They immediately cheered with joy. "Thank you, Long brother." On the yacht, many people are gathering, and a lavish feast is being laid out continuously. A mister, eating heartily like a starving tiger, exclaimed, "The food here is really delicious." The serving girl was a little reluctant, hesitating as she said, "Mister, please eat slowly, don't choke." She forced a smile and thought to herself, "This person acts like he hasn't eaten in 3 days, he must be blending in here somehow, right?" Yi Shuku observed from a distance, her face scrunching in displeasure. That fool only knew how to eat, completely forgetting about the task King had assigned him. Then, she took out a pair of glasses with green lenses, put them on, and began scanning everyone around her. For a meticulous investigation like this, I still have to rely on myself. She is very elegant, an old man standing next to a beautiful girl and a bodyguard, and she analyzes wealthy merchant Haidong Luishui. The martial artist's subordinate lives in an odd way, specializing in the use of twin weapons, which is incompatible with the exclusion conditions. After a while, she sighed and thought, where is the martial artist specializing in lightness skill after all? Suddenly, Xiaolu appeared unexpectedly and greeted her. Hi, beauty, I ran into you here again, what a coincidence. Where's your boyfriend?" Shuka frowned in annoyance, "It's him again." She immediately turned to avoid him. He shamelessly blocked her and said, "Beauty, anyway, your boyfriend isn't here, it's no fun being alone, why don't you go out with me?" As he was blocking her, a man walked by. Shuko was momentarily stunned as she used her glasses. She aimed the arrow at the man, and the glasses immediately confirmed a match. Her gaze was full of seriousness, and she quickly reported to Zhang Fei. "Boss, you asked me to find him, and I've located him. He's currently on the ship's balcony, and I've received confirmation of the information." "I know," Zhang Fei replied. Shuka then asked, "Boss, I can kill him at any time now. Should I make a move?" Zhang Fei stopped her, "No rush, head back first. Wait until you see when clan finish their match, then take action." Hearing this, Shuka couldn't help but praise, "You're really gentle. Yet Xiaolu thought you were talking about him." He turned his face away, offering a suggestion to the beautiful woman, "Break up with your boyfriend, and follow me from now on." However, Shuka didn't respond and swiftly kicked him, then disdainfully remarked, "You're not even worthy compared to him." Xiaolu lay on the floor in pain, motionless, while Zhang Fei remained on the balcony, silently reflecting. Gentle? I'm just not in a hurry, because no matter how many wings he has, he'll never fly. He turned around and raised his hand, signaling to his team to continue lying in ambush and not get discovered. A cloaked spaceship beneath the ocean floor received the orders. Meanwhile, Xiaolu, now getting up in anger, muttered furiously, "That damn woman, how dare she kick me? I will definitely make him regret it." Then he bumped into someone, and he was stunned it was you. Xiao Lu then thought to himself, so he's on the boat too. Turns out, he's from a wealthy family, no wonder that woman didn't pay any attention to me. Then he smirked slyly, thinking, well, since I've run into you, let's see how I make you regret it. Zhang Fei didn't recognize him and asked in confusion, are you Xiao Lu? Xiao Lu immediately pretended to be friendly and introduced himself, just call me Xiao Lu. What are you doing here? Surely, you're not lost, are you? Then he enthusiastically led the way, follow me, I'll take you to the main banquet hall of this yacht. There are 7 floors, with 5 large banquet halls. With just you, it won't be easy to find it. Zhang Fei agreed, alright, go ahead and lead the way. Xiao Lu led him, his mind full of calculations. He's pretending to be all high and mighty with me. Wait until later, you won't even be able to cry. At the entrance of the main banquet hall, 2 guards stood on high alert. Zhang Fei was stopped by one of the guards, who demanded the invitation. He handed over a ticket. The guard refused, saying, this is just a ticket. To enter, you still need the formal invitation to the banquet. Zhang Fei furrowed his brows and asked, an invitation to the banquet? At that, Xiao Lu pointed angrily at the guard's face and shouted, you idiot, do you have any idea who this gentleman is? Immediately call the host of this banquet to come out and greet him. The guard reminded the other one, how dare they come here causing trouble? Watch them while I go call the people. Then he ran off. After the bodyguard left, Xiao Lu revealed his true face, pointing inside and saying, the banquet inside is full of the descendants of high-ranking nobles who are causing havoc in the hall. Do you know what the consequences will be? Zhang Fei coldly murmured a sound of acknowledgement. Then, he grinned maliciously. Are you causing trouble just based on one word from me? If you kneel and beg for mercy, I'll let you off this time. At that moment, he curiously asked, do we have any grudges? Wu Tianlong entered the grand hall, then paused, and with a warm gesture, extended his hand in greeting. Zhang Fei, I didn't expect you to join our banquet. Truly, a dragon visiting a shrimp's house. Zhang Fei coldly replied, do you even deserve to shake hands with me? Tianlong was somewhat taken aback and hesitated before giving a forced smile, well. Ha! Xiao Lu, stunned, blurted out, long brother. Tianlong quickly explained to Zhang Fei, long brother, what's that? Don't listen to him, my lord, just call me Xiao Long. At this point, Xiao Lu's face darkened, and he wondered to himself, how could that be? How could a person like this be referred to as long brother? He turned to ask Xiao Lu, so, do we have a grudge? At this moment, Xiao Lu was sweating profusely, terrified, and did not answer. Tianlong, seeing this, angrily asked, what's going on? Did you offend Master Zhang? Only then did Xiao Lu remember and ask, are you Zhang Wuqing, the one who demolished the Lei family's martial arts school? Suddenly, he received a slap to the face. Tianlong, enraged, said, Zhang Wuqing, what's this? Is this your grandfather, Zhang? Aren't you going to call him grandfather quickly? Zhang Fei burst out laughing, holding his face and saying, I don't have any grandchildren telling me to kneel and apologize. Upon hearing this, Tianlong was stunned. What? Then he kicked Xiao Lu once more and continued, not only that, you even punched Xiao Lu relentlessly. If you want to die, don't drag anyone else down with you. Finally, Tianlong ordered to throw him straight into the sea to let him swim back on his own. Xiao Lu was dragged away, crying and begging, Zhang Master, I was wrong, I was blind, please forgive me. Tianlong turned to Zhang Fei and said, Zhang Master, don't take it to heart, come with me and rest for a while. The two of them walked into the ballroom. Tianlong kindly suggested, these are all young models here for the dance event. If you're interested. Shuku immediately heard and shot a fierce, bloodthirsty glare, the murderous intent so strong that even he felt a chill run down his spine. Humph, there's definitely murderous intent. A moment later, Zhang Fei sat at the bar and said, step back, don't bother me. Tianlong and his group obediently complied. Understood. If you need anything, you can call on me anytime. A girl walked in next to them. It was Lu Qingcheng. She looked around curiously and asked, I heard Wu Qing has arrived. Where is he? Martial Master King, standing behind, reminded her, Qingcheng, Mr. Qi has extensive connections and knows many influential figures, so you should stay close to him more. She immediately responded angrily, Humph, what does a vagabond have that deserves a company respectfully? However, he still defended, Mr. Qi, happily, could build a bridge for us that's 100 times stronger than whatever that person is. Qingcheng, not paying attention, discovered she had found him. She carefully approached and greeted, Wu Qing, I finally found you. She enthusiastically introduced, Wu Qing, this is Martial Master King, whom my family invited to participate in the competition. Zhang Fei coldly responded, Martial Master King, high and mighty, asked, you are Zhang Wu Qing. Do you know where this is? He simply replied, a ship. He then spread his arms in a boastful manner, this is the largest diamond-class yacht in Haidong, capable of carrying 2,000 people, with hot spring pools, a competition arena, and an outdoor garden. But Zhang Fei remained indifferent and asked again. So, he clarified his purpose, it's a rare opportunity. Why not come here to expand your knowledge? Qingcheng is very busy. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He smiled mockingly and said loudly, a dog's eyes looking at people. Strange black patches appeared from his feet and quickly moved toward Martial Master King. He stared wide-eyed in shock, Ku. The dark patches spread up to his neck. He clutched his throat in pain and coughed continuously, Cuckoo. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder, asking, Martial Master King, why are you in such a hurry? Mr. Qi approached and asked. I haven't finished talking with Qingcheng yet, why did you suddenly leave like that? At this moment, the black area had disappeared, and Warrior King was stunned. What had just happened? Wu Qing was still leisurely drinking wine, and Qingcheng stepped forward to introduce, Wu Qing, this is Mr. Qi from the entertainment industry. But Mr. Qi contemptuously interrupted, Qingcheng, no need for introductions, I'm not interested in small-time people like him. Upon hearing this, he sighed and held his head. Suddenly, there was a burst of excited chatter. Is that the real person? Quick, take a picture, take a picture. And it turned out that the person was Xia Changhe. Qingcheng's eyes lit up with admiration as she exclaimed, isn't that Xia Changhe? She only debuted half a year ago but she's already dominating all of Haidong. Wu Qing was also surprised, isn't that your sister's teacher? Then he stood up. Qingcheng asked in confusion, Wu Qing, does this mean you're leaving without saying goodbye? Leaving now. Mr. Qi, seeing this, sneered and thought, he's leaving, at least he knows his place. He then turned to Qingcheng and warmly suggested, Qingcheng, let me take you to Xia Qinghe to get her autograph. I'm familiar with her. She hesitated but still agreed. Oh, in the center of the banquet, Qinghe walked along with Xiao Tianwang, who didn't forget to offer some polite praise. I've heard that President Zhang has been doing quite well these past few years. President Zhang replied, not as good as President Xiao, who is shaking up the entertainment industry. Mr. Qi squeezed through the crowd, then he enthusiastically greeted Tianwang, Xiao family, it's me, Xiao Qi from Peak Entertainment. He didn't respond but took a cigar, inhaled, and blew the smoke in his face. After that, he spoke, oh, seems like I have a bit of an impression. Is something wrong? Xiao Qi coughed violently from the smoke. Cough, cough, then he said, someone is a fan of yours and wants to meet you. He shook his head, glanced at Lu Qingcheng, then raised an eyebrow in satisfaction, oh, it's high-end stuff. Tianwang patted Xiao Qi's shoulder and said, you're not bad. In the future, when working in the industry, you can mention my name. He quickly walked over to Qingcheng and said, little sister, you're looking for me? She froze, exclaiming, what? You misunderstood. Seeing this, he burst into laughter. Haha, he shamelessly tried to touch her, saying, don't be shy. Grandmaster King, noticing the situation, suggested that Lu Yindun, as her superior, couldn't let others bully the young miss. He stepped forward to intervene. President Xiao, everyone's watching closely.
Suddenly, Devil Hand launched a powerful punch.
Grandmaster King, with quick reflexes, intercepted his strike. Devil Hand laughed and asked, "Ha, do you have a problem?" Grandmaster King was pushed back quite a distance, and in surprise, he exclaimed, "Devil Hand, Senior, you've actually come out of retirement?"
Devil Hand replied smugly, surprised that someone in the martial world still remembered his name. Unexpectedly, Grandmaster King turned to Lu Qingqing and said, "Miss Lu, I'm sorry, but the agreement between your father and me ends here."
Qingqing was stunned. "What? Senior Wang, why?" But he didn't answer her. Instead, he walked toward Devil Hand, briefly adding, "Miss Lu, you should agree with President Xiao, there are some people you cannot afford to offend."
Qingqing stood frozen in shock, but then she yelled out in anger, "Shameless."
Xia Qinghe appeared and said, "President Xiao, stop, looks like this little sister isn't your fan after all, it's all a misunderstanding."
Upon hearing this, Tian Wang angrily turned to look at Xiao Qi, but said nothing as he walked away. Xiao Qi gritted his teeth, full of frustration.
"Damn it," he charged forward, attempting to strike her, cursing, "You filthy woman, I gave you a chance and you didn't appreciate it, pretending to be pure." Suddenly, a figure appeared and kicked him away. The blow was so powerful that he spat out blood, and not only that, he was sent flying. He then crashed to the ground in front of Tian Wang, who paused in shock. "What?" He then furiously turned around and demanded, "Who did that?" Zhan Wuqing maintained his smile, giving a cold snort. "Humph." Tian Wang, seething with anger, threatened, "This person may be a fool, but he's still doing my bidding. Fortunately, hitting him was like hitting my own face." He then picked up his glass of wine. Then he contemptuously said, "Is your face worthy for me to hit?" At this moment, Xia Qinghe joyfully exclaimed, "Wu Qing, is that you?" He happily replied, "It's been a long time." Seeing this, Tian Wang silently thought to himself, Xia Qinghe, relying on the reputation of the Xia family, had been ignoring everyone since entering the company, yet now she was so unclear with a nameless nobody. He turned his head, smiling, and said, "Ha, Qinghe, your friend here has quite a bold heart." Devil Hand also spoke up, shifting the blame, "If you two know each other, it'll be easier to settle things. You just need to bow and apologize to President Xiao, and this will be forgotten." Wu Qing smiled faintly and asked, "Apologize?" Without waiting for an answer, he shot forward like an arrow. He slapped Devil Hand across the face, sending him flying into a nearby pillar. He fell to the ground, completely motionless with just that one slap. Zhan Wuqing brushed his hands off with disdain, "A mere ant like you wants me to apologize?" Everyone in the hall was stunned. This person is so strong, is he here to participate in the competition? Grandmaster King also stared, calling out in disbelief, "Senior Devil Hand, his eyes are wide open, this can't be happening." Tian Wang, enraged, threatened, "You dare to stand against me? Do you have money? Even this yacht belongs to my family." Others around him also cheered him on. "President Xiao, he's disrespecting you, make him swim back to where he came from." Tian Wang, fuming with anger, pointed and commanded, "Now, immediately." He had not finished his sentence when the glass of red wine was already placed on his head. Wu Qing immediately poured the red wine over his head. He threatened in return, "If you say another word, I'll kill you." Do you believe me? Everyone in the hall was stunned. What? Lu Qingchang held his hand, reminding him, "Brother Wu Qing, don't get too worked up." On the other side, Xiao Defu was with Wu Tianlong. He cheerfully requested, "I heard Master Zhan is a guest at your place, you have to help me introduce him." Tianlong hesitated a bit before reminding, "Master Zhan killed Lei Yuandao with one punch, he's someone above the clouds." Defu remained confident, I understand. Just lead me over there, leave the rest to me." He secretly speculated that Master Zhan, being a young man, might also have a fondness for beautiful women. A moment later, both of them entered the grand hall. Defu was the first to be stunned, Master Zhan. The other guests were equally astonished upon hearing him. "Master!" Defu greeted warmly.
To meet the master here, it's truly a privilege of 3 lifetimes.
Tianwan was dumbfounded. His father called him master? That didn't make sense at all. Defu continued to maintain a cordial attitude toward Wu Cheng.
Tianlong stepped forward to introduce Senior Zhan. This is the father of Xiao Heavenly King, the powerful figure behind the scenes in the Haidong entertainment industry. He humbly and happily said, I dare not consider myself a great elder.
Master Zhan can just call me a Xiao.
Tian Wang immediately shouted loudly, Father. Defu immediately stopped his son and reminded him, this is Master Zhan Wuqing, a newly arrived grandmaster in Haidong.
Heavenly King, aren't you going to greet him, Uncle Zhan? Everyone was stunned and began to gossip.
He's the Zhan Wuqing who recently tore down the Tiandu Hotel and stomped on the Lei family's martial arts school.
Grandmaster King also broke into a sweat, exclaiming, What? He was so shocked that he fell to the ground, instinctively trembling as he backed away, muttering, This is it, we can't stay in Haidong anymore. Tian Wang still maintained a grumpy attitude towards Wu Cheng. Defu, feeling uncomfortable, noticed and grunted. Then, without hesitation, he slapped his face and shouted, What kind of attitude is that? Quickly apologized to Uncle Zhan. Heavenly King, unwilling to back down, retorted fiercely, based on what? Just because he's good at fighting? He's nothing but a brutish martial artist. What does that have to do with our entertainment industry?
As if unable to anticipate it, Defu was stunned and speechless, you. Then he ignored his father and turned to Wu Qing, Zhan Wuqing, so what if you're good at fighting? The resources required to cultivate a martial artist, aren't they all bought by rich families like ours? And you act so noble, let me advise you, you better understand the situation here, both sides should take a step back, and let's end this right now. Zhan Wuqing didn't respond, instead, he turned and walked away.
Tian Wang, seeing this, laughed smugly, why are you leaving already? He asked, didn't you say you wanted to kill?
Before he could finish his sentence, he froze.
What?
His entire body stiffened, motionless, paralyzed.
Defu immediately widened his eyes and quickly ran over to ask, Tian Wang, what's wrong with you? But it seemed like he was already gone, the blow was so heavy that he couldn't believe it. How could this happen to my son? Tianlong also stepped forward to express his condolences. President Xiao, please bear this loss.
Then, he looked at the retreating figure and walked away, thinking to himself, how silent a killer can be, what level of strength does Zhan Master truly possess?
Everyone in the hall covered their noses and exclaimed, where's the smell of urine coming from? So it was. In some corner of the banquet, Chen Tianwei was sitting, enjoying the show.
He thought, Zhan Wuqing, the Chen family has been looking for you for so long, and we've finally found you. Then, he immediately crushed the glass in his hand, raised an eyebrow, and plotted, third younger brother, fourth younger brother, it's time to collect what you owe. By the yacht dock, in a quiet room, Wu Qing was sitting, focusing on his cultivation. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Wu Qing tightly closed his eyes, and then opened them again. Standing before him was Xia Changyi, awkwardly stepping inside.
Wu Qing, it's been so long, don't you miss me at all?
He didn't answer but contacted Tan.
I'll take the night shift. Are you working the night shift with loneliness? Outside, Tan was still eating meat, responding. Isn't it because I'm worried you'll be lonely?
He said helplessly.
When I return, I will let you taste what it means to experience the loneliness of absolute authority.
Shuko also received the information and quickly reassured, Wang family, don't worry, I will go and handle her. Wu Qing refused, holding his head and saying, no need, just focus on your own business. At this moment, Xia Qinghe leaned closer to him, coquettishly asking, don't you miss me at all?
His expression remained cold as he replied, speak, what do you want from me?
Qinghe arched her body and replied, it's no fun at all.
Can I come see you if there's nothing to talk about?
His attitude remained indifferent.
Is that so?
Seeing this, she had no choice but to honestly confess, all right, actually President Xiao sent me to probe your attitude.
He asked again, oh, just a probe?
Xiaoqing he let one of her sleeves fall and said, of course, he also wants me to try and keep you here.
Wu Qing raised her chin and asked, so, you came because he told you to? President Xiao isn't worried that I might steal his prey, but he still sent you here without thinking twice? She turned away and responded, do you think he can control me like that?
Then, she honestly admitted, I came here willingly.
Do you dare to bite the bait?
Her gaze was firm, but he just picked her up and reminded her, forget about this matter. After that, he bluntly kicked her out of the room, without a shred of mercy.
If he comes again, don't bother me, I won't care about killing one more person.
Then he slammed the door shut.
Xingyi shouted angrily, that damn fool.
Suddenly, Tan sensed a killing intent, and someone quickly passed by.
He immediately chased after them. Where are you running to? Wu Qing contacted him, asking, what happened? Tan hurriedly responded, Wang family, there's an assassin.
Although they hid well, when you opened the door, a trace of killing intent leaked out. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing he was still fuming outside the room.
That damn fool, that stinking idiot.
Suddenly, he opened the door, grabbed her hand, and without any hesitation, dragged her into the room. She arrogantly said, even if you're regretting it now, I'm not going anywhere.
He locked her in and went outside.
Then he contacted Tan, interesting, capture him alive, I'll be there immediately.
Inside the room, Xingyi was confused, huh? Chen Tianwei was hiding outside the ship's side.
He had heard rumors that Zhang Wuqing was surrounded by experts, and now he realized it was true. He stopped, snorted, and Tan had already caught up with him, blocking his way.
Where's that scholar trying to go? Tianwei was furious. He raised his foot, ready to kick Tan, but Tan casually extended his hand. Is this all you've got? He grabbed Tianwei's foot and said, still trying to learn assassination from others. Suddenly, Tianwei sprayed pepper spray into his face.
Tan's eyes burned, and he stumbled, losing his balance and falling down. Then he immediately fell into a deep sleep.
Tianwei was astonished. The toxic biochemical substance of the divine creature is so deadly that even wild boars die from it, yet it only made him sleep?
Chen Tianwei fearfully took several steps back, his face pale, wondering just how powerful this person really was. Then he drew a knife, his eyes wild with madness, and said, it's a pity that such a seductive body is about to die in my hands.
Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind. As Tianwei prepared to kill him, the man slapped him across the face. You worthless fool. Tianwei painfully collapsed to the ground, realizing it was Qin Bo Dao.
He exclaimed, Father, you interrogate, threaten, seduce, trap, I've done the guest of the night ceremony and countless other ways to make others regret for eternity. Then, the man kicked him in the face and said, controlling this person is the sharp weapon to hinder Zhang Wuqing, and you want to kill him directly. At this moment, Tan was still deeply unconscious.
Tianwei then admitted his mistake, Father, I was wrong. I was too hasty and wanted to avenge my brothers. Bo Dao scolded him, what's the rush? Even if that Zhang Wuqing grows wings, it will be hard for him to escape.
Then he smugly affirmed, after the quota competition ends, all of Donghai will be in the palm of my hand.
Upon hearing this, Tianwei was overjoyed and suggested, then Father, could you let me handle this strong man? Bo Dao bluntly refused, go. Tianwei quickly ran over to him. Father and son will definitely interrogate him properly. They didn't notice the headphones beside Tan. Wu Qing had overheard everything. Shu Ku also heard it.
She anxiously advised, Wang family, please calm down, don't be angry, there are still many civilians on board. Then, she quickly took action, I'll go save Tan now.
Don't worry. He immediately chuckled. Hi. Shu Ku asked in confusion, what's so funny, Wang family? Wu Qing stopped laughing and replied, I'm not laughing.
Then, he reminded her, also, I told you to copy the military departure chart 30 times before you go save Tan.
Shu Ku was stunned, huh? The next morning, the sun had already risen over the yacht.
Outside, everyone was still asleep, only the sound of waves could be heard. However, there was a figure stepping out. He held a selfie stick with a phone attached, apparently live streaming while saying, "Everyone, send gifts, friendship lasts forever." This was the venue for the quota match, which the entire Haidong business elite couldn't sleep through that night. The host was taking risks to secretly film. Unexpectedly, a group of tall people bumped into him while he was live streaming. He looked back cautiously, alert. Chen Bo-dao stepped out and said, "Help him perform a little better." He immediately refused, "Thanks for the kindness, but no need, I'm leaving now." However, the scruffy young man was soon caught. He screamed in desperation, "Spare me! Spare me! Wang family! I'm sorry, it's me." Bo-dao turned around and gave a sinister smile. "Addressing me so soon, I'm not even there yet." The fat man followed behind, continuously flattering. "Not long from now, you'll definitely be the second war medicine heavenly king with the Wang surname." He then grabbed the microphone and spoke loudly, "I hereby announce the official start of the quota competition to determine the rights to assets and preferences in Haidong." Zhang Wuqing was in the players' room, and he heard the announcement from outside and stepped out. The first match was from the Wen family, with the representative player being Zhang Wuqing. He stepped outside and encountered a muscular player. Tai Long laughed, "Ha," as he walked by, "you didn't forget to give him a little shove." He spoke frankly, "I had someone arrange everything, your opponent will be me." The old man wants to make a comeback, but that's just wishful thinking. The guests were all upset. Doesn't he know Zhang Wuqing has master-level strength? He was so confident, boasting about his skills, but Wuqing ignored it and walked away. Upon hearing this, Tai Long spat with disdain, "He's a so-called master? A bunch of cowards by the pool, while Shu Ku is leisurely sunbathing." "Yes, I know the Wang family." She recounted, "Just now, someone tried to tamper with the match data, but I stopped them." He asked, "How did you stop them?" Shu Ku sat up, her face unchanged. Of course, she tapped on her tablet screen, which was the control button for the sniper rifle from a distance. Using physics to block, the barrel was already set, and the bullet was fired. It immediately pierced through the shooting range and shot directly at the designated target. Wu Qing's opponent was yet to be revealed. Then, Fatty announced, "The first match, the one finishing the round is Zhu family's son Xingyu." Tai Long was stunned, impossible. The signal was given, and the match began. Sun Xingyu appeared somewhat lifeless. He quickly charged forward and then kicked towards Wu Qing. "Dead, you easily dodged, but you didn't forget to mock the Wen clan." "Sun Xingyu, to think you're working with Zhu family's Haidong." Xingyu calmly responded, "The duel had already been arranged inside, the one fighting with me was not you, and now you charge at me. But no matter how you plan, when facing me, you'll only stop here." Wu Qing simply blocked all of Xingyu's attacks. His expression turned angry as he said, "I've been enduring all this time, not actively seeking out information about you, because once it becomes too obvious, the truth will be revealed." With a cold gaze, he said while breaking his arm, "So I've been waiting for you to reveal yourself. Today, I've finally waited long enough." Xingyu, without showing any sign of pain, asked, "Who are you?" Wu Qing then quickly appeared behind him. He said, "Xia Chun Yu was killed by you." He reached his hand toward Gu Xingyu and glared as he asked, "Don't you remember?" Sun Xingyu froze and exclaimed. "Burn to ashes," he said, then turned back to assert, "I will never die by your hands." But Wu Qing had tightened his grip on his neck, causing him to cough up blood. Xingyu swiftly broke free and kicked, but Wu Qing blocked it and held his leg firmly. "Trust me, you glare at me with such malice, but I will never let you die so easily." With that, he twisted and broke his leg. Xingyu screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground, struggling to crawl away. "Devil, what kind of devil are you?" Even the fatty commentator was stunned. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Zhu family's son Xingyu has been defeated by Zhang Master in 3 rounds, and now he cruelly tramples on his leg, leaving him in indescribable pain." In the end, Xingyu clutched his leg, pleading, "Kill me, kill me." But Wu Qing refused, saying, "I will not kill you. I will wait until you've healed,
then I will come find you."
The people from the Zhu family quickly rushed over.
"Damn it, how can you be so cruel?"
He turned his attention to them and asked. It seemed that the Zhu family had participated that year as well, and they were all stunned, falling to the ground in shock.
At that moment, Tai Long sat trembling in the stands.
This person is a demon." He was so frightened that he wet himself. Then the commentator announced, "Sun Xingyu has been carried away, he still seems to be breathing. Therefore, the winner is Wen Clan's Zhan Wuqing. Thank you, Zhan Master, for bringing us such an exciting opening match." However, in the next match, because the representative of Xianglong Corporation, Martial Master King, had withdrawn from the competition, Lu Qingqing appeared dejected. "I'm truly sorry, it's all because of my uselessness." Unexpectedly, he spoke up, "Wait a moment, I will represent Xianglong Corporation in this match."
The Xu family mocked, a martial artist representing two families in battle? The others did not agree either. How can it be like this?
Wu Qing calmly explained, as he openly stated, "I am the major shareholder of Xianglong Corporation."
The commentator was also stunned and confirmed, this is indeed true.
Zhan Master is the major shareholder of Xianglong Corporation. Tian Wei, worried, turned to ask his father.
Bo Dao confidently answered through the intercom, "If he is willing to expend his strength, then why not let him do it?" At this moment, the excited commentator declared, "Who could refuse a shareholder representing their own company in battle?"
The spectators were equally enthusiastic, eagerly watching the match. The competition continued. Wen Clan's Zhan Wuqing,
Xian family's venerable Ji Kong, the monk, was announced as the second contestant. The battle stage was entered by Qian family's venerable Ji Kong.
Wu Qing's opponent this time was a monk, who walked up with his hands clasped. "Honorable combatant, my apologies for the intrusion." He clasped his hands and bowed. Wu Qing responded, "I didn't expect a monk to come here and wade through muddy waters."
Ji Kong replied, "A monk is still a human being.
I have been deeply immersed in martial arts since my youth." Having just tested his skills against a top-tier master, he did not forget to kindly remind, "Be careful, benefactor." Then he swung his hand and charged forward.
Wu Qing only smiled, effortlessly dodging the strike.
Ji Kong thought in astonishment, so fast. He gritted his teeth, irritated. Immediately, he quickly swung his hand back toward Wu Qing. As his hand was about to reach Wu Qing's neck, the latter casually blocked it with his bare hand, questioning him in the midst of Ji Kong's shock.
"Ha, is that all you've got?"
His hand was now firmly gripped, unable to move, and his face turned pale with fear. Wu Qing slowly loosened his hold, unbothered, and then stepped back.
Sweat poured down Ji Kong's face as he thought, so strong.
Wu Qing did not forget to taunt, "With this level of strength, you don't make me worry."
Below, the Qian family was growing more impatient. "Ji Kong, you must not lose."
Ji Kong gritted his teeth, furious, and charged again. He launched a powerful kick toward Wu Qing, trying to land a hit, but Wu Qing once again dodged with ease, and Ji Kong remained steady. Next, he quickly recovered and threw a punch at Wu Qing, but once again, Wu Qing dodged effortlessly. Lu Qingqing on the stands had her eyes shining with admiration. "Hua Wu Qing is so handsome."
The commentator continuously updated the audience.
As expected of a Zhan master, truly powerful.
Ji Kong, the monk from Banlong Monastery, couldn't even land a single hit. The Qin family, on the other hand, angrily said, "How infuriating.
I never thought that the Qin family would want to lose right in the first match." At this moment, Ji Kong was still trying to land a hit on Wu Qing. However, now he finally retaliated by raising his hand and directly punching him in the stomach. He collapsed to the ground, then remained motionless, clutching his chest, unable to speak. Wu Qing turned and said, "The result can be announced." The commentator, Fatty, was stunned.
"Ah," he pointed at Ji Kong and said, "Zhan Master, Venerable Ji Kong, he hasn't completely fallen yet." At that moment, Ji Kong swayed, then he crashed down. Fatty, still in shock, then loudly declared, "The Qin family's venerable Ji Kong can no longer fight."
Therefore, the winner is Lu family's Zhang Wuqing, Zhang Master, and he is not to be carried away by the medical team. The Chen family was furious, and the commentary rang out again, "Thank you, Zhang Master, for such an outstanding performance." The third round of the competition ended, and Wu Qing stepped down from the stage. Applause and praise echoed around him. "Wang family, you were so handsome just now, your performance was exceptional." Hearing the compliments, Wu Qing smiled smugly. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, making him freeze for a moment. "Wow, you snore really loudly." Shuko approached, teasing him, "Wang family, I didn't expect that, and yet you're still able to enjoy the dog food." Wu Qing ignored it, unsure how to respond. She continued to speak in rapid succession, "Wang family, someone like you is destined to receive such admiration. Of the countless women, there will be countless women throwing themselves into your arms. It's just a pity that among those women, I will never be one of them," he asked irritably. "What are you thinking?" Then Shuko, looking pitiful, said, "Hou, Wang family, I also want to be held in your arms." He, helpless, turned away and hugged his head. In the stands, the audience erupted after witnessing the recent match. The commentator announced, "All right, everyone, next will be Mr. Chun from the Chun family against Devil Hand Mister from the Xiao family." Everyone burst into laughter. "Ha, the Xiao family is really unlucky," De Fa gritted his teeth in frustration. "Why is it so unfortunate? How could they meet Chen Bo Dao?" Chen Bo Dao remained silent and calm, while Devil Hand, feeling alert, fought this first round, "and I'm facing someone difficult to deal with." Then he said, "Chen family, you're wise to concede defeat." "I concede defeat." Bo Dao was surprised. "Oh, then you agree?" Devil Hand said, "Chen family." The audience was upset and voiced their displeasure. Devil Hand was, after all, a renowned master of high skill, and it was surprising that he conceded defeat without even fighting, which made him lose the dignity of a top-tier master. Did Devil Hand recognize his own limits, understanding that he wasn't a match for Chen Bo Dao, and thus proactively conceded defeat? Devil Hand, dejected, stepped down and said, "President Xiao, I've lost." DFA understood and responded, "I know you're no match for Chen Bo Dao, you're just troubled and exhausted. One can only say that our luck is bad. How annoying, why did we have to face Chen Bo Dao in the very first match?" In the VIP room, Tian Wei cheerfully congratulated his father. "Congratulations, father, you won without even fighting." He poured wine and flattered him. Even Devil Hand had to admit defeat before the match began. "Your reputation grows more and more." Bo Dao replied coldly, "What's so congratulatory about this?" He took the wine glass and said, "Devil Hand was never my match." Admitting defeat proactively was the wise thing to do. Tian Wei asked, "Do you mean the first round of the competition is over?" Now, the second round of the competition begins. The announcement echoed. The first match of the second round, Zhang Master of Wen Clan vs Tai Ling Mister of Tai family. The second round had started. Tai Long stepped onto the stage. He had finally made it to the second round, but to his surprise, he was shaking. Why did he have to face this devil right from the start? The crowd erupted in laughter. Is this person any good? Ha, he really has the aura of a master. Ha, interesting. The referee shouted loudly, "The first match of the second round officially begins." Zhang Wuqing spoke arrogantly, "What, do you feel scared of me?" Tai Long became flustered, I'm not." Zhang Wuqing casually took a step forward. Seeing this, Tai Long was terrified. Stammering, his face pale with horror, he screamed, "Demon!" Zhang Wuqing raised his hand, looking back with a pride that would last even until death. Tai Long was so terrified that he fainted on the arena floor. The referee shouted, "The second round, the second match, is represented by Master Zhang from the Lu family continuing the fight. He faces Mr. Lien, who represents the Zhao family." The audience whispered, "There's no way out. Who told him to represent two families in one battle? Is he planning to keep fighting non-stop?" Mr. Lien had a confident expression. "Please, teach me." Zhang Wuqing smiled lightly, then, with a flick of his foot, lifted Mr. Lian off the ground.
Can't you do it? Mr. Lian frowned.
Indeed, he was very strong. Mr. Lian ran towards him, lightly brushed against Zhang Fei, then, frightened, quickly ran away.
Moments later, he returned.
Zhang Wuqing calmly winked, and Mr. Lian immediately dropped to his knees in fear. Zhang Wuqing stood proudly, thinking to himself, like this, there's no way he can win. Mr. Lian thought to himself, I've found his weakness. I must strike. Zhang Wuqing gently rubbed his head. That's enough, I won't play with you anymore. He winked to signal the end, then swiftly charged forward. Mr. Lian stammered in fear. You. He quickly raised his hand to counterattack, and both sides rushed forward, determined to give the other a hard blow. Zhang Wuqing quickly launched a powerful strike at Mr. Lian. He was thrown into the air, blood spurted from his mouth, and he fell hard to the ground, leaving the referee in shock. The referee was stunned. That was so fast. Zhang Wuqing casually brushed off his hands and shrugged. Don't worry, I've controlled the force. He won't die. The referee's face turned pale. All right, you can call it. In the second round of the second match, Master Zhan, representing the Lu family, has won. Mr. Lian, who was unconscious, was quickly taken away. On this side, Chen Bo Dao, observing through the screen, felt somewhat intrigued. He gently rubbed his chin, realizing that the decisive battle would certainly involve the two of them. Far offshore, the scene was incredibly peaceful. Back at the match, people were chanting, Zhang Wuqing wins. Zhang Wuqing wins. Over here, Chen Bo Dao turned and walked away, slightly adjusting his coat. The crowd continued to cheer, Chen Bo Dao wins. Chen Bo Dao wins. The screen displayed Lu family's Zhang Wu and Wen clan's Zhang Wuqing. The referee was bewildered. The audience burst into laughter. Like this, how could anyone fight like this? Fighting oneself was already entertaining enough. The screen continued. Lu family Zhang Wuqing and Wen clan Zhang Wuqing. Zhang Wuqing stood frozen, a hint of concern on his face. He sighed, fighting myself, how am I supposed to do that? Xiao Defu pointed and declared, I hereby announce. He stated solemnly and clearly, Zhan Master advances directly to the finals. The stands erupted into noise. He turned back, pointed and said, if anyone disagrees, they may step onto the stage and spar with Zhan Master themselves. The audience grew fearful upon hearing this. Are you joking? Sparring with that guy, isn't that just asking to die? Wu Tianlong said, it seems that Xiao Defu was thoroughly determined to be subdued. He laughed loudly, it looks like Xiao Defu has quite the sharp eye for the referee's announcement. If President Xiao has said it, no one will have any objections. I hereby declare that Master Zhan directly advances to the finals, and I ask Master Zhan to temporarily leave the ring and wait. He continued, now, we begin the second match of the semi-finals, where Mr. Chun from the Chen family will duel against Mr. Ouyang Silent Sword, representative of the Boat King. Chen Bo Dao stepped forward in a stylish suit. Ouyang Silent Sword also stepped out, holding a sharp sword in his hand. The arena fell silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Ouyang Silent Sword gripped his sword tightly, his gaze filled with killing intent. I lost to you the first time, he said, but this time, I will defeat you. Chen Bo Dao remained calm and snorted. Ouyang Silent Sword pointed the tip of his sword at him in anger. Are you looking down on me? To defeat you, I have trained tirelessly for a long time. Light flared around the sword. Today, I will show you my true power. Ouyang Silent Sword lunged the tip of his sword toward Chen Bo Dao. Chen Bo Dao became flustered. Why did he feel so unsafe? He tightened his grip on the sword, then thrust it again at Chen Bo Dao. Chen Bo Dao's eyes flashed with a spark of anger. He retaliated with a strike, forcefully knocking Ouyang back. He was sent flying, coughing up blood, his face twisted in pain as he crashed to the ground. Chen Bo Dao scowled at his hand, muttering, useless.
Ouyang's silent sword's face clearly showed his dissatisfaction as he trembled and stood up. Damn it, he thought to himself, the injury is far worse than I imagined. As Chen Bodao's powerful footsteps approached, he collapsed, taking a step back. Zhang Wuqing observed, interesting. He thought to himself, looks like this won't be too boring. Ouyang's silent sword shuddered, his face filled with worry. He stammered, pointing at Chen Bodao, You have mastered your internal energy? He thought to himself, how did he progress so quickly? Chen Bodao stood before Ouyang's silent sword, his hand clenched tightly. Ouyang's silent sword quickly pleaded, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Yi Shuke crossed his legs, revealing his fair legs. He leaned back, thinking, the assassin, what exactly happened? The man sitting beside him kept talking, damn it, that little brat from the Chun family dared to molest me. Yi Shuke took off his glasses. Honestly, when I arrived, that brat was already undressing you. If it weren't for me, you'd have lost your virginity long ago. He yelled, that damn bastard, I will definitely kill him. Meanwhile, the referee loudly declared, I hereby announce that the official duel begins now. Chen Bodao's serious face stared directly at Zhang Wuqing. At the same time, Zhang Wuqing also locked his cold, sharp gaze onto him. He frowned slightly. The gaze emitted a burst of red fire, no less intense, as Zhang Wu glared back at him. Both were restless, wondering why neither of them had made a move yet. He observed and speculated, clearly, both of them were confident in their own strength, neither intending to strike first, both waiting for the other to make the first move. It dawned on him that in order to assess the true strength of the opponent, the audience below was beginning to grow frustrated. I'm losing my patience, one of them muttered. The battle floor began to stir, their fists collided sharply. Immediately, both launched powerful attacks. Chen Bodao spoke first. You've surprised me. In these years, not only have you managed to survive, but you've grown this strong. Zhang Wuqing coldly replied, a grudge must be repaid, how could I not give it my all? Chen Bodao rose on his toes, and Zhang Wuqing mirrored the movement, charging toward him. A series of strikes were exchanged, and a massive clash erupted, white smoke billowing everywhere. The crowd was thrilled, amazing, so spectacular. Zhang Wuqing, with his fiery red power, declared, all the hardships I've suffered today will be returned to you. He shot forward like lightning. Chen Bodao furrowed his brows, a mirage forming. Zhang Wuqing launched his strike, but Chen Bodao quickly dodged, catching Zhang Wuqing by surprise. The two continued to charge at each other. Determined to defeat his opponent, the two powerful fists continued to clash. Chen Bodao looked at his bloodied fist, how is this possible? I never imagined it, you're even stronger than I thought. Zhang Wuqing smiled slightly, I'm far stronger than you imagined. Chen Bodao stamped his foot forcefully, then I'll adjust my stance, and let you see my true power. Zhang Wuqing said nothing, only staring at him intently. At this moment, on the deck of the ship, Yi Shuke suddenly widened her eyes and looked ahead, her focus on her phone screen. A large ship appeared on the screen. The heavy vessel cut through the water, sending waves rippling. Her expression was one of complete astonishment. The Yi family ship returned to the arena. Chen Bodao charged forward with powerful strides. He swung his fist forward with a whoosh, rays of light emanating from it. Zhang Wuqing's expression remained calm. He smiled gently, then also launched his fist forward. The force of his strike made the ground tremble. He swung his arm up, delivering a devastating blow towards his opponent. Chaos filled the air as the forces collided. Chen Bodao suddenly exclaimed, "What's happening?" In that instant, with a powerful punch, Zhang Wuqing charged forward. As expected, another strike landed on his face. He was sent flying, blood pouring from his mouth uncontrollably. Zhang Wuqing adjusted his clothes and looked down at the man lying motionless on the ground. Is that all? Below, the audience was in shock. The referee was equally stunned. What just happened? People began murmuring.
Chen Bo-dao, the #1 master of Haidong, has been knocked down. Zhang Wuqing is really terrifying. He's so young, yet he can suppress Chen Bo-dao.
Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Chen Tianwei frowned and said, how could he lose? How could Chen Bo-dao lose?
Chen Bo-dao staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth.
It's been a long time since anyone has made me bleed. He spoke angrily, you're the first.
Zhang Wuqing smiled excitedly.
Got anything else? Interesting.
Chen Bo-dao began to laugh, removing his outer jacket and tossing it behind him with a decisive motion. He clenched his fists together and shouted, let me show you all of my strength. His eyes glared at Zhang Wuqing with a killing intent, and a blue aura rapidly enveloped him.
Lightning bolts appeared all over the sky.
The audience was terrified, the energy was overwhelming.
Chen Bo-dao was truly frightening, as if he had transformed into a completely different person.
Zhang Wuqing remained calm, his voice cold as he spoke, stop with the theatrics.
Chen Bo-dao shouted.
A green aura appeared around his body, and his face became more serious. Chen Bo-dao drew out a sword, with a flow of spiritual energy appearing around it, which startled Zhang Wuqing. This made him furrow his brows, his expression slightly tense. Tai Xianjing suddenly awakened on this side, and Chen Bo-dao seemed to be awakened as well, unintentionally letting out a loud laugh. To think you also know of Tai Xianjing, he swung the sword, in this world, the only one who can make me use my full strength is you.
Don't disappoint me too much.
Immediately, both man and sword charged toward Zhang Wuqing. Seeing the imminent danger, Zhang Wuqing did not panic, on the contrary, there was a hint of challenge in his eyes. Just as the sword's tip was about to strike, he swiftly dodged.
Chen Bo-dao laughed mockingly, do you think you can avoid it?
Not stopping there, he continued to strike with the sword. He gritted his teeth and said, die. Surrounded by the barrage of swords, Zhang Wuqing was momentarily stunned. Soon after, he raised his hand, and a protective shield suddenly appeared around him. Chen Bo-dao tried to break the shield with his sword. Under his power, cracks began to appear on the shield. In the end, the protection was quickly shattered. The fragments fell, and Chen Bo-dao laughed loudly as he charged forward.
Accept your death.
The sword tip quickly approached, mere inches from Zhang Wuqing's body.
At the same time, in the area,
VIP Chen Tianwei slammed the table, his face filled with fury. Zhang Wuqing has survived all these years, yet he doesn't even try to escape properly. And now, he dares to show his face again, coming here.
Today, you must die.
On the arena, the sword shot forward like a bolt of lightning, bringing Zhang Wuqing's body closer to the tip of the blade than ever before.
However, Zhang Wuqing smiled lightly, is this all you're capable of? With 2 fingers, he gently gripped the blade's tip. Chen Bo-dao stood stunned. Was he suddenly realizing something?
The sword shattered into pieces, and Zhang Wuqing sneered, Chen Bo-dao, it's my turn now. Grinding his teeth, Chen Bo-dao threw a punch at him, but Zhang Wuqing countered and struck directly at his face. The attack didn't stop there, Zhang Wuqing's entire body followed through with a powerful physical strike. Zhang Wuqing seized his hand and squeezed it tightly.
Chen Bo-dao cried out in pain and collapsed.
Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Wuqing prepared to land a kick to his abdomen. With a swift motion, Zhang Wuqing lifted his leg and kicked directly at Chen Bo-dao's head.
Chen Bo-dao, he said slowly, is this all you've got?
Zhang Wuqing stood proudly, his foot on Chen Bo-dao's head, then grabbed the collar of his shirt, I told you before. Zhang Wuqing casually lifted him up, I will make you pay.
The audience below was left in shock, their mouths agape.
Chen Tianwei on the side collapsed, unable to comprehend. He trembled slightly, his voice weak.
Father has lost.
Yi Shuke was leisurely basking in the sun. She made a phone call, saying, let the Yi family's ship enter here. She instructed softly, remember, don't let them find out about us.
A submarine was diving to the bottom of the sea.
A voice echoed inside.
Understood.
The commander spoke, all submarines, warships, and aircraft, keep your distance so that the ship can enter. At the same time, stay hidden, don't let them detect us.
The ship's helmsman nodded seriously. Understood.
On the other side of the screen, another voice echoed.
Understood.
The diver also received the order.
Understood. Guest of the night ceremony. Shuka took a sip of water, thinking to herself, why has the Yi family come here?
Zhang Wuqing grabbed Chen Bodao by the collar.
At that time, I should have eradicated the root.
His voice was laced with defiance. Come on, strike, kill me. Zhang Wuqing's gaze was cold. Chen Bodao, as long as your hands show any sign of strength, I won't let you die so easily. He extended 2 fingers, and a surge of spiritual energy appeared, immediately piercing through the man's body.
You.
He slammed his knee down with a thud.
You.
His face twisted in pain, his voice weak.
You've crippled my cultivation.
Zhang Wuqing looked down. I want the Chen family to endure everything I've gone through.
Chen Bodao bent down. Your time has ended.
Chen Tianwei, on the other side of the screen, was stunned. He hurriedly ran out of the room and then rushed to the arena, embracing Chen Bodao.
Father, you must persevere. His eyes clearly showed a deep resentment.
Zhang Wuqing, I will remember this grudge, Chen Tianwei said as he carried his father away. Zhang Wuqing immediately turned around, and everyone was stunned by the scene. Someone muttered in a trembling voice, it's over, our Zhou family is finished. The referee thought to himself, Chen Bodao is lost, and the second place, the other Wang from Donghai, has lost too.
Zhang Wuqing then reminded him, aren't you going to announce it?
The referee's hand trembled slightly as he pointed to Zhang Fei. Congratulations to Master Zhang for winning, and congratulations to the Wen clan and Lu family for successfully obtaining the right to distribute the wealth quotas of Haidong this time. Lu Qingqing's face lit up with joy, and she thought to herself, thank you. Zhang Wuqing took a graceful step off the stage. Just as he stepped out of the arena, he encountered Yi Shuko, who was walking toward him. She said, the Yi family's people have arrived. Zhang Wuqing replied, oh, you continue. I've already arranged the defensive line for them to enter. Zhang Wuqing responded nonchalantly, all right. When Chang Shan, along with Lu Yundan and Lu Qingshang, walked toward Wuqing. When Xing Shan cheerfully extended his hand, Wuqing, thank you. Lu Qingqing softly expressed her gratitude to him. Zhang Wuqing smiled and left. The remaining matter of the specific distribution ratio could be negotiated between the 2 families.
I have other matters to attend to, I'll go ahead.
The ship cut through the waves. Zhang Wuqing and Yi Shuka stood on the deck of the ship. He looked at the powerful ship ahead, its 2 bows almost touching. Yi Wuxing crossed his arms. It seemed that Chen Bodao had been defeated. He bared his teeth, beaten by this kid. At this moment, the 2 ships were only a small distance apart. Yi Wuxing jumped over. You were able to defeat Chen Bodao, you're very impressive. He said roughly, you must know who I am. Zhang Wuqing remained calm. You tell me, he pointed at himself. I am Yi Wuxing, from the Yi family. His gaze grew fierce as he spoke clearly, the power to allocate wealth quotas in Haidong.
My Yi family has taken over.
Zhang Wuqing's face was solemn, then he raised his hand, covering his face and laughed loudly. Ah, the Yi family's hand has reached too far. He turned his back, I'm just here to inform you, not to negotiate.
Let's settle it this way. Zhang Wuqing gently asked, do you think there's a problem within the Iron Cavalry?
Yi Shuka shouted, absolutely not. He looked up at the sky and said, if there's nothing wrong internally, then there's only one possibility: someone has killed a senior member of the Iron Cavalry to steal the token. Then, both of them gazed out towards the sea. Let me see who the imposter really is. Meanwhile, Chen Bodao was drenched in sweat, coughing a few times, his face covered with bruises. His teeth were clenched. Tianwei stared fixedly at Chen Bodao. His father had lost, utterly lost. He couldn't keep his composure anymore, his voice harsh. Chen Bodao will not be defeated. He laughed triumphantly. admitting it father no longer had any chance of becoming the second family king of Haidong.
This left him stunned. Tian Wei frowned. The Chen family was a powerful family.
As he spoke, he grabbed his father's collar.
A family that wanted to prosper could never rely on just one person to succeed. Chen Bodao opened his mouth in shock, trembling. What? What do you want? Tian Wei squeezed his father's neck.
The Chen family needs a solid pillar, a massive pillar, and naturally, the Chen family also needs a new leader.
You, however, have already lost that qualification.
His father's face showed clear panic.
Tian Wei, you can't. You can't do this. The Chen family can't do without me.
He turned his head away, showing contempt.
The Chen family can do without anyone.
What the Chen family needs is someone with ability, with strength. Then, he leaned in closer, revealing a sly grin.
Father, isn't this what you've always taught me since I was little during the guest of the night ceremony?
His father was panicked now, his face full of anger but unable to do anything, frowning.
Tian Wei continued, therefore, don't worry and go on your way. Tian Wei burst into laughter. With me here, the Chen family will definitely prosper, and I will be the one to become the second family king of Haidong.
He spoke while tightening his grip around his neck, causing him pain. Suddenly, Yi Wuxing stepped forward.
Chen Tian Wei hoped, I trust you won't disappoint me. Tian Wei turned back and said, Young Master Yi, rest assured, I will not let you down.
If you help me reclaim control over the distribution of Haidong's wealth in the future, the Chen family will follow your orders without question. Yi Wuxing closed his eyes, flashing a mysterious smile.
Ha, he added, Chen Bodao, you are truly useless. He then took out a small box, smiling as he handed it to Tian Wei.
Chen Tian Wei, you have a deep and unrelenting grudge with Zhang Wuqing and the Chen family. Therefore, I'm giving you a chance to kill Zhang Wuqing.
This is something that can help you do it. Tian Wei was stunned, and Yi Wuxing lowered his voice.
This thing can help you kill Zhang Wuqing. Afterward, Yi Wuxing turned and left, leaving Tian Wei confused, staring at the small box. Shortly after, he opened the box, and inside was a key.
Tian Wei also took out a letter from the box, staring at it in surprise. This is for you, in the private room.
They're discussing matters right now, Yi Wuxing said.
Did everyone hear what I said clearly?
At this point, when Xingshan spoke up, this is mostly for the Chen family.
How can we do this?
Yi Wuxing turned to leave.
That's your business, not mine. I'm just here to inform you, not to negotiate with you. He hesitated.
This. Yi Wuxing's gaze became thoughtful. The atmosphere in the room grew quiet as he picked up the phone, his face showing a hint of worry.
Chen Tian Wei asked us to meet in 5 days at the Chen family, he said, a bit annoyed. It can only be like this.
On this side, Zhang Wuqing sat in the room, unable to believe that Chen Bodao had ultimately died at the hands of his own son.
He gently closed his eyes. This could be considered karma.
Yi Shuke spoke softly, he reaped what he sowed. Right, the Wang family, Chen Tianwei had arranged for the major powers aboard the ship to meet at the Chen family 5 days from now.
He picked up his still warm cup of tea. Alright, have we figured out the situation with the Battle Wing Iron Cavalry? We finished the investigation a few days ago.
A small unit of ours stationed there was ambushed. She added, all the team members were killed, and their Battle Wings insignia were taken.
Meanwhile, the Battle Wing Iron Cavalry at other locations also faced varying degrees of encirclement. He chuckled lightly, interesting. It seems like it's targeting the layout of my Battle Wing Iron Cavalry. Apart from the Yi family, is anyone else involved in this?
These people are too meticulous, and it seems like they know us inside out. Based on our guesses, it's certain that the Wang family is involved as well.
He set the cup of tea down.
If that's the case, we have to remove this thorn from our side. Inform everyone that in 3 days, all senior members of the Iron Cavalry will gather in Donghai.
Yes, and one more thing. I feel like something's off. He glanced sideways slightly, scoffing. The border area has been a bit chaotic lately, she said. The Death Special Forces unit we previously engaged has reappeared. He sat up. Things are getting more and more interesting. He smiled faintly, as if everything was somehow related to him. Then he stood up abruptly. Keep an eye on the Death Special Forces unit. If they make any moves, have the Iron Cavalry encircle and eliminate them immediately. Yi Shuko obeyed without hesitation. Yes. He smiled lightly. The storm is about to rise. Ha ha. At that moment in the combat zone, several shards of stone were scattered across the ground. Tan Ta wiped his sword. The next team leader asked, "Are we heading to Haidong?" The captain replied, "That's right." Then he picked up a bullet and examined it. This time, his eyes narrowed slightly. We must kill him. Meanwhile, at the secret headquarters, Ji Jingdio was sitting in front of the computer screen when she suddenly smiled softly. Humph, they've arrived. The butler slowly stepped forward. The others haven't shown up yet? She looked slightly annoyed. What's the rush? There are still 10 minutes until the agreed time. He replied, those people are showing less and less respect for the Wang family. Hearing that, she chuckled lightly. Aren't they here now? At that moment, several people stepped onto the stairs. 2 of them entered. Oh, you guys are really early. He stepped forward. You still speak without any courtesy at all. The butler was puzzled. Where are Fei Hu and Devil Hand? Why haven't they arrived yet? Ji Jingdiao stepped in to answer, they are at the frontier and can't make it here right away. The butler immediately jotted down notes, deducting points from Fei Hu and Devil Hand. Seeing this, the 2 of them thought to themselves, this perverted old man, if someone says something wrong, he just deducts points. After that, he circled around behind Ji Jingdiao. See, we're all here, but the Wang family still hasn't arrived. She shyly responded, though I'm in charge of monitoring the news, I don't dare to monitor the Wang family. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I'm here. Everyone immediately stood at attention and exclaimed, Greetings, King. The Wang family spoke up. The reason I called you all together has already been announced. Ji Jingdiao, you're in charge of the information. How could you have missed such an important matter like the loss of the battle strategy for the warplane? Why didn't you detect it in time? Ji Jingdiao stammered, Wang family, I'm sorry. He smiled lightly. I'm giving you a chance to atone. That's all I'll say. How's the investigation into the news over the past 3 days? Hearing this, she was overjoyed. The Wang family is the best. The ones who participated in the assassination plan against our strategic warplane are, in order, the Yi family, the Zhan Wuqing Corporation, and the Death Special Forces Unit. After grasping the situation, the Wang family furrowed their brows. Indeed, it was as expected, but they hadn't anticipated that the Zhan Wuqing Corporation would be involved. The Zhan Wuqing Corporation was one of the most powerful companies in China. Why would they join forces with the Yi family and the Death Special Forces Unit? Could it be that there's an even more powerful mastermind behind the scenes? Wang family, can you explain why the Zhan Wuqing group has allied with the Yi family Death Special Forces Unit? I am still investigating, the results will be available soon. He didn't respond, instead giving her a command to continue. She then brought up an image of a man and continued, moreover, I found a mole within our ranks, specifically the captain of the 9th Battalion, team leader of the 3rd Squad, Xinguang. He picked up a bottle of unmarked medicine and said, I've already dealt with him. I happened to have a new drug recently that needed a test subject. He then looked at the Divine Doctor and said, Divine Doctor, you're still as consistent as ever, so abnormal. The man stepped forward and said, One family, since when have we had to endure such a thing? He laughed loudly. If they want to play, let's play with them. Yi family, Zhan Wuqing group, and the Death Special Forces Unit, huh? Immediately, Wang family's tone turned serious. Everyone, listen up. Everyone replied in unison, we follow your command. Ji Jingdiao kept a close eye on Yi Wuxing and the Yi family's every move in Haidong.
while also monitoring the Zhang Wuqing group and the Death Special Forces unit.
Tan smiled faintly and said, as soon as his people enter Haidong, inform the entire aerial combat division first.
Then he turned to the others. Each person, according to their responsibilities, worked in close coordination with Xi Jingdiu. They all responded in unison, understood. Yi Shuke spoke up, Wang family, if death comes to Haidong, I want to deal with him personally. Suddenly, she became confused, scratching her head. Last time, I lost to death. This time, I won't let myself lose again. He pondered for a moment, then replied, all right, let Tanku accompany you.
Remember, if danger arises, run away first. Guest of the night ceremony, Shuku added, Wang family, rest assured, you don't know my abilities yet, do you? I'm no longer the young girl I once was. She then opened a small notebook. I classify assassins into rank S, but I classify death itself as rank S. The butler immediately said, even if you join forces with Tan Ku, it's likely that you won't be a match for death. Yi Shuke's expression turned displeased, and Zhang Wuqing agreed. The butler was right. Although she had made great progress over the years, death hadn't stood still either. Therefore, if she encountered danger, her first priority must be her own safety. That was an order. Shuke lowered her head. All right, I understand. Meanwhile, at the computer screen, Wang family, Haidong, and several other major forces were heading toward the Chen family. Zhang Wuqing turned around. Very well, I'll also join in on this little gathering. The butler added, it's been a long time since we've all met. Today, I'll treat everyone to some food. He smiled. Let's eat and chat. With that, he placed the meal on the table for everyone. At the same time, at the villa in the countryside, Zhang Wuqing invited them for tea. The steaming cup of tea was served. Zhang Wuqing glanced slightly over his shoulder. Chen Tianwei, the reason I've personally come to Haidong this time is a secret. As for the purpose of my visit, I'm sure you already know all about it, right? Zhang Wuqing gently closed his eyes, his voice low and firm, that's correct. Very good. The Special Forces team will be arriving in Haidong today. From now on, you will have full authority over this matter. Remember, this must succeed. This caused a slight unease in Chen Tianwei. He immediately pointed and said, if this succeeds, the Zhang Wuqing group, I will devote all my efforts to train you to become the second king of the Wang family in Haidong. Chen Tianwei, with a resolute voice, rest assured, Zhang Wuqing, I will not disappoint you. Hearing this, Zhang Wuqing felt a slight calmness inside. All right, you can go and take care of your work. I remember today is the day to distribute Haidong's asset quotas to the others. Chen Tianwei respectfully replied, then I shall leave first. Zhang Wuqing, please make yourself comfortable. The door slammed shut, and Zhang Wuqing's hand crushed the teacup in his grip. Zhang Wuqing gritted his teeth, Chen Tianwei. It's time for you, the so-called Battle Wing Heavenly King, to step down. Chen Tianwei entered the room and said, everyone is here, then I will announce the next Haidong asset quota. He raised his glass and continued, 9 parts of the wealth will still belong to the Chen family, just as before. Upon hearing this, everyone was a little stunned. He raised his glass again and said, the remaining 8 parts. Regarding the Zhou family, the rest will be evenly distributed among the others. Does anyone have any opinions? Everyone's faces immediately darkened. How hateful, this Chen family is too arrogant. At the same time, Zhang Wuqing was strolling down the street when he suddenly realized that someone was tailing him. He paused, the corner of his mouth curling into a slight smile, a bit intrigued. Then, he turned into a narrow alley. The men following him looked worried. The two of them walked slowly behind, quickly turning into the narrow alley. Suddenly, when they turned, they couldn't see Zhang Wuqing anywhere. Where did he go? Zhang Wuqing's soft laughter came from behind them. You two have been following me. Hearing the voice from behind, they instinctively turned around, and Zhang Wuqing appeared, walking out leisurely. What's the matter? Immediately, they dropped to their knees,
all of them bowing deeply. "Greetings, War Medicine Heavenly King," this made him slightly surprised. "Oh." The two men looked anxious. "Heavenly King, we did not intend to follow you. We just hope to join your ranks, please accept us." He chuckled softly. "Interesting. What is your background?" "I am Long Yi, an adopted son of Zhang Wuqing. This is Long Wu, my biological younger brother, and also an adopted son of the Dragon King." He was somewhat taken aback. "An adopted son of the Dragon King?" Long Yi added, "Heavenly King, this is not a place to talk. Let's go somewhere else." Long Yi glanced around. Zhang Wuqing said, "No, I just want to show you." He raised both hands and continued, "What is human experimentation like?" Sitting in the chair, he asked in doubt, "Human experimentation?" Long Yi closed his eyes and slowly began to speak. "That's right, human experimentation at the age of 7. I was adopted by the Dragon King and began to undergo cruel and inhumane human experiments." He opened his eyes and said, "At first, we had more than 20 brothers, and now I am the only one left, Long Wu." Zhang Wuqing, lost in thought, looked at Long Yi as he spoke. In this quota competition of the Haidong match, behind Chen Tianwei was the Yi family. And behind the Yi family was the Dragon King. He raised a phone and exclaimed, "Behind the Dragon King, they want to control wealth, and that is human experimentation." Long Yi handed the phone to Zhang Wuqing and said, "The documents of human experimentation are all here. Please take a look, Heavenly King." Upon seeing the images inside, his face immediately changed. Zhang Wuqing squeezed the phone in his hand, crushing it, and shouted angrily, "Beast!" Long Yi furrowed his brows, looked straight at him, and called out, "That's why today, my brothers and I hope to join the Heavenly King." He lowered his head and added, "We no longer want to live through those days of losing our conscience." Zhang Wuqing said nothing, staring intently at the two Longwu brothers beside him, and suddenly shouted excitedly, "Heavenly King, we are absolutely not sent by the Dragon King." After that, Zhang Wuqing raised his hand and said, "If that is the case, then I agree. From now on, you will follow me." Long Yi immediately looked at him in surprise, and Long Wu also had an expression of disbelief. Then, the two brothers simultaneously knelt down, clasped their hands, and shouted, "Greetings, Heavenly King." Zhang Wuqing looked at his reflection in the cup of water and said, "Get up. Tell me the specific effects of the human experimentation." His legs quickly crossed as he waited. Long Yi furrowed his brows and slowly explained, "The Dragon King has been in charge of the human experimentation for nearly 20 years. The so-called human experimentation refers to using scientific technology and ancient poisons to improve the human body." Long Wu, standing beside him, immediately added, "The goal is to push the human body to its theoretical limits. Not only that, these people have been dispersed by the Dragon King across the country, blending into different social classes, even including those in the border regions." Zhang Wuqing rested his chin on his hand, hearing this, and couldn't help but sigh, "A grand game of chess indeed." Long Yi immediately raised his hand and shouted, "There is also a group of people in Haidong with a certain scale who infiltrated this time. The Dragon King's arrival in Donghai is to turn Haidong into a new stronghold for human experimentation, gradually expanding the scale from there." He raised one finger and shouted, "Not long ago, Haidong established a large new orphanage. This is the secret stronghold for the human experimentation." Zhang Wuqing was stunned upon hearing this and repeated, "Orphanage." Long Wu beside him affirmed, continuing, "That's right, human body experimentation must begin at a young age." Long Yi raised his fist, angrily shouting, "So, orphans without fathers or mothers will be the best choice?" Zhang Wuqing's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Very good, Long Yi, Long Wu, take me to see it." Long Yi and Long Wu looked at each other, then shouted, "Here." He closed his eyes, asking in doubt, "Is there a problem?" Long Yi furrowed his brow, awkwardly replying, "There is tight security there." Zhang Wuqing walked past him, speaking in a deep voice, "Are you afraid? Worried the Dragon King will find out that you two are working for me?" Long Yi immediately patted his chest, shouting resolutely, "It's not like that. The two of us joining Heavenly King's side means there's nothing to fear anymore. Zhang Wuqing walked towards the door, glancing at the two Long brothers, saying, "Let's go." Then, his steps stopped in front of a place. Long Yi pointed to the orphanage ahead, shouting, "Heavenly King, it's right here." Zhang Wuqing noticed the gardener, the guards, and the female staff here. He smiled slightly, saying, "They're all martial artists, quite interesting." The guard immediately raised his hand in greeting, "Hello, sir." He raised his hand to stop Zhang Wuqing, saying, "Our orphanage is closed." "Who are you looking for?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing repeated in doubt, "Closed?" The guard furrowed his brows and shouted, "That's why I ask you to leave." Then, he slightly jolted and looked at him. The security guard shouted as Zhang Wuqing walked past him, "Good kid." He raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder, loudly commanding, "Here to cause trouble, huh?" A flash of light flickered in the security guard's mind, thinking he might be a martial artist. He observed Zhang Wuqing standing still without moving in front of him, furrowing his brows and silently pondering. The captain said, "No matter what, we cannot let anyone in." These three seemed to have come prepared. Suddenly, from behind, a pair of legs stepped forward. Kenter, with one hand in his pocket, asked in a puzzled tone, "What's going on?" The security guard quickly ran over to him and shouted, "Captain." He brought his hand close to Kenter's ear and whispered, "Captain, that's a martial artist. He's probably here to stir up trouble." Kenter smiled at Zhang Wuqing and introduced himself, "Hello, I'm the captain of the security team, Kenter." He opened his arms and walked toward him, softly explaining, "Our orphanage has closed for the safety of the children, so anyone who is not related cannot enter. I hope this mister can understand." Zhang Wuqing furrowed his brows and muttered, "What a pity." Then, he turned his head and looked behind him. The security guard watched the backs of Zhang Wuqing and his companions leave, asking in confusion, "Captain, do you think we've been exposed?" Kenter's face darkened as he ground his teeth, ordering, "Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Don't ask about it tonight." The elite realm was activated, and the guards immediately jolted, responding, "Yes, near the overpass." Zhang Wuqing spoke, assigning tasks. "Tonight, the two of you will sneak into the orphanage with me." He stared intently at Long Yi and Long Wu, inquiring, "Are you familiar with the terrain inside?" Zhang Wuqing looked at the two of them, smiling as he responded, "Very well." Long Yi and Long Wu exchanged a smile as Zhang Wuqing left. In the distance, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight sneer, and he let out a mocking laugh. Tonight, Kenter is leading the security team on patrol, ensuring everything's ready. A red light flashed, and they stepped up onto the wall and climbed to the rooftop. The three of them, Zhang Wuqing included, landed lightly on the ground. Long Yi, leading the way, called out, "Follow me." Ahead of them, two security guards, checking the area, exchanged glances and spoke. "No anomalies, understood." The young man's face was sharp as he lunged forward. Then, two red streaks of light flashed, striking the two guards. The guards quickly covered their mouths, their bodies flickering before falling together. Long Yi gestured toward the building ahead, speaking to Zhang Wuqing. "That building has dormitories, and beneath it is a secret research base." The three moved quickly forward. Long Yi ducked behind a wall, watching the guards ahead and called out, "Heavenly King, wait one more minute. They're about to switch shifts. When they do, the guards will gather to smoke, and there's a blind spot we can use to infiltrate." Entering through the side window, Zhang Wuqing stood still, nonchalantly glancing at him. Long Yi was immediately startled, stammering, "Heavenly King, what's wrong?" Hearing this, he smiled and replied, "It's nothing." Then, a flash of white from the window appeared, followed by a light being turned on upstairs. Long Yi, leading the way in front, called out, "Heavenly King, the secret experimental base is on the second basement floor. Let's go." Zhang Wuqing, trailing behind, smiled sarcastically, thinking to himself, "Your psychological endurance doesn't seem that great." Long Yi's face froze in place, exclaiming, "Heavenly King, did you notice that?" Zhang Wuqing closed his eyes, sighed, and said, "Who's cold? Let's go." After that, Long Yi and Long Wu quickly descended the stairs. Zhang Wuqing surveyed the scene before him, thinking, it's just an electric room. He stood still, staring at the large iron door ahead. Long Yi pressed a red button with his hand. The iron door immediately opened. Turning his head, he called out to Zhang Wuqing, "Heavenly King, please enter." Long Yi and Long Wu exchanged a glance as he walked in. Long Yi raised his hand and pressed another button. Then, the two brothers quickly retreated. Zhang Wuqing glanced at them before turning his head. He closed his eyes and gently waved his hand. Instantly, the two brothers, Long Yi and Long Wu, were pulled inside the door. Following that, the large iron door slammed shut with force. Above, the high-pressure lamps on both sides instantly turned on at the same time. Zhang Wuqing stood still, observing the crowd around him with a questioning look. "Is this your plan?" Long Yi raised his hand to cover his mouth, smiled, and asked. "You discovered it long ago?" He responded with doubt, asking back. "Such a clumsy scheme, do you really think you can deceive me?" His two hands emitted a blue light, he scoffed coldly, and shouted, "So what if you discovered it? You are still as arrogant and self-satisfied as ever." Long Yi squinted his eyes, showing contempt, and shouted loudly, "You walked right into our trap. Today, I will eliminate you from my adoptive father." Kenter called out from behind the crowd, "War Medicine Heavenly King." He came out arrogantly and said, "The man who could gain fame alongside my adoptive father is only this appearance." Zhang Wuqing glanced at the crowd, asking, "Do you know what you're doing? Does Dragon King know about this?" Hearing this, Long Yi smiled and responded, "If I bring back your head, my adoptive father will naturally know." Zhang Wuqing then inquired, "If I'm not mistaken, your plan was rejected by Dragon King?" He immediately frowned, loudly retorted, and spoke nonsense. Zhang Wuqing placed a hand on his forehead, laughing softly and expressing his feelings, "Having followers like you, Dragon King is truly disgraced." Kenter frowned, shouting, "Still talking big when you're about to die." His face twisted in madness as he excitedly yelled, "War Medicine Heavenly King, even though you were strong and led your team to defend the border alone, you are still just a mortal." Kenter looked at the armed guards and said, "As for these people, they are all martial artists with internal energy. The daggers in our hands are made using new technology, incredibly sharp, and coated with poison. Just a single drop is enough to kill an elephant, and the victim would die within a minute." The sharp blade was coated with purple poison. Kenter raised his hand and laughed as he gave the order. Immediately, the guards charged toward Zhang Wuqing from all directions. Long Yi and Long Wu also struck at the same time. A golden flash appeared in Zhang Wuqing's eyes. Long Yi immediately took a blow to the left cheek, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Long Wu rushed in, only to receive a punch to the right, also spitting out blood. The two brothers, Long Yi and Long Wu, were sent flying back toward the iron door. Zhang Wuqing used his special ability to quickly move through the guards, knocking them aside. The daggers all fell to the ground simultaneously. Kenter was stunned, gritting his teeth in disbelief, and asked, Are you even human?" Zhang Wuqing lightly brushed off his clothes with his hand and replied, "If this is your plan." He tilted his head slightly and continued, "I can only say, you're greatly underestimating me." Kenter shouted in response, "Of course not." In his arm, he tightly gripped a small vial. The corner of Kenter's mouth curled up slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Wuqing was startled and looked toward him. On his side, Kenter swung the tube out, causing the white toxic smoke to quickly spread, shouting loudly, "This is the biochemical poison we've just developed." Zhang Wuqing immediately raised his hand to cover his nose, then his eyes widened in shock. Tiny purple dots immediately appeared on his arm. Seeing this, Kenter burst out laughing and shouted loudly, "Even the unbeatable War Medicine Heavenly King is just a mortal body, incapable of resisting this poison." The purple dots quickly spread outwards. He immediately drew a dagger, shouting, "Heavenly King." He swung the dagger horizontally, threw the scabbard down, and yelled, "Go to hell." Suddenly, a hand appeared, reaching out towards him. Kenter froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was grabbed by the hand, and he screamed in shock, "What?"
Kenter's whole body trembled, shouting, You! You! Zhang Wuqing coldly glared at him and said, Just a poison gas, do you really think it can deal with me? Kenter struggled desperately, shouting, Let go, let me go. Zhang Wuqing threw him to the ground and declared, I won't kill you. I still have questions for you. Zhang Wuqing turned around, facing away from Kenter, and said, Let's go, to another place. He lowered his head, sweating, and replied, Yes. Then, Kenter stood before the iron door, entering the code, while Zhang Wuqing stood behind, supervising. The door quickly opened, and Zhang Wuqing and Kenter simultaneously moved forward down the corridor. In front of room 23, Zhang Wuqing reached for the hot cup of tea and inquired, This orphanage is surely a trap set to lure us in. He took the cup, raised it, and said, Then it must be the real base for the human experimentation. Zhang Wuqing's eyes were filled with sharpness as he shouted, Where? Kenter's face darkened, and he cautiously asked, I've said it before, do you guarantee you won't kill me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing lifted the cup, took a sip, and replied, Not speaking means certain death. Speaking might still give you a chance to live. Without hesitation, Kenter shouted, The real base hasn't been set up in Haidong City yet. Kenter furrowed his brow and began to explain, Long Yi Longwu was responsible for setting up the base and has already gone to Haidong. Hearing this, Zhang Wuqing closed his eyes and responded, I see. Immediately, Kenter became agitated, pounding his chest and shouting, Heavenly King, I am truly being threatened. The Dragon King has poisoned my body, and if I don't obey him, my entire family will be killed. Zhang Wuqing closed his eyes and fell into deep thought, remaining silent. Then, Kenter immediately knelt down to the ground, his voice filled with urgency as he explained, Heavenly King, everything I've said is the truth. I truly am being forced. Hearing this, Zhang Wuqing turned his head to look at Kenter, inquiring, Do you know about the Death Special Forces unit? Upon hearing this, he shook his head and exclaimed, I don't know. Zhang Wuqing forcefully placed his teacup on the table and shouted, I was going to give you a way out. Kenter's face immediately turned ugly as the sound of Zhang Wuqing's voice continued, and yet, you. He bowed his head and admitted, I am a member of the Death Special Forces unit. Zhang Wuqing looked at him and exclaimed, So it's true, you must be a new recruit, right? Kenter lowered his head and shouted, Yes. Zhang Wuqing smiled and asked, I need the arrangements of the Haidong Special Forces team to go to Haidong first. Is that okay? Kenter's face was covered in sweat as he responded, No problem. He then immediately raised a phone, placed it on the table, pointed at it, and said, This is their entire arrangement. Zhang Wuqing looked at it and complimented, Very good. Next, I need you to do something. If you do it well, I can give you a way to survive. Upon hearing this, Kenter's face immediately became excited as he shouted, I am willing to follow the Heavenly King's orders. Zhang Wuqing approached and whispered in Kenter's ear. He was startled, swallowing nervously. His face darkened, and he panically refused, Heavenly King. This I. Zhang Wuqing coldly replied, Whether you live or die depends on your choice. Kenter immediately lowered his head, stammering, I am willing to do it. Zhang Wuqing stood up, opened the door, and walked outside, saying, Very good, I'm waiting for your good news. On the other side, Long Yi groggily opened his eyes, then sat up and glanced around. He looked at Kenter, who was sitting in the corner, and said, We failed. Upon hearing this, Kenter smiled faintly and said, Although we failed, we still achieved some results. Long Yi was startled by this and asked, confused, What? Kenter immediately stood up and walked over to Long Yi, explaining, Our biochemical poison didn't cause him to lose his combat ability, but it did severely damage his body. Panicked, he furrowed his brows and shouted, Long Yi, take me to see Dragon King immediately. This is Dragon King's perfect opportunity. Long Yi frowned as he looked at Kenter and asked, Kenter, are you going to betray Dragon King? Kenter walked past him, firmly replying, I will absolutely not. Long Yi closed his eyes, smiled, and shouted, I don't think you will. Let's go. Inside a large building, a voice of cursing rang out, "Waste." A cup of tea was thrown directly into Kenter's face with a loud smack. Dragon King's voice rang out, "How many times have I told you?" He pointed toward the group and shouted, "I won't allow any of you to act recklessly." Kenter gently knelt in front and softly said, "Please forgive me, Dragon King." Dragon King sighed deeply. "However, you have made an achievement as well. This time, the Battle Wing Heavenly King has fallen victim to our biochemical poison." He rested one hand on his chin and said, "I believe that there are only a few months left, and it will be impossible to recover." Kenter immediately smiled and encouraged, "That's right. Furthermore, I secretly planted a tracking device on the Battle Wing Heavenly King. His current location is now clear." Dragon King glanced at him, and the sound of his voice echoed. If Dragon King were to strike now, he could certainly deliver a lethal blow in one hit. Long Yi, who was standing beside him, also looked up and called out with a smile, "Adoptive father, we can't delay any longer. This is a rare opportunity." Hearing this, Dragon King closed his eyes and said, "You still don't understand what kind of person the Battle Wing Heavenly King is." He pointed at Kenter and shouted, "You think this is his plan?" Then, he reached out toward him. Dragon King's hand clenched tightly around his neck. He immediately coldly shouted, "Kenter, you dare to betray me." Hearing this, Kenter was immediately struck with fear and retorted, "Master, I would never dare betray you." Afterward, Dragon King squeezed harder, choking him. He then threw Kenter's lifeless body down and spoke, his tone filled with intent to inquire, "Do you understand why I had to kill him?" Dragon King looked at Long Yi and Long Wu, asking, "I know Heavenly King's battle tactics very well. Facing him, even the slightest mistake could make us unyielding for 10,000 lifetimes, so I will not allow anything out of my control to happen, do you understand?" The two of them looked up as they heard his voice ringing in their ears. "Therefore, follow the plan. This time, I want to make sure there is a 100% chance of killing him." He closed his eyes and threw 2 daggers, issuing the order, "Proceed with the ritual." Long Yi and Long Wu immediately grabbed the daggers, then raised them and stabbed them forcefully into their own thighs. The Dragon King closed his eyes and gave the order, "All right, step back and tend to your wounds." He glanced at the two of them and reminded in a deep voice, "But remember, from now on, you must not act without my permission." Long Yi immediately bowed his head respectfully and called out, "Yes, adoptive father." In a building under construction, he picked up a bowl of noodles with chopsticks, asking uncertainly, "Do we need to call for reinforcements?" Yi Shuko crossed her arms over her chest, looking out the window, and shouted, "Death Special Forces Unit, including me, there are 9 of us." She gazed outside, hesitating as she wondered aloud, "But right now, in this building, there is only Death and 1 other member. The scaffolding outside is still under construction." She raised her head and looked at Jishuko, asking, "What do you mean?" She smiled brightly, asking, "Do you think 2 against 2 would lose?" He pounded his chest and declared, "Of course not." Hearing this, Yishuka smiled and decided, "All right, tonight I'll capture Death so the Wang family will know I am no longer the little girl I once was." After that, she raised her hand and waved, signaling, and Tan and Yishuku immediately jumped outside. On the other side, a hand grabbed a bullet, a reaper lay on the couch, and another stood on the balcony, observing the surroundings. Captain Luo Zue noticed that 2 people were heading towards us. Hearing this, the man immediately responded, somewhat intrigued. The man holding the telescope shouted, "They must be under Heavenly King's command, one is nicknamed Tanko, and the other is an assassin." The other reaper, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Oh, is it that little girl? Just the 2 of them? Isn't War Medicine Heavenly King coming along?" The reaper holding the telescope looked toward them, at Luo Zue. His hand tightly gripped the gun on the table and said, "Interesting." The reaper sitting on the couch, holding the gun, declared, "Let's see how that little girl develops." The reaper with the telescope paused upon hearing this, looking at him. Captain Luo Zue called out, "Move out." The next day, in the center of a house, a pair of feet quickly entered. Zhang Wuqing stood still, lightly sniffing the air. He asked, puzzled, "What happened?"
The divine doctor appeared behind Zhang Wuqing and reported, "The Wang family, last night Yishuko and Tanko went to hunt the reapers. Tanko was injured, but is fine now." He calmly narrated, "Shuko was poisoned with a type of biochemical toxin, but last night, I successfully neutralized the poison and created an antidote." The divine doctor extended his hand toward the door and added, "The antidote has already been injected, there's no need for further concern." He heard this and responded calmly, Inside, Yishuka had her arm bandaged. She lowered her head, lost in thought. As soon as Tanku and Yishuka saw Zhang Wuqing, they exclaimed, "Heavenly King!" He raised his hand to stop them, saying, "No need to stand up." "What happened?" Yishuka lowered her head, weakly stammering, "We lost 2-2, couldn't win. Those reapers are very tricky. We had already gained the upper hand, but that guy played dirty and used poison." The butler held a notebook and a pen, recording, "Guests, Tanku, each of you will lose 2 points." Tanku immediately clenched his fist, shouting angrily, "Damn it, next time, I'll definitely beat those reapers to a pulp." Hearing this, Zhang Wuqing spoke up and asked, "Can you explain the details of what happened yesterday?" Yishuka listened and calmly began recounting, "Wang family, Tanku and I found the temporary base of the reapers. Based on my analysis." She lowered her head sadly, saying, "There were only reapers and 1 team member inside. Tanku and I had the ability to handle it. We trained in close combat and dealt with one of them first. The 2 quickly knocked out 1 enemy and then continued running." Yishuka's voice rang out loudly. After that, the 2 teamed up to deal with death. They were about to succeed when death took out a biochemical poison. Hearing this, TH shouted angrily, "That guy doesn't even have the sense of a true warrior. If it weren't for him using poison, the one lying there right now would be death." Zhang Wuqing heard this and coldly shouted, "The Death Special Forces unit is the best at assassination, sneak attacks. Are you asking him to fight you openly and fairly?" Hearing this, TH lowered his head dejectedly, saying nothing. He raised his hand, pointing to the notebook, asking the butler to deduct 1 more point from him. TH was stunned, frozen in place. Yishuko, who was beside him, added, "But we didn't leave empty-handed either. Death is also heavily injured." Zhang Wuqing closed his eyes and said, "You 2 should focus on recovering during this time. Butler, come with me." Outside, the grass was blowing in the wind. Zhang Wuqing looked ahead, questioning, "What do you think of this situation?" The butler began analyzing. The Death Special Forces unit was hired by the Dragon King, so of course, they have access to biochemical poison. Shuko and Death were part of the plan, but there's one thing that doesn't quite add up. Hearing this, Zhang Wuqing closed his eyes and replied, "Yes, where did the other members of Death's team go?" The butler spoke up, assuring, "I'll look into it right away. We will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." Zhang Wuqing recalled the words of the other S, "Your assessments have never been wrong." Shuko and Tan could join forces, pushing so hard that even Death had to resort to poison. The butler closed his eyes, ignoring the sound of his voice. "This is very unusual, we must pay special attention." Zhang Wuqing turned and patted the butler's shoulder, saying, "You've been working hard lately." The butler closed his eyes and responded, "Of course." Zhang Wuqing walked ahead, reminding, "You should smile more often, otherwise, it's easy to get wrinkles." The butler immediately smiled and replied, "Got it." At the Chen family, members of the Death Special Forces unit leaned back on the sofa, and Yi Wuxing of the Yi family sat calmly in a chair. Chen Tianwei of the Chen family held a cup of hot tea in his hands. Yi Wuxing glanced at Death and asked, "Did you get injured?" Death, upon hearing this, was startled and replied, "It's just a small wound." He closed his eyes, lowered his head, and said loudly, "I hope this doesn't interfere with our plans." The door opened, and Dragon King entered leisurely, his face showing a cheerful expression. "Everyone, today marks our first official meeting." The people in the room immediately stood up and said in unison, "Greetings, Dragon King." Dragon King then asked, "Death, how useful is biochemical poison?" Death responded, "The poison is a bit weak, but it works very quickly. But it was feared that, for Zhang Tiandi, it would fundamentally be impossible to pose any threat. Chen Tianwei suddenly spoke, "That's right, last night my subordinates made contact with Zhan Tiandi." The Dragon King then said, the biochemical poison had no effect on him at all, but that was merely the most basic form of biochemical poison.
This is the second-generation biochemical poison, which has stronger toxicity. A lot of my resources and manpower have been wasted in its development, so this time, we must succeed in Dongha City. At that moment, Zhan Wuqing was walking down the street when a thought suddenly crossed his mind, is a storm coming?
Seeing the license plate of the car, he immediately realized that this was the vehicle of the city's underworld boss. The car suddenly stopped beside Zhan Wuqing. The door opened, and Bai Mo Hua stepped out. In a low voice, he asked, "Are you Zhan Wuqing? My master has invited you, please come with me." Zhan Wuqing looked at the shadow inside the car for a moment, then quickly responded, "All right." As soon as he entered, he saw Bai He. She spoke, "Please rest for a moment." Zhan Wuqing thought to himself, "Interesting," and the car drove off to a more secluded area. After a while, it stopped, and the door was politely opened. Bai Mo Hua invited him out. Then, Bai He led Zhan Wuqing into a mansion with an imposing design. She opened the door herself. When she reached the living room, Bai He spoke up, "Please have a seat. My name is Bai He, from the Bai family in the capital. Bai Yun is my grandfather." Upon hearing this, Zhan Wuqing remained calm. He replied, "So you are the granddaughter of old Bai. Is there something that happened today that you invited me here for?" Bai He then stated, "The Bai family has changed." Suddenly, she stood up and bowed her head with deep sincerity, "Please, Battle Wing Heavenly King, save my Bai family." Zhan Wuqing furrowed his brows. He quickly helped Bai He back up, "No need for this. Old Bai and I have a close relationship." She slowly spoke, "What happened to the Bai family?" Bai He replied sadly, "Do you know my eldest brother, Bai Mo Hua?" Zhan Wuqing quickly responded, "I think I've met him once." "Does this have something to do with him?" Bai He began to explain, "A while ago, my grandfather fell seriously ill, and Bai Mo Hua took him to a private hospital. From that day on, the Bai family began to face a series of major problems. First, there was a covert scheme to profit from my family's subordinates, then they exploited the Bai family's connections to cause turmoil in the medical industry and inflate prices. Furthermore, they have been secretly establishing a covert laboratory." This revelation shocked Zhan Wuqing. "A laboratory?" Bai He replied, "Yes, as for the specifics of the experiments, I have no way of knowing. And now, I can't even see my grandfather anymore. Fortunately, before that, my grandfather had told me to say that my brother is in Haidong. This news, apart from you, no one else knows. Only then could I borrow the excuse of traveling to Haidong to come and ask for your help." Zhan Wuqing then asked, "Was it because there were eavesdropping devices on the vehicle that I wasn't allowed to speak earlier?" She responded, "Yes, the war medicine Heavenly King is asking you to save the Bai family's life." Zhan Wuqing felt somewhat confused and said, "If you're asking for my help, why don't you trust me?" Bai He appeared flustered. She signaled the servant to close the door. Once the door was shut, she spoke hesitantly, "War medicine Heavenly King, I feel there's something you're reluctant to say." Zhan Wuqing interjected, "It's all right. It's normal for your family to be uneasy, especially with my relationship with old Bai. I will definitely help with this matter." His words made Bai He smile with joy, "Thank you, Battle Wing Heavenly King." Zhan Wuqing then added, "However, I can't leave Haidong City for now. There's someone troublesome here who needs me to deal with personally. I will arrange for my people to help save old Master Bai first." Bai He suddenly trembled and said, "All right, if you think he's troublesome, then he must be someone formidable." Zhan Wuqing honestly replied, "He truly is not someone easy to deal with. Moreover, I suspect that this person might also be involved in Bai Mo Hua's case." Bai He suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be the Dragon King?" Upon hearing this, Zhan Wuqing said, "It seems I wasn't wrong in my guess." At that moment, the Dragon King was in Haidong City. She looked angry and said, "It really is the Dragon King." When my grandfather was healthy, the Dragon King came to the Bai family. It seemed there was some conflict between them, and the two of them parted on bad terms. After my grandfather was placed under house arrest, I secretly investigated and found that Bai Manhwa had close contact with the Dragon King. Her story made Zhang Wuqing think to himself, this guy's plan is bigger than I imagined. It looks like not just the capital and Haidong, but other cities may also be part of the Dragon King's scheme. Suddenly, Bai He became flustered. Wait, if this is the Dragon King's doing, she offered her hypothesis, he clearly knows you're in Haidong, yet he still allowed Bai Manhwa to send me here. This is definitely a plot. Zhang Wuqing was a bit surprised, things are getting more and more interesting. Can we trust the person outside the door? Bai He was firm, absolutely trustworthy. If even he betrays me, then I truly have no one I can rely on. Zhang Wuqing pondered in his mind, what exactly is the Dragon King planning? He suddenly spoke, forget about this matter for now. I'll have someone investigate. Of course, I will also arrange for people to protect you. Upon hearing this, Bai He gratefully said, "Thank you, Battle Wing Heavenly King." Zhang Wuqing instructed, when the soldiers arrive, the generals block them, when the waters rise, the earth obstructs them. Miss Bai, for this period of time, you can rest assured here. The matters of the Bai family will be handled. After saying this, he quickly stood up. Bai He bowed respectfully. The great kindness of the Battle Wing Heavenly King to the Bai family is deeply appreciated. On a sunny morning in the imperial capital, in a sick room, Shen Fei suddenly smiled wickedly. "Grandfather, for the great cause of the Bai family, I hope you won't blame your grandson for being ruthless. The Bai family is changing every day, but an old-fashioned person like you insists on being stubborn and refusing to change. How can the Bai family develop? Only by following someone like the Dragon King can we grow and rise." The servant then spoke up, "Young master, the young lady has arrived at Haidong and has even come into contact with the War Medicine Heavenly King." Xian Fei quickly instructed, "Very good, immediately send a message to the Dragon King. This time, we must kill with determination." At a CAF, Zhang Wuqing was having a phone conversation. "Have you arranged everything?" The person on the other end quickly responded, "The Wang family has everything ready. Just confirm, and don't hesitate." He said, "Certainly." After finishing the conversation, he hung up, gazing at the steaming cup of coffee, a thought forming in his mind. Next, wait for the drama to unfold tonight. At the Bai family villa one morning, Bai Manhwa brought a glass of water and said, "Miss, drink some water. If you continue like this, your body won't be able to take it." Bai He appeared saddened, and she said, "Thank you, Bai Manhwa, for the turmoil that has shaken the waves. The Bai family is fortunate to have you still by my side to help me." Bai Manhwa suddenly appeared quite annoyed. He spoke in a commanding tone, "The War Medicine Heavenly King has arranged a small squad of Battle Wing Iron Cavalry to protect the area." Bai He immediately responded, "I know." Just as Bai He was about to lift the glass of water to drink, Bai Manhwa's eyes suddenly showed anticipation. However, she no longer wished to drink, and sighed heavily. She placed the glass down again and said, "Bai Manhwa, please distribute the water and food to the members of the War Medicine Heavenly King's team." Bai Manhwa immediately bent forward. "Yes." Not far from the forest, a voice full of impatience rose. "Captain, when do we move? The brothers can't wait any longer." The death messenger glanced at him and replied, "What's the hurry? Wait for Bai Manhwa to signal us first. Who would have thought we'd get such a good opportunity, the young lady of the Bai family? When the time comes, we'll tell the brothers to hurry up." The others, hearing this, expressed their frustration loudly, "We can't hurry, we're all men, over an hour, it's basically the same." At this moment, Bai He had finished drinking the water, and she was now in her sleep-like state. Bai Manhwa spoke with deep guilt, "Young lady, I'm sorry. You have done so much for me, but Bai Manhwa is threatening my sister. I really can't refuse." After saying these words, he immediately pressed send on the message, feeling an immense sense of guilt inside. Young lady, once the plan is complete, I will definitely die to atone for my sins. Once done, Manhwa slowly opened the door and stepped outside. As soon as the masked men saw him, they spoke up, well done. When we get back, I'll make sure to speak well of you to the captain. Manhwa replied, hurry up. One of the masked men suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, do you want to join us? This was a rare once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hearing this, Manhwa immediately shouted, ridiculous. How could I do that with a young lady? Hurry up. Seeing his expression, the masked men burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. They looked at Bai He, lying motionless on the ground, and smiled lecherously. Let's get to work, brothers. One of them suddenly pulled down the lower part of his mask and said, teasing and killing people, this mind of ours really got a good deal, no one can stop us. Ha ha ha. Zhang Wuqing suddenly walked into the room. Nice plan. The plan to take Bai He to Haidong, then have her raped and frame me for it, I must say, it's really well done. As soon as they heard this from him, the men inside panicked, realizing they had fallen into a trap. The brothers quickly turned to kill Zhang Wuqing, giving him a look full of displeasure. Before long, they were knocked unconscious by him. Once it was done, he suddenly turned towards the remaining man and, now, it's just you left. That guy doesn't seem to feel any pressure, truly deserving of the title Battlewing Heavenly King. With such a meticulous plan, and yet he couldn't do anything to you. But don't think you've won yet, the final victory will definitely belong to us. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wuqing struck him in the neck. He said, dying is not that easy, this butler is entrusted to you. The butler standing beside him nodded. Understood. Then, he picked up Bai He and left. When they reached Manhwa, he kicked him in the stomach and ordered, follow me. A while later, Manhwa knelt before Bai He and apologized. She raised her face and said, thank you, Heavenly King, for saving me. Zhang Wuqing sighed and said, Manhwa is someone from your side, how do you want to handle this? You decide. Bai He looked at Manhwa with deep disappointment. Manhwa never expected that even he would want to betray her. Manhwa immediately knelt down and begged, Miss, please kill me, I have betrayed your trust. Tears streamed down Bai He's cheeks, tell me, why did you do this? Manhwa was also filled with deep regret, if I didn't do it, my sister would be sold to Dong-o. She is my only family, I can't. Miss, I beg you, please save my sister. I can die, but my sister, she's only 20, just 20 years old. Manhwa's heartfelt words left Zhang Wuqing speechless. Bai He reluctantly said, Manhwa, considering our past, you've always taken care of me these past years, I'll give you face, but as for your sister. Manhwa. She immediately turned to Zhang Wuqing and earnestly pleaded, Heavenly King, please save my sister. He responded in a deep voice, I will not allow the innocent to suffer. Upon hearing this, Manhwa showed a look of satisfaction. Thank you, Heavenly King. The corner of his mouth suddenly bled. Miss, my apologies. Afterward, Manhwa went off to sell salt. His actions made Bai He incredibly sad, tears streaming down her face. The door to the room suddenly opened, and the butler's voice rang out, the Wang family is too stubborn, we couldn't get anything out of them. Zhang Wuqing, upon hearing this, said, well, they are all people personally trained by Death himself. You know what to do. After the butler left, Zhang Wuqing suddenly spoke to Bai He, it seems that my family's situation is worse than I thought. You shouldn't stay here anymore, I'll arrange a new place for you. Bai He forced a faint smile. Thank you, Heavenly King. Zhang Wuqing silently thought, Dragon King, Dragon King. If you don't kill him, it won't end well. A moment later, one of Death's men unexpectedly received a pile of their comrades' corpses. He panicked and shouted, Zhang Tiandi, then quickly reported to Death. The captain of the assassination plan, Zhu Xianqi. Failed, should we attack now? The god of death, upon hearing this, was filled with raging anger. He gritted his teeth and said, if the war medicine heavenly king were so easy to deal with, how could he possibly deserve the title of king among others? Let's bury our brothers first, and then I will come up with a new plan. His subordinates replied clearly. He was so furious that his hand trembled as he clenched it in anger. The next day, Bai He shyly spoke up, Wu Qing, thank you so much, actually, I could have handled it myself. Bai Wu Qing looked at her and responded, you faced such a huge shock, how could you go out alone? The Bai family will still need your help in the future. If anything happens to you, how could I explain it to old Master Bai? Are you hungry? Bai He then asked. Zhan Wu Qing quickly replied, what a coincidence, I'm hungry too. Let's go eat. The two of them entered a nearby restaurant. A cheerful voice welcomed them, welcome, honored guests. Bai He and Zhan Wu Qing quickly sat at a table. Suddenly, Shen Fei also walked into the restaurant. He irritably remarked, the living standards in this Haidong city are terrible. I've been walking for half a day and still can't find a decent restaurant. Seeing him, Zhan Wu Qing became a little cautious. One of Qian Fei's subordinates cheerfully said, second young master, this place can't compare to our Jiangnan city. Please bear with it a little. Shen Fei asked irritably, have the people from the other families arrived yet? One of his subordinates immediately answered, they're all on their way. Bai He suddenly exclaimed, isn't this Qian Fei from Jiangnan city? Zhan Wu Qing quickly responded, do you know him? She answered slowly, the Bai family has some business collaborations with Qian Fei. This Qian Fei is the son of Qian Baiwan, the owner of the largest bank in Jiangnan city, a notorious playboy. Upon hearing this, Zhan Wu Qing's thoughts stirred. The Qian family from Jiangnan, why was he here in Haidong? Could it be related to the Dragon King? Qian Fei had also recognized her. Bai He, you're here too? He immediately tried to backpedal to avoid saying anything inappropriate. His subordinate quickly cleared his throat a few times, and Shen Fei quickly shifted his mood to appear cheerful. Hello, I'm Qian Fei from Jiangnan city. I don't believe we've met? Zhan Wu Qing replied calmly, I'm just an employee. Qian Fei harbored doubts. How could someone like him, who sat with Bai He, claim to be just an employee? Unable to stay any longer, he had no choice but to leave, clearly in a bad mood. Suddenly, he extended an invitation. I've booked a private room here, would you like to join me? Bai He spoke up. Zhan Wu Qing then said, sure, a private room for free, why stay in the lobby? It's much more expensive here. Qian Fei thought to himself, I must be overthinking. A poor person like this could have no background, right? In private room 666, Bai He was growing increasingly irritated by Qian Fei's constant chatter in her ear. We haven't seen you in a while. Do you have a boyfriend now? She inwardly grumbled, talking so much during a meal. Suddenly, Qian Fei spoke up, last year, I suggested to your grandfather that our families consider an arranged marriage, didn't I? At first, the old man had pondered it, saying, it seems we're fated to meet here today. Why don't you think about it seriously? Bai He glanced at Zhan Wu Qing with a faint smile. Qian Fei quickly noticed that look and thought to himself, as expected, this guy has some kind of connection with Bai He. After thinking this, Qian Fei couldn't help but speak up, Bai He, you look down on money, yet here I am, falling for someone as poor as this. I really don't know what's going on with your taste in men. Bai He immediately retorted, Qian Fei, be a bit more polite. Zhan Wu Qing suddenly put his chopsticks down and said, enough of this meal, he. Let's go. Bai He quickly stood up, and as the two were about to leave, Qian Fei ordered his servant, find out who this guy is and what his background is. The servant replied, yes, young master. Just then, the phone on the table started vibrating non-stop. Kang Kong Kong. Qian Fei answered the call, Wu Shaoying is coming to Haidong. The person on the other end quickly replied. We've arrived. Young Master Qin and I came together. When Qian Fei heard that, he said, perfect, I'll send you the location so you can come for dinner.
Let's stop by the Chen family before we eat.
The other person quickly responded, alright, I'm almost there. Xianfei suddenly said, by the way, Wu Xiaoying, guess who I just saw?
Wu Tang asked curiously, who?
He smirked and said, Bai He.
She's come to Haidong too. Wu Tang immediately said, Bai He is in Haidong City as well?
That's great.
Xianfei added, unfortunately, Wu Xiaoying, your chance is gone.
A cold gleam appeared in Wu Tang's eyes. Xianfei, make yourself clear.
Xianfei quickly told him, Bai He already has a boyfriend. And he's just an ordinary guy.
Those words left Wu Tang utterly shocked.
What did you say?
Xianfei, this isn't something you should be saying carelessly.
Xianfei replied calmly, I told you to make a move earlier, now it's too late, isn't it?
Just come over first, I'll explain everything when you're here. Wu Tang quickly hung up and let out a long sigh. Seeing the sadness on Wu Tang's face, Qin Fang asked, what's wrong? Wu Tang replied gloomily, Bai He already has a boyfriend. Qin Fang smiled cheerfully.
So what?
If she's the girl you've set your sights on, isn't it just a matter of time before you win her over? As for Bai He's boyfriend, he was the one signaling the assassination. Wu Tang suddenly felt a bit lighter as Tan said, that's true.
Don't think he's just an ordinary person.
Even if it's the giant hand of Dong Hai in front of me, it doesn't mean much. When Bai He walked out of the restaurant with Zhan Wuqing, she sighed in frustration. Who would like this kind of young master, Xianfei, all dressed in silk? Sooner or later, his money would be wasted in his hands. Zhan Wuqing cheerfully responded, not necessarily.
Although this guy dresses neatly, it doesn't mean he doesn't have a brain. He might not be as dumb as he looks.
Suddenly, his phone rang non-stop from his pocket. After checking it, he happily said, let's go.
I'll take you to visit the Chen family. Bai He obediently nodded.
She followed Zhan Wuqing to the Chen family's residence. When they arrived at the door of the Chen family, Xianfei had already been waiting there for a while. Not long after, a luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled up. The servant excitedly exclaimed, it's here. When the door opened, Xianfei spoke, young Master Wu, young Master Qin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Fang smiled, it's been a while since we've met, young Master Qin.
Xianfei then said, let's go inside.
Zhan Wuqing and Bai He have just arrived.
Xianfei suddenly spoke again, young Master Wu, Bai He is here too.
Wu Tang quickly turned around. The two eyebrows furrowed slightly, and Zhan Wuqing said, that's quite clever. Bai He quickly informed him, the heavenly king you are with, Xianfei, is Wu Tang, along with Qin Fang. They are successors of a prominent conglomerate in Jiangnan City. Especially Wu Tang, who, as I've heard, the Yu family used to sell weapons abroad, accumulating and hiding a large amount of resources.
This piqued Zhan Wuqing's interest, the Wu family's weapons aren't exactly clean.
When she approached, Wu Tang greeted her cheerfully, long time no see.
Bai He politely replied, long time no see.
Wu Tang then turned to Zhan Wuqing and asked, this is Bai He's introduction, and this is my friend, Zhan Wuqing. When Zhan Wuqing extended his hand for a handshake, Wu Tang quickly withdrew his, saying, sorry, I'm not in the habit of shaking hands with others. Zhan Wuqing smirked.
Wu Tang, feeling annoyed, asked, are you also invited by the Chen family?
Zhan Wuqing honestly replied, no, I came on my own. Upon hearing this, Wu Tang crossed his arms and calmly said, in that case, you should leave.
The Chen family isn't meeting outsiders today.
However, Zhan Wuqing was unfazed by his words and proceeded to lead Bai He inside. Wu Tang immediately raised his hand to block them. He cleared his throat and asked, didn't you hear what I said? Being stopped like that annoyed Zhan Wuqing, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes.
Wu Tang was suddenly pushed back. You actually dared to hit me.
Seeing this, Qin Fang secretly thought, this kid is done for.
Xianfei quietly thought to himself, this kid Wu Tang is not like me.
If you offend him, even the Chun family will be in trouble, let alone you. Meanwhile, Wu Tang was extremely enraged. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're finished." "Do you know who I am?" "I'm Wu Tang from Jiangnan." Zhan Wuqing calmly replied, "I know a few people named Wu Tang, but they're all from Dongyang." Bai He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing her laugh so happily, Zhan Wuqing then reminded her, "Your laughter isn't exactly appropriate." Bai He excitedly responded, "Clearly, the problem is with what you said." At this point, Wu Tang finally understood. He immediately shouted, "Are you insulting me?" Zhan Wuqing didn't hesitate to admit, "Yes, I am insulting you." "Are you satisfied?" Wu Tang's face hardened. "Good, so you're saying you're not afraid. Don't think that just because Bai He is protecting you, you can act so arrogantly. You must have family, right? Do you have friends?" Hearing these arrogant words, both Bai He and Zhan Wuqing felt displeased. Not getting a response, Wu Tang continued, "Taunting a kid like this, even if you kneel and apologize to me now, it would be useless. Not everyone from the Wu family is someone you can afford to insult." Xin Fang then spoke up, "Young Master Wu is really angry now, this kid is done for." A shadow slowly appeared behind Xin Fang. Upon seeing the person, Xin Fang's face lit up with excitement. "Chan brother." Chen Tianwei cheerfully spoke up. "Xin young master Qin, you've had a tiring journey." Then, Chen Tianwei suddenly became serious. "I've investigated these matters." Upon hearing this, Xin Fang replied, "That's good." Wu Tang turned his face around, curling his lips and said, "Wait, you little brat, I'll deal with you slowly." Then, he turned to Chen Tianwei with enthusiasm. "Chan brother." Chen Tianwei suddenly moved closer to Wu Tang and whispered, "Young Master Wu, why do you have a conflict with him? He's both a father and a mother." Wu Tang seemed unconcerned. "He's just a small first-grade martial artist, even if he's a shareholder of the Xianglong Corporation, so what? In front of me, he's just a bug. Let's go, Chen brother. This brat, I'll take care of him later." Zhan Wuqing suddenly called out. Chen Tianwei instinctively stepped back. Xian Fei couldn't help but think, Chen Tianwei seems to be very wary of this person, it looks like his background is far from simple. Zhan Wuqing stared directly into Chen Tianwei's eyes and asked, "Why didn't you invite me in when I came to the Chen family?" Chen Tianwei quickly responded, "Zhan Wuqing, I have something important today." A servant suddenly approached and whispered something to Chen Tianwei. After listening, he said, "The person who's come as a guest, let them in." This left Wu Tang utterly shocked. "Chen brother, the matter we need to discuss today is a big one." Chen Tianwei hastily spoke, "Young Master Wu, I will explain everything to you slowly." In his heart, he thought, since the Dragon King had sent someone to invite me, how could I refuse? As Zhan Wuqing and Bai He entered, they were immediately stopped by the servant. He bowed his head respectfully and announced, "Please follow me, someone wishes to meet you." Zhan Wuqing felt a sense of joy in his heart, so they finally couldn't wait any longer? He replied, "All right." The male servant respectfully said, "Please enter." Zhan Wuqing and Bai He walked calmly toward the room. When they reached the door, he opened it directly. As soon as the Dragon King saw Zhan Wuqing, he spoke in a cold voice, "Long time no see." Zhan Wuqing paused for a moment, then said to Bai He, "Wait for me outside the door." Bai He obediently complied, nodding before stepping out, carefully closing the door behind her. Only then did Zhan Wuqing speak formally, "Dragon King, it has indeed been a long time." The Dragon King responded, "The War Medicine Heavenly King never expected that after you left the frontier, you would stay in this small place." Zhan Wuqing shook his head. He said, "If this place is so small, then why are you, the Dragon King, here?" "Dragon King, are you officially declaring war on me?" The Dragon King replied slowly, "I had planned to do so before, but I still wanted to give you a chance." These words made Zhang Wuqing slightly amused.
He asked, "Give me a chance?"
Dragon King replied bluntly, "That's correct, give yourself a chance, War Medicine Heavenly King.
You are still young but have great skill. I don't want to see you die.
I hope you also understand the gravity of the situation."
Zhang Wuxian stood up joyfully, "Then thank you, Dragon King, for your esteem. Unfortunately, I've never been one to understand the gravity of things." Dragon King's brows furrowed suddenly, "Then there's nothing more to say. If that's the case, I won't show mercy.
The beginning of your death, War Medicine Heavenly King, starts here in Haidong City."
Zhang Wuqing turned to ask, "If I make a move here, do you think you'll be able to leave?" He responded angrily, "War Medicine Heavenly King is still as arrogant as ever. Don't hesitate to try."
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wuqing moved. He threw a punch at Dragon King, but Dragon King was no ordinary man of the guest of the night ceremony. He quickly dodged to the side. Suddenly, a young man appeared. With a single glance, Zhang Wuqing swiftly punched him away. Only then did he speak, "You surely don't think." The young man with a scar on his face looked at him with greed in his eyes.
Zhang Wuqing continued, "Do you think he can stop me?" Dragon King shook his head, "Of course not."
A knife suddenly flew from somewhere. Zhang Wuqing swiftly jumped back. Death God, the one who threw the knife, spoke enthusiastically, "Battle Wing Heavenly King, long time no see." Zhang Wuqing was not at all frightened. He responded, "The Death God, who had been hiding, finally dares to show himself."
"You injured my Zhan-winged iron cavalry, you're asking for death."
Zhang Wuqing took a quick run up and delivered a painful kick to the Death God.
After receiving the kick from Zhang Wuqing, the Death God was sent flying backward.
The scarred young man saw an opportunity and quickly charged forward. Just as the punch was about to land, Zhang Wuqing grabbed his wrist. Then, he lifted his knee and drove it into the man's stomach, causing him to cry out in pain.
Ugh!
The Death God pulled out a knife and, without hesitation, threw it at Zhang Wuqing.
Die!
Battle Wing Heavenly King. Zhang Wuqing quickly spotted the knife and thought to himself, poor skills. In no time, he had caught the knife and hurled it back at the Death God. The Death God narrowly avoided having his shoulder impaled. Dragon King, who had been watching from the side, immediately clapped in praise, "No wonder you're the Battle Wing Heavenly King. 1 against 3, and still not at a disadvantage." Both the Death God and the scarred man were heavily injured, but Zhang Wuqing simply brushed off his shoulders.
"Dragon King, you're really shameless, but are you seriously calling this not being at a disadvantage?" Dragon King shrugged and replied, "Battle Wing Heavenly King, you should know. No matter what happens today, you won't be able to kill me. This is my turf." He lightly tapped his heel, and immediately a row of soldiers appeared before him in a standing position. Zhang Wuqing instantly recognized the Northern Europe Dragon King's Special Forces team, which had openly acknowledged it. Indeed, these 4 men were the 4 military kings from Northern Europe. "Battle Wing Heavenly King, do you still think you have a chance of winning now?" Zhang Wuqing's eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and he asked the Dragon King, "Do you know what your actions are right now?" The Dragon King paid no attention to the threat, replying, "Do I need you to flail around while I act?"
Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing spoke, "It seems you've made up your mind."
The Dragon King responded, "That's right."
Zhang Wuqing calmly said, "Very well, I accept your declaration of war." The door was suddenly opened. "By he exclaimed in surprise.
"Wuqing!"
Zhang Wuqing walked out calmly, but he didn't say a word.
The 2 of them left. Death God found it puzzling. Are we just letting him go like this?
The Dragon King offered an explanation, "I understand, Battle Wing Heavenly King. Acting now would only result in both sides suffering. I need to win completely. Furthermore, the most important point is that I want to become the sole king of Nation H." After leaving the Chen family, Zhang Wuqing immediately took out his phone. When the call was answered on the other end, he spoke briefly, saying one word afterward.
"Everyone is waiting for me at the base."
The person on the other side immediately responded clearly. On the other side, Wu Tang, Chen Fei, and Qin Feng were having an extremely serious meeting. Chen Tianwei began to speak. Everyone who has come from afar, Tianwei is truly honored. Qin Feng smiled joyfully. Stop with the formalities, let's get straight to the point.
Hearing this, Chen Tianwei became excited.
Since that was the case, he snapped his fingers. Then I will speak frankly, please take a look.
A servant brought over a vial of blue liquid, and Chen Tianwei quickly raised his voice and asked, "Do you know what this is?" The people present showed that they did not know.
Seeing their expressions, Chen Tianwei happily said, "This is something that can place us at the pinnacle of the world."
Xian Fei, feeling anxious, said, "Brother Tianwei, stop keeping us in suspense. What exactly is this medicine?"
Chen Tianwei picked up the vial and replied, "This is a cancer treatment drug." Wu Tang was immediately shocked. Impossible.
Qin Feng, somewhat skeptical, asked, "A cancer treatment drug? Brother Tianwei, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" Chen Tianwei responded, "Not at all. Here is a document, please take a look."
Meanwhile, another meeting was taking place between Zhang Wuqing and his friends.
Butler spoke up, "What happened to the Heavenly King?"
Zhang Heavenly King seriously stated, "Dragon King has officially declared war on us."
Shuko, upon hearing this, appeared intrigued. Does that mean the Heavenly King can now deal with the Death God? Chen Guang also felt ready, thinking that they could finally handle them.
Zhang Wuqing shot a glare at the two of them. "Shut up, both of you. I called everyone here to learn how to deal with them, not to have two injured fools like you making mistakes again." The butler suddenly opened his notebook and made a note. Tan and the assassin both lose 1 point.
Zhang Wuqing called out, "Butler, do you have any ideas? Is there a way to deal with both the Dragon King and the Death God squad in one go?"
The butler immediately closed his notebook. "I believe we should recall all the Zhanwing Iron Cavalry.
That way, we can be sure to wipe them out all at once."
Zhang Wuqing then issued the order, "Warbird, go monitor the Dragon King and the Death God squad first, and also keep an eye on the Northern Europe movements."
She quickly responded, clearly acknowledging the command.
After that, Zhang Wuqing ordered Butler to summon 5 squads of Zhanwing Iron Cavalry. In the dark of night, in a luxurious restaurant, Chen Tianwei carefully poured wine. "Mr. Yi, I'm lucky that with your and Dragon King's help, I was able to become the king of Haidong."
Yi Wuxing, holding 2 beautiful women on either side, thought to himself, "This narrow-minded fool, you're just a pawn in our game. Just stay there and nod in self-satisfaction."
Only then did he speak. "Of course, if Dragon King deals with Zhan Tiandi this time, those families will no longer be a match for you, they will all have to bow under your feet."
Hearing this, Chen Tianwei suddenly felt the authority, and he couldn't help but smile smugly. "Ha, I am the only king of Haidong City."
Yi Wuxing, seeing his expression, snorted softly, then turned and walked away, standing on the high tower to gaze at the city. Below, Zhang Wuqing's thoughts flashed through his mind, truly rotten to the core.
It's time to clean up. Just then, Butler appeared, reporting,
"Heavenly King, I have brought 5 squad leaders from the Battle Wing Iron Cavalry to pay their respects to Heavenly King." Wu Qing responded, all right, as long as you finish your business, no need to come here intentionally."
"Everyone, please stand."
Butler then spoke, "Heavenly King, Dragon King not only called the Northern Europe Special Forces team, but also the Shinfeng battle team from Dongyang. However, the squad leader of Zhanwing Lance Qi should be more than enough to handle the Northern Europe Special Forces." Zhang Wuqing's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought, if this old man cooperates with the West, fine, but now he's also cooperating with our greatest enemy. He really is no longer human. The sky darkened with thunder and the clouds gathered. Zhang Wuqing gave Butler a compliment.
"Very well."
The notification below states that the Iron Cavalry strategy has destroyed the Shinfeng Special Forces team.
Change into their clothes and report to Dragon King. Butler bowed deeply and respectfully. It was a beautiful morning in Chenfu.
Yi Wuxing spoke in a flattering tone. "Dragon King, that fool Chen Tianwei has used a drug to recruit a group of people.
We will soon become the most powerful force in the entire country." Dragon King responded with satisfaction. This pawn, Chen Tianwei, isn't bad. Let's not eliminate him for now, he could still be of use. Death God suddenly walked in. Dragon King, when will we take action?
Dragon King immediately gave his instructions. Go investigate the movements of Zhang Tiandi and find out where his subordinate's stronghold is.
Upon hearing this, Death God's eyes brightened. I'll send my subordinates to find out where their stronghold is. I can't wait any longer.
Meanwhile, Bai Hehe slowly told Zhang Wuqing.
Wu Teng came to see me last night. He said he's collaborating with Chen Tianwei on a drug that cures cancer.
With it, they could become a world-class family. Zhang Wuqing was surprised.
When did the country develop a cancer drug? It must be related to the Wang family.
After thinking for a moment, he quickly whispered in her ear. Meet Wu Teng tonight, and I'll ask him. Seeing Bai Hehe blush, he asked with concern.
Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?
Bai Hehe quickly responded.
I'm fine. Zhang Wuqing asked, have you understood what I told you?
Bai Hehe's eyes spun like a top, and she replied, I'm calling him now, setting up a meeting at the hotel. That evening, Bai Hehe rang the doorbell to Wu Teng's room. He greeted her somewhat cheerfully, saying, You called me at midnight.
Have you made up your mind?
Bai Hehe, dressed beautifully, asked curiously, I heard that Wu Xiao has a big project and is hoping to gain some benefits. Wu Teng, excited, said, Well said, let's go inside and talk. He then pulled her in. Once Bai Hehe was on the bed, Wu Teng presented his condition, as long as you marry me, become my woman, then my business will naturally be yours as well. Just as he was about to approach, Bai Hehe immediately stopped him with a sweet voice, Don't rush, I'm going to take a shower first. Seeing this, Wu Teng, without thinking much, agreed, all right. In the meantime, Bai Hehe sent a message to Zhang Wuqing. Upon receiving the notification, Zhang Wuqing said, Let's go, let's see what that cancer cure really is. Wu Teng, sipping on his glass of wine, remarked, as expected, usually Bai Hehe pretends to be so noble. Before the lure of enormous profit, the door to Wu Teng's room was suddenly kicked open, sending him into a panic. No one expected Zhang Wuqing to walk in calmly, but the moment he did, his eyes turned cold with alarm. Why are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Wuqing slammed a kick into his stomach.
Wu Teng couldn't withstand the blow and coughed up blood.
The wall he crashed into bore a fresh dent.
Wu Teng struggled to speak, Why did you come here?
Bai Hehe spoke up, You tell me now. Wu Teng finally realizes. In shock, he muttered, You all set me up. Zhang Wuqing immediately grabbed Wu Teng by the throat, lifted him into the air with one arm, and said sternly, I'm not wasting words with you. Whatever I ask, you answer. If not, you die. Wu Teng, terrified, said, As long as you don't kill me, whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Only then did Zhang Wuqing let him down. I heard you and Chen Tianwei are working together, dealing anti-cancer drugs.
Wu Teng immediately confessed, Yes, that's right.
I still don't understand why a business like this has to involve powerful families like ours.
Zhang Wuqing calmly sat down in a chair and asked, Did Chen Tianwei give you any sample goods?
Wu Teng quickly said. He pointed towards the box and raised his voice. Inside, Zhang Wuqing gestured for me to come closer.
Tan quickly opened the white box.
Inside, there were 3 bottles of blue liquid. Upon seeing this, Zhang Wuqing seemed pleased. He immediately spoke in a stern tone, Don't go looking for her again, or you'll know the consequences. Wu Teng sincerely agreed, I won't look for her anymore. Before Zhang Wuqing left, he asked with a serious voice, Do you know how to write the word confidential? Wu Teng obediently responded, I will never say anything. When they left, Wu Teng finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, I almost met my end here. Back at Zhang Wuqing's base, Butler reported, Heavenly King has checked the medicines, there are no cancer-fighting components. It seems more like a mind control serum. Also, it appears to have the ability to alter certain special characteristics of the human body. Zhang Wuqing poured himself a glass of golden liquor and pondered, wondering what their true intentions were.
Then he spoke, "Dragon King, so this is how you've been scheming."
As soon as he finished speaking, the glass in his hand was crushed.
Butler seriously asked, "The Wang family, do you think you've figured something out?"
Zhang Wuqing shared his thoughts.
These potions were created by the Dragon King to experiment on the human body. The success rate of these experiments on humans is very low. These potions can alter the human body to make it more suitable for experimentation. Butler raised his voice in curiosity, "So, Heavenly King, what should we do?"
Zhang Wuqing was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Bring the map here, don't make me wait long."
Butler quickly spread the map out on the table.
Looking at it, Zhang Wuqing began giving instructions, sending Ji Jingniao to scout several locations to find the Dragon King's laboratory. Upon hearing this, Ji Jingniao suddenly burst into tears. "Heavenly King, why is it only me?" Zhang Wuqing, a little frustrated, said, all right, I'll send an assassin to accompany you."
Yishuku, hearing this, was overjoyed and asked, "So, what's the reward?" Butler quickly made a note in his book. The assassin then said something inappropriate, deducting 1 point.
She also noticed this and quickly defended herself. "This is called emotional attachment. You, wooden-headed person, have no emotions." Zhang Wuqing reluctantly said, all right, just go quickly."
Ji Jingniao sighed sadly, "Fine."
Then she and Shuko left. Meanwhile, the door to Yi Wuxing's room was knocked.
When he opened the door, he appeared displeased. "Why are you here?" Chen Tianwei gave an awkward smile.
He replied, "There's no stock left, I want to get some from Dragon King." Yi Wuxing was slightly surprised.
"So fast? Come in." Dragon King was in a relaxed state. Chen Tianwei eagerly reported, "Dragon King, the cancer treatment medicine you gave me worked very well, I've sold out of it."
Upon hearing this, Dragon King slowly stood up.
"Well done, Tianwei. I hold you in high regard." Hearing this, Chen Tianwei was extremely pleased. He said, "It's already a great honor for me to follow you." Dragon King suddenly spoke, "Wuxing, go make some arrangements. Tianwei, if there's nothing else, you may leave." Chen Tianwei quickly bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Dragon King." When the door was fully closed, Dragon King burst into laughter. "Ha, the plan is almost successful." Yi Wuxing eagerly asked, "Dragon King, the medicine is ready now, should we capture some people to test its effectiveness?" Without hesitation, Dragon King agreed. "Yes, just be careful. Don't let Zhang Tiandi find out, there are probably his people outside now." Yi Wuxing replied respectfully, "Yes, I will be careful." Suddenly, someone was summoned. It was Death God. He asked, "Dragon King, when do we start the battle with Battlewing Heavenly King?" "I can't wait any longer." Dragon King gave him a glance. "Why the hurry?" Death God immediately pressed the knife to his neck, "But my patience has its limits." The Dragon King calmly replied, "As long as you take care of yourself, I'll handle things on my own." Death God's gaze darkened with annoyance. "Humph." He then turned around and threw the knife in his hand forward. The Dragon King silently fumed, "Just a hired hand, daring to have that kind of attitude with me. Ha, though your body is truly a very good experimental product." The next morning, at some base, one of Death God's subordinates rushed to ask when he saw him return, "Captain, how did it go? When are we making a move?" Death God slammed his fist down on the table in fury. That old bastard is definitely going to make his move only after finishing the experiment. The table collapsed from the force of the blow. Death God, still irritated, grumbled, "He doesn't even tell me what kind of experiment he's doing, and he expects me to trust him?" One of his subordinates suddenly suggested, "Captain, how about we just make a move ourselves?" Death God shot him a glance and said, "I can't wait anymore." At that, all his subordinates fell silent in solemnity. Meanwhile, over at Zhang Wuqing's place, he was reading a book when his phone in his pocket began to vibrate. He quickly answered.
The voice on the other end said, "The Wang family. Over the past few days, someone from the Death Special Forces unit has been tailing you, but I've already taken care of them." Zhang Wuqing replied in a low voice, "Yeah, I know. Come pick me up." Closing the book, he suddenly stood up and thought to himself, "Why is it someone from Death God watching over me? Isn't it supposed to be someone from the Dragon King?" A blue car suddenly stopped in front of Zhang Wuqing. Tan got out and said, "Wang family, get in the car." The door was quickly closed. The butler called out, "Heavenly King, these days, the Death Special Forces unit has been very restless." This has made Zhang Wuqing speak up. "It seems like Death God can't sit still anymore, planning to go solo." The assistant felt excited upon hearing this. "Ah, another fight. I want revenge." Zhang Wuqing immediately gave him a light knock on the head. "Drive properly." The butler went to make arrangements. "Death Special Forces unit, huh? Let them meet Death God this time." The butler quietly wrote in his notebook. Tan almost caused an accident, which put Heavenly King in danger. The sky gradually darkened, and the moonlight began to shine. A figure stood on the high cliff of some forest. The person was none other than Zhang Wuqing. His gaze suddenly shifted to the back. Immediately, Death God charged at him with a knife in hand, without hesitation. Wuqing grabbed his wrist and said, "Isn't this Death God? You finally couldn't hold back anymore." The Death God then said, "Battle Wing Heavenly King, the grudge between us ends today." Zhang Wuqing smiled and said, "That's right." Then, he assumed a preparatory stance. Knowing that Zhang Wuqing was about to strike, the Death God quickly retreated to avoid it. After that, the Death God twisted his knife and thrust it towards Zhang Wuqing. Zhang Wuqing lightly used 2 fingers to stop the blade and quickly shattered it into pieces. "Death God, expert in one-hit kill, it's a pity," he said. However, the Death God had another knife ready. He used it to attack Zhang Wuqing. Nevertheless, Zhang Wuqing calmly replied, "It's useless." He suddenly stepped back, and the Death God's face showed astonishment. The Death God hastily dodged Zhang Wuqing's attack, his heart secretly panicking. So fast, he thought. He immediately unleashed his next move. The speed and strength of Zhang Wuqing made the trees behind him fall down rapidly. The Death God also drew 2 guns. Just as he was about to shoot at Zhang Wuqing, the latter was already 1 step ahead. At the same time, his hand was ready to grab the Death God's head. "Too slow," he said. When he seized the Death God's head, Zhang Wuqing threw it aside with force. His overwhelming power caused a whole row of trees to collapse. The Death God sat up, saying, "I never expected you to be this strong now. But the Death Special Forces unit has never operated alone. Come out here. I don't see any movement." Death God suddenly seemed confused. "What's going on?" Zhang Wuqing raised his voice and said, "When you and your team members come with me up the mountain, my men have already taken your subordinates back to their hometown." Upon hearing this, Death God let out a loud laugh. "Ha, the victor becomes the king, the defeated becomes the bandit. Death God accepts it." Zhang Wuqing immediately grabbed his neck, causing him to cry out in pain. "Ugh, go see for yourself what Death God really looks like." The noise behind him made Zhang Wuqing freeze. Above his head, there was a group of helicopters, and 1 helicopter quickly landed in front of him. A look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Because the person stepping out of the helicopter was none other than Dragon King. Zhang Wuqing's friends appeared to assist, but he remained calm. "It's fine." He glanced at Yishu Ke and exchanged a look, then teasingly said, "I didn't expect Dragon King to lose control of his subordinates." Death God spoke in displeasure. "We're just in a contract relationship." Seeing his insolence, Zhang Wuqing couldn't help but step on his head, forcing it into the ground. "You have no right to speak." Dragon King suddenly became serious. "How about we make a deal? There's still some residual poison in your subordinate's body, and I can give you the antidote.
How to completely eliminate the danger within them. These words of his surprised Zhan Wuqing. He and Tan both looked at Death God and thought, Death God has become a cripple, what else does this man want to do? Could it be? Thinking of this, he quickly responded. Then, he directly kicked Death God, sending him flying towards Dragon King. Zhan Wuqing spoke, pleasure to cooperate. Dragon King then cast a glance at Long Yi to signal him. Long Yi immediately took out a vial of green liquid and threw it towards Tan. Humph. Dragon King slowly raised 3 fingers to signal. The 2 young men quickly took Death God away. Dragon King also said, Battle Wing Heavenly King, we shall meet again next time. Zhan Wuqing happily replied, alright, next time. I will definitely bring a big gift for Dragon King, so that your grave will quickly be covered with grass. Upon hearing this, Dragon King coldly slammed the helicopter door shut. When they saw them leave, Tan felt extremely confused. Why did the Heavenly King use Death God to exchange for the antidote? Zhan Wuqing answered in a deep voice, I have a guess in mind. Soon, you will know. Upon hearing this, Tan did not want to ask further, and simply said cheerfully, alright. On Dragon King's helicopter, Long Yi voiced his confusion, Foster father, why use the antidote to exchange for this crippled Death God? The research gas still has no effect. Dragon King replied calmly, my biggest trump card against Zhan Wuqing isn't the poison gas, but the person who modified the mucus. If there's no poison gas, so be it, it won't matter much. Suddenly, the pilot's voice came over the intercom, Dragon King, things aren't looking good. Death God's meridians and bones have been crippled by Battle Wing Heavenly King. Dragon King showed no surprise and said, crippled? So what? What's there to be surprised about? Bring him to the testing room. The pilot nodded and complied with the order. Long Yi, sounding curious, asked, adoptive father, why are you bringing Death God to the testing room? Dragon King answered calmly, of course, to make him my experimental subject. Long Yi was even more confused, adoptive father, aren't all our experimental subjects people who have used drugs before? Death God has never used any drugs. Can he really be an experimental subject? After this question, a slap landed on his cheek. Dragon King shouted, fool, Death God is an elite mercenary, his body is naturally better than those poor peasants. If not, would I have used the antidote to make a trade? Long Yi, though slapped, still smiled and said, as expected, adoptive father has thought it through. Dragon King thought to himself, I hope your body won't disappoint me. Their helicopter quickly took off, and by the next morning, the door to the room opened. The guest of the night ceremony eagerly spoke up. Heavenly King, I am here to attend to your royal needs. Zhan Wuqing immediately showed his disgust and pushed her away. Behave yourself properly, he said. Guest of the night ceremony. Shuko was deeply hurt by the rejection. Zhan Wuqing calmly sat down. He spoke in a composed tone, stop being so frivolous. What's the matter? Yi Shuko quickly reported, last time, Shinfeng's special forces, whom you ordered us to eliminate, have caught a big fish. This piqued Zhan Wuqing's curiosity. Oh? What big fish? She handed him a file. This is my Chuan Xian, from the Shinji Kingdom, here to cooperate with the Dragon King. My Chuan Xian, holding the rank of colonel, 45 years old. Zhan Wuqing read the file thoughtfully, then asked, what have you arranged? Yi Shuko replied, Xian Mian will disguise himself as my Chuan Xian and go negotiate the cooperation with the Dragon King. He nodded, that's fine, proceed with that plan. The next morning, in a VIP room, a meal was taking place between Chen Tianwei, Xian Fei, Wu Tang, and Qin Feng. Chen Tianwei stood up, raised his glass, and said, cheers, to the successful sale of our large shipment of medicinal herbs. Xian Fei responded eagerly, the business deal Mr. Chen introduced has been the best. I have a few friends who also want to join in, what do you think? That's not bad. Haha, let's wrap this up. Dragon King will definitely value me more.
Xian Fei suddenly stepped forward and said, Mr. Chen, if this is not possible, I will go back and decline their offer. Chen Tianwei replied excitedly, alright, I welcome it greatly. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and Yi Wuxing walked in. My Chuan Xian, Colonel Shenji from Shenji Kingdom, and my Xian, the heir of a prestigious clan, followed behind, all looking very surprised. Yi Wuxing, the big shot from Shenji Kingdom has come all the way here. Is it to discuss cooperation with Dragon King, or to just look at these 4 gorillas? Upon hearing this, Chen Tianwei muttered in discomfort, how dare this ugly thing belittle me like that? Yi Wuxing smiled brightly. My Xian, eldest young master, Dragon King is busy, so he has asked that you and Mr. Chen cooperate for a while. Suddenly, he was slapped by my Chuan Xian, who scolded him angrily. Guest of the night ceremony. Is it Dragon King who wants to cooperate with our My Xian clan, or has it turned into them instead? Is this your sincerity? My Chuan, you firmly made a demand. If you want to cooperate with the My Xian clan, you must meet with Dragon King first. Yi Wuxing cheerfully responded, yes, I will discuss with Dragon King a bit more. Eldest young master My Xian, please wait for a few days, I will also take the opportunity to travel around Donghai. Upon hearing this, my Chuan Xian was somewhat appeased. He said, arrange it quickly for me. Chen Tianwei suddenly. He spoke in a commanding tone. Yi Wuxing spoke, giving instructions, Mr. Chen, please take good care of my Shuyan, the eldest young master, on my behalf. Chen Tianwei felt a sense of discomfort rising in his heart. What was this supposed to mean? I'm not their dog to be treated like this. But he still forced a friendly smile and replied, okay, I will take good care of him. My Chuan Xian quickly walked inside. Meanwhile, at the shopping mall, Zhang Wuqing and Long Yidan were shopping. Suddenly, they were blocked by a crowd of excited people. My Chuan Xian, upon hearing Chen Tianwei, seemed to find it amusing. What you said, I guess it's acceptable, my Chuan Xian remarked. Chen Tianwei eagerly responded, of course, what's prepared for the eldest young master my Shuyan must be the best. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, catching my Chuan Xian's attention. Boss, he suddenly got the thought, how about putting on a little show to tease the boss's sister? Who knows, after the boss gives him a beating, he might attract more attention from the Dragon King. Then, the man stepped forward. This left Chen Tianwei deeply puzzled. Soon, my Shuyan, the eldest young master, spotted Zhang Wuqing. My Chuan Xian suddenly pointed at Long Yidan and said, I like this girl, make sure to bring her to my room later. After saying this, he boldly placed his hand on Zhang Wuqing's shoulder. His actions successfully angered him. Does this bastard want to get slapped? Then, he swatted his hand away and said, keep your dirty hands under control. My Chuan Xian glared at him. Kid, are you crazy? You dare to swat my hand? Zhang Wuqing calmly waited to see what he would do. Chen Tianwei, on the other hand, was extremely tense. He thought to himself, why did it have to be this hot-tempered guy? Well, let Zhang Wuqing handle him. Then, he hurried over to remind him, Zhang Wuqing, do you know who this is? He's a guest of the Dragon King. My Chuan Xian raised his voice again, you fool, looking at your sister is your good fortune. My Chuan Xian gestured for someone to come over. A woman in a suit quickly stepped up and placed a wad of cash in his hand. He immediately dropped the money onto the floor and laughed happily. He. Zhang Wuqing glared and asked, you want to die? The look in his eyes scared my Chuan Xian. Without hesitation, he gave him a slap, followed by a powerful kick to the stomach. The wall behind my Chuan Xian cracked open. My Chuan Xian winced in pain, thinking to himself that the boss's kick was too strong. He quickly ordered Chen Tianwei, go out there and hit him for me. Chen Tianwei had no choice but to tell him, charge. Then the bodyguards heard the command and rushed forward. Zhang Wuqing swung his arm, and the bodyguards were immediately thrown away. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Chen Tianwei, causing him to fearfully ask, do you know who you just hit? Zhang Wuqing glared and sternly replied, I don't care who he is. If he dares to mess with my sister, I'll kill him. Chen Tianwei threatened, this is a guest of the Dragon King, be careful, or you'll bring trouble to yourself. Zhang Wuqing grabbed his shirt and said, if the Dragon King dares to mess with my sister, I'll kill him too.
What does being a guest of the Dragon King even mean?
After saying that, he threw Chen Tianwei to the ground with a swift motion. Zhang Wuqing deliberately took a step forward, making Chen Tianwei extremely frightened. Zhang Wuqing's eyes revealed a murderous intent, clearly enjoying helping others.
He then kicked Chen Tianwei with his foot.
As a result, Chen Tianwei found himself in this situation, suddenly becoming more defiant. If you have the guts, kill me.
His words sparked Zhang Wuqing's interest. Oh, so you're saying that, huh?
Then, Zhang Wuqing stepped on Chen Tianwei's arm. It seemed like the bone in his arm had broken. He cried out in pain, Zhang Wuqing,
you won't die in peace.
A voice came from behind, drawing Zhang Wuqing's attention. Subordinate shows mercy. Behind him stood the Dragon King, with Yi Wuxing following closely behind. As soon as my Chuan Xian saw him, he immediately rushed over, shouting, kill him for me. Yi Wuxing quickly placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him, if you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut.
Zhang Wuqing smirked and said, Dragon King, are you here to help him kill me?
The Dragon King smiled, I wouldn't dare. You are Zhang Wuqing, after all.
For the sake of our relationship, would you let them go?
Hearing this, Zhang Wu felt amused.
He replied, for your sake? In my territory, do you still have any face left?
The Dragon King suddenly frowned. He pointed at Chen Tianwei and said, you've already hit him.
What more do you want? Zhang Wuqing teasingly asked, are you attending the guest of the night ceremony or something? Anger started to rise, and the Dragon King questioned, are you really trying to start a war now?
Zhang Wuqing, unfazed, provocatively stated, I'm still standing here.
Come at me.
The Dragon King thought to himself, no, my experiment hasn't succeeded yet.
If we start a fight now, I won't have any advantage at all.
After a moment, he lowered himself and said, ha, I was just joking.
So, how do you want to resolve this?
Zhang Wuqing quickly calculated for a moment, then cheerfully spoke, let's trade the entire market share of the Chen family this year. Chen Tianwei hurriedly stopped him, that's not possible.
The Dragon King shouted angrily, shut up. No problem, have your people come to the Chen family for the handover?
After saying this, Dragon King and the others safely left.
Long Yidan, still worried, asked, are you okay?
Zhang Wuqing confidently responded, with your brother being so strong, how could anything happen? In his eyes, the Dragon King is nothing.
Let's go.
Once they arrived at the Chen family, my Chuan Xian angrily slammed the table and shouted, Dragon King, why didn't you kill that bastard? Dragon King calmly replied, he is Zhan Tiandi, the Battle Wing Heavenly King who has risen in the past few years.
Chen Tianwei was secretly astonished. He's the Battle Wing Heavenly King? This is bad, really bad.
My Chuan Xian gritted his teeth and said, I don't care who he is.
Dragon King answered calmly, don't rush. Seeing his calm demeanor, my Chuan Xian felt even more irritated. You're the one losing face, not me. I can't swallow this frustration.
Dragon King replied calmly, I will kill Zhan Tiandi sooner or later.
Right now, the most important thing is our cooperation, isn't it?
Wu Qing's words piqued my Chuan Xian's interest.
He curiously asked, can I take a look at that thing? Dragon King smiled warmly.
Sure, and Wu Xing handed the item to my Xian, the eldest young master. A tablet was presented, and my Chuan Xian looked at it, somewhat disappointed.
Let's go to the laboratory and take a look. Dragon King flatly refused, I'm afraid that's not possible. This response greatly annoyed my Chuan Xian. This isn't allowed, that isn't allowed. Dragon King, are you teasing me? Ha!
Having said that, he immediately turned to leave.
Humph.
Dragon King quickly shifted his gaze toward Yi Wuxing. Yi Wuxing nodded in agreement.
Seeing no reaction, my Chuan Xian impatiently asked, "What's the verdict?"
Yi Wuxing cheerfully replied, "Please wait a moment."
Dragon King suddenly sat up.
Going to the laboratory wasn't impossible, but he had to sign this contract and ensure cooperation.
Without hesitation, my Chuan Xian responded, "All right then." After a while, the laboratory door was opened.
A hallway full of green hues appeared before them, inside of which were various green liquids.
Dragon King enthusiastically introduced, "This is my best experimental product."
This scene left my Chuan Xian inwardly stunned.
Isn't this the death god? How did it become Dragon King's experimental product? My Chuan Xian suddenly turned and asked suspiciously, "Are all the products here successful experimental results?" Dragon King laughed loudly, brimming with enthusiasm.
"Ha, these are all the fruit of my labor.
Would you like them to demonstrate some combat abilities for you?" My Chuan Xian hesitated internally.
No, I need to gather data, otherwise, I won't be able to defeat these creatures.
After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Dragon King, there's no need to make things so complicated. Just give us the experimental data to keep." The Dragon King responded bluntly, "That's not possible." My Chuan Xian asked, puzzled, "Why would Dragon King go back on your word?"
The Dragon King sternly replied, "The experimental data is the foundation of my existence.
How could I give it to you? If the My Xian family obtains this data, where would I stand?"
These words left my Chuan Xian deeply disappointed.
It seemed the Dragon King wasn't sincere about cooperating after all. Suddenly, the Dragon King stepped forward and grabbed his coat. "Who do you think you are? My cooperation with you is merely to give face to you. Don't get too greedy."
With that, he forcefully threw my Chuan Xian to the ground.
Humph!
My Chuan Xian fell with a painful thud, landing squarely on his rear.
He immediately reacted with anger, offending the My Xian family? "We'll make you regret this."
After saying this, he stormed off in frustration. The Dragon King looked at him and gritted his teeth. "Wait until I finish dealing with Zhang Wuqing, then I'll take care of your My Xian family." The next morning, Tan met Zhang Wuqing on the road.
He pointed ahead and said, "Boss, look."
A man appeared and saw a beggar child sitting unconcerned in front of the door. The man stepped forward and kicked the child in the back, then yelled at him, "Get lost, don't block the business of our shop." The young boy hurriedly spoke, "I'm sorry, I'll leave right away." The man showed signs of irritation.
"Leave."
The boy quickly picked up the baozi, carefully blowing the dust off it. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, a hand stopped him.
Zhang Wuqing gently patted the boy's head and softly said, "It's dirty now, you can't eat it."
Without hesitation, Zhang Wuqing lifted the boy up. The boy, now in his arms, appeared frightened. The man who had previously mistreated him looked on in confusion at the scene.
Humph!
And so, he received a painful slap. The glass door shattered upon impact. Seeing the broken glass, the shopkeeper rushed out.
He spoke in an irritated tone. "Who the hell is this? Daring to cause trouble in front of my shop?"
Zhang Wuqing sternly asked.
"Are you the owner of this shop?" The shopkeeper, enraged, responded. "How dare you cause trouble in my store? Do you want to die?"
Zhang Wuqing's eyes gleamed with killing intent.
"What did you say?"
The shopkeeper quickly grabbed a cane and swung it at Zhang Wuqing, shouting,
"Do you want to die?"
Suddenly, a fist flew toward him, and Tan landed a punch.
"You're the one who wants to die."
Next, Tan stomped on the shopkeeper's arm. Furious, the shopkeeper shouted,
"Let me go." Tan threatened, "How dare you show disrespect to the boss? Are you tired of living or what?"
The shop owner was infuriated by this remark and yelled loudly,
"Do you know who I am?"
"I am the young master of the Zhu family from Upper Capital."
"You dare to lay a hand on me? Are you looking to die?"
Upon hearing this, Tan suddenly raised his foot and stomped hard on the man's head. "I don't care who you are, remember this, there are some people you can't just recognize whenever you feel like it. This is the guest of the night ceremony, I'll teach you a lesson. Meanwhile, at a lavish banquet, people were raising their glasses in celebration. In high spirits, a portly man was happily greeting guests when suddenly a servant approached him and whispered something in his ear. The wine glass in his hand immediately dropped and shattered. He looked enraged. "Investigate this for me. I want to know who the hell dared to beat my son." Back at the base, Zhang Wuqing was on the phone. He said, "All right, I understand. I'll be back right away." Then he ended the call and punched the wall in frustration. "That damned Asan, he actually had the guts to fire shots at our border, causing a blatant disturbance." Tan, witnessing this, spoke up. "These bastards, we should just kill them all." The butler appeared and reported, "The Wang family has just captured a spy." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing said, "Let's go, take me to the prison." The butler bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, sir." "Clear, your heavenly king." The prison door suddenly opened. The two people inside looked visibly surprised. Upon seeing Zhang Wuqing, they immediately stood up. "Greetings, heavenly king." Zhang Wuqing asked, "Has he spoken yet?" The warden quickly replied, "Not yet." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing instructed, "Step aside, I will interrogate him." He then sat down facing the man and asked, "Speak, what is your purpose for coming here?" The man seemed quite displeased. "Poof." Seeing that he refused to speak, Zhang Wuqing tapped the table a few times. "Guest of the night ceremony, Shuko, appear at once. I'm here to assist you." With that, she suddenly flashed a sly smile. This made the spy feel no fear at all. He bluntly replied, "Nothing can make me bow down." Yi Shuka twirled the knife before him and cheerfully asked, "Do you know Ling Ji?" "Luckily, my knife skills aren't bad. Don't worry, I'll let you feel the pain." Slowly, without hesitation, she drove the knife into his upper arm. "Ah!" The spy screamed in pain. "Don't you treat your prisoners well?" Zhang Wuqing responded eagerly. "We only treat honest prisoners well." "Assassin, do your thing." Guest of the night ceremony. Shuka swiftly swung the knife, leaving a scar across the spy's face. Terrified by this, the spy quickly spoke up. "I'll talk. I'll talk. The mission is to steal your troop deployment map." Zhang Wuqing immediately curled his lips and said, "You guys think you're worthy of this?" "What else?" The spy, terrified, said, "That's all, really. There's nothing else. Everything I know, I've told you." Zhang Wuqing stared at the spy. "Tell me, why did you want to steal the border patrol map?" The spy answered honestly, "Because we wanted to make a good deal with the Dragon King." These words made Zhang Wuqing realize that this had something to do with the Dragon King. Then, his voice turned serious as he probed, "What exactly is the deal between your general and the Dragon King?" The spy nervously responded, "Our general is responsible for selling the lowest class civilians of Asan Kingdom to the Dragon King as experimental subjects." This statement made Zhang Wuqing feel furious. He slammed his hand onto the table and shouted, "You truly have no humanity left." He then looked up at Tan and said sternly, "Tan Ko, give him the fake border patrol map and block their people outside the border." Tan smiled confidently and replied, "Don't worry, Wang family, this is my specialty." The scene shifted to the Dragon King's mansion, where he was sitting quietly, playing chess. Just then, Yu Wuxing rushed in, flustered, his face full of panic as he said, "Dragon King, something's happened." He quickly composed himself and urgently reported, "The slaves from Asan Kingdom that were brought in yesterday, everyone was captured." Hearing this, the Dragon King stopped the chess piece in his hand, furrowed his brows, and asked, "All of them got caught? What's going on?" Yu Wuxing broke into a cold sweat, looked at him, and answered, "General Asan Kingdom said our deployment map was fake. As soon as they reached the border, they were ambushed. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King pressed the chess piece onto the table, clicked his tongue, and snorted. Then, he angrily said, "Zhang Wuqing is up to his tricks again." After that, he gestured for him to leave. "Forget it, you can go now." As the person left, the Dragon King furrowed his brows and stared at the pieces on the board, speaking in a deep voice, "The white side is strong. No matter how much the black general resists, the outcome will still be defeat." Ha ha. The scene shifted back to Zhang Wuqing, who placed a piece of paper down on the table and stared intently at the boy sitting opposite. At this moment, Yishuka patted the boy's head and asked, "Heavenly King, how should we handle this child?" Zhang Wuqing looked at the boy and gently asked, "Little one, do you have any family?" The boy, frightened, glanced at him and gently shook his head. Zhang Wuqing then softly asked, "Would you be willing to go to an orphanage?" As soon as he heard this, the boy jolted up in fear, then immediately shrank back and tightly clung to the arm of the guest of the night ceremony. The glass of water on the table was also knocked over by the boy. Seeing this strong reaction, Zhang Wuqing suspiciously asked, "Did you run away from the orphanage?" The little boy looked at him, gently shook his head, then shook it more forcefully, full of panic. Seeing the boy unwilling to say anything, Zhang Wuqing offered a suggestion. "How about this? If you tell me the reason, I won't take you back to the orphanage." Upon hearing this, the little boy hesitantly opened his mouth, looked at him, and responded, "Really?" Zhang Wuqing immediately smiled lightly, reassuring the boy, "Of course, it's true. I keep my word." Then, the boy began recounting the entire story to him. He had lived in the Tianhai orphanage since he was little. A few months ago, the director of their orphanage took them to a laboratory. At this point, Zhang Wuqing's brows involuntarily tightened. The boy continued trembling as he spoke. "It was completely hellish there, not a place for humans to live. A month ago, a kind man secretly helped me escape." By this point, the little boy could no longer hold back his tears, which silently fell down his face. But he didn't dare return to the orphanage, so he could only sit on the street, begging. Seeing this, Zhang Wuqing placed his hand on the boy's cheek to comfort him. "Don't be afraid." Then, he looked at the boy with a certain gaze and said, "It's very safe here." Afterward, he continued asking, "Little one, where is that laboratory? Do you remember?" The boy answered softly, his voice full of fear, "It's in a waste factory in front of the Tianhai orphanage." After hearing this, Zhang Wuqing immediately stood up, his voice firm as he commanded, "Find someone to take good care of it." Before leaving, Yishuka gently patted the little boy's head, then held his hand and led him away from the place. As soon as they left, the butler immediately transmitted an urgent message to Zhang Wuqing. The heavenly King Huan Mian had sent word that the Dragon King was using the Death God as an experiment. After hearing this, he calmly replied, "All right, I understand. Tan Ku, the assassin, and I will go." The butler immediately bowed his head, respectfully answering, "Yes, Your Majesty." The scene shifted to the abandoned factory. A guard was standing watch at the entrance. He unconsciously turned his head when he noticed someone approaching. "Humph." He immediately grabbed a nearby metal rod, then looked at Zhang Wuqing and warily called out, "This is a closed-off factory. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." Zhang Wuqing said nothing, merely giving a brief glance toward Tan, who was standing beside him. Tan immediately understood, rushed forward, and attacked the guard. A palm strike to the stomach caused the guard to gasp in pain. Tan didn't stop there. He jumped into the air, glaring at the guard, then delivered a punch straight to his face. After just a few moves, the guard could no longer withstand the blows and collapsed to the ground. Quickly, Tan moved to clean up the scene he had created. Then, he went to open the factory door, and the three of them confidently entered inside. When they arrived in front of a room, Zhang Wuqing suddenly stopped, his cold gaze fixed on the old man standing there. The man seemed to sense something and immediately turned around, seeing the three of them. He panicked and shouted, "Who are you? Who allowed you to enter here?" Zhang Wuqing coldly extended his hand, pointing behind him, and said to the man, "Where I want to go, no one can stop me." The man looked forward, his whole body trembling, his eyes filled with fear as he spoke. What? What? His subordinates had been knocked unconscious by Zhang Wuqing, lying motionless on the ground, none of them able to stand. Then, he furrowed his brow and shouted fiercely. I warn you, this is Dragon King's laboratory. If you don't want to be killed by the Dragon King, get out of here immediately. Hearing this, Zhang Wuqing responded coldly. Bring the Dragon King here if you have the guts. Upon hearing those words, the man quickly thought to himself that the situation was critical, and the only option left was to use the semi-finished product. With that thought, he stealthily reached behind him and quietly pressed a red button on the desk. As soon as he pressed it, a test tube behind him began to move, and the man inside shattered the glass and stepped out. He charged forward, standing right in front of his master. Tan and Yishu Ko, upon seeing the figure, were slightly surprised and both exclaimed in unison. Humph! Immediately, the two took a defensive stance, standing in front of Zhang Wuqing to protect him. Zhang Wuqing frowned as he looked at the person standing in front of him, silently thinking to himself, as expected, it's here. At that moment, he burst into loud laughter when he saw his experiment's subject undergoing a transformation. Ha, truly a masterpiece of perfect art. He then pointed towards Zhang Wuqing and commanded him, kill them for me. However, Death God did not obey the order. Instead, he casually punched him with a devastating blow that sent him flying far away. The punch caused him to spit blood out of his mouth. Ku! After knocking him down, Death God advanced straight towards Zhang Wuqing, squinting his eyes in anger and saying, Zhang Wuqing, we meet again. Zhang Wuqing coldly stared at him, sneering slightly, to think that the mighty Death God has been turned into your experiment. How pitiful. Hearing these words, Death God became enraged, his fury overwhelming him as he shouted at Zhang Wuqing, this is all your fault. Immediately after, he jumped at an astonishing speed, charging like a whirlwind and then sneering with a wicked grin, but today, I will kill you. I'll turn you into an experiment and make you endure the same pain I've suffered. Tan and Yishu Ko couldn't hide their fear as they saw him charging toward them. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed both of them, laughing with joy. Ha! Then, he tossed them into the air with his terrifying strength. After they crashed down, he excitedly yelled, this is the true power. Awesome, really awesome. He then looked at Zhang Wuqing with great excitement and said, the next one is you. With that, he immediately charged forward to attack Zhang Wuqing with absolute confidence. Go die, Zhang Wuqing. Zhang Wuqing remained standing still, gently extending his hand to block the attack. He glanced at Death God's trembling hand and asked, is that all you've got? Power? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wuqing delivered a powerful kick straight into his stomach. Taking the full brunt of the kick, Death God was immediately pushed back. The force of the kick was so strong that smoke seemed to rise from his stomach, but he still stubbornly asked in return. Ah, Zhang Wuqing. Haven't you eaten yet? Zhang Wuqing chuckled lightly and replied, not bad, you're making progress, but still just a brat. In the end, you're still just a brat, not worth my concern. After that, Death God stepped 1 foot back, gathered all his strength, and roared before charging forward to counterattack. Damn it! At this moment, Zhang Wuqing truly began. He gathered all his strength and charged forward. A fierce battle broke out, the sounds of clashing echoing everywhere. After a fierce struggle, the end finally came. Amidst the hazy smoke, a figure stood tall, stepping on the defeated foe lying on the ground. Zhang Wuqing faintly curled his lips into a smile, his cold eyes staring down at him. He then spoke calmly, not bad, you've earned the right to make me a little hot under the collar. Death God, lying on the ground, was unwilling to accept this fate. The eyes, filled with fury, screamed, how can this be? I won't lose. How can I lose? I can't be defeated. Hearing this, Zhang Wuqing frowned, his voice deepening as he said, nothing is impossible. Go to hell in peace. With that, he delivered a thunderous punch straight to his face, the impact so powerful that it shattered the rocks and earth around them. Taking the full blow, the man immediately fell, meeting the king of hell. After dealing with him, Zhang Wuqing turned back and asked his teammates with concern, "Are you two alright?" Tan stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and smiled as he responded, "I'm fine." Yi Shuku immediately ran over, her eyes teary as she spoke in a soft tone, "Wang family, I'm injured internally, I need your treatment." Zhang Wuqing glanced at her briefly and coldly replied, "Stop pretending." Hearing this, she could only murmur in frustration and crawl away. Zhang Wuqing then turned and walked off, his deep voice resonating, "Let's go." As soon as they left the area, he detonated the entire laboratory. The three of them then got into the car and headed home. On the way, Yi Shuku used her phone to handle some matters. Once done, she turned to report, "Heavenly King, Butler has finished his work as well." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing lightly furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious as he replied shortly, "Good." He then spoke to the two of them, "Prepare yourselves, it's time for the final battle." The scene then shifted to Dragon King's house. At that moment, the door to his room was slammed open violently. Yi Wuxing rushed in, his face panicked as he shouted loudly, "Dragon King, something's happened." The Dragon King sat calmly, sipping his tea, and asked with composure, "What are you panicking about? Explain it clearly." Yi Wuxing immediately sat down, lowered his head, and quietly reported, "Dragon King, our laboratory has been completely destroyed." Upon hearing this, the Dragon King didn't immediately grasp the gravity of the situation. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's just one lab that's been destroyed, it's nothing." But then, he suddenly froze, his gaze turning icy as he asked, "What did you say?" Yi Wuxing bowed his head deeply and repeated, "Our laboratory has been completely destroyed." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Dragon King slammed his hand down on the table and growled in anger. "Battle Wing Heavenly King." Then, he furrowed his brows tightly and said, "Alright, fine, if you want a showdown, I'll give it to you." Yi Wuxing looked up, his face full of concern, and asked, "Dragon King, what should we do now?" In a fit of rage, the Dragon King kicked the table violently and ordered him to locate the person responsible. Yi Wuxing immediately lowered his head and replied, "Understood." Then, the Dragon King looked out the window with a gaze full of murderous intent and said, "If you've pushed me this far, then I will grant your wish." Scene shifts to Zhang Wuqing's base, an old house in the heart of the city, where Dragon King's men quickly gathered to seek revenge. He brought along hundreds of people, preparing to engage in direct combat with Zhang Wuqing's three-member team. Upon seeing him, Zhang Wuqing slightly curled his lips into a smile. "Oh, isn't this the Dragon King?" Then, he furrowed his brow, his icy gaze fixed on him, and asked, "Couldn't hold back anymore, huh?" Dragon King glared at him in anger and replied, "You dare to come to my laboratory, I have to admit, you have some skill. You've destroyed all my years of hard work, and I will make you pay with your blood." Zhang Wuqing looked at him, then pretended to be surprised and asked, The laboratory's been destroyed?" Then, he let out a sarcastic remark that made Dragon King seethe with rage. "A Dragon King, yet you couldn't even protect your own laboratory. How pitiful." Hearing these words, Dragon King was furious beyond measure. He pointed directly at Zhang Wuqing and shouted, "Battle Wing Heavenly King, prepare to meet your death." Zhang Wuqing lightly snapped his fingers and said to him, "Well, we'll see if you have the ability to make that happen." Immediately, his men brought out the corpse of Long Yi and threw it in front of Dragon King for him to see. Dragon King was stunned by the sight, thinking, "Long Yi? How did he end up in Zhang Wuqing's hands?" Zhang Wuqing looked at him and said, "He also said he would kill me. Unfortunately, the one who ended up dead like a dog is not me, but him." Dragon King was so enraged that his body trembled. He pointed at him and, with a voice full of hatred, uttered, "You." Zhang Wuqing remained calm, his lips curling into a slight smile as he continued, "Can't take it anymore? If you're getting old, you'd better not die from anger here.
The Dragon King glared at him in fury, spitting out, "The one who will die here is you." Zhang Wuqing then turned his head towards the Tan family order and said, "You all step back, let me see the skills of this Dragon King." The Dragon King also took a pill from his sleeve and turned to his subordinates, ordering, "You all step back too." He then popped the pill into his mouth, and immediately, his body began to transform. He grew so muscular that his clothes tore apart. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his muscles swelled and rippled in layers. Without saying another word, the Dragon King charged directly at Zhang Wuqing with terrifying speed. He roared, his voice filled with rage, "Battle Wing Heavenly King, go die." Zhang Wuqing calmly raised his hand and easily blocked his punch. The collision between them created a shockwave of immense power that shook the space around them. Both were instantly knocked back, flying in opposite directions. The Dragon King seemed somewhat pleased, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Zhang Wuqing and said, "War Medicine Heavenly King, your strength has indeed defeated me before, but I've long since developed a potion that can greatly enhance my cultivation." Zhang Wuqing lightly curled his lips in response, "I really didn't expect you to successfully concoct it." Immediately after, the Dragon King's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He frowned and looked at him, saying, "Then I will make you open your eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon King charged forward, launching a palm strike. In the face of his attack, Zhang Wuqing easily dodged with ease. Not stopping there, he immediately jumped high and, using the momentum, threw another powerful blow. "Ha!" Zhang Wuqing frowned, his sharp gaze darting toward his opponent's attack. Then, in a swift motion, he raised his palm to block the Dragon King's powerful strike, glaring at him with disdain and saying, "If this is all you have, I think it's better to just stop taking the medicine." The Dragon King gritted his teeth and immediately retorted, "Don't celebrate too soon." Right after, his body suddenly changed, splitting into multiple versions of himself. From one Dragon King, a series of clones appeared, surrounding Zhang Wuqing above. Zhang Wuqing was momentarily surprised and couldn't help but exclaim, "A shadow clone technique?" The Dragon King immediately swung his fist, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Die!" Zhang Wuqing quickly raised his hand to block, fending off the barrage of attacks. Seizing the opportunity, the Dragon King landed a direct punch to Zhang Wuqing's abdomen, causing him to wince in pain and furrow his brows, unable to hold back a grunt. "Ugh!" After the punch, Zhang Wuqing quickly realized the key point and furrowed his brows, thinking, "It's not a clone technique, it's just that the afterimages are appearing too fast." At this moment, Dragon King was still relentlessly pouring all his strength into his attack. He raised his hand high and shouted fiercely, "It's over." Zhang Wuqing looked at him, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. "I've found it." Immediately after, he threw a powerful punch directly at him. The blow hit Dragon King before he could react, sending him flying. With just one punch, Dragon King couldn't hold back and spat out blood. Cough. Zhang Wuqing didn't give his opponent a chance to recover, following up with another palm strike towards him. Dragon King fell to his knees, blood dripping from his mouth, and exclaimed, "How? How could this be?" He clutched his chest, frowning as he looked at Zhang Wuqing in disbelief. "My speed has surpassed human limits, you can't even see it." Zhang Wuqing took a step closer to him and replied, "Is that so? I want to see if there's anyone in this world I cannot touch." Then, he reached out toward him and said, "Today, you will die without any injustice." With that, he tightened his grip around Dragon King's neck. At that moment, Dragon King was not afraid and loudly warned, "Battle Wing Heavenly King, the people behind me. You can't touch them. If you kill me, you will surely die." Zhang Wuqing showed no sign of hesitation after hearing this, and calmly responded, "Is that so? I want to see if there's anyone in this world I cannot touch." Saying that, he immediately finished off Dragon King without any hesitation. Yi Wuxing, watching from behind, was terrified. He clenched his teeth tightly, thinking to himself, "Damn it." After finishing off the Dragon King, Zhang Wuqing immediately approached him, coldly saying, "It's your turn." Yi Wuxing trembled all over, hurriedly kneeling on the ground,
begging for his life, "Please spare me. I was only deceived into helping the Dragon King. If you don't kill me, I'll give all my wealth to you." Hearing these words, Zhang Wuqing remained unmoved, his eyes cold and indifferent as he replied, "If you die, everything you have will still belong to me." Yi Wuxing realized there was no way out. Angrily, he glared at him and shouted, "You!" Then he suddenly stood up, trying to fight back. "If that's the case, then even if I die, I'll at least take a piece of your flesh with me." Zhang Wuqing said nothing more. He raised his fist and delivered a powerful blow to his head. In one strike, Yi Wuxing lost consciousness, lying motionless on the ground with his skull cracked open. Once the matter was resolved, Zhang Wuqing turned and walked away. He then turned back to give an order to his men, "Clean up the mess." The man immediately nodded in response, "Understood." The scene shifted to another location. In a dimly lit room, an angry man said, "The war medicine Heavenly King has killed the Dragon King, and the laboratory is gone." A subordinate immediately added with contempt, "I knew the Dragon King would never amount to anything, just a useless fool." The man slammed his hand on the table in frustration, his face twisted with rage, "I'll send my people to kill him myself. That brat Zhang Wuqing." Another man, calmer in demeanor, immediately reached out to stop him. "Don't be rash. We've already acquired all the Dragon King's lab documents." The first man was still seething, his voice filled with bitterness. "He actually dared to ruin our good plan. We can't just let this go, he must be brought back here." Upon hearing this, the other asked, "If you send someone to kill him now, it would only expose our existence. The risks outweigh the benefits." At that moment, the leader cut in to stop their argument. "Enough. Stop bickering. I'll prepare a grand gift for him." Upon hearing that, the man replied, "If that's your decision, then we'll follow your arrangements." The leader gritted his teeth and spoke coldly. "Replicate the research documents and distribute them to everyone below." He immediately accepted the order, responding firmly and clearly. The scene shifts elsewhere. A silent, starry night sky stretches endlessly overhead. Chen Tianwei stands atop a tall building, gazing down at the city below, a faint smile playing on his lips. Speaking of this city, the Chen family has always ruled it. Just then, the door behind him suddenly opens. Chen Tianwei quickly turns around to look. At that moment, Zhang Wuqing and Lu Qingqing stride confidently into the room. Seeing the two of them, Chen Tianwei freezes, blurting out, "You're still alive." Zhang Wuqing walks over to the sofa in the room, sits down, and speaks calmly. "Seeing that I haven't died, are you disappointed?" Chen Tianwei immediately asked with a worried expression. "Dragon King and young Master Yi," Zhang Wuqing smiled, the corner of his mouth curling slightly as he replied, "They're all dead." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianwei couldn't believe it and immediately shouted in anger, "How is that possible?" Zhang Wuqing then got straight to the point, "Starting today, all the market share of the Hai Dongchen family will be transferred to the Lu family." Chen Tianwei, in fury, ground his teeth and helplessly called out, "You?" Zhang Wuqing frowned and reminded him, "You only have one chance left to speak up." Hearing this, Chen Tianwei sighed, "Haze." Then, he lowered his head in agreement, "All right, I agree." Immediately after, Zhang Wuqing turned to Lu Qingqing and said, "Qingqing, tell your family to handle the transfer procedures. If he dares to pull anything, let me know." She nodded in response, "Yes." Having resolved everything, Zhang Wuqing stood up and turned to leave the room. The next day, at the cemetery, Zhang Wuqing quietly placed a white flower on the grave, then sorrowfully spoke, "Mother, I've avenged you." Long Yidan, standing beside him, wiped away the tears on her cheek and continued, "Mother, don't worry, we are living well, you don't have to worry anymore." Zhang Wuqing then turned and placed a hand on her head to comfort her, "Wu Shuang, the matters in Haidong are settled, and I must return to the border now." Long Yidan looked up at him and softly asked, "Can you not go?" Zhang Wuqing frowned, his tone firm as he replied, "I can't." Long Yidan gazed at him, her voice soft yet tinged with a hint of frustration, but still obedient, "Okay." Just then, a helicopter roared into the sky, slowly descending and lowering a rope ladder. Zhang Wuqing immediately turned and walked toward it. Long Yidan stood behind, watching his back, silently thinking to herself that it seemed like he really had to leave. She wondered how long it would be before they could meet again. She quickly stepped forward and reminded him, "Be careful outside, don't make me worry." Zhang Wuqing turned to look at her, replying gently, "You take care of yourself too. If anything happens, call me." He then grabbed the rope ladder and began to ascend. Long Yidan stood below, waving him goodbye, "Take care on your way." Zhang Wuqing looked down at her, his heart heavy with emotions. He didn't want to leave her either, but the border needed him. Inside the helicopter, Ten looked at him and seriously reported, "Heavenly King, something just came from up top. They want you to go to Shanghai to handle something." Zhang Wuqing was slightly surprised and turned to ask in confusion, "Shanghai, the territory of God Shao Heavenly King, what do they want me to do there?" Tan glanced at him and replied, "A few days ago, God Shao Heavenly King was surrounded and killed by more than a dozen grandmasters." Hearing that, his eyebrows instinctively furrowed, and he exclaimed in shock, "What? Shin Shao is dead?" Tan closed his eyes, lowering his voice as he spoke. "The higher-ups have kept this matter hidden. It was only today that they secretly transmitted the news." Zhang Wucheng placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought, calculating, "A heavenly king ambushed in his own headquarters, interesting." Immediately after, his expression darkened, and his voice turned cold as he turned to Tan and asked, "I know about this already, but has Wu Shuang's side arranged any protection?" Tan chuckled, flashing a bright smile that revealed his white teeth, and replied, "Heavenly King, everything has already been arranged." The helicopter continued to soar through the clouds, heading toward Shanghai. Cut to Shanghai. In a certain room, Jin Aosher sat thoughtfully on a chair when a person suddenly entered. He raised his head, looking at the person before him and asked, "What's the news?" The subordinate lowered his head respectfully to report, "Master, the war medicine Heavenly King has left Donghai. It's highly likely that he will be coming to us." He adjusted the ring on his finger slightly before looking at the man and saying, "I understand, but first, let's observe for now." Then, he focused intently on the photo of the man on his computer, silently thinking, "Zhang Wuqing, let me take care of you." The scene shifted to Zhang Wuqing's helicopter, which had finally arrived at its destination. He stepped out and, as soon as he did, a man was there waiting to greet them. Zhang Wuqing walked up to Huang Fuhao and said, "Huang Fu Ri Tian, you don't need to come personally to greet us." Upon hearing his name being mispronounced, Huang Fuhao quickly waved his hand and corrected him, "Heavenly King is Hao, not Sun Heaven." Zhang Wuqing placed his hand on his shoulder and softly replied, "If I say Sun Heaven, then it's Sun Heaven." Got it? Want to get slapped? Huang Fuhao didn't press further on that matter. Instead, he asked, "The welcoming banquet is ready. Should we head there now?" Zhang Wuqing immediately waved his hand in response, "No hurry, let's take a look around here first." Then the three of them walked around the guest of the night ceremony area. Suddenly, Zhang Wuqing abruptly stopped, his gaze fixed on a particular spot. Huang Fuhao, noticing this, looked at him and asked, "Heavenly King, what are you looking at?" Zhang Wuqing looked at the woman practicing her martial arts over there and asked, "Who is she?" Huang Fuhao glanced at the girl and replied, "Are you referring to her?" "She's the daughter of Shao Heavenly King, Dong Qingyin." Zhang Wuqing, slightly surprised, asked again, "Shao Heavenly King has a daughter?" Huang Fuhao looked at the girl before explaining, "Since Shao Heavenly King was ambushed and killed, Qingyin has been staying here, training in the art of the spear." At this moment, Dong Qingyin had finished her training and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand. Zhang Wuqing immediately clapped his hands in appreciation. Afterward, he and Huang Fuhao walked towards her. Upon seeing him, she turned away, a look of disdain on her face as she spoke, "Uncle Huang Fuhao, why did you bring such a mixed breed to the military camp?" Huang Fuhao, hearing her words, angrily retorted, "Watch your mouth. This is the Heavenly King of the Battle Wing under the Heavenly Emperor, the Battle Wing Heavenly King." Huang Fuhao furrowed his brow and scolded, "Qingyin, what kind of language is that?" Dong Qingyin slammed the weapon she was holding onto the ground, then furrowed her brows, glaring at Zhang Wuqing with a challenging look. So, you're the battle-wing heavenly king, as famous as my father, she said.
Do you want to spar with me?
Huang Fuhao, upon hearing this, panicked and shouted, Brother, apologize to the heavenly king immediately.
Zhang Wuqing, not angry, looked at her and smiled. Oh, where did you get that confidence from?
Dong Qingyin lightly waved her weapon and confidently replied, Strength. Zhang Wuqing smiled upon hearing this, adjusted his clothes slightly, and said, All right, I'll spar with you. He then turned around, gestured for her to come with a sweep of his hand. Come on. Dong Qingyin immediately stomped her foot to gather momentum, then jumped high, swinging her weapon and shouting, Be careful, I'm coming. Zhang Wuqing furrowed his brows, focusing on observing her attack. The strength of the two clashed fiercely at that moment, two strong auras radiating around them. Dong Qingyin frowned and shouted determinedly as she attacked. She relentlessly swung her weapon at him with intense fervor. Zhang Wuqing stood still, not exerting the slightest bit of effort. He merely used 2 fingers to gently block her strikes. Dong Qingyin was stunned by this, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at him. Then, Zhang Wuqing retracted his strength, smiling at her as he said, Your spear is not much worse than Xiao Heavenly King's. Suddenly, the space around them grew eerily silent, with misty dust enveloping them. Dong Qingyin, upon hearing these words, gritted her teeth in anger and glared directly at him, before swinging her saber once more. Zhang Wuqing launched another relentless attack. He clicked his tongue slightly as he watched the strike and said, Humph, a weapon. He quickly moved behind her, raising his hand, ready to strike. Dong Qingyin was momentarily stunned, standing still for a moment, unable to react. In an instant, Zhang Wuqing struck her neck with a powerful blow, causing her to cry out in pain. She turned to look at him, her mind reeling from the pain, thinking, So strong, I didn't even feel how he struck. Zhang Wuqing looked at her and said, Everything has its advantages. A spear is the strongest weapon without momentum, no one can oppose it. Now, don't disgrace the spear. Dong Qingyin wiped the blood from her lips and replied, No need for you to say that. Then, she glared, her whole body engulfed in a fierce blaze. She raised her sword high, conjuring a massive flaming phoenix. She shouted, Let me see how you'll handle this. The fiery phoenix charged straight at Zhang Wuqing. He watched the attack without flinching. Immediately, he infused his spiritual energy into his hand, then casually swung it horizontally in front of him, blocking her powerful strike. He furrowed his brows as her sword came at him. At that moment, Dong Qingyin confidently yelled, Give up! Zhang Wuqing immediately reached out, grabbed her sword, and effortlessly sidestepped. Dong Qingyin was astonished and exclaimed, How is that possible? He looked at her with a slight smile and said, You've revealed too many weaknesses. Hearing this, she angrily shouted, Shut up! Immediately, Wuqing threw her and the weapon high into the air, causing her to scream in panic, Ah! Then, she and her sword fell freely to the ground, the dust rising around her, engulfing her. Zhang Wuqing then stepped forward, took her sword, and said, Do you know why you lost? Dong Qingyin looked up at him, puzzled, and asked, Why? Zhang Wuqing looked at her, then gently explained, You are too impulsive, too hot-headed, eager for success too quickly. Upon hearing these words, Dong Qingyin couldn't find the words to reply and simply gazed silently at him. Zhang Wuqing continued to look at her and said, Your obsession with hatred is too deep, it has become a demon within you. If you keep practicing day and night like this, your body will soon break down. Hearing this, her tears couldn't be held back and began to fall. Clenching her teeth, she angrily said, If I don't do this, when will I ever be able to take revenge? Zhang Wuqing sighed and replied, I can help you take revenge. Dong Qingyin immediately refused, The vengeance for my father's death is irreconcilable. I must avenge him myself. Upon hearing her response, he smiled with satisfaction and said, Very well, this is the true daughter of Xiao Heavenly King. After that, he returned the sword to Dong Qingyin and said to her, Let's go. A while later, they arrived at a large secret base here. Zhang Wuqing circled his index finger on the table and asked, Huang Fuhao, tell me, have you managed to uncover any useful information? Huang Fuhao immediately looked at him and replied, Sorry, we haven't uncovered any useful information. At this moment, Dong Qingyin suddenly reached into her pocket and took out something, saying, I found a jade pendant at the scene of the incident. She then handed it over for him to see and continued, unfortunately, I don't know its origin. Looking at the jade pendant in her hand, Zhang Wuqing was somewhat surprised and let out a sound, humph. Immediately after, Dong Qingyin handed the jade pendant over to him and said, this is the pendant. Zhang Wuqing took the jade pendant in his hand, examined it, and placed his hand on his chin, thinking, who could have hired someone from the Shadow Assassin sect to kill Xiao Heavenly King? Dong Qingyin, seeing him focus so intently on the jade pendant, pondered, could it be that Heavenly King recognizes the origin of this jade pendant? Then, without realizing it, she called his name, Heavenly King, Heavenly King. Zhang Wuqing looked at her and asked, what is it? Dong Qingyin looked at him with a hopeful expression and asked, does Heavenly King recognize this jade pendant? Zhang Wuqing immediately shook his head and replied, I don't recognize it either. He then looked at her and said. Dong Qingyin followed his instructions, stood up, and left the room, returning to her own quarters to rest. After she left, Huang Fuhao immediately turned to Zhang Wuqing and asked, Heavenly King, do you know something? Zhang Wuqing tightened his brow, his face darkening as he replied, the assassin of Xiao Heavenly King was a member of the Shadow Assassin sect. Huang Fuhao was taken aback, immediately jumping to his feet and shouting, what? It was the Shadow Assassin sect? Zhang Wuqing glanced at him, then calmly responded, that's right, it was those people. Did Xiao Heavenly King offend them in some way? Huang Fuhao quickly shook his head and answered, I'm not sure about that, and I didn't dare to ask too much. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing leaned back in his chair and coldly ordered, leave. The scene shifted to another place, inside a magnificent and imposing fortress. Shui Sha, accompanied by a group of subordinates, entered, ready to report the situation. He immediately knelt on the ground, lowering his head in front of the sect leader and said, report, sect leader, the mission has been completed. The sect leader reclined in a large chair, his eyes cold and sharp, giving a slight nod of approval. Shui Sha, you did well. Shui Sha continued with his report, I have one more matter to report. The sect leader's expression remained unchanged as he replied succinctly, go ahead. Shui Sha then explained. Due to the intensity of the battle, one of the subordinates had carelessly dropped the token at the scene. As soon as he finished speaking, the sect leader unexpectedly launched an attack towards him. The blow landed directly on his face, leaving scratches all over. The sect leader then lowered his voice and admonished, don't let it happen again. Shui Sha immediately responded, understood. The scene shifted to the military district where Zhang Wuqing was located. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Hearing the sound, Huang Fuhao immediately went to open it. Upon seeing who it was, he was surprised and asked, what wind has brought Secretary Qian here? Secretary Qian smiled and asked, may I ask if Battle Wing Heavenly King is here? Huang Fuhao quickly stepped aside and replied, yes, please come in. Once inside, he bowed respectfully to War Medicine Heavenly King. Then, he went straight to the point, our mayor knew you were coming today, so he specially sent me to invite you to a conversation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing replied, got it, I will come tonight. Secretary Qian, hearing this, happily said, then I will take my leave. Afterward, Huang Fuhao politely escorted him to the door. Zhang Wuqing watched Secretary Qian's retreating figure, a faint spark of interest rising in his heart. The mayor knows I'm coming today? How interesting. That evening, in front of a luxurious hotel, Zhang Wuqing stopped a pricey car. Then, he and Dong Kan, both dressed in formal attire, entered with an air of confidence. As they walked, a mocking voice suddenly sounded from behind. Beautiful woman in front, wait a moment. Behind her was Lu Bo Dui, accompanied by two of his underlings. One of his subordinates stepped forward, smiling as he spoke to her, beautiful lady, young Master Lu would like to get to know you and befriend you. Dong Qingyin didn't say much. She immediately darkened her expression, leapt into the air, and kicked him square in the face, while growling, get lost. Lu Bo Dui, seeing her reaction, found it somewhat amusing. A little firecracker, he thought. I like it.
The underling, now with a bruised face, shouted angrily, "You!"
Lubo Dui stepped forward, combing his hair arrogantly before saying, "When dealing with a beautiful woman, one mustn't be so rude."
"Miss, allow me to introduce myself.
I am Lubo Dui, son of the president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce." Dong Chengyin looked at him, frowned, and said coldly, "Get lost."
Lubo Dui, instead of leaving, shamelessly praised her, "You've got quite the personality."
He then reached out, attempting to touch her face. "Not bad, I like it." At that moment, Zhang Wuqing grabbed his hand, pulling it away, and looked at him, reminding, "She told you to get lost."
"Didn't you hear?" Lubo Dui, now caught, gritted his teeth in anger and growled, "Let go of my hand."
Zhang Wuqing not only refused to let go but tightened his grip, causing Lubo Dui's bones to crack. In pain, Lubo Dui clutched his hand, shouting, "My father is the president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. Even high-ranking officials have to show him some respect." After that, he looked at Zhang Wuqing, threatening, "You dare to break this young master's arm, you'll be dead for sure." Hearing those words, Zhang Wuqing was not afraid at all and coldly asked, "You dare threaten me?" The man trembled and stepped back, but still tried to sound tough. You. If you dare touch me, you'll definitely die a miserable death." Zhang Wuqing immediately kicked him, saying, "Shut up, take this kick from me." He was sent flying straight into a pillar in front of him. The people around, witnessing the scene, whispered to each other, "Look, this is the little tyrant Lubo Dui. Looks like he's stepped on a landmine this time. Lower your voice, be careful he doesn't hear you. It'll be a hassle if he comes after you later." At that moment, an authoritative voice rang out from behind, "Move aside." Master Lu strode confidently through the security guards into the area. When he saw his beloved son lying there in a heap, he panicked and shouted, "Son, son." He then rushed to Lubo Dui and anxiously asked, "Son, are you okay?" Lubo Dui trembled, pointing at Zhang Wuqing, and whined, "Dad, he hit me." Hearing this, Master Lu grabbed his son's hand in distress and replied, "It's fine, leave this to me." Master Lu then fixed his gaze on Zhang Wuqing and sternly asked, "You brat. Do you have any idea who you just hit?" Then, the man glared and shouted furiously, "That's my son. You're as good as dead." Zhang Wuqing looked at him and calmly replied, "Others may fear you. I don't." Hearing this, Master Lu glanced behind him and sneered coldly. All right, it's been a while since I met someone like you. Old man, sorry to trouble you." At that moment, an old drunkard appeared from behind, sipping from a bottle in his hand. He walked up to Master Lu, raised 3 fingers, and said, "Remember, 3 bottles for 1 strike." Master Lu replied, "No problem." Hearing that, the old man immediately glared at Zhang Wuqing and growled, "Kid, consider yourself unlucky." Right after, he launched an attack, but Zhang Wuqing effortlessly dodged it. Then, he pushed off with his foot and charged forward, delivering a punch straight to the old man's neck, causing his eyes to bulge wide. After taking down the old man, Zhang Wuqing turned to Master Lu and said coldly, "Just an old man not even worth my attention. Where did you get the nerve?" Then, he smirked and asked, "Was he your trump card?" "That won't do." By now, Master Lu was so terrified he couldn't speak. He hurriedly backed away, stammering, "You." Right at that moment, Wang Yang stepped forward and asked loudly, "Why is there such a crowd here?" Seeing Wang Yang approach, Master Lu immediately called out in relief, "Wang Yang." Boss Wang Yang immediately turned to old Lu and asked, "What is going on here?" Master Lu pointed towards Zhang Wuqing and angrily shouted, "Wang brother, this brat not only beat my son but also killed my subordinate." Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's face turned red with anger as he turned to look. What? Who dares to be so reckless? When he saw Zhang Wuqing standing in front of him, Wang Yang's eyes widened in shock, as if they might pop out. He gasped and shouted, "Zhan, Battle Wing Heavenly King?" Master Lu, confused, turned to him and asked, "Where did this war medicine Heavenly King come from?" Immediately, Wang Yang slapped him across the face and growled, "How dare you speak such nonsense?" Master Lu, holding his face in confusion, looked at him, "Wang brother, Wang Yang.
Then, Wang Yong, fuming with anger, pointed towards Zhang Wuqing and said loudly, "He is the guest I invited today, the war medicine Heavenly King." Upon hearing this, Master Lu immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to speak, his mind in a daze. Zhang Wuqing walked over to Wang Yong, narrowed his eyes, and softly asked, "Wang Yong, is this really how you treat your guests?" Wang Yong, hearing this, immediately turned and slapped Master Lu again before angrily shouting, "Open your eyes, old man. You dare to offend a heavenly king?" Master Lu, trembling all over, bowed his head in shame and muttered, "It's my fault, I was blind. Heavenly King, spare his life." Zhang Wuqing immediately turned and walked away upon hearing those words, giving a slight click of his tongue. "Humph." Master Lu followed Zhang Wuqing's retreating figure with his eyes, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, having offended the Battle Wing Heavenly King, it seems like I need to find a strong backing. A moment later, at the banquet table, Wang Yong raised his glass and invited Zhang Wuqing, his voice full of apology. "Heavenly King, it's all my fault. I didn't arrange for the reception properly." Zhang Wuqing lowered his head slightly, responding coldly, "I think your position here is a bit too relaxed, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yong was stunned and quickly exclaimed in a panic, "Heavenly King, please, let me explain." Zhang Wuqing glared at him, his voice icy as he asked, "Go ahead." Wang Yong immediately lowered his head and began recounting the situation to him. "Actually, I'm just here for show. The entire city of Shanghai is currently dominated by the major families and trade guilds, many things are obstructed by them, and I am truly helpless." After hearing this, Zhang Wuqing gave a faint smile, the corners of his mouth curling up. This city of Shanghai is quite something. It seems it's time for a cleanup. The scene shifted to an underground boxing arena. The audience cheered enthusiastically, shouting loudly at the two fighters in the ring. "Kill him! Beat him to death!" At this moment, high above, Jin Aosher lit a cigarette, his eyes fixed on the match below. He shouted with great satisfaction. The face was filled with a look of joy. "Very good." At that moment, unexpectedly, a woman opened the door and walked in. She stepped inside, looked at Jin Aosher, and called out, "Boss SS." He immediately turned around, looking slightly surprised. Then, Jin Aosher looked at her, a hint of confusion on his face, and asked, "Why are you here?" Secretary Hua lowered her head and softly reminded him, "Boss SS. Please call me Secretary Hua outside." Jin Aosher then asked her with a puzzled expression, You never come to the boxing arena. Why are you here today?" Secretary Hua smiled, her eyes flashing with a hint of amusement, and replied, "Something very interesting just happened." Upon hearing this, Jin Aosher suddenly jumped, asking, Tell me about it." Secretary Hua, excited, quickly reported, "The El family just offended the Battle Wing Heavenly King." Upon hearing that name, Jin Aosher's eyes immediately widened, and he called out loudly, "Battle Wing Heavenly King." Then, he burst into loud laughter, Very good." Jin Aosher then looked at his own hands, his gaze clearly showing pleasure, and said, "Good, I've been worrying about how to destroy the Lu family Chamber of Commerce. The War Medicine Heavenly King has just handed this opportunity to me." Then, he turned serious, looked at Secretary Hua, and spoke in a stern tone, "The War Medicine Heavenly King has sent an invitation. I must build a good relationship with him." Secretary Hua immediately bowed his head and nodded in response, "Yes." The scene shifts to Zhang Wuqing. He was sitting alone in a quiet room, deep in thought, his hand resting on his chin as if pondering something. Just then, someone suddenly opened the door and walked in. Huang Fuhao entered, looked at him, and asked, "How is the Heavenly King?" Zhang Wuqing shook his head repeatedly and replied, "The situation is more serious than Huang Fuhao anticipated." Upon hearing this, Huang Fuhao immediately said, "That's also the reason why Xiao Heavenly King wanted to dismantle those aristocratic families before." Then, he looked at Zhang Wuqing with a sorrowful expression and continued, "I never thought that Xiao Heavenly King, just as he was about to act, would be." At that moment, Zhang Wuqing unexpectedly smirked, gave a light smile, and said, "In my opinion, there's a possibility that all of them will be involved."
Huang Fuhao, upon hearing this, slammed his hand onto the table, angrily shouting, "Damned!" At that moment, someone else entered the door, holding an invitation card. The person walked in, called out his name, Heavenly King. Then, he brought the invitation to him and said, "This is an invitation from the Jin family. They will hold a banquet in 2 days, and all the families in Shanghai will be attending. They invite you to join." Zhang Wuqing reached out to take the invitation, then lightly smiled and said, "Just after making an enemy of the Lu family Chamber of Commerce, these people have already caught wind of it. How interesting." He then looked at the invitation and said to Huang Fuhao, "Fuhao, secretly investigate these families." Immediately after, Huang Fuhao and Tan Ke left his room. After they left, he looked outside and thought to himself, "Let me have some fun with you all." That evening, at Master Lu's house, he sat on the sofa, holding his head in worry, thinking, "I've offended the Battle Wing Heavenly King. What is my family going to do now?" At that moment, Lu Bo Dui swaggered in with his hands in his pockets, looked at him, and asked, "Has father helped me get revenge yet?" Master Lu glared at him when he saw him return, then casually picked up the glass on the table and threw it straight at him, angrily shouting, "Unfilial son." Lu Bo Dui quickly dodged to the side, then looked at him with an innocent expression and asked, "Father, what are you doing?" Master Lu, enraged by these words, gritted his teeth and glared at him, then pointed at Lu Bo Dui and shouted, "You'll be the death of me one day. Do you know who you've messed with?" Lu Bo Dui, still confused, scratched his head and looked at his father, asking, "Who, father?" Master Lu, still furious, shouted, "Battle Wing Heavenly King." Upon hearing this name, Lu Bo Dui, still slow to grasp the situation, casually waved his hand and said, "Isn't it just a battle strategy?" At this point, he suddenly froze, his eyes wide open, and he shouted, "What?" He then immediately kneeled in front of his father, asking again, "Father, what did you say?" Master Lu looked at him and sighed deeply. Lu Bo Dui then lifted his head to look at his father, trembling as he asked, "Father, please think of something." He grabbed his father's hand, fearfully saying, "Battle Wing Heavenly King is ruthless, he would even dare to kill his own father." Master Lu held his head and replied, "I haven't figured out a way yet." At that moment, suddenly, a voice came from outside, "I can help you." Secretary Hua confidently walked in. Master Lu pointed at her and asked, "Who are you?" Secretary Hua looked at him, smiled faintly, and answered, "You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that the Jin family will help you." Upon hearing these 2 words, he jerked in surprise and called out loudly, "The Jin family?" He then looked at her warily and asked, "Are you really so kind?" Secretary Hua extended her hand and responded, "Let's make a deal. I will buy your Shanghai Trade Association." Master Lu immediately reacted, shouting loudly, "Don't even think about it, this is the result of my lifetime of effort." Hearing this, Secretary Hua's face darkened, and she coldly said, "Then you'll have to wait to bury your family." After that, she turned and left without a second glance. Lu Bo Dui anxiously clung tightly to his father's leg, pleading, "Father, agree to it, I don't want to die." Master Lu quickly raised his hand and called out to her, "Wait." Upon hearing his call, Secretary Hua immediately turned back and asked. It seemed Master Lu had made up his mind. He then raised a finger and made a condition with her. "I agree with you, but with one condition." Secretary Hua looked at him and asked, "What condition?" Master Lu, angry and furrowing his brow, said to her, "I want the War Medicine Heavenly King to die in this city, Shanghai." Without hesitation, Secretary Hua raised her hand to adjust her glasses and replied, "No problem." The scene shifted outside the hotel. Zhang Wuqing strode confidently inside. At that moment, a man suddenly stepped forward to block his path. "Stop," the man said. Zhang Wuqing, confused, stared directly into his face. The man sneered wickedly and spoke, "You can't go in. With your shabby clothes, do you think you're worthy of entering this gate?" Zhang Wuqing said nothing. He quickly grabbed the man's finger, snapped it, and gave a playful smile. "Guest of the night ceremony," he said. The man, now sweating in pain, gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Where are my people?" Zhang Wuqing immediately kicked him, sending him flying.
His subordinates, seeing this, rushed forward with weapons, shouting loudly, "How dare you hit our boss? Charge!" Zhang Wuqing glanced at them, then slightly curled his lips into a faint smile. "Ha, a bunch of bugs." He then gently raised his hand, sending them flying with a single strike. At that moment, Jin Aosher appeared, looking at him with a nod. The man lying on the ground lifted his head and said, "Boss, it's this brat who's come here to cause trouble." Jin Aosher immediately slapped the man across the face and snarled, "You blind fool. This is the Battle Wing Heavenly King." After realizing it was Zhang Wuqing, he immediately slapped his own face repeatedly in self-blame. "It's my fault for not seeing the mountain. Zhang Heavenly King, please forgive me." At this moment, Zhang Wuqing looked at him and coldly asked, "Who are you?" Jin Aosher quickly raised his hand in response, saying, "Zhang Heavenly King, I am Jin Aosher, the head of the Jin family. It was I who invited you here today." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing furrowed his brows tightly, glaring at him before saying, "It seems the information of the Jin family's master is quite quick." Jin Aosher then gestured for him to enter. "Ah, it's all right, it's all right. Heavenly King, please come in." As soon as he stepped inside, a lavish scene unfolded before his eyes. Zhang Wuqing looked at the people in front of him and tightly furrowed his brows, saying, "This is indeed a high society." Jin Aosher immediately explained, "That's right, the guests at today's banquet are all from the business circles and aristocratic families of Shanghai." At that moment, a waiter unexpectedly walked up and whispered something into his ear. "Hoof." Immediately after, Jin Aosher smiled at him and said, "Heavenly King, please excuse me for a moment." Jin Aosher left, and the banquet continued. At this point, during the party, Jiang Wanhuang kept trailing behind, muttering, "Jiao Jiao, I really like you." He blushed as he watched her retreating figure, then loudly said, "Give me a chance." Hearing these words, Jiao Jiao, feeling disheartened, turned around and told him, "Stop following me, I already have a boyfriend." After that, she looked at him seriously and said, "He's here." Jiang Wanhuang, hearing this, looked at her in confusion and asked, "Where?" Then, he shouted angrily, "I want to see how bold that bastard is to dare steal my woman." Jiao Jiao, upon hearing this, immediately glanced around. After a while of observing, her gaze stopped at the spot where Zhang Wuqing was sitting. Found him. She then quickly walked over to him, sat down in the chair, and casually draped her arm over his, smiling. Jiao Jiao then looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, "Could you help me a little bit?" Zhang Wuqing stared at her, not understanding what she was saying. At this point, Jiang Wanhuang had also walked over to the two of them. He glared at Zhang Wuqing, frowned, and gritted his teeth as he asked, "Are you Jiao Jiao's boyfriend?" Jiao Jiao tightly held Zhang Wuqing's hand, looked at him, and replied, "Jiang Wanhuang, I already have a boyfriend." Then, she coldly said to him, "Stop bothering me." Despite hearing this, Jiang Wanhuang refused to give up and pointed at the two of them, shouting, "Having a boyfriend doesn't matter, I'll still take her away." He then moved forward, pointing his finger directly at Zhang Wuqing's face and yelled, "Fine then, kid, how dare you steal my woman? If you're sensible, get out of my way." With that, he furrowed his brow and warned him, "If not now, I'll show you the power of this judgmental official." Jiao Jiao, seeing this, stood up in fear and asked him, "Jiang Wanhuang, what do you want to do?" She then glared at him, threatening, "Do you dare to act recklessly here?" Jiang Wanhuang looked at her at that moment, called out to Jiao Jiao, and then glanced at Zhang Wuqing, saying, "You do know my family's background, right?" He then moved closer to Zhang Wuqing, looked at him, and said, "Who am I afraid of?" He reached out to grab his collar. Zhang Wuqing didn't let him touch him, immediately kicking him away with a loud thud. Then, slowly standing up, he said, "Like a fly buzzing in front of me without stopping." He glared at him coldly and asked, "Do you know how annoying you are?" Jiao Jiao, at this point, watched Zhang Wuqing's retreating figure in shock, thinking to herself, "Zhang Wanhuang is considered a master, and this guy just kicked him away with one move." Zhang Wuqing walked proudly toward him. Seeing him approach, Jiang Wanhuang pointed and shouted loudly, You. He was sitting on the ground, looking up at him, shouting, "You dare to lay a hand on me?" Zhang Wuqing coldly responded, "Lay a hand? I didn't lay a hand on you." Then, he glared at him again, kicked him once more, sending him flying, and said, "What I laid out is my foot." The people present heard the sound. Immediately, they turned their eyes and looked, then began to discuss. "What's going on? What happened?" "I don't know, but there's a guy who suddenly struck Jiang Wanhuang." At this moment, Zhang Wuqing shoved his hands into his pants and glared as he walked toward him. Jiang Wanhuang was fuming, tightening his brows and glaring back at him, then spoke, "You're dead." With that, he stood up, gathering strength to strike with a palm. Zhang Wuqing immediately grabbed his palm, flipped his body, and sent Jiang Wanhuang crashing to the ground. After the strike, he glared at him and muttered two words, "Trash." Jiang Wanhuang, after taking the hit, shuddered and sat up. Zhang Wuqing followed up with another kick, sending him sprawling on the floor, then said, "With just this little skill, you dare to pursue my woman? How embarrassing." Jiang Wanhuang, having his face kicked, yelled out in anger, "You!" Zhang Wuqing darkened his expression, then smiled slightly, asking, "Remember yet? I'll make sure you get what you want." After that, he kicked him once more, sending him rolling across the hall. The onlookers, witnessing this, burst into laughter. Jiang Wanhuang immediately turned, furious, and shouted, "What's so funny? Shut up or I'll kill you all." He clenched his fists tightly, his anger directed at Zhang Wuqing as he thought to himself, "This brat is too skilled in martial arts. I can't do it alone, I need to call for reinforcements." Jiao Jiao quickly walked over, threw her arm around Zhang Wuqing's, blushing and smiling. Zhang Wuqing then glared at him, warning him with a low growl, "Stay away from my girlfriend next time, understood?" Jiang Wanhuang was furious when he heard this, glaring at the two of them. Jiao Jiao threw her arm around Zhang Wuqing's shoulder as they left, casting a glance back at him and saying, "If you come bothering us again, my boyfriend will beat you up wherever he finds you." At this moment, the crowd that had been watching was still laughing. Seeing this, Jiang Wanhuang became enraged and shouted, "What are you looking at? Keep looking." The crowd was immediately dispersed by his orders. Zhang Wuqing and Jiao Jiao then walked toward a nearby bar. She rested her head on his shoulder and coquettishly thanked him, "Handsome, thank you so much." Zhang Wuqing, now irritated, glared at her and said, "Let go of me." Hearing this, Jiao Jiao immediately released her hold and gently replied, "Fine, fine, but no need to be so fierce." She then introduced herself to him and made a bit of small talk, "My name is Mu Rong Jiao Jiao." After the introduction, Jiao Jiao excitedly looked at him and asked, "What do you do for a living to be so skilled in martial arts?" Zhang Wuqing frowned and coldly replied, "I'm a soldier." Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, no wonder you're so good at martial arts." She crossed her arms, looking at him with concern and said, "The Jiang family is the top boss. Are you sure you're not in danger?" Zhang Wuqing raised his hand, picked up a glass of liquor, and sweetly answered, "It's just a dead snake." Hearing this from him, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but be astonished and thought, "This guy is truly crazy, what a man both strong and arrogant." After that, she looked at his back and shouted, "Hey, what's your name?" He turned his head to look at her, then slightly curled his lips and replied, "Zhang Wuqing." Upon hearing this name, she immediately became mesmerized and gazed at him, thinking to herself, "No wonder he's called the Battle Wing Heavenly King, he looks really handsome." The scene shifted to Jin Aosher, who was holding a glass of wine, gazing down below. Then, Secretary Hua entered to deliver the news, "Boss, the Liu Family Chamber of Commerce has completed the purchase, but they've made a request." Jin Aosher put the wine glass down upon hearing this and asked, "What request?" Secretary Hua's face darkened as she responded, "They want Zhang Wuqing dead." Upon hearing this, he smiled brightly and confidently replied, "No problem." At that moment, another man entered and spoke to him, "Master, the representatives from the aristocratic families are waiting for you in the conference room." Jin Aosher immediately responded, "Got it." Then, he glanced back at the man and added, "Oh, right, also call Zhang Wuqing over." The man immediately lowered his head and answered, "Understood." He then went out into the lobby to find Zhang Wuqing and called him, "War Medicine Heavenly King, the master requests your presence."
Hearing this, Zhang Wuqing furrowed his brow and thought to himself, let's see what kind of trick he's trying to pull. After that, he greeted the man warmly and said, lead the way. The old man immediately led Zhang Wuqing to a room, and then he pushed open the door and confidently stepped inside. The big shots were already sitting at the table, and when they saw him enter, they raised their eyes to look at him. Jiang Wanlong, seeing him, angrily shouted, who dares to barge in here? Wu Zhelan, amused, looked at him and said, and he's a little handsome guy too. At that moment, Jin Aosher stood up and walked toward the battlefield. Wu Qing said, everyone, please remain silent. Then he extended his hand and introduced the man to everyone, this is the newly arrived Battle Wing Heavenly King. Upon hearing the name, all 5 of them were startled and shouted, what? Wu Zhelan then threw him a glance, blushed, and said, the War Medicine Heavenly King is indeed as handsome as the rumors say. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Wanlong immediately chimed in with a mock, the old woman looks at you seductively. Jin Aosher then proceeded to introduce each person to him. Now, let me introduce you. The person on the left is the master of the Murong family. The man immediately raised his hand and politely returned the greeting. Greetings, Heavenly King. Jin Aosher continued introducing the next person, the person below is the master of the Li family. Old Li coldly ignored him. At that moment, Zhang Wanlong arrogantly stepped forward and said, I am Zhang Wanlong. Zhang Wuqing immediately extended his hand in a polite greeting, oh, it's an honor. After that, both of them shook hands to get acquainted. The handshake between the two released an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, as if they wanted to devour each other. Suddenly, Jiang Wanhuang lunged forward to attack Zhang Wuqing and shouted loudly, this little brat has some skills, let's see if you can withstand this palm strike. Zhang Wuqing frowned and looked at him, intending to counterattack, but unexpectedly, Jin Aosher's hand reached out to stop him. Zhang Wuqing was a bit surprised and looked at him. Jin Aosher then spoke to both of them, don't ruin this good relationship. Jiang Wanlong crossed his arms and looked at him, then replied. After that, he turned around and returned to his seat, saying, I'm letting Jin Aosher off the hook. He slumped down in his chair, arrogantly raising his chin. Zhang Wuqing then turned to look at Jin Aosher and said, I didn't expect the head of the Jin family to be a master as well. He quickly waved his hand, smiling as he looked at him, replying, oh, no, even if I were stronger, I wouldn't compare to you, the Battle Wing Heavenly King. Hearing that, Zhang Wuqing glanced at him and faintly smiled. After that, Jin Aosher continued the introduction, Heavenly King, this is the head of the Yu family. Wu Zhelan immediately stood up, greeted him warmly, and called his name, Heavenly King. She then looked at him and politely said, I hope you'll offer more help in the future. Zhang Wuqing looked at her, then gave a slight smile and nodded. Jin Aosher immediately pointed towards the youngest young man. She said, this is the young master of the Ci family. Then, he glanced at the expression on the boy's face and added, this young master of the Ci family can be quite unpredictable. He then turned to Zhang Wuqing and said, I hope you won't mind. Immediately after, Zhang Wuqing cast a glance at the boy. After the introduction, Jin Aosher took a few strides toward his seat and sat down with the others. At that moment, Jiang Wanlong walked straight up to him and asked, why did you call us here? Jin Aosher slammed his hand on the table and shouted, please, maintain order. Then he smiled and pointed toward Zhang Wuqing, saying, first and foremost, let us welcome our Battle Wing Heavenly King to the city of Shanghai. After the introduction, he paused for a moment before getting to the main issue, we must immediately convene the once in 5 years Dragon Tiger Valley meeting, and I hope all the masters are well prepared. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanlong spoke up, it's about time for the Dragon Tiger Valley meeting. He then clenched his fists, filled with excitement, and continued, I, Jiang Wanlong, have been waiting for this moment. Unexpectedly, he turned his head and glared at Zhang Wuqing with a displeased look. However, this Dragon Tiger Valley meeting does not need the involvement of outsiders. Hearing these words from him, Zhang Wuqing gave a faint smile. Then, he slammed his hand down on the table and looked at Jin Aosher, saying, if outsiders are involved, then I won't participate anymore. After saying that, he decisively stood up and left the place. Zhang Wuqing watched him walk past with a hint of amusement, thinking, quite interesting. The people present immediately exchanged glances without saying a word. Kim Ming-o then spoke up, breaking the silence, "Heavenly King, this person is very stubborn and hard to deal with. I hope you won't blame him." Zhang Wuqing didn't pay much attention, quickly waving his hand in response, "I'm fine, everyone, continue." After the meeting ended and they stepped outside, Wu Zhelan approached him and said, "Heavenly King, one day, please come to my Yu family and visit." She looked at him and spoke sincerely, "I'd really like to sit down and talk with you." Zhang Wuqing coldly responded to her. The next day, he left the hotel and headed home. On his way, he encountered Jian Wanhuang again. The latter, leading a group of subordinates, stood in front of him and said, "Kid, so you finally came out." He pointed a wooden stick at him and angrily shouted, "Young master, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Zhang Wuqing looked at him, then smirked and asked, "Isn't the beating inside enough for you?" Jian Wanhuang, unafraid, confidently replied, "Although you're powerful alone, you're still no match for the many people I have." He then glanced behind him and ordered, "Go." A group of thugs immediately armed themselves and stepped forward, standing behind Jiang Wanhuang, grinning confidently at him. Seeing these men, Zhang Wuqing furrowed his brows and asked, "What's the use of having more trash around?" Hearing this, Jiang Wanhuang shouted angrily, "You really are deaf and fearless, aren't you?" He then swung a wooden staff forward, commanding them, "Charge." The group immediately raised their clubs and rushed to attack Zhang Wuqing fervently. Jiang Wanhuang stood off to the side, watching confidently, saying, "With so many of us, we'll crush you to death, just you wait." At that moment, a flash of light emerged from the center of the group. In an instant, they were all sent flying, scattering far away by Zhang Wuqing's strike. Jiang Wanhuang was startled by this and, pointing at him, shouted, "You! You!" At this, Zhang Wuqing walked toward him, his voice cold as he asked, "What do you mean by you? If you want to fight, come at me." Seeing him approach, Jiang Wanhuang raised the blunt staff in his hand and yelled, "Go die!" Immediately, Zhang Wuqing grabbed his staff, then struck his other hand with a palm strike so fast that Jiang Wanhuang couldn't react, leaving him flustered and dazed. Zhang Wuqing frowned at him, then sneered slightly, "I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't know how to appreciate it." At this moment, from a distance, a surge of power rapidly rushed toward him. Zhang Wuqing, gathering strength in his hands, was about to finish him off, when unexpectedly, Jiang Wanlong charged forward, shouting, "Zhang Wuqing! Are you daring to touch my younger brother?" He quickly advanced and struck a direct blow to him. Zhang Wuqing immediately raised his hand to block the strike, then coldly responded, "Your brother sought death on his own." Hearing this, the man furrowed his brows tightly, angrily shouting, "I'm going to kill you." Immediately after, a fierce battle ensued between the two. After a while, Jiang Wanlong was knocked back by Zhang Wuqing. He looked at Zhang Wuqing's figure in the distance, slightly shocked, and said, "Truly worthy of the battle wing Heavenly King, your strength is indeed extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing coldly glanced at him and replied, "The opening move doesn't count." Then, he advanced toward him, making the man break out in a cold sweat, unable to utter a word. You. Zhang Wuqing looked at him with a mocking tone, "I played around with you for a bit, and you actually thought it was real." Upon hearing these words, the man was enraged, gritting his teeth, but he couldn't utter a single word. Zhang Wuqing then took a step back, readying himself to attack, when he suddenly saw something that made him furrow his brows. He looked at the old man in front of him and asked, "How dare you try to stop me, relying on him?" The old man looked at him and said, "My master, the Heavenly King, wishes to issue an order. I'll tell you this, don't show off your abilities too much." Zhang Wuqing, upon hearing this, coldly replied, "Anyone who I want to kill, no one can save." He immediately took a defensive stance, channeling his internal energy into his body before speaking, "Then I apologize, Heavenly King, I have offended you." Zhang Wuqing clicked his tongue upon seeing this. Humph. He then gathered his strength and created a large shield to protect Jiang Wanlong. Zhang Wuqing's strike came crashing in, with a fierce, storm-like momentum, forcing the old man to retreat in defeat. After taking one blow, his body couldn't withstand it and he spat out a mouthful of red blood. At that moment, Zhang Wuqing stepped forward, offering a few words of praise, acknowledging his skill. Upon hearing this, the old man clasped his hands in thanks. "Heavenly King, you flatter me." Zhang Wuqing then looked at him and said, "Zhang Wanlong can still keep his life." He turned and walked away, adding, "It's because I'm showing respect for you and your master." Those present immediately followed his retreating figure, not daring to say a word. Wu Zhelan watched him, secretly thinking, "No wonder my father told me that to break this Shanghai chess game, I need to rely on the Heavenly King who just arrived." At this moment, Jin Aosher also arrived, staring at Zhang Wuqing's departing figure, grinding his cigarette in his mouth. One of his subordinates then approached, lowering his head and saying, "I apologize, master, the old vice has disappointed you." Jin Aosher looked at him and shook his head, replying, "I never expected him to defeat Zhang Wuqing." Then he immediately asked, "How would you compare the strength of Zhang Wuqing with Xiao Heavenly King? What do you think?" Without hesitation, the old man replied, "Stronger than Xiao Heavenly King." Upon hearing this, Jin Aosher was stunned, his eyes widening in surprise, then he waved his hand and told the old man, "Go rest and recover properly." Understood. At this moment, Secretary Hua stepped forward and stood behind him, asking, "Do you need to send an assassin from the Shadow Assassin sect?" Jin Aosher immediately replied, "I want to deal with Zhang Wuqing myself." Upon hearing this, Secretary Hua said nothing further but looked straight at Jin Aosher. The next day, in front of the military district, a shadowy figure appeared at the gate. Dong Qingyin stood at the corner of the wall, arms crossed, absent-mindedly gazing in one direction. Suddenly, she saw someone approaching and was startled, lifting her head to look. Zhang Wuqing walked in coldly ahead. Seeing him, Dong Qingyin quickly ran towards him, looked at him with concern, and asked, "Heavenly King, are you okay?" Zhang Wuqing glanced at her and coldly asked, "What could possibly happen? What are you doing here?" Upon hearing his question, Dong Qingyin felt a bit awkward, turned her face away, and replied, "I'm just waiting for a delivery." Zhang Wuqing didn't understand and looked at her, saying, "You could have asked the gatekeeper to bring it in. Why stand here waiting yourself?" Hearing this, she was so angry that she couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration. After that, she turned around and left, glancing at him and thinking, "What an idiot, he doesn't understand my feelings." Zhang Wuqing didn't understand what was going on. He watched her walk away, puzzled, and muttered, "What's going on with her now?" A moment later, he arrived in front of his room. Zhang Wuqing raised his hand to turn the door handle. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared inside the room, holding a knife. She immediately raised her hand and lunged at him with the knife. But right after, he easily grabbed her hand and coldly looked at Tian Tian, saying, "Junior sister, don't cause trouble." Tian Tian immediately withdrew the knife and replied, "How boring." Tian Tian, angry, said to him, "Brother, can't you just let me succeed in sneaking up on you once?" Zhang Wuqing softened his tone and looked at her, replying, "You've already tried to assassinate me 199 times since we were kids." Tian Tian then put her arm around his, responding, "Didn't all of them fail though? Brother, please, just let me hurt you once." Zhang Wuqing heard that and turned to face her, placing his hand on her cheek, and asked, frustrated, "Tian Tian, that's enough, do you really want me dead?" Tian Tian, hearing this, angrily yelled, "How could you think like that? I just want to prove to my father that I'm capable too." After that, the two of them moved into Zhang Wuqing's room. Once inside, Tian Tian casually stretched out on the sofa. At that moment, Zhang Wuqing looked at her and asked, "Tian Tian, do you know where my master is?" Tian Tian did not hesitate for a second and decisively replied, "I don't know." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing became furious, shouting and scolding her, "Are you sneaking out again?" Tian Tian slammed the knife onto the table and responded, "Of course. Well, who told that old, conservative man that a girl like you would be in danger if you went down the mountain and forbade you from leaving the house?" She then looked at him, acting coy, and said, "Brother, if I'm as amazing as I am, what danger could there possibly be?" Hearing her words, Zhang Wuqing helplessly held his head and asked, "How did you know I was in Shanghai?" Tian Tian lightly stroked her hair, then looked at him and replied, "I found out from the news."
I'm not someone who's stuck without a phone or a life. At that moment, her stomach suddenly rumbled. Tian looked at him and pouted, saying, "Brother, I'm hungry." Zhang Wuqing stood up, sighed deeply, and replied, "All right, let's go. Brother will take you out for some food." He then proceeded to prepare a lavish meal for her. When Tian saw the food, she immediately grabbed it and stuffed her mouth without hesitation.
Zhang Wuqing, seeing this, anxiously said, "Take your time, there's no one racing you."
Tian looked up at him with a dazed expression and asked, "Wuqing, what did you say?"
Seeing her reaction, Zhang Wuqing helplessly held his head and said, "Nothing, go ahead and eat."
Upon hearing that, she nodded repeatedly, replying, "Okay." She then continued to devour the food on the table. A moment later, the entire dining table was cleared by her, with not a single piece of meat left. Tian sat on the chair, rubbing her round, full belly, then said, "Phew, finally done." Zhang Wuqing immediately stood up, turned around, and left, coldly saying to her, "Once you're full, go back quickly." Tian immediately ran over and hugged him tightly, responding, "No way."
Zhang Wuqing looked at her, his brow furrowing in annoyance as he said, "Let go of me." Tian refused to release her grip, replying sulkily, "If you won't let me stay, then I'll hold on like this forever." Upon hearing that, Zhang Wuqing helplessly gave in to her, all right, I'm scared of you." Tian, having achieved her goal, let go and stood up, thanking him with a bright smile. Zhang Wuqing immediately became serious again, reminding her that while she was here, she had to listen to him and not cause any trouble.
Tian eagerly nodded, replying repeatedly.
A while later, in Zhang Wuqing's room, Huang Fuhao entered to report something. As soon as he walked in, he noticed a strange girl sitting on a chair. His eyes briefly met hers, and he couldn't help but think with amusement, Heavenly King usually looks so cold, but it seems his taste is in younger girls. Zhang Wuqing saw the expression on his face and immediately understood, speaking in a harsh tone, "I'm not as shameless as you think, she's my junior sister."
Huang Fuhao, upon hearing this, raised his hand to refute. "There is none at all."
Zhang Wuqing immediately furrowed his brows and asked, "All right, I have a question for you."
Huang Fuhao looked at him seriously and asked in return, "What is it?" Zhang Wuqing then said to him, "What is the requirement of Dragon Tiger Valley?" Upon hearing this, Huang Fuhao panicked, shouting loudly, "How do you know about Dragon Tiger Valley?"
Zhang Wuqing tightened his brow and, in a stern tone, shouted, "Stop wasting time, just answer me." Huang Fuhao quickly replied, "Dragon Tiger Valley is a place where the younger generation, the best subordinates of the clans involved in assassinations, gather in a large mountain. The last one standing will then fight again to decide the winner." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing's expression gradually changed, and he said with interest, "Mutual self-destruction, interesting.
Are there any limits?"
Huang Fuhao continued, "Age cannot exceed 25 years. After hearing this, Zhang Wuqing tapped his fingers on the table and instructed him, "Go tell Dong Qingyin to join." Huang Fuhao, with a hint of worry, replied, "That might not be such a good idea, right? Dragon Tiger Valley is too brutal, and if she's not careful." Zhang Wuqing responded, "All right, which powerful expert has never gone through a sea of blood and mountains of corpses? If one only grows up in a greenhouse, they'll only be a walking vase." He then said something that made Huang Fuhao slightly startled, standing up straight, "Don't worry, with me watching over her, nothing will happen." Huang Fuhao, curious, softly asked him, "Heavenly King, why are you participating?" Then, he anxiously said, "They've all recognized you." Zhang Wuqing smiled lightly upon hearing this and replied, "I have my ways."
"You go ahead and notify them."
Huang Fuhao immediately left the room. After he left, Tian threw the bag of popcorn onto the ground and excitedly walked over to him, calling out, "Brother, brother."
Then, she eagerly said to him, "I want to join too."
At her words, Zhang Wuqing coldly responded, "No." Rejected, she slammed her hand onto the table in anger and looked him straight in the eye, asking, "Why is it that everyone else can join, but I can't?" Zhang Wuqing remained firm in his reply, "I've already said it, no means no." Tian, being turned down, rolled onto the floor and cried out, throwing a tantrum, "No, I want to join." Zhang Wuqing showed no sign of wavering. He took a sip of water in one go, then continued watching her throw a fit.
You want to, you want to, you want to.
After rolling around for a while and seeing that he wasn't responding, Tian stopped. She glared at him, saying, "Brother, you're horrible.
Don't you care about your junior sister?"
Zhang Wuqing looked at her and replied, "I should thank you for helping me clean the house so thoroughly." Upon hearing this, she huffed angrily. Zhang Wuqing then put his cup down on the table, sat up straight, and spoke sternly to her, "Dragon Tiger Valley is far too dangerous.
I'm not suitable to participate." Tian then immediately tried another tactic.
She held back tears and pleaded with him.
"Brother, can I stay by your side and participate? Please let me."
Hearing this, Zhang Wuqing placed his hand on her head and responded,
"Let me think about it." Upon hearing his response, Tian joyfully shouted, "Okay, brother, you're the best." Zhang Wuqing watched Tian dance around in front of him and helplessly thought to himself, "Brother, you're handing me this trouble?"
Scene shifts to the training ground in the military district, where Dong Qingyin was diligently practicing. At this moment, Huang Fu Hao had arrived to deliver some news.
Qingyin.
Seeing Huang Fu Hao approach, Qingyin wiped the sweat from her brow and looked at him, asking, "Uncle, what's the matter?" Huang Fu Hao stepped forward and told her, "Heavenly King wants you to go to Dragon Tiger Valley."
Without hesitation, she responded, "Yes."
Huang Fu Hao then gave her a serious warning, his tone grave.
"Remember to be careful. If the situation becomes dangerous, you need to run immediately. Your life is the most important."
She furrowed her brows and looked at him, responding confidently, "Wu uncle, I understand." The scene shifts to Jiao Jiao's house. Early in the morning, she was happily dancing around the house.
Her father noticed and asked, "Why are you so happy?"
Jiao Jiao excitedly shared the news with her father. "Father, just like you said, Zhang Wuqing's strength is truly formidable."
After that, old Mu lifted the teacup and asked himself, "How can the heavens not be concerned when a heavenly king dies?" Jiao Jiao smiled and looked at her father, asking, "Should we continue maintaining a good relationship with Zhang Wuqing?"
He looked at the teacup and gently replied, "Yes, the Jin family has ruled for too long. We need Zhang Wuqing to break the current stalemate." Hearing this, Jiao Jiao immediately raised two fingers, confidently responding, "Okay, father, leave it to me to transition to the martial arts training ground. Zhang Wuqing came here to help her train." He grabbed her long staff and commented on her injuries, saying that her speed was still not fast enough, and she wasn't focused. At that moment, he suddenly sensed someone behind him and turned around.
Zhang Wuqing looked at Wu Zhelan, coldly asking, "What are you doing here?"
Wu Zhelan lightly covered her mouth with a fan and replied, "War medicine Heavenly King, since you refused to come as a guest at my Yu family, I had no choice but to come personally to find you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuqing furrowed his brows, annoyed, and said, "I have no relationship with you.
If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost. Don't be so harsh. I'm not interested in discussing business with you." Wu Zhelan quickly folded her fan and looked at him, asking, "Don't you want to know why Xiao Heavenly King died?"
Zhang Wuqing coldly responded, "I already know."
Wu Zhelan continued to ask, "Aren't you curious about who was behind it?" He coldly turned around and responded, "I already knew." Wu Zhelan didn't give up and continued asking, "Aren't you curious about the one behind it all?" At this point, Zhang Wuqing showed a bit of interest and asked, "Oh, do you know who it is?"
Wu Zhelan furrowed her brows and spoke loudly, "Of course, as long as Heavenly King agrees to one request of mine."
Zhang Wuqing immediately turned back and asked, "What is it? Tell me."
Wu Zhelan then placed her fan to her lips, shot a quick glance, and said, "Heavenly King, as long as you help me escape the control of the Jin family, my Yu family will willingly follow your orders." Hearing this, Zhang Wuqing smiled faintly, then thought to himself, having a subordinate like this wouldn't be a bad choice. He then responded to her, "I agree to this." Wu Zhelan immediately furrowed her brows and said, "The one who hired the assassin is Jin Aosher." Upon hearing the name, Zhang Wuqing wasn't particularly surprised and thought to himself, as expected, it's him.
But why does he want to kill Shao Heavenly King? He then looked at her and asked, what else do you know? Wu Zhelan frowned and replied, I don't know anything else about the others.
Zhang Wuqing turned to leave, coldly saying, you can go now.
The woman, filled with disappointment, sighed. Not letting the disappointment linger, he added, I will help you.
The girl immediately lowered her head in gratitude.
Thank you, I haven't introduced myself to you yet. My name is Wu Zhelan, I hope the Heavenly King will remember me.
After saying this, she left, her face lit up with a satisfied smile.
Xingyin felt a little uneasy inside and asked Wu Qing, can we really trust her?
In deep thought, he replied, what she said has some credibility, but we can't trust her completely.
Tian suddenly ran over in a hurry, calling out loudly, brother?
Wu Qing's face instantly turned serious as he asked, why aren't you resting on the couch and eating your snacks, and why did you come here?
The girl's cheeks flushed with excitement, looking extremely thrilled.
Brother, I really missed you. He gave her a helpless look, as if fully aware of his little sister's nature.
Stop lying, you think I don't know what you're like?
Tian scratched her head awkwardly and said, brother, I finished all the snacks. His gaze softened with tenderness, and he gently pinched her cheek while chiding, you glutton, with so many snacks, how could you finish them all so quickly?
The girl pouted in mock anger, it was just a little bit of food, why do you have to make such a big deal out of it?
Seeing the two siblings being so adorable, Xingyin couldn't help but laugh out loud. She walked over and ruffled the girl's head, comforting her, come on, I'll take you to buy some more snacks, and you can eat them all over again.
Tian's eyes lit up, really?
Xingyin gently stroked her, saying, of course, it's true. Tian immediately hugged Xingyin gratefully, sister, you're really the best. Not like my brother, who acts all grumpy after eating a bit of my food, and then comes back making a teasing face at his own brother.
The two girls were leaving, and Tian didn't forget to turn around and say goodbye. Stinky brother, bye-bye.
Looking at the mocking expression of the little junior sister, Wu Qing could only feel helpless.
On their way back, Zhelan ran into Jiao Jiao. She greeted her with, oh, isn't this Miss Mu Rong? She looked at Jiao Jiao with a disdainful gaze, you're not here to try and seduce the Battle Wing Heavenly King, are you?
Jiao Jiao angrily cursed, slut, I'm not like you, always going around seducing men.
Zhelan sneered, I think you're no different from me.
You pretend to be innocent on the outside, but who knows how many people you've been playing around with behind their backs. After provoking her, Zhelan quickly got into the car. Jiao Jiao was furious, her face turning purple with rage, and she stood there pointing and shouting, old hag, just wait. The scene shifted to the inside of the hall.
As Wu Qing's group was returning, they ran into Jiao Jiao. He wondered why she was here. When the woman walked up to him, he asked, did you come to see me? What's going on? Jiao Jiao replied, it's nothing serious. Where are you all going? Can I come with you? Tian threw a murderous glare at her. The girl didn't seem to like Jiao Jiao much. Wu Qing, after hearing Jiao Jiao's suggestion, immediately agreed. Okay, let's go together then.
Tian, feeling displeased, nudged her brother and said, brother, why do you want her to come with us? You can tell just by looking at her that she's up to something. Wu Qing had already made up his mind.
He replied, I know. I want to see what she's plotting. A moment later, the four of them arrived at the amusement park. Tian shouted excitedly. Brother, I want to play that one.
Wu Qing immediately agreed, all right. Tian grabbed Xingyin's hand and pulled her along, let's go together. Wu Qing called after them, hey, but could only helplessly watch the little girl.
Jiao Jiao, full of enthusiasm, said, Zhan Wu Qing, let's go play too. He immediately pulled his hand back, annoyed, no, I don't like it.
Not far away, a group of young men was walking past the amusement park.
These guys were dressed sloppily and looked very rough.
The guy with the green hair in the group seemed to have noticed something.
He excitedly said to the guy with green hair, big brother, look, there's a beautiful girl, The big brother looked around. Who is it? The guy with blue-green hair pointed toward Jiao Jiao, over there. He looked her up and down, his face lighting up with excitement as he drooled. She's really beautiful. Unable to control himself, the gang leader immediately ran over with an incredibly sinister grin. The group of them approached the two of them from behind. The gang leader struck a pose, trying to look tough, and said, "Hey there, mind if I introduce myself?" Jiao Jiao immediately rejected him. Who would want to get to know you? Not only that, but she also hit his hand with her purse. Get lost. The two lackeys widened their eyes in shock and immediately pointed at her, shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" The gang leader frowned and turned to scold his underlings. "What are you guys doing? Don't scare the lady." One of the lackeys sat down on the ground, holding his head in distress. "Boss, she's treating you like that, and you're still protecting her? Isn't that a disgrace to our reputation?" The gang leader, furious, slapped him on the head and cursed, "Disgrace! Disgrace! It's you who's embarrassing me." Then, he turned back to smooth his hair, trying to look handsome, and said, "My underling doesn't know any better, please don't hold it against her." The lackey who had just been slapped sat in a corner feeling sorry for himself and muttering, "Looks like the boss likes this girl, he falls for anyone he meets. Wasn't he just with another girl yesterday?" Jiao Jiao then hooked her arm around Wu Qing's, pretending to be affectionate, and said, "I'm really sorry, I already have a boyfriend." Hearing this, the man with green hair yelled out threateningly, "You little punk, you better leave her alone if you know what's good for you." Then, he pretended to crack his knuckles, as if threatening to hit Wu Qing. If not, he immediately withdrew his hand, coldly saying, "Don't bother me, I haven't forgotten about her." Jiao Jiao even called him husband, with a pitiful expression, "Husband, I won't cause any more trouble next time, please don't leave me." Seeing the beauty suffering, the thug suggested to the lady, "If your husband doesn't need you anymore, I do. I guarantee I will treat you well." Jiao Jiao looked at the thug with disdain and criticized, "Look at your guest of the night ceremony outfit, you're ugly and still trying to hit on girls. Please, know your place and take care of yourself, okay?" Offended, he lost his temper and raised his fist, ready to attack Jiao Jiao. "You bitch, what did you say? I'll beat you to death." Wu Qing couldn't just stand by, so he blocked him. The thug, pale-faced, spoke with a hint of fear in his voice, "Let go of me. Do you know who my boss's boss is? Jiang Wanlong?" Without saying a word, Wu Qing immediately kicked him away. Two of his underlings hurried to help their boss up. Boss, are you okay?" The thug, a mix of anger and shame, cursed, "Get the hell away from me." Still daring, he stepped closer to Wu Qing, trying to intimidate him. "Kid, if you have guts, wait and see." Wu Qing sneered and replied, "Go ahead, let me see who you're going to call." The thug immediately called his boss to report the situation. "Boss, I got beaten by him at the amusement park." "What? Boss, are you nearby?" Yes. Right by the Ferris wheel." As soon as the call ended, he immediately put on a tough act. "Kid, boss, I'm almost there. You still have time to kneel and apologize to me." Regardless of who this thug's boss was, Wu Qing grabbed his head and without hesitation, kicked him squarely in the face. The two henchmen trembled in fear. "Boss." The red-haired guy, sweating coldly, asked, "Should we go help the boss?" Seeing the pathetic state of their boss, the green-haired guy cursed, "Are you stupid? Look at how badly the boss is getting handled. If we go up there, aren't we just offering our heads on a platter?" After a good while of playing, Tian finally returned. She walked up and asked, "Brother, what's going on?" Wu Qing casually responded, "They're the ones looking for trouble." She stepped on the thug's body and said, "Even this cruel brother of mine, you dared to touch him? You're looking to die, huh?" Wu Qing grabbed his junior sister by the collar and glared, "Junior sister, what did you just say?" Tian, not backing down, immediately changed the subject, "What's the big deal?" "You heard wrong, brother." From a distance, someone shouted, "Move aside, move aside." Wu Qing immediately let Tian go and turned around,
only to see the thug's boss arriving. He rushed over, kneeled to the ground, and tearfully hugged his battered face. "Boss," he frowned at the twisted face of our guy, Blue Hair, who was sniffling. "Boss, you're here." The leader shouted angrily, "Who dared to lay a hand on my little brother?" Blue Hair immediately pointed at Wu Qing. "Boss, it was him." The moment the leader saw him, his face turned pale, drenched in sweat. "Oh shit, why is the god of slaughter here?" He instantly smacked Blue Hair hard. "Ah! Blue Hair!" The guy cried out in shock. "Boss, why did you hit me?" The leader kicked him again, cursing as he did. "Do you want to get me killed too?" Blue Hair, face in utter misery, begged, "Boss, please stop hitting me, someone's gonna die if you keep this up." White Hair grabbed his underling by the head and dragged him in front of Wu Qing. He threw the guy to the ground. "I'm sorry," his face tense and nervous. "Battle Wing Heavenly King, my little brother didn't know any better and accidentally offended you." Blue Hair looked completely confused, not daring to believe what he was hearing, and turned back to ask, "Boss, that sissy guy is actually the Heavenly King?" White Hair stomped on him a few more times. "Say that again, I dare you." "Say it again." Blue Hair's eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, unconscious on the ground. The leader hunched over humbly, flashing the most friendly smile he could muster, trying to plead. "My little brother was clueless, please forgive him." Wu Qing asked calmly, "Oh, so you recognize me?" White Hair expressed his deep admiration. "Heavenly King, that night when you unleashed your divine might, I was right beside you. It seems you also know this guy, he's a junior of Jiang Wanlong." The man immediately nodded incessantly. Yes, I don't want to waste any more time," Wu Qing ordered, "get lost." The white-haired man smiled brightly, "Have fun." Then without delay, he grabbed the unconscious man's collar and dragged him away. Tian looked at the two with a sympathetic gaze and sighed, "How pitiful." Wu Qing warned Junior Sister not to add fuel to the fire. Tian pulled out a sinister knife and said, "I still want to show off my strength." Her gaze shifted from sympathy to murderous intent. "Too bad, there's no chance left." He gave her a sharp knock on the head, "Stop showing off, cut it out." Tian groaned in discomfort. Taking advantage of the situation, Jiao moved closer, pretending to be intimate. "Wu Qing, you're really amazing." Maintaining his indifferent attitude, he brushed her hand off, clearly drawing the line. "Miss Mu Rong, we are not familiar with each other." The three immediately left, leaving Jiao standing there. She scowled in frustration and cursed. Damn it, Jiao could only stand there, looking irritated. Damn. In a large company's office, the secretary was whispering something into Wan Huang's ear. After finishing, the secretary quickly left. Upon receiving the information, he became furious and threw everything on the table. Just as he was about to smash the vase, a man walked in. It was Wan Long. He asked, "What are you doing?" Seeing his older brother, he seemed to have calmed down. "Brother Wan Huang, put the vase down," Wan Long continued, "What's going on? Why are you so angry?" Fatty angrily replied, Jiao and Zhan Wu Qing are having so much fun at the amusement park, and I feel really uncomfortable about it. Can you kill him for me? Earlier, he had asked his younger brother with concern, but upon hearing this, Wan Long abruptly changed his attitude. He slapped his younger brother across the face, "You brainless idiot. Do you want me to die?" Wan Long warned his younger brother. "Before we finish with Dragon Tiger Valley, I forbid you to leave here even a step. Remember that." That night, under the moonlight, Wu Qing was returning with the two girls when suddenly he felt something was off. Noticing the strange expression on her brother's face, Tian turned around and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Wu Qing spoke, "Come out here." Tian skeptically asked, "Brother, could it be someone?" From the darkness, a man stepped out. It was Shui Sha. He looked incredibly dangerous now, and Tian immediately drew a knife to defend herself. "Who are you?" Looking at the badge he was wearing, Qing Yin immediately recognized him.
"You're one of them."
Wu Qing quickly stopped her and, calming down, he spoke to Shueisha.
"Or you can have your ambushers come out here."
Shueisha laughed maliciously, truly living up to his title as the Battle Wing Heavenly King, and then gave the order, "Everyone, come out here." The group jumped out in unison, surrounding the three of them. Wu Qing remained calm, smiling faintly. Quite a lot of people.
Shueisha pointed to his head, showing off.
Naturally, a Heavenly King's head like his was valuable.
Wu Qing responded with confidence, "Just worried you might not have the ability for this." Tian Tian threw a dagger toward one of the assassins.
He smirked, thinking he'd dodged the strike, but his moment of overconfidence cost him.
Tian Tian moved swiftly, leaping to attack from behind.
By the time he realized, it was too late.
He let out a quiet exclamation, "Oh!"
The assassin was struck across the arm, his previously confident face now drained of color.
Qing Yin and Tian Tian easily took down each one by one.
A few of the assassins circled around Wu Qing, preparing to surround him.
He just smiled.
He extended his hand, then flew into the air, choosing one target and attacking. With a single move, he sent the assassin flying. Shueisha, his face contorted with pain, struggled to stand.
He was stunned. How did he know this was my real body?
With just a glance, Wu Qing had already broken the formation. He mocked, "Relying on little tricks like that and still daring to try to pull the wool over my eyes. I am determined not to let go." He immediately launched his next move.
"Is this a trick? Then please, taste this ultimate move."
Shueisha inhaled the surrounding air, forming a mist that enveloped Wu Qing. But in that instant, he quietly moved behind to attack, his face full of smug satisfaction.
"Ah, Zhen Wu Qing, the game is over."
However, to the god of death, this was nothing but a child's play, not easy to fool him. He chuckled, "Oh, this is interesting." Wu Qing kicked out behind him. The mist dissipated with the movement, and Shueisha was kicked, immediately sent flying a few meters away. Looking at the cruel and merciless expression of the one known as the god of death, Shueisha was filled with fear and immediately ordered his subordinates to retreat. The subordinates, who were passionately fighting, instantly vanished after hearing the command from their leader. Qing Yin and Tian Tian were about to chase after them when Wu Qing suddenly stopped them.
"Turn back." Tian Tian was puzzled. "Brother, why aren't we chasing them?"
Wu Qing seemed to have thought of something and suggested the two stay behind while he went ahead.
Tian Tian had no choice but to obey.
With that, he quickly chased after them. However, these assassins were faster than he expected. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished without a trace.
Running away, huh? When assassination fails, retreat is the best option.
Wu Qing turned back. Seeing him return so quickly, the two girls guessed what had happened.
"They've run away?"
"On the contrary," Wu Qing confirmed, "but I know who they are now."
Qing Yin showed a clear look of curiosity.
He gently stroked his chin and made a deduction, with that escape tactic, it must be them.
Qing Yin seemed to have figured out the identity of the group.
She voiced her thoughts, Shadow Assassin Sect.